Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 761. Seeing it all, six, Cal, who had been standing firmly, started walking toward the white star. Those are ancient powers. He then gave a short comment to the others standing behind them. I am taking them. The corners of Cal's lips curled up at that moment. The sculpture on the wall, the sealed guard depicted as a beautiful human. The eyes of the sculpture turned red again. Yes, you're making your move too. The guard started moving the moment Cal said that he was going to take the ancient powers. They were aiming for the same thing as he had expected, I guess. Choi Han quietly mumbled as he walked past Cal. We can talk later. Cal got chills on his back, but chose to ignore it for now and walked toward the disappearing white star. You will need to talk with me too. Oh my, looks like you are in trouble, young Master Cal. Sounds like we will need to talk too. He truly got chills after hearing Mary and Rosalind's cold voices, but Cal did his best not to turn his head. He did not have time for that. The white star was turning into dust from the bottom up. His body was turning into dust and scattering away quickly. N, N, oh. The white star couldn't even speak properly, but there was no look of resignation on his face. However, Cal didn't have time to be looking at his face either. You crazy bastard. You sure had a lot of them. The spheres of light slowly floating up one or two at a time from the white star's disappearing body. Red, green, white, black, etc. Cal subconsciously sighed as the number of spheres easily surpassed 5. Did the white star really have so many ancient powers? When he had that question, and when he subconsciously frowned at that question, barang, he heard a loud noise. The red light that shot out of the sculpture's eyes crashed into black aura. The black aura exploded, and the red light disappeared with the explosion. As expected, Cal smirked again. When he first saw that red light and threw the golden plaque toward that eerie light, Cal had realized it at that moment. He's weaker now. He's weaker than in the illusion. Choi Han, who was calmly making that assessment, didn't even look at Cal as he continued. As expected, he has his limits. A sealed guard is limited. Rosalind soon raised her voice. Of course, that power just now is probably something he gathered by swallowing up people's despair. That's my guess since his attacks are getting weaker each time. Rosalind smiled as she commented, this guard doesn't have much left. It won't be long before he can't do anything. It was not long until the sealed guard couldn't do anything other than watch in his sealed state. Cal knew this as well. It makes no sense that the sealed guard would be able to attack freely in the real world. If that was the case, the sealed guard would have broken through the seal a long time ago and spread his despair throughout the world. The reason that the sealed guard could attack like this and lash out was probably thanks to the hunters. Now that he knew that the reason these temples appeared in the different worlds was because the hunters, he had no choice but to think that way. Cal left the sealed guard to the others and quickly approached the white star, whose body had turned to dust and only his head was remaining. The spheres of light did not move and roamed around the white star as if they were tied down. It was probably because the white star was not dead yet. Barang, bang, bang, barang. The attacks continued. Isn't the temple going to break? Rosalind laughed as she shouted while Choi Han calmly responded, I want to destroy it all. He then added on, but not everybody is out yet. No, I was the last. I think that Commander Tunka gave up on the test early on. The whole changed appearance once I came out. There was a reason Rosalind was so relaxed. It was a path back to the entrance we came in. That showed up. I guess I have nothing to worry about if everybody is out. These vicious people. Cal grabbed some badges from his inner shirt pocket as he shouted, Choi Han, you can't break that sculpture. The sealed guard was sealed in that sculpture on the wall. He had no idea of knowing what would happen if that sculpture was destroyed. Breaking the sculpture might release the seal. Of course, he didn't think that that would be the case. If that was the case, those hunter bastards would have destroyed the sculpture and called forth the sealed guard. The sealed guard would have also asked Cal to break the sculpture and not embrace it. If the seal broke because the sculpture was destroyed, it'd be quite the shabby seal for having been done by the guards. This seal probably could not be resolved so easily. However, Cal was planning on not touching the sculpture or the wall for now because he wanted to prepare for the what-ifs. Ooh, ah. The white star's face was disappearing now too. A black sphere of light shot up as the last piece. That's the last one. Cal had a feeling that this was the last of the White Star's powers. Those powers would now start moving towards special locations or items once the White Star completely disappears. Cal lowered his body and looked at the different colored orbs. He was prepared to use Embrace at any moment. Goodbye. The White Star looked at Cal after hearing that comment. The last thing remaining was the face covered by that white mask that covered half his face. That face turned to dust and disappeared as well. It was unbelievably quick. It was so quick that the eyes couldn't even leave a greeting. The White Star disappeared like that. Thud. The white mask fell to the ground. Cal, who was holding some golden turtle badges, reached his hand toward the lights. Ooh-wong, the lights shook intensely and looked as if they would shoot out like arrows. Cal tried to use Embrace on those spheres of light. Boom! Ah! However, Cal stumbled and his body tilted to one side at that moment. Duck! The temple was shaking. The temple floor was roaring as if there was an earthquake. Crack, crunch. Barang, the floor was breaking. This damn guard bastard. He was sure this was the sealed guard's doing. Duck! The rumbling just now made the badges in Cal's hand fall to the ground. Cal grabbed whatever he could grab. Ooh-wong as the ancient powers looked ready to escape. Red light shot out toward them. It wasn't just one or two rays of red lights. Endless amounts of ominous red lights shot out from the sculpture. Choi Han and Rosalind moved to stop them, but it would be bad if even one of them managed to touch an ancient power. Of all things, Cal frowned while looking at the thing in his hand. Clope's video recording device. It was the cracked video recording device he saw earlier. Ah, the temple floor was still shaking. Cal raised his body and tired to embrace them again. Barang, Calnim. However, a ray of red light that they did not manage to stop struck the ground. It thankfully couldn't aim for the ancient powers, but it struck the ground close to Cal that Cal's body tilted again from the aftershock and the shaking of the ground. Look at how weak your legs are, as the super rock shouted with pity. Crack. The automatic video recording device that fell out of Cal's hand crumbled into pieces. Cal. I guess becoming healthy doesn't mean that your lost athletic abilities came back. Looks like Yow'll need to build some muscles. Cal's body was overflowing with more life force than ever before, but that was unable to help him gain the muscles and athletic abilities his body had lost. He heard Choi Han's coarse and extremely angry voice at that moment. I knew it would be like this. Look at how he acts all fine, but keeps falling down because he has no strength in his legs. Cal avoided looking at this unfamiliarly shouting Choi Han and moved to do what he needed to do. Cal was the only person here who could embrace the ancient powers. Of course, it would be fine for the others to get the ancient powers. However, there was one problem that they all knew, which prevented the others from easily jumping in. The problem was simple. Nobody knows which one is the sky attribute ancient power. There were more than 5 spheres of light. Nobody had any way of knowing which of these ancient powers was the sky attribute ancient power that required dead mana. Young Masternim. Bang. The red lights shot out to attack again, and Cal lowered his body to crawl. At that moment, young Masternim, he heard Mary's voice again. However, Cal didn't have the time to turn around. I sensed dead mana from those spheres of light. However, Cal's eyes clouded over after hearing those words. The necromancer Mary. Unlike Cal, she was able to sense dead mana. That meant that Mary should be able to tell which one was the sky attribute ancient power. That's go the moment he was about to think that that was good. There are 2. I sensed dead mana from 2 of them. What? 2. The black one and the blue one. The temple shook even more intensely the moment Mary shouted. It was so bad that even Choi Han stumbled a bit. Furthermore, Cal realized why this guard bastard was aiming for the White Star's powers. Mary shouted again. The black one is more ominous. Cal's mouth opened. It's the demonic race. The White Star. That bastard had made a deal with the demonic race. Cal, who remembered a memory he had stored away, attentively observed the black sphere of light and realized something. Unlike the other spheres of light that looked ready to shoot out at any moment, the black light was just floating there. Makes sense. If the contractor disappears, the contract needs to wait. It needed to wait for a new contractor. The sealed guard seemed to want this power connected to the demonic race for some reason. He might have calculated that this was his way of connecting with the demonic race. The demonic race was a race that worshipped the sealed guard, the god of despair, after all. Cal focused his gaze on the black sphere and grabbed whatever he could grab. Of all things to grab, it was the only remaining trace of the white star now that he was gone. The white half-mask was in Cal's hand. Is this an item from the demon world? This white half-mask was not a regular item. Young Master Cal, the ancient powers. However, Cal did not have time to think about that. Ooong, the ancient powers finally started moving. They were shooting out in all different directions. Cal raised his body about halfway and ran toward the ancient powers as if he was falling on them. He then started embracing them. Ooh, 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 there were eerie noises, and the intensely vibrating spheres of light stopped moving. Ah, Cal groaned, the stopped spheres of light. These powers were pulling Cal toward them. Duck. It was different from the slightly easy embracing process until now. In some ways, it should have been expected. These were the White Star's strong ancient powers, and not regular ancient powers. Furthermore, there were multiple of them as well. There was even a power with a contract from the demonic race. Shoot, Cal. He heard the Super Rock's voice, and then Rosalind's voice. We need to stop it. Red light was shooting out like crazy from the sculpture's eyes. The temple was shaking so much that Rosalind and Mary had to sit on the ground while using their powers. However, Rosalind soon smiled. Young Master Cal. Numerous colors of light started moving toward Cal. They moved very slowly at first, but they soon charged toward Cal rapidly. It looked as if a rainbow was surrounding Cal. Rosalind forgot for a moment that she was fighting and observed that beautiful sight. She then noticed the frown on Cal's face as well as the variable that happened. Oh no, the green sphere of light. It rejected the white half-mask and started exiting its orbit toward Cal. The green light then shot up into the ceiling. No, Rosalind became anxious as the green sphere of light shot up higher than Choi Han's height, her shield, and Mary's black spider webs. The sealed guard will. The green sphere of light had shot up instantly. Red light shot out toward that sphere of light. The sealed guard was making his move toward the only ancient power that had escaped from the orbit. Cal's voice pierced through the temple. Hey you. Cal was anxious and had subconsciously said that to get someone's attention. However, the person surprisingly knew that Cal was calling for him. Cal and Clope. Clope, who had not taken his eyes off Cal, reacted immediately to Cal's voice. Cal saw this and immediately shouted, "Throw it!" Clope quickly picked up the thing in front of him. He picked up the red diary. Clope then threw the diary toward the green sphere of light. The green sphere of light. Cal had felt the aura of this power when it rejected the white star's half-mask and escaped. Wood. He felt the power of wood from this green sphere. It was similar to an aura he had felt once before, as if they were twins. The annual rings of life in Cal's possession was only half of the wood attribute ancient power that Drew Thames left behind. The white star had the other half. CHHHH, the red diary opened. Good job, Drew Thames warmly whispered to Cal. This is mine. The green sphere of light that had been shooting up toward the ceiling changed directions. The ominous red light was unable to follow it. The green sphere headed toward the red diary. Parrot Cal could hear Drew talking about being full in a tired voice the moment the green light struck the diary. I am complete now. Cal, won't you become the patriarch of the House of Thames? Cal stood up. He brushed the dust off of the white half-mask. All of the lights that had been surrounding him had been embraced into the white half-mask. Cal looked forward. You're the only one left now. Cal smiled brightly while looking at the beautiful person, no, sculpture engraved into the wall. Chapter 762, It's Karma 1. The rumbling shaking the temple suddenly stopped. Red light no longer shot out of the sculpture on the wall. Choi Han's hand, holding the sword, relaxed. The sword hung down toward the ground. Tap, tap. Cal was picking up the red diary. There was silence for a moment. However, during that short instant, Choi Han's eyes quickly inspected Cal's condition. The injury, he was certain that he saw the dagger stab deep into Cal's chest. There was a large hole on the left side of Cal's shirt. However, his body underneath was bloodied, but fine. Tattoo. Cal had said that the ancient powers become tattooed on your body when you obtain them. He mentioned that he had one such design on his chest over his heart, but that tattoo and a grotesque injury mixed together to look disgusting. Cal was laughing right now while looking like that. He was laughing while looking at the sculpture that Choi Han presumed the sealed guard was sealed within. Plop. Something round rolled over and touched Choi Han's foot. He looked down to see an orb, an automatic video recording device. There was that video recording device earlier too. Why are these automatic video recording devices here? Choi Han was confused for a moment before he thought of someone and turned his head. Cal, the sealed guard, and the now dead and disappeared White Star. Clope was quietly moving during this short moment of silence. The temple shook violently and was destroyed in many places because of the battle. Clope was quickly doing something within this debris. Choi Han frowned after realizing what Clope was doing. Did he install some automatic video recording devices? That crazy bastard. Choi Han filled with rage. It was because Clope's green eyes were sparkling, as if they were green leaves covered in morning dew receiving sunlight. He had a thought at the same time. I need to make sure that the children do not see that. Forget the chaos that would ensue if Rayan, On, or Hang saw that. The children would be so sad. He also had another thought. I will need to show it to Aruhaben Nim and His Highness, though. Choi Han had not thought about it until now because of the shocking sight, but he knew that what Cal stabbed his heart with was a dagger. That let him know that Cal had not told them everything until now. He did tell them that this dagger from the World Tree was the tool to kill the White Star, but he had never expected the method to be something like this. Of course, this method did allow them to delete the White Star from this world easier than expected. That and this are two different things. Choi Han made up his mind to never completely believe the things Cal said from now on. He told himself that he would look into things without Cal knowing if something seemed iffy or it felt as if Cal was hiding something. He made eye contact with Mary at that moment. He had no idea what she was thinking, but Mary's gaze was no joke either. The fact that such an innocent girl could have this kind of gaze meant that she had received quite the shock. The two of them looked at each other and nodded their heads before turning away. Step, step. Cal's footsteps broke through the silence and echoed in the temple. He had already put the white half-mask and the diary back in his pocket and was headed toward the wall with the sculpture. To be more specific, he was headed toward the altar in front of that wall. Is it this? Cal stopped walking and quietly looked down at the key on top of the altar. This was the original way to get out of this temple and make it disappear. This was something An-Ro Man, the man from another world, had told them. The person who manages to complete all of the illusion tests gets to the end of the temple, grabs this white key, and returns to the temple door that serves as both the entrance and the exit. I can't do that. Cal had no intentions of using that method. He showed his true thoughts without any hesitation. How? He looked into the eyes of the beautiful sculpture on the wall as he asked, How can I kill you? Smile. The moment the corners of Cal's lips curled up. Cal Nim. Choi Han urgently called out to him while Rosalind grabbed Mary's arm and shouted, Sit. Boo. There was another loud explosion in the temple, and the entire thing started shaking again. However, the strength of the rumbling was completely different from earlier. The marble floor of the temple bobbed up and down as if they were waves. It was as if the angry guard's mind was being reflected in here. Ah! Cal's body tilted. How the hell am I supposed to maintain my balance when the ground is moving so much? Cal had only been prepared for a rumbling at the same level as before. Does this damn guard only know how to make his temple shake? Maybe that was all he could do right now. He sealed, and he used up a good amount of the despair he gathered from the numerous worlds. That proved that he was trying to use the White Star or Cal to do something. I'm sure he's angry since everything he did became useless. Cal's two arms flailed in the air. Duck! Cal lost his balance, and his body tilted toward the back. Choi Han was running toward him in shock. Choi Han then stopped walking. Are you okay, sir? Cal could see Clope smiling brightly while supporting him. Clope was supporting Cal's back with his shoulder. Cal almost pushed Clope away because the smile on Clope's face was so radiant. It was because he saw the broken automatic video recording device. At least it's broken. Cal saw the two automatic video recording devices in Clope's arms. This punk. Clope smiled aloofly and nodded his head despite the emotions raging in Cal's eyes. I recorded everything, Cal Nim. Cal wanted to smack that mouth. However, he did not have the time to do that. Ah, the temple floor fluctuated even stronger and was shooting up irregularly now. Tatap. There were some light footsteps as Choi Han kicked off the floor and shot forward toward the temple wall. Shoot. Cal's eyes caught an eerie sight at that moment. Hands the sculpture on the wall he presumed to be the sealed guard. The numerous hands drawn on the wall underneath the sculpture, as if they were supporting it, were squirming. Crack, crack, they then left the wall and started charging toward Cal and the others. The wrists that appeared after the hands left the wall expanded without any limits. Ah, this is a bit disgusting. The sight of numerous hands reaching out was a bit scary, as Cal subconsciously flinched. Ah, another image of the legend might come out. Cal heard Clope's voice, pushed him away, and stood up on his own. He then shouted, Choi Han. Barang! Black aura shot out toward the hands at the same time. Some of the hands were destroyed, but the still numerous remaining hands were still moving forward. They were heading toward Cal. Everybody realized that Cal was the target of those hands. I will block them. Cal heard the GPS-like voice as two robes moved in front of him. Black threads shot out of Mary's hand and started grasping the hands. Rosalind's red hair was fluttering, and her hands that were full of red mana were raised into the air. Choi Han, Miss Rosalind, Cal shouted at that moment. The left. Mary turned her head to look at Cal. Cal looked more relaxed than she had expected. Mary heard Cal's voice just as she was about to stop being tense. His voice was loud and clear. Make a hole on the left side. Cal's original plan was to embrace the sealed guard and reseal him so that he could not move. However, that thought changed at the end. The sealed guard wanted Cal to embrace him. The sealed guard asked Cal to make a deal with him and to embrace him so that he could escape from the temple. That was when Cal learned that embrace was not the perfect solution. In that case, what could he do? If I can't do it on my own? If I don't know the answer? We just need to think about it together. Cal was at least flexible enough to do that. Furthermore, there wasn't much the sealed guard could do now. Why? It's not like he can escape. They needed to open the door with this white key for the temple to disappear, thinking about it in the opposite direction. This temple has to stay here if we don't open the door with this key. That must mean that. We will escape for now and find a way to take down the sealed guard. Of course, it was possible to shout that he gave up, but that meant that he would need to go through the tests again. But Cal would absolutely not do that. I'm sure he'll get an answer if I ask Eruhaben Nim or have Miss Cage ask the God of Death. Cal believed that if he threatened or annoyed the God of Death, he would spill the beans since he supposedly had a lot of negative feelings toward the sealed guard. And if that doesn't work, now that we took down the White Star, now that he completed that small task that he couldn't show the others, there was no need for him to suffer on his own. They could all take care of things together. He had many strong allies on the outside. Rosalind shouted at that moment, Young Master Cal, didn't you say that attacks don't work on the temple and that they won't even leave any scratches? According to what Anro Man told them about the temple, any power other than for communication would not leave even a scratch on this temple if used in the illusions. Basically, that meant that no attacks worked on the temple. No, Rosalind. Rosalind turned toward Choi Han. It's breaking right now. Ah, Rosalind realized that she did not notice because it was quite hectic. The red lights as well as Choi Han, Rosalind, and Mary's attacks had crumbled many parts of the temple wall and the interior area. The damage was pretty small compared to the scale of the attacks they had cast, but at least the temple was breaking. Rosalind heard Cal's calm voice as she realized that fact. The sealed guard has lost a lot of strength. The sealed guard had used too much of the power he had gathered in his sealed state because of Cal. The temple was the prison for the sealed guard, but also his territory. That means that this temple has gotten weaker too. That's great. Rosalind's red mana moved toward a spot as she said that. Choi Han. Choi Han, who was already running forward, channeled his black aura as she shouted, Ooh Wang. There was a small rumbling as the black yang rose from the shining black aura and opened its jaws. This fire-like red mana, the black yang charging behind it with its jaws open. Mary, you stop the hands. I understand. Numerous black threads shot out of Mary's hand and wrapped around the hands coming out of the wall. Squeeze. Mary clenched her fist, and the threads became taut and stopped the hands from advancing. Mary's shoulders shook a bit. Ah, Clope gasped. Mary felt a flame behind her. No, it was the aura of a flame imbued with thunderbolts. Crackle, crack. Cal was using his ancient powers again. Mary realized that and clenched her eyes while Cal was feeling refreshed as he looked down at the fiery thunderbolt in his hand. Wow, my body is in the best condition. When was the last time it was like this? Cal tried to think about a time that he was struggling to recall as he raised the hand holding the fiery thunderbolt. Choi Han and Rosalind. The black young and the red mana crashed into the left wall. Barang. An extremely loud explosion made Cal squint. However, he did not miss that opening. Rosalind and Choi Han were already preparing their next attacks. This isn't even enough to make a hole in the wall. That was why Cal was planning on helping out as well. Fire, and then the super rock, water. He had plenty of powers he could use. Crack, a faint crack appeared on the wall. As expected, once was not enough. Next, Choi Han channeled his aura the moment Rosalind shouted. Cal was about to help as well. It was at that moment. Crack, Rosalind flinched. Cracks continued to appear on the wall. This was happening despite them not attacking it at all. The wall kept getting more cracks. Cal subconsciously mumbled after watching this. Did it go too berserk that the temple is crumbling on its own? He wondered if the guard used too much of his strength despite being sealed, that the temple was overloaded and crumbling. The moment he had that thought, bang, 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 he heard some noises. Cal's complexion instantly changed. Choi Han shouted, Cal Nim, it's from the outside. I know, right? Crack. The gap on the wall that had been quickly cracking instantly became too large. Barang. The wall crumbled down as a result. Cal subconsciously started speaking after seeing the thing that came through the wall. Hello, the thing that had come through the wall. It's been a while. Iruheben Nim. It was a dragon's head. It was a real dragon's head, and not his head in his polymorphed form. The gold dragon moved his eyes to look at Cal. He then smiled. It wasn't much. It broke after I slammed my head against it a few times. I don't think that's true. Cal barely held himself back from saying that. Iruheben's head was no ordinary dragon's head. His head had layers of mana resembling a helmet surrounding it. Rayan, Iruheben, Mila, Rashil, and Dodori. It was an omnipotent mana helmet with the different colors of the dragons all mixed together. Something like that. Forget this temple. It could probably destroy most things in this world. As Cal had that thought, Iruheben stepped back. A large hole that could easily serve as an exit appeared. Human. Cal could hear Rayan's voice in the distance. However, his eyes were looking at something else. That Cal's voice was shaking, and so was his hand. Iruheben turned around and looked toward the approaching Rayan, and hung before quietly speaking to Cal inside the temple. You. Cal blankly stared at the large orb above the temple and the scene of himself, the others, and the inside of the temple visible in it. Iruheben looked at him with pity before saying the rest in a shaking voice. Cal, is your heart okay? Excuse me, the children did not see it. Then, the others. The ancient dragon polymorphed into his human form before responding calmly but sadly. We saw it, all of it. Cal felt as if his mind was fading away. Calnim. Choi Han quickly came and supported Cal. He then shouted with shock. Calnim, why, your clothes. Cal reached his hand and touched his shirt. It was hot. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his shirt. His hand landed on a book. The method to kill death, the divine item of the god of death, was slightly shaking while letting out a lot of heat. It was similar to when the god of death informed Cal about Choi Han seeing Choi Yung Su's memories. The book, the divine item, was telling Cal to quickly open it. As expected, the god of death was trying to tell Cal about how to get rid of this sealed god. That was why he must have been waiting for an opening. He was waiting for the moment Cal was connected to the outside of the temple, and now they were connected to the outside thanks to the headbutt from a certain dragon. Mother, Cal subconsciously mumbled to himself. This son of a beach of a god. I will definitely not let him off. Cal's grudge-filled voice made merry, and the others who were breaking and stopping the hands flinched and looked at him. Cal didn't care and clenched his eyes shut while looking at the expressions on the faces of the approaching children averaging 9 years old and the others before opening them back. He then opened the book. Chapter 763, It's Karma 2, the moment Cal was about to look into the divine item. Human. Mio. He subconsciously raised his head again after hearing the voice of the children averaging 9 years old. Cal heard an odd noise at that moment. Screech, his jaws dropped on their own. Son of a... Iruheben frowned and shouted. No wonder, I thought it was weird because the orb was moving. Cal realized that the fact that he could see the orb, which was straight above the temple, was weird. Iruheben Nim. The ancient dragon spoke with a stiff expression on his face at Cal's calling. The orb slowly tilted since a few moments ago until it moved lower. Cal finally realized that the remaining dragons were in their dragon forms and stationed around the temple and the orb. This looks serious. Iruhaben quietly mumbled. Screech, screech, screech. The odd noise was coming from the orb. The orb that had been split into pieces and showing the inside of the temple until a few moments ago was now changing. The 6 equal pieces disappeared, and a red light or liquid started rising from the center. The wet-looking red light swirled like a whirlwind and slowly increased its size within the orb. It seemed to be boiling like lava. Bang, bang. The odd noise changed. Bang, bang, bang. The red liquid started slamming against the walls of the orb as it grew. It was as if it wanted to break through the orb and escape. It reminded Cal of an outlet of a volcano. Cal's gaze moved down. He could see Puzzle City. Until the end, he scowled and clenched the hand that was holding the method to kill death. That was why he had put his guard down about something else for a moment. Human. Someone calling him in a low voice. Cal flinched for a moment at Rayan's vicious gaze. He subconsciously looked away and made eye contact with On and Hang, which made him even more anxious. The two of their gazes seemed quite scary as well. Human, move your arm. Ha! Cal, who could only respond stupidly, watched as Rayan moved over, smacked his arm away, and undid his shirt. This. I knew it would be like this, Naya. Me, yo. Rayan on, and Hang fiercely glared at Cal one after another. The children only saw the healed scar. What a relief. Iruhaben thought it was a relief that the children averaging 9 years old did not see a sight that would have been much more grotesque than what they could imagine. He then clicked his tongue. He's not an unlucky bastard, he's a foolish bastard. He stealthily took a step back. However, he had to stop walking. Apparently it's going to explode. What? The ancient dragon turned his head to look at Cal. Cal, who had managed to survive the children's onslaught, was frowning while looking into the guard of death's divine item. Tap. Someone walked into the temple. What do you mean by that? The calm and relaxed voice belonged to Alberu. However, Rayan slowly moved back after seeing his face. Your Highness Choi Han, who was about to approach, flinched for a moment and stopped as well. Alberus' face was quite vicious and cold. His face had a look of rationality on it, but the fire in his eyes was what made it seem vicious. One moment, please. Cal did not see Alberus' face as he was focused on the divine item. This black book. The method to kill death, the god of death, was sending his will through this divine item. Bang, bang. Mary, Rosalind, Choi Han, and the others were still destroying the hands that were reaching toward Cal. However, Cal could not hear that noise or the sound of their allies outside the temple either. That orb is the sealed god's eye. The god of death did not beat around the bush. That orb will explode soon. His goal is to take lives. Screech, bang, bang. The odd noises in the orb mixed together and echoed in Cal's ears. One of the many moments when humans despair is in the face of death. With the hunters turned away from him, the only thing this god, who has used up even the strength he originally preserved to release his seal, can do is to eat the despair of innocent people. I have no idea how strong this explosion from the orb will be. However, I am certain that it is strong enough to take down all of Puzzle City. I will not go into any more details right now. This is too urgent to do that. This mother ducker. That will explode in about 6, no, now 5 minutes. Cal's mouth opened. Iruhaben Nim, your highness. His eyes were still on the book as he continued shouting. Puzzle City will be in danger if that orb explodes. Alberu observed the orb with his mouth shut. The sticky red light that filled the inside of the orb and was starting to boil stronger and stronger, as if there was no despair worse than death. It felt quite ominous. Of course, there were times when death was not a source of despair, but death was an incomparable despair for the people who had gathered in Puzzle City to find a way to live, to find a way to save the continent. Alberu pulled out a video communication device and started talking. All mages inside Puzzle City immediately cast a large shield. Cal looked toward Alberu for a moment. He wants them to cast it immediately. They don't need to draw magic circles. Alberu received Cal's gaze and nonchalantly responded. Do you know what day it is today? Excuse me. How much time do you think has passed? Ah, Rosalind, who was preparing a magic shield in the back, gasped. She saw the condensation of her breath and realized that it was no longer the beginning of winter, but the middle. So much time had already passed. We prepared pretty much everything we could prepare. We had to prepare for the what-ifs. Alberu turned away from Cal and left a single comment. The Duke, Herr, your father has fainted. He had been unable to tell whether his son was alive or dead in this temple. Once he was finally able to see his son, what he saw was his son stabbing a dagger deep into his heart. How could a father know? How could anybody be in the right state of mind after that? Thankfully, Duchess Violin was in the basement of City Hall guiding the mages of the Hennetus territory and had not seen it. Of course, Duke Deruth had woken up not too long after that and saw that his son was fine. But that was that, and this was this. Some people were in awe and amazed at Cal, who was fine after being revived, but there was bound to be others who felt the opposite. It was obvious. Albrew turned his gaze again to look at Cal, who was standing blankly without even thinking about looking into the divine item again, and clicked his tongue. Crazy bastard. Why would you do such a reckless thing if you're going to be like this? He knew that Cal probably did it because he had no other way. That was why there was a fire burning inside of Alberu. Uselessness. He didn't want to experience losing someone because of his own uselessness ever again. Alberu added on, we will block this orb from here on. You're not the only one who can do everything. Alberu's face instantly looked tired after looking into Cal's shaking pupils. You've been through a lot. However, his face soon turned back to the nonchalant and cold look. However, do not do that ever again. He then turned his head and headed out of the temple. Commander, that is an order. Pat. Cal turned around after feeling someone patting his shoulder. Iruhaben smiled at him. Boo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The entire city started rumbling at that moment. Duchess Violin, she stayed not by the Duke's side, but with the mages who were gathered at City Hall. She looked at the big bag that Vice Captain Hilsman and the knights carried in and gave an order. Vice Captain, put it down. Yes, ma'am. Boom. High grade and highest grade magic stones poured out of the bag that was put down. Duchess Violin looked at the mages and gave an order. Use them all. This large-scale magic circle. This was created with even Iruhaben and the dragons helping to make it, and was large enough to surround all of Puzzle City for any potential emergencies that may arise. There were only two reasons for them to use this. One was to protect Puzzle City. The other reason was so that if things ended up truly terrible and Puzzle City was destroyed, they could use this as a barrier to prevent the aftershock from affecting the outside area. Thankfully, they could use it for the former this time. Boo-boo-boo-boom. The endless number of magic stones pouring out that felt as if they had gathered the magic stones from all over the western continent were placed in the hands of the mages who had gathered from all around the western continent to activate the magic circle. Iruhaben smiled after feeling the fluctuation of mana throughout Puzzle City. The concentration of a ton of mana was spreading throughout this city. Mila, I know. The beige-colored dragon Mila channeled her mana. It was not just her. Dodori, Rashiel, Iruhaben, I'm going to do it too, and Rayan as well. The different colored mana of the dragons created a barrier around the orb. The barrier that started with the beige-colored mana looked as if it was trying to prevent that red liquid from getting out even if it managed to destroy the orb. All of us, the mages, and even elementals will help. It should be enough. Iruhaben looked at Cal and calmly commented, It seems that way, Iruhaben Nim. Cal, who responded just as calmly, quickly looked back at the divine item and started thinking. It might not be enough. These things might not be enough. Cal remembered the red power that the sealed guard's sickle possessed when they saw him in the first illusion test of the temple. Of course, the guard's power he faced outside the temple, such as the red light shooting out of the sculpture, was not much. They could stop this orb if it was like that. However, the red power Cal could sense inside the orb seemed extremely strong. This is probably the sealed guard's last hand to play. As the guard of death mentioned, they could not let their guard down against the sealed guard who was preparing his last hand. Don't you have things to say to me? 2 minutes left. The guard of death shared his thoughts via writing. Guards do not perish. Cal knew that. It was because Cal knew that he was struggling with how to deal with this sealed guard. Use embrace. Cal frowned. The sealed guard had wanted Cal to embrace him as part of the deal. However, there was a difference between the guard of death and the sealed guard. Embrace him in here. Cal's eyes looked through the divine item, the black book. His gaze was different from before, similar to how the temple was the sealed guard's domain. Just like how the guard of death could barely reach Cal through the Sintamani and then could not reach him after that. In addition, similar to how the sealed guard of despair was free in there. There had been benefits in the temple for the God of Despair, as it was his domain. Ah, Cal realized it as the God of Death explained. This book is my domain. Cal was already running with the open book in his hand. I want to put the God of Despair under my foot. Then, unless you let him out, the sealed guard will not be able to do anything in my domain for the rest of eternity. There was only 1 minute, no, less than 1 minute left now. Bang, bang, bang. The sticky red light filling the orb started leaving faint traces on the orb. Crack. Red liquid poured out of the cracking orb. The people looking up at the sky had to move quickly after hearing someone give orders. Go to the designated area now. Hurry up and go into the building. Duchess Violin, who was looking at her watch, nodded her head. It's done. Pair at a semicircle covering all of Puzzle City started appearing at that moment. Litana shouted toward Tunka. Commander, I got it. Tunka swung the club. Barang. The center of the staircase, connecting the temple to the ground, started breaking. Booba-ba-boo-woom. The part of the staircase that was now disconnected from the temple started crumbling to the ground. An administrator from the Henitus territory, who was nearby, nodded his head to give the signal that it was safe. Boom. Litana looked at the completely destroyed bottom half of the staircase before quickly turning around and climbing the rest of the stairs. Let's hurry. The stairs crumbled behind Litana and Tunka as they ran up. Litana peeked back and smiled. Pat, in the now empty area where the staircase had been. A half-transparent barrier, this large-scale shield spell surrounded that open area. The temple and the ground were completely separated now. We did it. Litana turned her head with a sparkle in her eyes. The temple and the orb were completely separated from Puzzle City down on the ground. Litana looked toward the temple and stepped onto the stairs. Commander, we should move toward the temple. She could not finish her sentence. Ha! Crack! The sticky red light flowing out through the crack. It was an extremely small amount. The dragon's mana. However, that red light was destroying the beige-colored mana barrier very quickly. Crack! It was a barrier created by a dragon, but it was crumbling faster than she had expected. Shoot! Mila's face stiffened. It was not just her. The dragons looked at each other as Rosalind, who was floating up in between them, shouted, He might be sealed, but he is still a god. Gold dust started fluttering around Iruhaben. The level of ominousness is different. The red light that had pierced through the orb. This sticky, liquid-like light gave off an ominous and eerie feeling the moment it appeared, letting people feel that it was not from this world. Iruhaben realized that quicker than anybody else. Shoot! Iruhaben shot up into the air as well. Babababbing. The red light that had slowly been coming out of the orb swirled into a whirlwind and burst out. The orb cracked and crumbled feebly from the red light that looked as if the sun was exploding. Ah! Mila, who was channeling her mana to fortify her barrier, frowned. Iruhaben immediately moved to support her. It was at that moment. Human, the ancient dragon, turned his head after hearing Rayan shout to see Cal, who was holding the open book as he ran toward the numerous sculpture hands that were not destroyed yet. 30 seconds left. Cal didn't even read what was written on the paper as he shouted after seeing the sculpture hands grabbing him. Mary, pull back your mana. The threads made of dead mana quickly disappeared. Cal was caught by the sculpture hands. His whole body hurt from the forceful grip. Cal quietly whispered to the sculpture of the sealed guard on the wall. I'll do as you wished. The sculpture hands holding Cal instantly let him go. Grab. However, Cal grabbed a sculpture hand with one hand. The black book in his other hand quickly started having the pages turn and let out an odd color. It was pitch black. It was the color of darkness. Cal mumbled to himself while watching the darkness wrap around him. I guess even embrace is different for divine items. Swoosh wind gathered around Cal's feet, and he kicked off the ground. He then stepped on the altar and shot up. Cal made eye contact with the sculpture engraved on the wall. Let's end this. As the black book wrapped in darkness covered the sculpture's face. Crack! The orb above the temple broke completely, and red light poured out like a starving demon. The desperate red light started ripping away at the dragon's mana. Chapter 764, It's Karma 3, gasp. Iruhaben subconsciously took a deep breath in. His head quickly turned toward Cal and the sculpture on the temple wall. His forehead was almost instantly covered in sweat. The moment that the book surrounded by darkness in Cal's hand covered the sculpture's face, he had felt an aura from the sculpture. It was a terrible and eerie aura. It made him feel powerless, as if he was being dragged down an endless swamp, and also made his heart rumble. The other dragons were looking toward Cal and the sculpture as well. This terrible aura that was so terrible that it made them turn their heads, even in this urgent situation, was so terrible that it made young dragons like Dodori take deep breaths in and out over and over. Ah! Mary plopped down on the ground. Choi Han was supporting Mary and did not dare to move toward Cal. Human. However, Rayan tried to urgently fly toward Cal. However, Red Mana moved past Rayan at that moment. Iruhaben snapped back to his senses the moment he saw the red mana. The red mana created another barrier around the orb with the sticky red light flowing out. The ancient dragon saw Rosalind, whose eyes were dripping with sweat as she maintained her mana to cast the spell. Smart girl. There was no way that Rosalind was not affected by this aura when even Mary and Choi Han were affected. In fact, Rosalind should have been affected quite a bit, as she was the weakest in here after Clope. This endless feeling of powerlessness and deeply sinking emotions. The reason she was less affected by these two things was probably because she was looking at the present situation in a rational way. That was one of the best talents when it came to magic. Rayan. Gramps, don't bother him and just watch. Rayan nodded his head and moved to Cal's side. Iruhaben did not look at him and turned his head. The dragons were looking at Rosalind's mana barrier before making eye contact with Iruhaben. I can't lose to her. Starting with Rashiel, the dragons started gathering their mana to stop this sticky red light. It would be hard to find a situation like this where so many dragons were working together. However, Iruhaben soon frowned. Should we have had Rayan add his power too? Krarak, the orb above the temple, could no longer maintain its form and cracked. My connect together is not working. Mila, whose attribute allowed her to connect things together, held back her anger as she spoke. Izel, the red light that flowed out, swallowed the dragon's manas and tried to cover everything under the sky. On the other hand, the dragons were doing everything they could to keep that red light tied down. They tried their best to persist. The eeriness and ominous feeling coming from the red light made them think of death. We will keep it up until Cal is finished with his task. They didn't know whether that was possible, but they had to make it happen. It was at that moment. Alberu felt a different aura behind his back, to be more specific, where Cal should be standing. The aura he had been feeling until now was one that made him powerless, as if he was falling down an endless pit. This new aura was different. The identity of this aura came instantly to him, without any need for an explanation of understanding. Death. There were no physical or emotional changes in him. He just thought of that word. Iruhaben could not turn back as he was focused on stopping the red light, but he got cold sweats on his back. Cal, what the hell are you doing? What kind of power are you using, you little punk? He was both shocked and concerned about Cal. Ah! Mila, who had cast the first beige barrier, clenched her hands together. Rashiel shouted at that moment. Holy shoot! It's starting to run wild. The red light started to run wild the moment Alberu had felt the aura of death. It felt like the last attempt out of desperation. It felt as if it was trying to kill at least one more living creature. Cal, hurry up. The ancient dragon mumbled and walked as close to the orb as possible. He then stretched out both hands. Golden dust scattered around the orb, looking like an aurora. Iruhaben's hands waved through the air once more, and the golden light started surrounding the red liquid and the dragon's mana barrier. He was creating this as a last line of defense. The shield created by the humans was above the sky of Puzzle City, however. That was truly the final, last resort. It was at that moment. Screech, a chilling noise flowed out of the temple. He was sure it had to do with Cal. Iruhaben hoped that Cal would stand firm and get it done while focusing on stopping this red light. As for Cal, he subconsciously mumbled, "Are you two having a fight of will?" He had used embrace. However, the sealed guard was not embraced immediately. The guard of despair let out a mysterious aura as if he was playing his final card and tried to push Cal away. No, he's trying to swallow me. The feeling of falling and powerlessness tried to seep into Cal. Cal immediately realized that falling into these two feelings would allow the sealed guard to control him, even if he managed to embrace him successfully. This must have been the scheme the sealed guard had in store when making that deal with me. He also immediately understood the sealed guard's original plan. However, It would be difficult for the Guard of Despair's plan to work now. Another guard's item was here right now. SHHHHHHH. The darkness surrounding the Guard of Death's divine item and the formless aura flowing out of the sculpture were clashing against each other. Death was trying to pull the sealed guard into his domain. The darkness surrounding the divine item, and Cal was protecting him while swallowing the sealed guard's aura. Duck! Hurry the duck up! Cal bit down on his lips. His hands that were holding the book were shaking. It truly was different. He had never felt like this while embracing the white star, the fake world tree, or anything else. It's so much that it feels like it is going to overflow. His breathing was slowly getting heavier. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, and his hands that were holding the book were shaking more and more. It was different from the embrace he used in the past that ended quickly. Barang! The sound of the two guards' powers clashing echoed in his ear. The quiet clashes were getting louder. Barang! Bang! Barang! Cal's ears started ringing and his head started hurting. It felt as if something was ringing in his head. Human. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Cal felt the two guards' powers still fighting against each other and asked, "The situation?" Rayon did not dare to approach the darkness surrounding Cal and was a bit away. The black dragon frowned after hearing Cal's voice. On, who had come with Rayan, opened her mouth at that moment. The orb cracked and lost its form, Naya. That liquid-like red light seems difficult even for the dragon nymphs to stop. Naya, that red light is swallowing mana. Cal closed his eyes. Will that red light disappear even if I embrace the sealed guard like this? What if it doesn't? It was one thing if the orb was just cracked, but if it was to the point where it lost its shape, it wasn't wrong to say that there was no guard's device to stop that red light. Cal always had to prepare for the what-ifs. On, head to the forest of darkness. He lowered his shaking voice as much as possible as he spoke. Once Uray, there it was at that moment. Boom! Cal's insides rumbled. Ah! He felt as if he would throw up. He heard a familiar voice in his mind. He's resisting more than I expected. You may need to use a little more power. Will you be okay? Cal realized that the voice echoing in his mind belonged to the Guard of Death. Was it this difficult to use a divine item to hear a guard's voice? He cast aside multiple thoughts on his mind and nodded his head. Yes, use it, use it. It'll persist. Cal was quite confident in his ability to persist. The Guard of Death did not respond. Instead, Cal felt the darkness surrounding him becoming even thicker. Furthermore, his hand was now shaking for a different reason. Death. He could clearly feel it. Cal realized that he needed to quickly get the children, averaging 9 years old, to move away from here. The others as well. That was why he barely managed to open his mouth. He could not speak properly. Bring it here. He barely managed to say that as he needed to clench his hands that were holding the divine item. Otherwise, he felt as if he would let go of the divine item because of this aura of death. I've been wondering whether he really was a guard, but I guess it's true. Cal was feeling an omnipotent something that made him feel as if he could not defeat a guard in a battle. He heard On's voice at that moment. Rayan, go to the forest of darkness with me. You too, Hong. Cal started to smirk. He looked terrible as he was shaking, but he couldn't help but smile. On had understood properly as he had expected. She had said that she was taking Rayan. Yes, go bring it. The thing Cal had told her to bring, it was their house in the forest of darkness. It was Rayan's possession. The Black Castle. There was an existence that could not leave the Black Castle. Former Dragon Lord Sherrit. Rayan's mom's attribute was protection. She was the only one other than Cal to use a shield-shaped power. He believed that a power for protection would be stronger than using mana barriers or shields to stop this red light. I'm sure hell bring the castle back. Rayan's scale of doing things and On's decision-making along with Sherritt's experience would make it so that they would bring the castle and Sherritt. All that's left now is embracing this mother-ducking son of a beach of a guard. Cal took a deep breath, opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Barang, barang, the clash between the auras was getting intense. What do I need to do in this situation to efficiently take care of this issue and place myself in an advantageous position? He heard a faint voice in his mind at that moment. The voice that was shouting, as if asking Cal to recognize its presence, sounded as if it was coming from a distance. However, he had heard it properly. Marble is a kind of stone too, the scary giant cobblestone. He heard the super rock's voice. Ah, The temple was the sealed guard's territory, even with one wall destroyed. The sealed guard would still have the advantage of this being his place while they were in there. Furthermore, the guard of death was not in his domain, but somewhere else, making it difficult for him to use his aura. However, similar to how this temple was the sealed guard's territory, this building made of marble was Cal's territory. He could not let the sculpture of the sealed guard break. That was why he did not dare to break or shake the wall with the sculpture that was releasing this aura. He could not dare to do so when they had no idea how things might go. But it is possible to put the temple under the Super Rock's authority or my authority. But would Cal's ancient power be able to overcome a temple filled with a god's aura? Cal. He could hear the Super Rock's voice a bit clearer. It was probably because a clear picture was being drawn in Cal's mind. Earlier, using the power of the Super Rock would have been useless because the guard's dominance over the temple was strong. However, most of the guard's aura that had been in the marble had gathered in front of the sculpture. Ah, Cal immediately realized what had happened. The sealed guard was using every aura in the temple to clash against the guard of death. Aim for that opening. Cal was planning on doing as the Super Rock stated. However, Cal had never used his ancient powers while using Embrace before. Unfortunately, it was a time for him to do that. Are you okay? He asked in a shaking voice, and the Super Rock responded. If it is not attacking or defending and just putting rocks or boulders under you, it won't take much strength. But I think it would be better if you added something. The dominating aura. Use that with me. Cal channeled ancient powers inside his body at that moment. Cal Nim, Clope, who was kneeling in a corner of the temple, flinched. He could feel a presence amidst this battle between two intense auras. It was the presence that did not even submit in front of dragon fear. The dominating aura did not submit even while in between the auras of guards. This aura worked together with the last person standing against the person who tried to become a guard during ancient times. The power of Boulder started spreading from underneath Cal's feet. Boom, a mysterious rumbling spread throughout the temple. Choi Han and Mary realized that Cal had caused another incident and sharpened their senses to understand the nearby situation. Ah, Choi Han, who had been standing closest to Cal since On, Hang, and Rayan teleported away, realized the change to his body first. In the middle of these powerful auras of guards, a faint but familiar aura could slowly start to be felt in the entire temple through the clash of the guards. It was an aura that made him recall the back of someone who always looked as if he would fall, but did not crumble until the end. It was a stoic yet warm aura filled with a sense of reliability that made it so that they could persist and survive no matter what it took. Calnim. Cal's aura was slowly spreading throughout the temple. It was extremely weak, but at least the people in the temple were able to faintly feel it. That was why it made their hearts and body feel relaxed. However, there was a frown on Choi Han's face. Ah, although the temple was slowly filling with this stoic, yet warm aura, the person casting it was struggling to persist. Choi Han could not see Cal because he was surrounded in darkness, but could not release his grip on his sword. Drip. Blood dripped from his nails, piercing through his palm. Choi Han could not stand the fact that he was lacking so much. Drip. A single strand of blood dripped down from Cal's mouth as well. However, he was smiling. It works. This was working. It was very slow, but the Super Rock and the dominating aura, these two ancient powers were taking over the temple. The speed was slowly increasing as well. It was difficult at first, but Cal could feel the faint aura quickly taking over the temple like a crack in a dam. The temple rumbled for a different reason now. Bang, barang, the noise of the guard's clash lessened as well. The guard of despair's aura roared as if it was anxious. If it is like this, Cal's eye clouded over. He was certain that he would be able to embrace the sealed guard in a little bit. Cal, the Super Rock anxiously shouted at that moment. Cal wondered why the Super Rock was acting like this when things were in his favor. You the Super Rock stuttered. What the hell did the World Tree give this kid? Is it possible to take over the temple like this? The Super Rock sounded flabbergasted as he commented in almost a sigh. Your presence is even stronger than dragons now. Stronger than dragons, then. What is it? Cal got the chills for a different reason. It was at that moment. Boom, his insides rumbled intensely and Cal subconsciously curled forward. Ah, good job. This is the last time. Cal heard the guard of death's voice as he watched the darkness surrounding him overwhelming the sculpture. Ah, a sorrowful scream burst out of the sculpture. Ah, they couldn't see who was screaming, but everybody covered their ears. Crack, the wall with the sculpture started cracking. Everybody in the temple subconsciously flattened themselves on the floor. Death. An aura that felt omnipotent filled the area. It was such a suffocating aura that they felt as if they would faint if they did not lean on the warmth on the temple floor. The moment that aura filled the whole area, ah, the chilling scream ended with a groan. Cal, who could not cover his ears as he was holding the divine item, stumbled because the intense noise made his head ring. He barely managed to remain standing without falling and quietly gasped. Ah, he lifted his head up. He could feel it. He could feel the sealed guard being sucked into the book in his hand. He could see the sculpture on the wall, the sculpture of the extremely handsome person being sucked into the black book. The benevolent and handsome face of the sculpture had changed to look like a screaming devil. Cal ignored the blood by his mouth and smiled. The sculpture on the wall was gone. Instead, the image of the sculpture was visible on a page of the open black book. Cal moved both hands. Tap. He closed the black book. He could clearly feel that his embrace into the divine item had worked, and that the sealed guard was now imprisoned in the guard of death's domain. Cal's body stumbled. Choi Han urgently supported him, but Cal was looking at something else. Duck, that sticky red light. It had not disappeared. To be more specific, it was trying to disappear. Rumble, the problem was that the red light that looked as if it would fall to the ground like rain was now boiling. It resembled a bomb that was about to explode. He needed to stop this thing. Chapter 765, It's Karma 4. Calnim, is that the problem? Cal finally turned his gaze after hearing a low voice. Choi Han was asking with a stiff expression on his face. Cal moved away and stood up on his own before looking at Choi Han and Mary as he spoke calmly. That's the only thing left now. This was the only thing left. That comment made Mary subconsciously clench her fists. The end to this extremely long battle seemed to be visible. Ah! Someone let out a short scream before they heard an explosion. Mary, who was turning her head toward the direction of the noise, saw that Cal was already running past her. It was at that moment. Barang, a part of the boiling red light, no, the thing that was quite close to being a liquid now, burst up. Crack. It caused an extremely faint gap in the thick layers of barrier made by Rosalind and the dragon's manas. Shoot, Iruhaben frowned. It's too strong. Although it was only a portion that had burst up, this red liquid had created a crack in the barriers made with the manas of multiple dragons. The dragons had not let their guards down. That was how they were able to prevent the red light from falling down on Puzzle City, while Cal was trying to embrace the sealed guard. However, the amount of strength they had used to stop the sticky red light earlier was no longer enough. Everybody focus. Rosalind and the dragons used even more power to recreate their mana barriers and block that gap just as Iruhaben shouted. Drip, drip. However, the red liquid that had already seeped out of the gap was falling down. It was only a small amount. It was not even enough to fill 2 hands. That Iruhaben tried to channel even more mana to stop that liquid. No, Iruhaben Nim. He heard a calm voice at that moment. It was Rosalind. Her eyes were watching the liquid fall toward the shield cast by the humans. The falling liquids were small in quantity and resembled raindrops. Because of that, we need to see it. They needed to see the destructive force of this liquid. They needed to confirm it. Only then would they be able to predict the destructive force of this ticking time bomb when it explodes. She saw that Albaru was moving toward the location where the liquid was falling. The people who had been in the Puzzle City Plaza and the streets must have gone into buildings or evacuated, as she could not see them. This efficiency was because some people had already prepared for such a situation. Everybody stop. Albaru's shout made the people who were running with him to stop. That's what it is. Albaru raised his head and watched the red liquid fall onto shield they had created with a large magic circle. It was an extremely small amount. What could that do? The sealed guard. How destructive would this thing that the sealed guard left behind as a last attack be? The red water drops reached the shield. This shield was created with human experience, knowledge, and desperation. Albaru was not confident that he could break this shield even with Terang in his hand. Iruhaben felt the same way. It wasn't impossible to break this shield, but it would be difficult. He would need a lot of time to do that. Sizzle, however, that shield melted away as if it was nothing. As soon as a red water drop touched it, plop, plop, the shield futilely melted away whenever the few water drops fell against it. A hole was created in the shield. The red liquid that made it through the hole fell to the ground. You must retreat, Your Highness. It was just one drop. Only a single drop made it past the shield and fell to the ground. The ground where the drop fell was turning black. Only a single drop was all it took to turn the ground around Alberu and his subordinates black while killing everything without even leaving a single blade of grass alive. Slowly, why, Your Highness, this kind of power, they could feel a power opposite to life, something incomparable to dead mana. The voice of the subordinate, who had urgently retreated, was shaking. Did you see that? However, Alberu seemed calm. Another calm voice flowed out of the video communication device in Alberus' hand. I can get a sense of how destructive it would be, Your Highness. It was Duchess Violin. She, who was doing things in Duke Deruth's place right now, looked away from the video communication device and spoke to the mage next to her. What do you think? We will have to try. They were able to get a small glimpse of the strength of this red liquid. I presume it would be even more destructive if it explodes. Then the shield would continue to melt or break. However, they needed to try. We will continue to channel mana into the shield and increase the speed as much as possible so that we can restore it as soon as it melts. Crack, crack. A highest-grade mana stone broke, and the part of the shield that had instantly melted away was restored. Furthermore, beads of sweat dripped down from the forehead of the mage, standing next to her. There were close to 100 mages working or standing by the large magic circle. In addition, dark elves and their elementals were preparing to move at any moment for any unexpected situations. Did you hear that, Your Highness? Alberu nodded his head at Violin's question and raised his head. Bang, 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 bang. The red liquid was slowly starting to boil stronger, endlessly destroying and melting the dragons and Rosalind's barriers. A dragon would urgently channel some mana to block it each time, but if it was to explode, they would not be able to contain it. Bang, bang. The amount of time between the boiling was getting smaller. It looks like it will explode soon, Your Highness. Please evacuate, as his subordinate mentioned. This red liquid looked as if it might explode in a few minutes or really at any moment. Alberu shook his head with a stiff expression on his face. Even His Majesty is not evacuated. I cannot retreat first. He also did not want to dodge it. Alberus' gaze headed toward the central plaza. That was where the steps up to the temple had originally stood. All that was left there now was the debris from the destroyed steps. King Zed Crossman was standing there with only two of his confidants. His gaze was headed toward the temple. Alberu could not understand what the king was thinking, potentially because of that. He turned to look at what the king was looking at. He then saw it. Bang, bang, bang. While the dragons and Rosalind were dripping with sweat as they struggled to contain this red liquid. That Alberu could see a punk who was poking his head out of the destroyed temple wall. There was only one person who could poke their head out like this in such a situation. Cal Henitus, with a ton of blood dried around his mouth and his red hair a total mess, was the only one. He was observing the red liquid. Is that punk trying to stop O? If Commander Cal is willing to step in, shouldn't he be able to do something? Alberus' face stiffened after hearing the loud voice of his subordinate as he mumbled. The subordinate's voice suddenly sounded brighter and had stopped shaking, which made Alberu feel a mysterious sense of uneasiness. Can he not see Cal's condition right now? He looked around at his confidants near him. Half seemed to be expecting Cal to do something, while the other half was worried about him. This isn't good. Alberu thought to himself that he would make Cal get some rest after this, even if he had to force him to do it. Cal was a normal person as well. People needed to know that. I am sure that the Duke's House of Henitus will do something about it too. It was highly likely that they would make it so that Cal could not take a single step out of the duchy for a while. But what the hell is that bastard doing? Alberus' eyes opened wide at Cal's sudden action. Choi Han asked Cal again at that time. Are you okay, Calnim? His tone sounded different from before. It couldn't be helped as Cal was stepping on a black book. This black book was the divine item, totally fine. Cal calmly responded before lightly brushing off the book he was stepping on and holding it on his side. He was still frowning. Duck. He needed to show his annoyance at least like this to calm down. However, he did not complain to the god of death. Shake, shake, shake. The divine item in his hand was shaking non-stop. It had been like this since he closed the book. It's probably related to the sealed guard who is embraced in there. Cal's face quickly returned to normal. Well, it's not like a guard has ever been that helpful. Cal did not put many expectations on a guard. It was just that he saw Dodery and Rosalind sweating and the other dragons using too much mana. That was why he was annoyed. Calnim. Choi Han clenched his fists while looking at Cal, who was quietly observing everything. There is not much that I can do other than holding my sword and fighting. Choi Han realized that he did not have a defensive or blocking power, as his face slowly stiffened. What happened? Alberu had opened a small gap in the shield around Puzzle City to use flight magic up to the temple. Alberu, who was also using light magic to hide the presence of dead mana, was sparkling as his cape fluttered. You are sparkling, your highness. What happened to the guard? Cal lifted the divine item up to Alberu, who had completely ignored Cal's comment and said what he needed to say. Right here, your highness. Are you going to rip it up? Or maybe burn it? Oh, Cal let out a quiet gasp of admiration. Hearing the crown prince talk about a divine item like this, he truly is a trustworthy person. Alberu looked at the gasping Cal with a suspicious gaze before motioning to the side with his head. And that, the red liquid that looked as if it would explode, it's left to us to stop it, as expected. It's always been like this. Unlike the two of them who were chatting casually, the people down below in Puzzle City hiding in shelters were unable to hide their anxiety. Your Majesty, you must evacuate. King Zed was looking at the temple where Alberu and Cal were right now. However, the anxiety, fear, and sorrow in the silent chaos around him were turning into a place orderly chaos. Alberu spoke to Cal in a calm voice. But you can't overdo it anymore. But I am healthy. Alberu became angry while looking at Cal, who was saying things that nobody would believe. However, he barely held his emotions in check while looking at Choi Han shaking his head. He could not get angry at a patient. In addition, Your Highness, we have to stop it. We can't let Puzzle City turn to dust. It was a situation where they needed this punk's powers. No, maybe this was the time they desperately needed his power the most. Alberu could not say anything else to stop Cal or get angry at him. Bararang. Alberu got chills on his back at that moment. Iruhaben shouted, It looks like it'll blow soon. Alberu watched Cal take a step out into the sky outside the temple. Swoosh, the sound of the wind surrounded Cal's ankles. Will you all help me? Mary and Alberu looked at each other when Cal said that. Alberu then turned his gaze to look at Cal. I'm sure they won't know what is what when the powers are mixed together anyway. How will they know if it is the former Dragon Lord's ghost power, an ancient power, magic, dead mana, a necromancer's power, or even aura? Isn't that right? Cal asked Mary, who nodded her head and released numerous black threads from her hands and started tying them like a net. That power headed toward the red liquid, the bomb that would explode soon. Bang, bang, the red liquid was roaring. Alberu channeled dead mana into Mary's numerous black threads. The only people looking at him inside the temple were Clope and his allies. Can we do it? Alberu realized it the moment his dead mana wrapped around the dragon's mana barrier, stopping the red liquid. This is an extremely strong power. He became extremely concerned. His face was still calm, but the cold sweat wetting his back was proof that he was anxious. But it should be worth trying. Nowhere in history had dragons, dark elves, and humans. Never had they all gathered together to protect something and stop something. At least that was the case in Alberus memories. Alberu looked at the person who had gathered everybody together in one location. Cal had stretched out both hands in the air and was taking some deep breaths. He was certainly getting ready to use his shield. This punk is probably going to be the last line of defense against the explosion. At that moment, Krararak, he heard something ripping that sounded off. The sound was coming from the red liquid. Alberus' heart beat wildly. He's calmed himself. We must succeed. And we need to. St. Alberu flinched. He got chills again. The cold sweats on his back being blown by the wind made it feel as if his whole body was going cold. He looked up. The barrier that was barely holding in the red liquid that was about to explode. Mana fluctuated high above the layers of round barriers. He could feel the strong fluctuation of mana at the highest point in the sky. He heard a bright voice through the mana fluctuation. Human, I am here. A smile appeared on Cal's face. "They're here." Rayan's two front paws stretched out toward the air. Uwuang, an extremely long and wide platform made of mana, appeared. The moment a sturdy mana platform that resembled the foundation placed before a building was built was created in the sky. "I see." Rosalind suddenly shouted with admiration before retrieving her mana from the orb and helping Rayan. Once the red mana seeped into the black mana platform, shhhh, there was a strand of wind and a black castle appeared in the sky. It was a completely black castle without any flaws. This castle was eye-catching for a different reason than the sealed guard's temple. "Human, I came with Mommy." Boom, once there was a dull noise and the black castle landed on top of the mana platform. "It's exploding." The beige-colored dragon Mila, the dragon with the mana barrier closest to the red liquid, shouted. "We were almost late." A white-haired woman appeared above the black castle at the same time. There were already countless shields around her. Former Dragon Lord Sherrit and her protection attribute. The shields moved following the movement of her hand. Their target was the red liquid. Bararang, the red liquid, let out a loud noise that sounded like a part of a large mountain range falling off as it exploded. The people inside the shelter looking out. The mages looking out to see how their mana shield was holding on, and the individuals floating in the air trying to stop the red liquid from exploding. They all saw something as red as blood bursting and trying to clear the sky. Sharara, there was another strand of wind, and they saw two wings and a silver shield with a large amount of water inside. Cal, I think this might be too much. The White Star's white half-mask was in Cal's hand. The wood attribute ancient power, the indestructible shield. The water attribute ancient power, the water wall that used to belong to the White Star, but was now embraced into the white half-mask by Cal. Also, the wind attribute ancient power, the wind wall. They were all powers used to defend or stop things. We need to try our best. Who cares if the world tree helped you restore your strength? Your age is going wild like this. Cal laughed at the super rock's pitying words with a completely pale face. He then put more strength into his two hands. The shield became even sturdier. The indestructible shield. This power wrapped around the Cal's heart and got its power from it. His beating heart was the strength of the shield. His heart and the shield strengthened and protected each other. That was why getting the vitality of the heart, and then the shield consuming the vitality of the heart, made it possible for him to continue fortifying that power. Cal had stabbed his heart out of his own volition, and thanks to that, a portion of the foundation of the immortal world tree had seeped into his heart. It now allowed Cal to feel the vitality of the heart throughout his whole body. This affected the shield as well. Cal trusted the now stronger shield and channeled all of his strength toward the bursting red light. The shield that was created above Puzzle City. The two wings of the shield wrapped around the red light. It was as if it would take on the full blunt of the explosion. However, Cal was not alone this time. The powers of his allies were together within it. It's worth trying. Even if he was to fall, even if someone else was to fall, there were others who could support them until they got back up. That was why Cal was saying that it was worth trying. That was what allowed Cal to say that without any fear. Chapter 766, It's Karma, 5. Babarar, and however, the one to face that red explosion first could not help but be afraid. It's going to break soon. Mila had been at the vanguard against the red light since earlier. She could not see her mana barrier because it was surrounded by multiple layers of other powers. However, her mana barrier was breaking so easily as if it wasn't even there. Ah, Mama! Mila's body subconsciously curled forward. Both of her hands were shaking. The sudden impact from her mana barrier breaking had hit her as she was connected to it. She still did what she could to persevere. I need to hold on so that it is easier for the others. For something to give such a burden to a dragon. It was an extremely formidable explosive force. There was only one word she could think of to explain this explosive force. Despair. It is strong enough to make you feel hopeless. She subconsciously turned to look at Dodori, her child. Her child was casting a mana barrier as well. Ah! Blood dripped out of Mila's mouth. No, it was this hard for her, so she knew that Dodori would receive an even greater impact. He was still a young dragon. However, Mila couldn't say anything because of the impact that was shaking her insides. Rashiel, the dragon to face the explosion after her, shouted at that moment. "Hey, little kid, you pull back your barrier and go to your mom." Rashiel and Mila made eye contact. A decision had been made in the short moment of the explosion. The two dragons had come to the same decision. Dodori. Mama. In the end, Dodori did as Rashiel said and withdrew his mana before running toward his mom who was calling him. Crack Mila's mana barrier completely broke at that moment. Duck! Rashiel swore once before clenching his mouth shut. Damn it, I should have just kept sleeping. Why did I come here? The buzz-cut dragon Rashiel was extremely annoyed. Drip. Blood that had shot up from inside dripped out of his mouth, but he kept his mouth shut and pretended that the blood was not there. It could not be helped. No matter how selfish he had seen how the humans had fought. How could he, a great dragon, act without class when these ants that were weaker than him were flailing around like this? His pride would not accept that. Duck! Crack! However, his mana barrier soon broke as well. It had lasted a bit longer than Mila's. He had been able to reserve a bit more strength than Mila, who had to fight against it in the vanguard. Both of Rashiel's hands were shaking. Keek! However, the corners of his lips were curling up. It shrank. The explosive force had shrunk. The power of the guard had gotten a bit weaker. Good job. The two dragons heard Iruhaben's voice. Iruhaben's mana barrier was the last dragon barrier left now that Dodori and Rayan had withdrew. I guess we are the only ones left. Iruhaben looked up at the individual who was floating even higher than where he was floating in the sky. Former dragon Lord Sherrit was there. A smile appeared on Lord Sherritt's freckled face. Iruhaben smiled back as he spoke. Sometimes the greatest defense is offense. She nodded her head. Try it. I will block it as much as I can. Iruhaben released his mana barrier. The tightly clasped gold barrier instantly turned into small pebbles of dust. He turned his head to look at Alberu, Mary, and Cal. Iruhaben's hands moved after seeing Cal nod his head as if to tell him to do whatever he wanted. Okay then. The gold dust charged toward the red explosion. When it came to methods to decrease an explosive force, blocking it and pushing back as long as possible was a way, but we can also make it explode before it reaches our allies. One pebble of gold dust exploded. Bang, that was the beginning. Bang, baring, baring, baring. Baring, more pebbles of gold dust slammed against the red explosion and caused a chain of explosions. It was not easy. The red explosion swallowed it all, as if the explosions of these gold dusts were nothing. This power truly made things feel hopeless. However, Iruhaben knew something. Despair and something that makes it feel hopeless were very different things. Bang, barang. Because of Cal's silver shield, the people in the distance, they could not see what was going on in there. All they could tell was that there were numerous colors mixed together and that the endless explosions meant that something was going on. Mary. Choi Han supported Mary, who was stumbling. What is going on? Nobody responded to his question. Alberu and Mary were both sweating as they connected their powers together. It was something like this. Alberu bit down on his lips as he channeled his dead mana into Mary's black threads. Iruhaben's power and the red explosion were smashing against each other. Honestly speaking, Iruhaben's power was too weak to call it smashing against each other. However, the explosive force was shrinking. The problem was that the ones who were going up against this explosion right now were Mary and Alberu. The two of their dead mana force was outside the dragon's mana barriers. Alberus' dead mana was seeped into this dense net of black threads. The walls that he thought were thick were slowly cracking. They probably could not last very long. However, there was a reason they kept pushing forward to persist through it. It's different. Maybe it was because this power was trying to cause despair through death, but dead mana was able to persist against this explosion to a degree. Although the dragon's mana barriers had broken almost instantly, their barrier was lasting better than Alberu had expected. Of course, it might be because Iruhaben used his power to crash into it first, but it was something like this. Alberu poured his dead mana into it non-stop. They had gone up against powers like this. He was experiencing firsthand the powers that his allies, that Cal, had gone up against. It wasn't something I should have let them convince me to let them do, because they said it was worth trying. That was why Alberu thought that he needed to last as long as possible to lessen the burden on the others. Your Highness. Choi Han sat Mary down and urgently moved to support Alberu. The two of them were still not withdrawing their powers, and blood started dripping out of their mouths. Choi Han had seen the dragons bleeding. This power was strong enough to damage dragons. They might even receive an even greater blow. Of course, Alberu and Mary would receive more damage. Choi Han heard Rayan's voice at that moment. She says that's enough. Rayan flew over and landed in the temple with Rosalind as he spoke. Mom says that she'll take care of it. Rosalind nodded her head. However, Alberu pretended not to hear him. Mary then spoke in a low voice. We cannot overdo it or get hurt. None of us are allowed to do that from here on. Mary's gaze turned toward Cal. Alberu nodded his head and withdrew his power at that moment. Mary did the same. Bang! It was then that the two of them, as well as the others, realized something. The ancient dragon who had lived the longest had not given it his best yet. There was a reason Eruhaben had looked toward Lord Sherritt first before he made his move. A half-transparent silver shield and two wings. Most of the colors mixed together inside it were gone, and the few remaining colors were starting to show their colors and become visible. The red explosion, the strong gold pebbles of light going up against it. Barang, barang. They heard extremely loud explosions one after another. Barang, barang. It felt as if the air was shaking from the rumbling of the explosions. They were strong enough to cause gusts of wind. Ho! The completely pale Cal subconsciously let out a gasp. Is this the power of the ancient dragon? Eruhaben was attacking the red explosion without any breaks. Cal was feeling the explosive force of the red explosion slowly decreasing. He could also feel that the red power that was trying to get past these obstacles and get out no matter what it took was slowing down. It was because of Eruhaben's explosions and the existence that was blocking the impact of all of these explosions. Crack! It broke. Crackle, crackle. Another one broke, followed by another. Crack! A countless number of white shields broke and broke again. They stopped the aftershock of the impacts. Thanks to that, Cal was not feeling any impact or debris from the explosions. Furthermore, Lord Sherritt still had a lot of white shields left. Eruhaben also had a lot of gold dust left. Bang! They continued to hear explosions, but the people in the shelter opened the window a bit more. Hadn't it been quite a while? The silver wings and the shield were still visible outside the large barrier surrounding Puzzle City. It looked fine. Don't you think that the explosions are a bit less now? The people listening agreed with the knight who asked. The explosions definitely feel less. The mage in charge of communication in the shelter commented, they must be doing well to stop it. They finally managed to see the individuals who were either bleeding or barely able to hold themselves up outside the large shield. Ha, really? One of the knights was unable to vocalize what he was thinking and could only shake his head and sigh. Okay, please close the window for now, just to be on the safe side. Yes, sir. The knight who had opened the window a bit more tried to close it again at the mage's comment. Bararararara. He would have if it wasn't for the loud explosion. The mage pushed the knight aside and raised his head to look past the shield. That is. The red explosion suddenly fluctuated like an aurora before it increased in size. Lord Sherritt looked down and mumbled to herself. A power with a purpose. A guard's power is truly different. Her voice sounded rational. At least it looks like it gave up aiming for Puzzle City. And as she mentioned, Bararang, the red explosion exploded. It was as if it wanted to swallow up everything that had stopped it. Crack, crack, crack. The white shields broke quickly and disappeared. Cal analyzed the speed of the red explosion pushing forward and the rate that the shields were breaking as he thought to himself, about a third of it is left. In that case, this is for me to stop. He took a deep breath. The ancient powers embraced in the white star's white half-mask followed Cal's will to create an even thicker and larger barrier. The silver shield sparkled even more. However, Cal flinched. I still have strength left. I'm going to do it too, not you. Rashil shouted in anger and created another shield inside the silver shield. Dodori also cast a shield with teary eyes. They blocked the explosion. Do these dragons never get tired? Rashil had some kind of medicine bottle in his mouth. As Cal looked at him in disbelief and concern, bang! The unfathomable explosion had already happened. Cal shouted toward the two dragons. Stop! However, they did not listen. Rashil and Dodori stopped it to decrease its strength even more. Then they coughed up blood. Ah, I am, Mama. Dodori, boom. Cal felt as if his heart sank. He did not even see that the two dragons were smiling proudly. I'm going to do it too. Rayan moved to Cal's side and took the next spot in line. Me too. Rosalind came out of the Black Castle with a large bag of highest-grade magic stones and went after him. Albaru, who had been drinking dead mana, interjected as well. The two of them had blood dripping from their mouths. Why are these people pushing themselves so far? Cal's face showed more urgency than ever before when Rayan spoke brightly and energetically. Human, don't worry. You can rest now. You don't need to overdo it. I can do it. It will be a bit difficult, but I will not faint. I'm sure everybody feels the same way. Ah, Cal gasped. The super rock sighed. Agu, he then mumbled. This is karma. Karma. Cal took in everything he could see. Iruhaben and Sherrit, and prepared themselves once again and channeled the rest of their powers. Everybody was in front of Cal, and they moved very quickly. Cal, who had already cast this large shield and the other ancient powers, would not be able to move or withdraw these powers very easily. Cal sighed and reached a hand up to grab Rayan. Human, what is it? Rayan, you stop. He moved Rayan behind his back. Baring after another round of numerous explosions. Baring, there was only a small explosion left to strike against Cal's barriers and shield. His allies were bleeding or plopped down as if they were fainting. Boom. Boom, boom. Cal's heart beat wildly. The things he had done in the past brushed through his mind. And no, Rayan's eyes opened wide in shock. Iruhaben, Rosalind, Mila, Rashiel, and Dodori. These individuals, who had been floating in the air with flight magic, started falling to the ground. They didn't even have enough mana to keep themselves floating. This was the case for these amazing dragons and the mage who was touted as the future magic tower master. Iruhaben was falling the quickest. Rayan, flight magic. As Rayan cast flight magic on them out of reflex and stopped them from falling at Cal's shout. Mom. It looks like I need to get some rest. Lord Sherrit started becoming faint and staticky before she was absorbed into the Black Castle. It's okay, I just need to rest. As Sherrit disappeared after smiling warmly at Rayan, Rayan clenched Cal's clothes. His front paw was shaking. On and Hung poked their heads out of the Black Castle and could not hide their concern. The children were all looking at Cal. Cal, who had usually caused this issue and either fainted or fallen over in the past, brushed his face with both hands and turned his head. Albaru and Mary had already fallen to the ground and had their eyes closed. He could not tell whether they had fainted or fallen asleep. Both of them looked terrible. Cal felt as if he was looking at himself. Why would they go so far? I will believe that you know exactly why they did this. Cal could not say anything to the Super Rock's comment. He lowered his head. The shield covering Puzzle City. People were poking their heads out underneath the shield one by one. The ominous red light was gone from their eyes, and they could only see the radiant silver shield and its two wings. They then saw Cal, who was standing firm. Cal looked around. The only people still conscious to take care of the current situation were Choi Han, Clope, and himself. Ah, by the way, Cal, the Super Rock talked to him again. What are you planning on doing with the temple? That is now ours, no, to be more specific. It is yours. Are you going to take it down with you? Cal looked at his completely intact and sturdy silver shield that looked quite holy, the temple that was destroyed, but even the damage made it look vintage and magical. He also looked at the elegant black castle that was mysterious in a different way. And finally, he looked at Choi Han, Clope, and the children averaging 9 years old who were looking at him as if wanting him to tell them what to do before he clenched his eyes. However, he quickly came to a decision. He said the thing they needed to do before anything else. He gave the order to the individuals who were now looking at him with calm expressions. Immediately. We must immediately heal them first. The reason he had clenched his eyes shut. It was because he was worried about his allies' conditions. Although everything was over, although Cal himself had not fainted, he did not feel refreshed at all. The sound of the wind, who had been silent this whole time, laughed in a husky voice as she spoke. They all learned from seeing you do this, you little punk. Cal could not say anything back. The shield covering Puzzle City disappeared, and he could hear people cheering at that moment. Woo 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 woo, we're alive. Delight, relief, concern. Their cheers and teary faces were full of numerous emotions. Chapter 767, The Birth of a Hero. 1. The eyes of the knight who had been protecting the entrance of the Puzzle City Hall were sparkling. The radiant shield slowly became dimmer as it disappeared from the sky. In its place was the blue sky looking extremely clear. Woo 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 woo. We're alive. The cheering soldiers. Their shouts made it feel real. This long battle was finally over. They never expected to see such a clear sky afterward. A gentle smile appeared on the knight's face. Although it was a day in winter and not much time was left in this year. The sun in the sky felt oddly warm, and the wind felt refreshing instead of cold. It's over. His mumbling made the senior knight standing next to him laugh out loud and nod his head. Looks like it. Finally. Finally, the senior knight could not say anything else and raised his head to look at the person standing in the sky. Cal Henitus. He was standing firm. The shield truly does not break. Definitely. The knight nodded his head vigorously at his senior's comment to show his agreement. I knew that the commander nim would persist to the end. Although this guard was sealed, they were told that an attack with the power of a guard would soon envelope Puzzle City. It gave me chills. Loud explosions that sounded as if his ears would explode rang endlessly, and gusts of wind from the impact rushed against them. They could not see the different powers mixed together because of the large shield surrounding Puzzle City and Cal's half-transparent silver shield, but they knew that there was quite the clash in there. Yes, but the shield still persisted. The thing that remained in the end, the thing that persisted through everything, was the shield. It was the commander of the Roan kingdom. The knight smiled, and he did not share his emotions. The shield did not even budge, just as I expected. The knight saw the senior knight's face stiffen at that moment. He got chills on the back of his neck. Really? He heard a low voice. The knight urgently turned his head and froze in spot after seeing the two people in front of the group. The shield did not even budge, you say? This person was from the noble household that was said to have the most influence in the Roan kingdom right now. The Duke's house of Henitus. The master of the household, Deruth Henitus, was smiling while being supported by his second son, Basin Henitus. Basin had rushed over to Puzzle City after hearing that the Duke had fainted. Duke Deruth's eyes were not smiling. The knight subconsciously gulped. He recalled the information about how Duke Deruth had fainted from shock after seeing former commander Cal Henitus stab himself in the chest with a dagger. Okay. The Duke nodded his head and asked in a low voice. That blood-covered look, that messy look seems perfect without any issues to you. Duke Deruth was known as someone who had a lot of money, cared a lot for his family and his territory, and for having a good personality. He was just known as a typical noble when he was a count. However, the Henitus territory defeating the Indomitable Alliance and his territory being known as the hometown of Cal, Choi Han, and other distinguished individuals changed the way people looked at him. However, the majority opinion still remained that Duke Deruth was a gentle person. His gaze the knight subconsciously lowered his head. Deruth's gaze was quite vicious, unlike the smile on his face. No, it was cold. Unlike his body, which looked tired and made it seem as if his condition was terrible, his eyes were extremely frigid. I'm sorry, sir. The knight subconsciously apologized. For what? It's understandable that you would think that way. There is no need to apology. Duke Deruth walked past the knight and patted him on the shoulder. I just hope that you remember that I am Cal's father. What kind of parent would be able to brush aside their child looking like this? The knight's tense shoulders relaxed after hearing Deruth's gentle voice. Pat, pat. Deruth patted the knight's shoulder and walked past him. He walked for a while before stopping for a moment and looking around. Basin. Yes, father. Basin's expression looked almost identical to Deruth's. My son. Yes, father. It looks like there are some people who can't see the injured because they managed to survive. Vice Captain Hilsman and the others from the House of Henitus who were with Deruth and Basin did not have any emotions visible on their faces. Basin. Yes, father. What kind of house is the House of Henitus? Basin responded without any hesitation. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness instead. Yes, that is the House of Henitus. Deruth watched people coming out from different parts of Puzzle City cheering, people moving quickly to deliver the message to other places, and people hugging each other in relief. Finally, he looked toward the person that most of the people were looking at. He looked up at his son Cal and continued speaking. It looks like we may have the first person in the House of Henitus to have their name recorded in history. Then we should at least keep the second part of our creed. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness. Duke Deruth was thinking that if the former was difficult to do, he should at least do the latter. Vice Captain. Yes, Duke Nim. Hilsman took a step forward. His Majesty went to the shelter. Yes, sir. His Majesty did not wish to evacuate, but I heard that they barely managed to convince him in the end. Inform His Majesty that I wish for an audience. Hilsman gulped. Duke Deruth was a very good person and might even seem a bit too laissez-faire, but he was someone who found rules and principles to be important. But such a person was releasing such a vicious aura right now. I knew young Master Calnim's personality came from Duke Deruthnim. He had wondered at times whether Cal was more like Violin despite her not being his biological mother. But he truly was like the Duke. Basin. Yes, father. Pack our bags. Hilsman and the nearby knights flinched and looked at Deruth. There shouldn't be a need for us to pay attention to useless things like the state of the continent or whatnot. I'm going to go see your brother's face. Basin responded without any hesitation. Yes, father. He then immediately started moving to inform Duchess Violin about this. Deruth watched him leave before slowly moving again. He was headed to see his son's face. His eyes observed Cal moving into the temple with the broken wall. Cal, who had no idea about this, rubbed the back of his head after thinking that it suddenly got cold. Why do I suddenly have the chills? There should be nothing left to do here. Human, am I sending them all up to our house? Cal nodded his head at Rayan's question once he entered the temple. Yes. None of them are in serious danger. That's right, I think they are all exhausted from mana overuse. All of them have stable mana fluctuations. They heard a weak voice at that moment. Yes, there is no serious danger. Mila was barely speaking while hugging Dodori in her arms. She was also barely floating in the air without falling thanks to Rayan's flight magic. At least she was still conscious. The others were either fainted or asleep. Cal looked at Dodori in Mila's arms and Mila's pale face and opened his mouth. He had observed her as well. She did not have any injuries and her breathing was stable. However, this is bad. It was bad for him. Cal could not stop frowning. Mila had a faint smile on her face. Cal avoided her smile and nonchalantly commented, Rayan, move our esteemed dragons and Miss Rosalind to the Black Castle immediately. They were likely to run into some cumbersome situations or unnecessary gazes if they were taken to City Hall. It would be different if His Highness was here, but I can't control all situations when he's not available. Cal peeked toward Alberu, who was still lying down with his eyes closed, and then looked at Rayan. All right, I'll be right back. Rayan urgently took the dragons and Rosalind to the Black Castle. Cal walked over to Alberu and Mary. The two of them looked as if they were sleeping. He needed to take them to Tasha and the Dark Elves instead of the Black Castle. He needed to be especially careful with Alberu so that nobody saw him. Choi Han, let's each carry home. Someone was struggling to open his eyes at that moment. Your Highness. Cal urgently crouched down by Alberu's side and looked at him. That was why he had not seen Choi Han's gaze of disbelief at him, saying that they should each carry one person. Alberu let out a deep sigh and finally opened his eyes. He scowled and blinked a few more times before saying something. Move your face. It sounds like your tongue is fine, Your Highness. Cal chuckled and took a step back from Alberu. Choi Han could see the corners of Cal's lips slowly twitching up. Choi Han, help me up. Alberu stood up with Choi Han's support. Cal was checking Mary's condition as he nonchalantly asked, Are you okay, Your Highness? I feel like I'm going to die. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up, and he subconsciously commented, So why did you overdo it like that? It's all karma. As Cal frowned as the super rock mumbled that again, Time for you to faint. He heard Alberus' voice. Excuse me, I confirmed that Mary fell asleep earlier. She looked like she was going to faint, so I told her to rest. Wait, more importantly, you want me to faint. But I am fine. Cal was feeling better than ever before. You are the one who should get some rest, Your Highness. I'll take care of the rest. Smile. Alberu smiled at that moment. It was a radiant smile. Cal started to get an ominous feeling. It was then that he realized that he could not see Clope. He paid no attention to that bastard that he didn't realize Clope was gone. Cal, the super rock whispered to him. The temple door is opened. Clope opened it. Now that the temple was not the sealed guard's territory, it was easy to open the temple door as there were no illusions or anything protecting it. Cal could hear someone's voice in the distance. My close friend, are you in there? Commander Tunka. He could hear that stupid fool's loud voice. The voice was slowly getting closer. Young Master Cal, young Master Nim. He then heard Queen Litana, Saint Jack, Priestess Cage, Sword Master Hannah, and others as well. They had all waited near the temple door instead of going down to the ground. Alberu spoke in an elegant voice at that moment. Okay, time to faint, dancing. But I am fine. We don't have time. Alberu slightly raised his hand. Choi Han. Cal finally realized that Choi Han had moved behind him. Cal had let down his guard for a moment because this was normal behavior for Choi Han. Choi Han raised his foot. Tap. Cal knelt down on one knee after feeling a push behind his knee. It was such perfect timing that Cal could see Tunka watching him crumble to the ground. See, Cal Henituuus. Tunka felt as if he could not breathe as he watched Cal weakly fall down. He had not been able to see Cal clearly during the battle because of the distance. He was only able to see Cal now after the battle, and Cal looked even more gruesome than he had expected. He knew that Cal always looked terrible and almost inhumane. He knew that Cal always had messy hair and was covered in blood, but seeing him up close, it was easy to see that he was extremely pale, and the red and black blood mixed together above his chest made the grotesque scar even more visible. His clothes were a mess, and his red hair was covered in blood and dust. Tunka saw such a person's eyes open wide while looking at him. It must be because he is happy to see me. However, Cal was falling to the ground at the same time. His face looked as if he couldn't believe that he was falling. He was falling forward too quickly. Why, you stupid bastard. Tunka was both sad and angry. Cal had stood firmly in the air just a moment ago, but was falling like this once nobody was looking. Yes, even dragons were fainting, so how could this punk not? It was stupid for anybody to think that Cal could make it through fine. Why, young Master Cal? Queen Latana subconsciously called out Cal's name almost in a shout. However, Cal was unable to raise his body himself and was only able to avoid hitting the floor thanks to Choi Han. Oh, dear Lord. St. Jack ran forward from the back without knowing what to do. Hannah had already rushed forward to check Mary's condition before shouting toward Choi Han. Hey, we need to quickly move them. Choi Han silently carried Cal on his back. He moved quite efficiently. How is he? Latana, who had come next to them now, felt her fingertips shaking as Choi Han did not respond to her and just carried Cal while biting down on his lips. Choi Han was usually respectful and a very good person. The situation was so urgent that such a person could not even respond. This must mean that Cal was in dire condition. To me, please bring me to me now. St. Jack caught his breath as he approached Choi Han. Alberu spoke in a low voice at that moment. His plate is in danger, so it would be bad to try to heal him here. Excuse me, but I should still cage. The last person in the pack moved next to Choi Han before putting a hand on Jack's shoulder. His Highness is right. Ah, really? Jack saw Cage wink at him. He nodded his head in confusion. Let's hurry, Cage urgently shouted. There are some mages outside the temple, so it should not be hard for us to get down. These mages were here to protect or move Latana, Tunka, Jack, and the others in case any unexpected situations arose. They were all Alberus subordinates. Yes, let's go. Tunka looked at Cal, who was on Choi Han's back and could not even lift his head, and shouted with desperation. He then approached Alberu. Will you be okay if I support you? No. Someone interjected at that moment. It was Clope, who had gone through the temple once the sealed guard's schemes had disappeared, and opened the door. I can support him. Clope supported Alberu and helped him stand without any hesitation. Let's hurry. It's urgent. Cage shouted again, and Tunka ran forward as Cage pointed at him to lead the way. Latana was with him as well. Choi Han was behind them with Cal on his back, while Cal sighed with his eyes closed. What the hell is he plotting? Cal was thinking about what Alberu was plotting. He was also thinking about what Choi Han, this guy who had his mouth shut because he couldn't act at all, was thinking. Alberu had no idea about this as he looked at Clope. Clope quietly whispered after sensing his gaze. For the legend. Crazy bastard. Alberu hid his thoughts and said something else. How about you carry me too? Hannah had carried Mary on her back already. Clope said that his arms and legs were strong enough for that and carried Alberu. It seems as if you are trying to trick everybody, Your Highness. Alberu smiled at Clope's nonchalant comment. The danger was over. However, they needed to filter through people to prevent another danger. He needed to find out if there were bastards who would try to take their positions or scheme things behind their backs, while the heroes of this incident were in critical condition. He needed to observe the allied nations who were cooperating with them as well. Most importantly, I need to figure out what the hell the king is thinking. He needed to decipher Zed Crossman's inner thoughts. Furthermore, I need to control what people are thinking. Albaru remembered what one of his subordinates had said about Cal. This faith that Cal would be able to take care of everything. The things that were said while looking at someone who looked as if he could faint at any moment. I can't let my dancing carry such baggage. These people were more like family than his actual family. These friends were more than family. The Guardian Knight truly is different. Hoo-hoo. Of course, Clope was not in that list. A group of people were descending toward the Puzzle City Plaza from the temple using flight magic. The plaza was currently filled with the chief executives of the different forces, as well as people who had come to watch. The king of the Roan kingdom, who should be controlling this, was just off in the distance watching. Boom. Once the group of people landed at the center of the plaza, Commander Nim, one of the Whipper Kingdom's warriors, approached Tunka, who was in the front of the group. His face was full of happiness and joy. It was the same for the others around them, as they all tried to approach the heroes and welcome their return. As the spectators were about to cheer, Commander Nim, everything is finally shut up. Tunka's shout made everybody silent. Tunka pushed aside his approaching subordinate and charged forward like a carriage. My liege. It was obvious that Tunka was enraged. He looked at the subordinate who had confusedly called out to him and shouted, "Can't you see that we have a patient in critical condition?" Excuse me. Are you snickering? You can laugh in this situation. The face of the subordinate, who was about to smile, stiffened. He immediately realized that Tunka could snap at any moment and immediately changed his demeanor. His eyes quickly moved past Tunka. He could see multiple people in serious conditions. They seemed more like patients than heroes. He walked in front of Tunka and shouted, "Move! Don't block the way!" Cage's priestess robe fluttered as she shouted desperately at that moment, "Please make way. We need to quickly move them and start healing them with the Saintnam." Tunka and Latana pushed people to the side as Cage shouted desperately, "My close friend's life is in danger." Tunka was feeling such a sense of urgency and full of rage and sorrow that he shouted, "See what happens if you get in our way. Move aside unless you want to die." Crown Prince Albaru, who was on Clope's back pretending to be unconscious, quietly mumbled to himself, "Wow, hoo-hoo." Clope laughed quietly. Cal, who was on Choi Han's back as he ran behind Tunka, clenched his eyes even tighter. My son, his father." He heard Deruth Henitus's voice through the crowd. He had a feeling that this was going to be bad. His gut was telling him it would be bad. Chapter 767, The Birth of a Hero. 1. The eyes of the knight who had been protecting the entrance of the Puzzle City Hall were sparkling. The radiant shield slowly became dimmer as it disappeared from the sky. In its place was the extremely clear blue sky. Woo 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 woo. We're alive. The cheering soldiers, their shouts made it feel real. This long battle was finally over. They never expected to see such a clear sky afterward. A gentle smile appeared on the knight's face. Although it was a day in winter, and not much time was left in this year, the sun in the sky felt oddly warm, and the wind felt refreshing instead of cold. "It's over." His mumbling made the senior knight standing next to him laugh out loud and nod his head. "Looks like it." Finally, the senior knight could not say anything else and raised his head to look at the person standing in the sky. Cal Henitus. He was standing firm. The shield truly does not break. Definitely. The knight nodded his head vigorously at his senior's comment to show his agreement. I knew that the commander in him would persist to the end. Although this guard was sealed, they were told that an attack with the power of a guard would soon envelop Puzzle City. It gave me chills. Loud explosions that sounded as if his ears would explode rang endlessly, and gusts of wind from the impact rushed against them. They could not see the different powers mixed together because of the large shield surrounding Puzzle City and Cal's half-transparent silver shield, but they knew that there was quite the clash happening there. Yes, but the shield still persisted. The thing that remained in the end, the thing that persisted through everything, was the shield. It was the commander of the Roan kingdom. The knight smiled as he did not share his emotions. The shield did not even budge, just as I expected. The knight saw the senior knight's face stiffen at that moment. He got chills on the back of his neck. "Really?" He heard a low voice. The knight urgently turned his head and froze on the spot after seeing the two people in front of the group. The shield did not even budge. You say this person was from the noble household that was said to have the most influence in the Roan kingdom right now. The Duke's house of Henitus. The master of the household, Deruth Henitus, was smiling while being supported by his second son, Basin Henitus. Basin had rushed over to Puzzle City after hearing that the Duke had fainted. Duke Deruth's eyes were not smiling. The knight subconsciously gulped. He recalled the information about how Duke Deruth had fainted from shock after seeing former commander Cal Henitus stab himself in the chest with a dagger. Okay. The Duke nodded his head and asked in a low voice. That blood-covered look, that messy look seems perfect without any issues to you. Duke Deruth was known as someone who had a lot of money, cared a lot for his family and his territory, and for having a good personality. He was just known as a typical noble when he was a count. However, the Henitus territory defeating the Indomitable Alliance and his territory being known as the hometown of Cal, Choi Han, and other distinguished individuals changed the way people looked at him. However, the majority opinion still remained that Duke Deruth was a gentle person. His gaze the knight subconsciously lowered his head. Deruth's gaze was quite vicious, unlike the smile on his face. No, it was cold. Unlike his body, which looked tired and made it seem as if his condition was terrible, his eyes were extremely frigid. I'm sorry, sir. The knight subconsciously apologized. For what? It's understandable that you would think that way. There is no need to apologize. Duke Deruth walked past the knight and patted him on the shoulder. I just hope that you remember that I am Cal's father. What kind of parent would be able to brush aside their child looking like this? The knight's tense shoulders relaxed after hearing Deruth's gentle voice. Pat, pat. Deruth patted the knight's shoulder and walked past him. He walked for a while before stopping for a moment and looking around. Basin. Yes, father. Basin's expression looked almost identical to Deruth's. My son. Yes, father. It looks like there are some people who can't see the injured because they managed to survive. Vice-Captain Hilsman and the others from the House of Henitus who were with Deruth and Basin did not have any emotions visible on their faces. Basin. Yes, father. What kind of house is the House of Henitus? Basin responded without any hesitation. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness instead. Yes, that is the House of Henitus. Deruth watched people coming out from different parts of Puzzle City cheering, people moving quickly to deliver the message to other places, and people hugging each other in relief. Finally, he looked toward the person that most of the people were looking at. He looked up at his son, Cal, and continued speaking. It looks like we may have the first person in the House of Henitus to have their name recorded in history. Then we should at least keep the second part of our creed. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness. Duke Deruth was thinking that if the former was difficult to do, he should at least do the latter. Vice-Captain, yes, Duke Nim. Hilsman took a step forward. His Majesty went to the shelter. Yes, sir. His Majesty did not wish to evacuate, but I heard that they barely managed to convince him in the end. Inform His Majesty that I wish for an audience. Hilsman gulped. Duke Deruth was a very good person and might even seem a bit too laissez-faire, but he was someone who found rules and principles to be important. But such a person was releasing such a vicious aura right now. I knew young Master Calnim's personality came from Duke Deruthnim. He had wondered at times whether Cal was more like Violin, despite her not being his biological mother. But he truly was like the Duke. Basin, yes, father. Pack our bags. Hilsman and the nearby knights flinched and looked at Deruth. There shouldn't be a need for us to pay attention to useless things like the state of the continent or whatnot. I'm going to go see your brother's face. Basin responded without any hesitation. Yes, father. He then immediately started moving to inform Duchess Violin about this. Deruth watched him leave before slowly moving again. He was headed to see his son's face. His eyes observed Cal moving into the temple with the broken wall. Cal, who had no idea about this, rubbed the back of his head after thinking that it suddenly got cold. Why do I suddenly have the chills? There should be nothing left to do here. Human, am I sending them all up to our house? Cal nodded his head at Rayan's question once he entered the temple. Yes. None of them are in serious danger. That's right, I think they are all just exhausted from mana overuse. All of them have stable mana fluctuations. They heard a weak voice at that moment. Yes. There is no serious danger. Mila was weakly speaking while hugging Dodori in her arms. She was also barely floating in the air without falling thanks to Rayan's flight magic. At least, she was still conscious. The others had either fainted or fallen asleep. Cal looked at Dodery in Mila's arms and Mila's pale face and opened his mouth. He had observed her as well. She did not have any injuries and her breathing was stable. However, this is bad. It was bad for him. Cal could not stop frowning. Mila had a faint smile on her face. Cal avoided her smile and nonchalantly commented, "Rayan, move our esteemed dragons and Miss Rosalind to the Black Castle immediately." They were likely to run into some cumbersome situations or unnecessary gazes if they were taken to City Hall. It would be different if His Highness was here, but I can't control all situations when he's not available. Cal peeked toward Alberu, who was still lying down with his eyes closed, and then looked at Rayan. "All right, I'll be right back." Rayan urgently took the dragons and Rosalind to the Black Castle. Cal walked over to Alberu and Mary. The two of them looked as if they were sleeping. He needed to take them to Tasha and the Dark Elves instead of the Black Castle. He needed to be especially careful with Alberu so that nobody saw him. Choi Han, let's each carry home. Someone was struggling to open his eyes at that moment. Your Highness. Cal urgently crouched down by Alberu's side and looked at him. That was why he had not seen Choi Han's gaze of disbelief at him, saying that they should each carry one person. Alberu let out a deep sigh and finally opened his eyes. He scowled and blinked a few more times before saying something. Move your face. It sounds like your tongue is fine, Your Highness. Cal chuckled and took a step back from Alberu. Choi Han could see the corners of Cal's lips slowly twitching up. Choi Han, help me up. Alberu stood up with Choi Han's support. Cal was checking Mary's condition as he nonchalantly asked, Are you okay, Your Highness? I feel like I'm going to die. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up, and he subconsciously commented, So why did you overdo it like that? It's all karma. As Cal frowned as the super rock mumbled that again, time for you to faint, he heard Alberus' voice. Excuse me, I confirmed that Mary fell asleep earlier. She looked like she was going to faint, so I told her to rest. Wait, more importantly, you want me to faint, but I'm fine. Cal was feeling better than ever before. You are the one who should get some rest, Your Highness. I'll take care of the rest. Smile. Alberu smiled at that moment. It was a radiant smile. Cal started to get an ominous feeling. It was then that he realized that he could not see Clope. He paid so little attention to that bastard that he didn't realize Clope was gone. Cal, the super rock whispered to him. The temple door is opened. Clope opened it. Now that the temple was not the sealed guard's territory, it was easy to open the temple door as there were no illusions nor anything protecting it. Cal could hear someone's voice in the distance. My close friend, are you in there? Commander Tunka. He could hear that stupid fool's loud voice. The voice was slowly getting closer. Young Master Cal, young Master Nim. He then heard Queen Litana, Saint Jack, Priestess Cage, Sword Master Hannah, and others as well. They had all waited near the temple door instead of going down to the ground. Alberu spoke in an elegant voice at that moment. Okay, time to faint, dancing, but I'm fine, we don't have time. Alberu slightly raised his hand. Choi Han. Cal finally realized that Choi Han had moved behind him. Cal had let down his guard for a moment because this was normal behavior for Choi Han. Choi Han raised his foot. Tap. Cal knelt down on one knee after feeling a push behind his knee. It was such perfect timing that Cal could see Tunka watching him crumble to the ground. See, Cal Henituuus. Tunka felt as if he could not breathe as he watched Cal weakly fall down. He had not been able to see Cal clearly during the battle because of the distance. He was only able to see Cal now after the battle, and Cal looked even more gruesome than he had expected. He knew that Cal always looked terrible and almost inhumane. He knew that Cal always had messy hair and was covered in blood, but seeing him up close, it was easy to see that he was extremely pale, and the red and black blood mixed together above his chest made the grotesque scar even more visible. His clothes were a mess, and his red hair was caked in blood and dust. Tunka saw such a person's eyes open wide while looking at him. It must be because he is happy to see me. However, Cal was falling to the ground at the same time. His face looked as if he couldn't believe that he was falling. He was falling forward too quickly. Why, you stupid bastard. Tunka was both sad and angry. Cal had stood firmly in the air just moments ago, but was falling like this once nobody was looking. Yes, even dragons were fainting, so how could this punk not? It was stupid for anybody to think that Cal could make it through fine. Why, young Master Cal, Queen Litana subconsciously called out Cal's name almost in a shout. However, Cal was unable to raise his body himself and was only able to avoid hitting the floor thanks to Choi Han. Oh, dear Lord. St. Jack ran forward from the back without knowing what to do. Hannah had already rushed forward to check Mary's condition before shouting toward Choi Han. Hey, we need to quickly move them. Choi Han silently carried Cal on his back. He moved quite efficiently. How is he? Latana, who had come next to them now, felt her fingertips shaking as Choi Han did not respond to her and just carried Cal while biting down on his lips. Choi Han was usually respectful and a very good person. The situation was so urgent that such a person could not even respond. This must mean that Cal was in dire condition. To me, please bring him to me now. St. Jack caught his breath as he approached Choi Han. Albaru spoke in a low voice at that moment. His plate is in danger, so it would be bad to try to heal him here. Excuse me, but I should still cage. The last person in the pack moved next to Choi Han before putting a hand on Jack's shoulder. His Highness is right. Ah, really? Jack saw Cage wink at him. He nodded his head in confusion. Let's hurry, Cage urgently shouted. There are some mages outside the temple, so it should not be hard for us to get down. These mages were here to protect or move Latana, Tunka, Jack, and the others in case any unexpected situations arose. They were all Albarus subordinates. Yes, let's go. Tunka looked at Cal, who was on Choi Han's back and could not even lift his head, and shouted with desperation. He then approached Albaru. Will you be okay if I support you? No. Someone interjected at that moment. It was Clope, who had gone through the temple once the sealed guard schemes had disappeared, and opened the door. I can support him. Clope supported Albaru and helped him stand without any hesitation. Let's hurry, it's urgent. Cage shouted again, and Tunka ran forward as Cage pointed at him to lead the way. Latana was with him as well. Choi Han was behind them with Cal on his back, while Cal sighed with his eyes closed. What the hell is he plotting? Cal was thinking about what Albaru was plotting. He was also thinking about what Choi Han, this guy who had his mouth shut because he couldn't act at all, was thinking. Albaru had no idea about this as he looked at Clope. Clope quietly whispered after sensing his gaze. For the legend. Crazy bastard. Albaru hid his thoughts and said something else. How about you carry me too? Hannah had carried Mary on her back already. Clope said that his arms and legs were strong enough for that and carried Albaru. It seems as if you are trying to trick everybody, Your Highness. Albaru smiled at Clope's nonchalant comment. The danger was over. However, they needed to filter through people to prevent another danger. He needed to find out if there were bastards who would try to take their positions or scheme things behind their backs, while the heroes of this incident were in critical condition. He needed to observe the allied nations who were cooperating with them as well. Most importantly, I need to figure out what the hell the king is thinking. He needed to decipher Zed Crossman's inner thoughts. Furthermore, I need to control what people are thinking. Albaru remembered what one of his subordinates had said about Cal. This faith that Cal would be able to take care of everything the things that were said, while looking at someone who looked as if he could faint at any moment. I can't let my dancing carry such baggage. These people were more like family than his actual family. These friends were worth more than family. The Guardian Knight truly is different. Hoo-hoo. Of course, Clope was not on that list. A group of people was descending toward the Puzzle City Plaza from the temple using flight magic. The plaza was currently filled with the chief executives of the different forces, as well as people who had come to watch. The king of the Roan kingdom, who should be controlling this, was just off in the distance watching. Boom. Once the group of people landed at the center of the plaza, commanding him, one of the Whipper Kingdom's warriors approached Tunka, who was in the front of the group. His face was full of happiness and joy. It was the same for the others around them. As they all tried to approach the heroes and welcome their return as the spectators were about to cheer Commander Nim, everything is finally Shut up, Tunka's shout made everybody silent. Tunka pushed aside his approaching subordinate and charged forward like a carriage. My liege. It was obvious that Tunka was enraged. He looked at the subordinate who had confusedly called out to him and shouted, Can't you see that we have a patient in critical condition? Ha, excuse me. Are you snickering? Ha, you can laugh in this situation. The face of the subordinate, who was about to smile, stiffened. He immediately realized that Tunka could snap at any moment and immediately changed his demeanor. His eyes quickly moved past Tunka. He could see multiple people in serious conditions. They seemed more like patients than heroes. He walked in front of Tunka and shouted, "Move! Don't block the way!" Cage's priestess robe fluttered as she shouted desperately at that moment. "Please make way. We need to quickly move them and start healing them with the Saintnim." Tunka and Latana pushed people to the side as Cage shouted desperately, "My close friend's life is in danger." Tunka was feeling such a sense of urgency and full of rage and sorrow that he shouted, "See what happens if you get in our way. Move aside unless you want to die." Crown Prince Albaru, who was on Clope's back pretending to be unconscious, quietly mumbled to himself, "Wow, hoo-hoo." Clope laughed quietly. Cal, who was on Choi Han's back as he ran behind Tunka, clenched his eyes even tighter. My son, his father." He heard Deruth Henitus's voice through the crowd. He had a feeling that this was going to be bad. His instincts were telling him it would be bad. Chapter 768. The Birth of a Hero. 2. Cal. As Cal clearly heard Duke Deruth's voice again the moment he heard Deruth shout through all of the other noises he had been hearing while going through the plaza, "This is bad." Cal truly realized that he was in big trouble. Cal felt that Deruth Henitus had become a very important person in his life. The people in the plaza moved away to make way for Duke Deruth to get to Cal. Duke Deruth had cast aside all elegance as a noble or a duke and was running toward Cal without thinking about anything else. Choi Han bit down on his lips as he watched. The look on Duke Deruth's face was stabbing at Choi Han's heart. It can't go on like this. Cal wanted to nod his head at Choi Han's mumbling, "I can't meet my father like this." Cal knew that although he looked terrible on the outside, he was completely fine. Of course, it was a bit of a burden when he used the shield and embrace earlier. However, probably because he was not able to use that properly and because of this vitality that seemed to start from his heart and spread throughout his body was quickly getting better. "Choi Han, let's go." Choi Han did not move. Even Tunka had stopped as he was looking at Duke Deruth with pity on his savage face. "Ah." Tunka bit down on his lips as if he was suppressing his sorrow. "Cal." Duke Deruth finally reached Cal. His shaking hand moved through the air and touched Cal's body. The moment Cal felt the shaking, the moment he felt Deruth touch extremely carefully, as if Cal might break, "This isn't right. What the heck am I doing right now?" Those were the thoughts in his head. Cal thought that he should slightly raise his head to show Deruth that he was fine. As Cal's body twitched a bit to do that grab, Duke Deruth had hugged Cal while he was still on Choi Han's back. People could not easily start speaking as they watched. Nobody could cheer while looking at a parent hugging their injured child. However, the silence did not last very long. "Oh no, he must really be seriously injured." The comment from a robed individual made people start whispering quietly, "Hurry up and report to the kingdom." Cal Henitus, the crown prince, and others seem to be in critical condition. It's so bad that even the saint is worried. I understand. People started reporting to their respective kingdoms. This was not an issue only for the foreign nations. The messengers of the different territories of the Rhone kingdom quickly started reporting to their territories as well. However, all of this was done stealthily. While most of the people at the center of the plaza were sharing words of concern or uneasiness, while looking at Deruth, who was hugging Cal without moving. Choi Han was basically frozen there with Cal on his back. Choi Han was close enough that he could hear what Duke Deruth was whispering to Cal. "You're awake." Deruth spoke in a low voice. Choi Han could feel Cal twitching on his back. After having known Cal for a long time, Choi Han believed Cal was scared right now. "Fa shh." Deruth stopped Cal from talking and spoke in a vicious tone that Cal had never heard from him before. "Yes. Let's keep being hurt like this." "Excuse me." Cal wanted to ask back, but he listened to his father's order not to say anything. He felt as if that was what he should do right now. Whether it is the Rhone kingdom or the temple or whatever, you just leave everything to your father and mother. Don't do anything. Cal wanted to respond. "I was planning on resting now anyway." Cal had nothing to do immediately. Of course, he was still uneasy about the hunters and their organization, but it's not like I will have to do anything about it. He was a bit concerned about the disappearance of the Flynn Merchant Guild's billows, but I'm sure nothing will happen right away. He could rest for now as he had no thoughts about doing anything. "Cal." Duke Deruth stopped hugging him after making one more comment. "Don't do anything no matter what, and sit tight. Something is weird." Cal felt viciousness and coldness in Deruth's voice for the first time. He seemed to have realized that Cal was fine after seeing him up close. "But if you don't sit tight and end up doing something, Deruth continued speaking. I will sit you down in the territory lord's position. What? Whereat, Cal felt his heart sink. He wanted to immediately open his eyes and ask what Deruth meant by that, but he could not do that. He was told to sit tight. Deruth looked at Cal's eyelashes, shaking through his messy hair, and held back a smile. This works as I expected. Deruth was much sharper than Cal realized. Sir Choi Han, Duke Deruth stepped away from Cal and raised his voice. Hurry, please hurry. I'm sorry for stopping you. He covered his face with both hands. Oh, Cal. Cage quickly came over and supported Duke Deruth. The young Master Nim, we will definitely save young Master Cal Nim. Sir Choi Han, please hurry. Tunka Nim, duck. Move the duck away. Tunka shouted in sorrow and anger and ran forward while looking at the Duke leaning weakly against the priestess with his face covered. They quickly started moving toward City Hall again. Miss Cage. St. Jack tried to approach Cage with a bewildered look on his face, but Hannah stopped him, making him have to follow behind Clope, who had Albaru on his back. Did you see the look on the Saintnam's face? He seemed out of it. I can't believe the esteemed saint with his amazing healing power would have such a look on his face. Isn't this a really big deal? A really big deal? Yeah, it might be really bad. It makes no sense that anybody would be fine after stabbing themselves in the heart. Even if he lasted throughout the battle through superhuman will or endurance, in the end, a soldier covered his mouth after being shocked at what he was saying while watching Cal's group running forward. A really big deal. The thoughts behind those words were things he did not dare to say out loud. Hey D, don't have such thoughts. No, something like that, we absolutely can't. His fellow soldier looked around before speaking sternly as if to scold the soldier who spoke. However, his hand that was holding a spear was unable to hide his uneasiness as he clenched and released his spear over and over. This was the same for the others who heard their conversation as well. It was especially true for the citizens of the Rhone Kingdom, whose expressions were slowly getting worse and worse. They could not stop looking at Cal's group until they moved past the main entrance of City Hall and entered the annex. They could not see anything after that. Puzzle City's City Hall annex was guarded heavily and did not allow any outsiders to enter immediately after Cal's group went in. Even Commander Tunka and Queen Latana had to leave because they were outsiders. Thankfully, St. Jack was able to stay there with his sister Hannah to heal the injured. The look on Cal's face was getting worse as soon as they entered this extremely secretive annex. Do you really need to? There was a pair of pajamas in his hand. It's good. Choi Han finished checking the temperature of the water in the bathtub and got up before heading outside the bathroom door. I will be standing guard, Cal Nim. Wait, Cal's voice trailed off as he looked elsewhere and not at Choi Han, who was heading out. Young Master Nim. His attendant, Ron Marlin. Ron had a benign smile on his face while looking at Cal. Ron's gaze was extremely vicious. Cal had never seen such a gaze in Ron's eyes before. It felt as if he had become Ron's prey. This vicious old man, Cal felt as if he might be squeezed like a lemon if he said the wrong thing. Cal had seen quite a lot of his friends once the temple walls broke after the illusion tests, but he had not seen Ron, Beacrox, nor Lark. However, Ron had greeted them as soon as they entered City Hall. Everything had proceeded quickly after that. Ron had guided them to place Cal in one of the rooms on the top floor of the annex, and that room must have either been used as a bedroom or was modified, as it looked like a decent bedroom. Young Master Nim. Yeah, Cal avoided Ron's benign gaze. First of all, you are looking shabby and dirty. Please clean up and make sure to wash off the blood as well. Ron. Cal spoke to Ron, who was smiling benignly. I should probably go see Rayan. The Black Castle. He needed to go there to check on the dragons and Rosalind. Since we are in here, it shouldn't be difficult to trick people about my condition. Nobody will know if I called Rayan over, became invisible, and went to the Black Castle for a moment. Cal could now tell what the Crown Prince was trying to do. This is probably to see and prepare for what happens while the main characters of this battle are out of commission. Either that or he was aiming to sweep away people aiming to grab power. It might also be because of King Zed. Cal had heard that King Zed had come here. That's why it should be fine as long as people think that I am in critical condition. It was a good thing. Cal could use this critical condition excuse to quietly take care of the things that were left to do. In some ways, this was great. His face lit up. Hoo-hoo. Cal flinched and turned his head. Hoo-hoo. Ron was laughing. He was laughing quite viciously. Cal did not know that Ran's eyes were focused on the grotesque scar visible through Cal's ripped shirt. The tattoo of the shield and heart could not be seen properly now because of the grotesque scar. Cal realized what Ran was looking at after hearing Ran's laughter. Cal looked down at the grotesque scar before nonchalantly patting it. It's a medal of honor. Ran was silent. Cal subconsciously moved toward the tub after looking at Ran's cold and stiff face. Ha! Ran let out a short laugh before moving to the bathroom door, stepping out, and speaking in a low voice as he slowly closed the door. May it be a time to release your fatigue, young master Nim. Tap. Cal looked at the closed bathroom door for a moment before washing himself. The super rock talked to him. By the way, your body seems to have gotten a bit better. Cal finished washing and turned his head to look at a full-body mirror. Ran seemed to have quickly prepared it. He probably did it to make this place seem similar to Cal's bedroom in the Henitus Duchy. Ran was a vicious old man, but he was an attentive attendant. Oh, the scar on his chest was grotesque, but Cal's body was much better than before. To put it in words, his posture was straighter and his complexion was rosy. I guess the world tree really did give me a good medicine. Vitality was still overflowing in his body. He would probably receive great results if he worked out in his current state. Of course, Cal had no thoughts at all about doing any strength training, sword arts, nor martial arts. Cal was nice and clean after taking the bath and walked out feeling good. But he immediately ran into Ran. Please lay down. Cal had no choice but to lay down on the bed with the blanket up to his neck and had to stay there. Ran was pouring some honey lemon tea into a cup. Cal looked around. Choi Han was outside the door while Albaru and Mary were in the rooms on either side of Cal's bedroom. Clope, Cage, and the others were there with them. In this cozy bedroom, he was alone in here with Ran. This isn't right. He felt as if he would suffocate. Ran placed the warm cup of honey lemon tea on the side table as he spoke. Duchess Violin and young Master Basin will be here soon. Ah, Cal subconsciously let out a sigh. Ran, His Highness and Mary Miss Tasha, is currently looking after both of them and said that neither have any major issues. She said they were close to mana depletion. Ah. Ran stopped talking for a moment before nonchalantly adding on as if this part didn't matter. His Majesty wishes to speak with you as well. What, me? Yes, young Master Nim. He wishes to see you. Cal had no idea why the king would want to see him. However, he had learned that King Zed had some connection to the hunters through the sealed guard's illusion tests. Is it because of that? Cal started to frown. Thinking about the hunters made him think about his maternal family, the Thames, and that red-haired man. That man had said that he would speak to Duke Deruth. I have a lot of people to meet. He needed to find Billows and chat as well. Cal stood up. I need to go if His Majesty is calling for me. Who? He heard a low laugh. He turned his head to see Ran with a dagger in his hand, cutting a cookie in half while quietly mumbling to himself. He's just a king. He's not more important than your life, this scary old man. Cal turned his head to look away from Ran's dagger. It was at that moment, clunk, the door opened with a loud noise. Calnim, Choi Han was walking in while looking shocked. Rosalind was with him. Cal wanted to ask if Rosalind was okay and how she regained consciousness so quickly, but he had no time to do that. Young Master Cal. A pale Rosalind spoke with a stiff look on her face. Mila Nim is looking for you, the beige-colored dragon Mila. She was looking for Cal, and a pale Rosalind had personally come here. Ran, get me a robe. Cal immediately stood up from the bed. Rosalind continued speaking to him. Iruhaben Nim is in danger. Cal recalled the image of Iruhaben falling to the ground. Chapter 769, The Birth of a Hero. 3. Cal received the robe from Ran and just put it over his pajamas. Choi Han, Ran, the two of you stay here. Cal was currently in critical condition. Choi Han needed to stand guard, and Ran needed to remain here in order to continue that act. Yes, young Master Nim. Ran answered without any complaints, but his face did not look good. He seemed to be concerned about the ancient dragon. I understand, Cal Nim. Choi Han responded a beat later, but Cal could not pay any attention to that right now. Young Master Cal, hurry, let's go right away, Miss Rosalind. Uwang Rosalind was already creating a teleportation magic circle. She seemed to have chosen teleportation over invisibility or flight magic because every second mattered. Cal moved to the teleportation magic circle Rosalind just finished as she called for him. Rosalind activated the spell right away. The two of them soon disappeared with a bright light, and the comment Cal made before he left remained like an afterimage. Nim will be fine. His stern voice filled the quiet room. Ran looked at the spot from where Cal disappeared before nonchalantly commenting, "And what the hell is your problem?" His slowly moving gaze reached Choi Han. Choi Han was not looking at Ran, but at the teleportation magic circle that remained. Tusk. The moment Ran clicked his tongue knock knock knock, Choi Han moved immediately after hearing the knocks. His quick movement let Ran know that Choi Han was not thinking about something else. He just did not want to answer and chose to ignore Ran. His old habits are coming out. It reminded Ran of when Choi Han used to be a cheeky little punk. However, a gentle smile soon appeared on his face. Click. Choi Han opened the door slightly to see King Zed Crossman's personal chief of staff. Ahem. The chief of staff moved his head to look inside. "Hello, chief of staff Nim." Unfortunately, Ran used clever movements to block his view and closed the bedroom door once he walked out. Click. The chief of staff looked at the firmly closed door as if he was disappointed, but quickly got rid of that look and started speaking. "Do you remember that His Majesty wishes to speak with young Master Cal?" King Zed was looking for Cal, but why had he not responded? "Did you even tell young Master Cal about it?" These things were what the chief of staff was basically asking. Ran looked around the hallway. Only people Albaru allowed were allowed into this city hall annex. Of course, they believed that Albaru, Cal, and Mary were in critical conditions. Albaru was the type to trick his allies first. People like this chief of staff were exceptions to Albaru's selection who were still allowed to move about the annex. Ran lowered his head at the chief of staff's comment. "My apologies, chief of staff Nim. The young Master Nim is currently not in a state in which he can oblige to His Majesty's will." The chief of staff's face stiffened as he cautiously asked, "How bad is it?" Information regarding the patients in this annex was currently top secret. Nobody other than an extremely select few knew about Cal's condition. Ran took a step toward the chief of staff and spoke quietly, as if he was whispering in his ear. Of course, it was loud enough for the guards stationed in the hallway to hear. "The young Master Nim is currently unable to come outside." It was obvious. Cal was already outside, so he couldn't come out. Furthermore, it is difficult to chat with him. That was right. Cal wasn't here, so chatting with him was difficult unless Ran used a video communication device. "Who is that so?" The chief of staff barely held back a sigh and observed Ran's face. His face showed no signs of lying. He's not the type to lie about something like this. Although the chief of staff was speaking casually to Ran right now, he was aware of the things Ran had done in Puzzle City. Despite not knowing Ran's true identity, he knew that Ran was no ordinary attendant. "I understand. I will inform His Majesty exactly as you told me." "My apologies once again, Chief of Staff Nim." "Not at all." The Chief of Staff stopped walking and turned back to speak to Ran. The Chief of Staff was someone who needed to put all their attention on information, power, and politics, but he was also a person with emotions and tact. "I hope that Commander Cal recovers fully very quickly. I have faith that he will. Thank you very much." The Chief of Staff smiled at Ran, who thanked him in a more respectful manner than before, and started walking. Ran entered the bedroom again after seeing the Chief of Staff depart. Choi Han headed outside the door instead of Ran. It was so that he could stand guard outside. Choi Han heard Ran open the bedroom window and say something at that moment. "Go find out about the Chief of Staff." He could not see anything outside the window. However, Choi Han observed faint movements on the ceiling above the window. The movement was so stealthy that only someone at the sword master level would notice. PFFFD. Choi Han chuckled and closed the door, still the same. Ran was still just as wily. Of course, Choi Han thought that he himself had not changed either. He strolled through the hallway and made eye contact with people who peeked toward the door. Nobody would be able to get past him. He then quietly prayed, "Please, please let Eruhaben Nim heal." Choi Han firmed his resolve while waiting for Cal to return. Stronger, he needed to get stronger. He could not share that whisper with anybody. Human, Mio. Rayan hung and on jumped into Cal's arms. "Eek, oh, he's fine." They were all shocked. Cal, who usually staggered when all three of them jumped on him when his condition was not good, only took one step back and was standing firm. It meant that he was in the best possible condition. "Move over for now." Cal nonchalantly pushed the children to the side and approached the bed. Cal motioned to On with his eyes, and she nodded her head before taking the children out of the room. This was one of the bedrooms in the Black Castle. Yorah, Ruhaben, who was lying on the bed, greeted him in a weak voice. You don't seem in that serious of a condition, Ruhaben Nim. Ruhaben chuckled at Cal's calm comment. Even that looked weak, but Ruhaben's gaze was firm. Mila, who was sitting next to the bed, started speaking. He is dying. Oldage Ruhaben restored before Rosalind raised her voice, unable to maintain her usual calm. It's not from old age. It's because you pushed yourself too much. Eruhaben's face was pale as he lay on the bed. He did not have any injuries nor broken bones. However, his usually radiant gold hair had lost its light and was turning dull and shabby. The radiant gold light was slowly fading away from the tip. No. Rosalind bit down on her lips and looked toward Cal and Mila. Mila Nim, young Master Cal is here, so please, the artifact. Rosalind's fingertips were touching the small jar on the table next to the bed. The jar was about the size of an alcohol bottle. The item that had been full of cracks was now completely fine. What should we do, young Master Cal? Mila looked toward the owner of the artifact. I got rid of all the cracks with my connect together. Mila's attribute, connect together. However, it is an item with a limited amount of life force, so connecting it together will not bring out more than it is capable of holding. Cal had earned this jar artifact from the eastern continent's Wind Island. This jar had the life force of the numerous people who had to die as sacrifices there. It would break once all of the life force ran out. I cannot fill life force. However, I was able to maximize the effect of the life force in it. She had made it so that the life force could be 50 to 100% more effective. She wasn't able to change it much, but she was able to increase the quality. Young Master Cal. Mila quietly called out to Cal once again. Cal was looking down at Eruhaben as he spoke. Are you not going to drink it? Eruhaben closed his eyes after hearing Cal calmly ask that question. Cal sat down on an empty chair next to Mila. The way of using this jar is simple. You just need to drink the water that fills inside when you are holding it. He continued in a calm voice. The water will fill to the user's desired amount of life force. Only about a gulp had filled into the artifact when Eruhaben first used it. 1 year. That was the amount of time you wanted, Eruhaben Nim. You said that that was enough. The White Star. He just needed enough time until that bastard was caught. That is why you said that the jar would not fill with water even if you held it again. I did. Eruhaben responded with his eyes closed. Eruhaben had given a reason to Cal when asked why he did not want any more of the jar's power. Cal clearly recalled that information. The battles against the White Star and his numerous subordinates, I'm sure there might be people who get hurt during battle. I decided it is better to preserve the artifact for any potential issues. Using this entire artifact would be giving me an extra life. But all of you have not even lived the lives you were given. Eruhaben had refused to use the jar in case any potential allies get injured. Please open your eyes. Eruhaben kept his eyes closed despite Cal's stern voice. However, he opened his eyes after hearing what Cal said next. Miss Rosalind, try picking up the jar. Cal then continued speaking. Eruhaben Nim, please take a look. The ancient dragon opened his eyes. The pale Rosalind was smiling at him. There wasn't even a single drop of water in the jar as she held it. Mila Nim, is it my turn? The still tired-looking Mila gently received the jar. It did not fill up with water once again. Cal reached his hand out. Eruhaben Nim, do you need to see more? The jar did not fill with water in his hand either. I'm sure it will be the same for the others as well. This jar will not fill with water right now no matter which of our friends holds it. None of them wanted the life force. Why? This question was quite a useless question for the ancient dragon. He could figure out the answer based on how Rosalind, Mila, the children, and other dragons outside the door were looking at him. Eruhaben Nim, there was something I told you back then. When the ancient dragon had said that he didn't need the jar, Cal had said the following while putting the jar away. I presume that the day will come when I give this jar back to you, Eruhaben Nim. Cal put the jar in Eruhaben's hand. I'm pretty sure that the jar will be full at that time. Cal was certain. Once they captured the White Star, once all of the battles were over, once he knew that everybody had survived, if it was someone who wanted to be with the people he cared for no matter who it was, I was right, wasn't I? They would want to live longer. I feel so shameless. The jar was filling with water. There is no shame to this at all. You wish to live longer, don't you? Then live. Cal, I think that you are going to live a long life too. Cal ignored the comment from the glutton priestess in his mind. Cal smiled at Eruhaben, who seemed to be unable to control himself from all sorts of emotions building up inside him, and nonchalantly commented, "You should receive an equivalent bonus if you worked hard." "Don't you think so, Eruhaben Nim?" Eruhaben chuckled. "Using this entire artifact would be giving me an extra life." It reminded him of what he had said. "Please drink it, Eruhaben Nim." Eruhaben flinched after looking up from the jar and at Cal. "Otherwise, I will force your mouth open and pour it all in there." Eruhaben's jaw dropped. "This punk, that gaze, I'm someone who does what I say. Eruhaben Nim. He's serious. He's very serious." Cal's gaze slightly reminded him of Clope Seca right now. It was the first time Eruhaben got chills while looking at Cal. Chapter 770, The Birth of a Hero. 4. There was a ruckus outside the door at that moment. "They're fine. Everybody except Gramps is fine." "That's great, Naya." Hang and Rayan's excited voices rang through the door and echoed in the room. Click. The door opened, and a white-haired woman entered. It was former Dragon Lord Sherrit. She walked into the bedroom alone and gently smiled at the people inside. "I am probably better off than everybody else." Sherrit did not seem to have any changes at all. However, nobody smiled back after hearing that. Lord Sherrit. She was a being without a physical body. This illusion had no choice but to always look the same. Eruhaben. She then approached Eruhaben, who was holding the jar. She spoke in a calm voice. "Please live and look after Rayan. The other children too." Cal was certain. He can't get out of it anymore. Cal could see Eruhaben's eyes start to fill with a lingering attachment to this world as Sherrit continued speaking. "Not just On and Hang. Mies and the other wolf children are quite young. Lark is still young too. They all still have a lot to learn, so please look after them." Sherrit added one last statement. "Please do it for me." Eruhaben slowly lifted his body. His gold hair was now a dull gray. Cal could see Eruhaben's body starting to crack, with it starting from the fingertips holding the jar. The bodies of dragons were said to return to nature once they died. Was it Eruhaben's time now? "I now have so many more things to do at the end of my life." Eruhaben then smiled. It was an awkward smile, but his gaze was firm as if he had made up his mind. He slowly lifted the jar in his hand. Then he let out a short breath. And Cal looked around. Rosalind took a deep breath. She seemed even more anxious because Eruhaben was her teacher. Mila and Sherrit looked relaxed. "It's full of water." Eruhaben then placed the jar up to his lips without any hesitation. "Ha!" Cal's eyes opened wide as he watched. His jaw dropped as well. However, Eruhaben was already gulping down the liquid in the alcohol bottle-shaped jar. "Ah, what's wrong?" Sherrit looked at the baffled Cal and asked. "Eruhaben Nim seems to have forgotten something." Forgetting what?" "No," that Cal hesitated while looking at Eruhaben, who was focused on drinking the water. "Mercenary King Bud Ills. He had said something about using this artifact when they were on Wind Island. That ancient artifact will fill with just enough water for the user who decides to use it on themselves. Once you drink the water, any issues related to vitality will be cured to the point you want. Of course, it may be a bit painful depending on the situation. My stomach did not feel good when I used it. Bud had said that it might be painful when someone uses the jar. This probably depended on how much of the jar's vitality was used. Eruhaben was not simply healing injuries right now, he was trying to extend his original lifespan. The jar would probably, no, the jar would definitely break today. What Eruhaben wanted required quite a lot of vitality. As a result, if Eruhaben was to end up in pain because he used the jar, it probably won't be a small amount. Cal had assumed that Eruhaben remembered that as well. But seeing him gulping it down like this, he must have forgotten about it. Is this really okay? While Cal's pupils slightly shook, "Yes, more, keep drinking." Sherrit cheered Eruhaben on, while Mila and Rosalind silently cheered with warm gazes. Eruhaben continued drinking without any breaks, as if it was not filling him up at all. "I have a bad feeling about this." Cal did not dare to say anything and felt his back getting cold as water continued pouring out of the jar non-stop. Crack, it was at that moment. "Ha! A crack!" The jar started cracking. Mila shouted in an excited voice at the same time. "Color is returning." Luster slowly started returning to the dull hair. The dark gray color was slowly disappearing. "Oh, is he making it through without any pain?" As Cal's face was about to light up crack, once the jar cracked a lot more, Iruhaben's shoulders jerked back. Iruhaben Nim, shoot! Rosalind and Mila tried to support Iruhaben through their shock, but they saw someone who was quicker than them. You cannot stop, Iruhaben Nim. In a calm tone, and with quick movements, Cal had Iruhaben's chin in one hand and the jar in the other hand. Just stop drinking for a moment when you need to groan, and breathe through your nose. Even if you stop for a moment, you need to keep drinking until the end. You need to keep drinking even if you are full. You cannot stop because it hurts, Iruhaben Nim. Iruhaben's fingers holding the jar were shaking. You remember what Bud said, right, Iruhaben Nim? Iruhaben clenched his eyes shut at Cal's question. He finally remembered what Bud had said, and his whole body felt numb. His limbs were shaking as if they were asleep, and pins were poking at them as his whole body became covered in sweat. However, he could not stop now. Iruhaben drank the water that continued to fill up and drank again. Apparently, I really wanted to live. He finally realized how much he had wanted to live. Crack, crack, the jar was cracking non-stop. Iruhaben drank the vitality from the jar and then drank some more. For some odd reason, he was not full. It was as if the nutrients seeping into his body were spreading through his body and filling it with energy. You need to live long enough to see Rayan grow up, Iruhaben Nim. Iruhaben responded by continuing to drink after hearing Cal's calm voice. Young Master Cal. Rosalind was looking at Cal as if she was seeing a new side to him. She was concerned about Iruhaben, whose whole body was shaking, but seeing Cal being calm and collected gave her a sense of relief. It was at that moment, it's breaking. The moment Mila said that crack, a long vertical crack appeared on the jar and a gap started opening. Cal released his grip on the jar. Clang! Half of the jar fell to the ground. Huff! Iruhaben started falling back at the same time. Mila quickly supported Iruhaben and laid him down on the bed. Ah! Iruhaben Nim! Cal grabbed Iruhaben in shock. Blood was dripping out of the ancient dragon's mouth. It's enough to make him bleed. Didn't Bud say that it was only enough to make his stomach hurt? Dark red blood continued flowing out of Iruhaben's mouth without stopping. This was the first time Cal saw any of his allies bleeding like this. As concern was about to appear on his calm face, a husky voice spoke in Cal's mind. It was the sound of the wind. She was someone who knew a lot about the jar from Wind Island. That dragon named Mila put that jar back together properly. Shhhhhhhh. Gold dust fluttered and caused a breeze. Cal could see Iruhaben's appearance changing rapidly. That dragon's going to be young again. The ancient dragon's skin was so smooth to the point it was sparkling. His gold hair was so shiny that it looked as if stardust was scattered on top of silk. Oh, Cal gasped and looked at Mila. She was the person who knew the most about healing within the group here. Mila smiled. I guess you're a young dragon again. Iruhaben stopped coughing up blood and slowly opened his eyes. Cal and the ancient dragon made eye contact. I think I'm going to live too long. The ancient dragon smiled awkwardly. I guess I wanted to live long. He then avoided Cal's gaze. The door slammed open, and the children, averaging 9 years old, rushed in. Gramps, Mio, Mio. The children could not hide their shocks after seeing the blood by Iruhaben's side. Gramps, why, you have to live a long time. Our youngest is right, Naya. You have to live long, Naya. You need to be healthy, Naya. Iruhaben awkwardly smiled at Rayan, Hang, and On, who were so concerned that they didn't know what to do before he let out a fake cough. Cal chuckled and turned his gaze to the children, averaging 9 years old. Why did you guys suddenly rush in? These children were not the type to barge into the bedroom without knocking. This was especially true for On, who had observed the situation before coming in. On moved away from Iruhaben and approached Cal. Rayan raised his voice as well. Human, Tasha contacted me. She said that the king just barged into your room. What? The king went to my room? Why? Did he seriously have nothing better to do? What's the rush? We can't contact Grandpa Ron nor Choi Han. Miss Tasha told you that. That's right. Cal immediately stood up. Rosalind stood up at the same time. The two of them made eye contact. Miss Rosalind, I'll cast teleportation right away. The fact that a dark elf like Tasha contacted Rayan meant something else as well. King Zed Crossman. Albaru had started to make a move to go up against him. Choi Han lowered his head. Ran also had his head down next to Choi Han while talking. My apologies, Your Majesty. The young Masternim is currently having trouble regaining consciousness, so it may be difficult to see him right now. Ran was lowering his head toward King Zed Crossman. Behind him was the chief of staff, who looked completely frazzled, as if this was an awkward situation, and a swordsman who had a look on his face that made it feel as if he wouldn't even bleed if he was stabbed. Of course, there were many other guards in attendance lined up in the hallway behind the chief of staff and the swordsman. Your Majesty, the chief of staff looked around before speaking. How about coming back tomorrow? I completely understand how concerned you are about the commander, but as I mentioned earlier, I don't think it is right to see someone who is unconscious. The chief of staff could not hide his anxiousness. Ran peeked at him and had a pretty good idea as to what was going on. The chief of staff informed the king exactly as I told him. The chief of staff would have reported to the king that Cal was in critical condition, but the king still came here. There was nobody here who could stop him. People from other kingdoms could not act out in the Roan kingdom since they were foreigners, but King Zed was the king of the Roan kingdom. There was nowhere that he was not allowed to go. There was also nobody who had the balls to stop him. It does seem like the chief of staff wants to stop him, though. The sight of the king forcing his way here trying to see the commander, who was between life and death people, would not speak kindly about it. The king is not someone who would normally act like this. Ran bowed even more to King Zed, who was silently looking down at him. The king was plotting something. He had just not told anybody about it. That meant that until Cal got here, no, even if Cal came back, Ran needed to send the king back. Screech! Ran heard the door open at that moment, and his intuition told him something. He's here. The person who could stop the king had finally appeared. Royal Father. The pale crown prince in a wheelchair opened the door to his room and came out to the hallway. The crown prince looked quite terrible and even had a thick blanket around him. The crown prince's subordinates were behind him. Royal Father, I have prepared a warm cup of tea. I know you enjoy tea a lot. King Zed actually did not like tea. Only a few people knew that. Albaru was one of those few people. The king silently observed Albaru before he started walking. Yes, I do like tea. The king headed toward Albaru with indifference. This was wrong of me. I should have come to see my son first. Albaru then motioned to the knight behind him. I will push him. The king grabbed the handles of Albaru's wheelchair and slowly started pushing it. Are you okay with me pushing it? Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Albaru had called the king Your Majesty, and not Royal Father. Zed did not say anything about it and started pushing the wheelchair. Others tried to quickly follow behind them, but Zed raised his hand to stop them, and the two of them went into Albarus' bedroom alone. He observed the bedroom in front of him and nonchalantly commented in a dry voice. Are you concerned that a lame duck old man is acting out? Albaru was also looking forward as he nonchalantly commented. What reason would I have to be concerned, Your Majesty? There is nothing I am scared of or need to be scared of. Albaru raised his head, and the king lowered his head. The two of them were looking at each other. Chapter 771. The Birth of a Hero. 5. The father and son's exchanging of gazes ended after a moment of silence. Your Majesty, the chief of staff was standing at the door, not daring to enter while looking anxious. He did not go inside Albarus' bedroom, as the king motioned for him to stay out, but he could not just sit still, as he had to aid the king. King Zed looked at the people standing outside the door and gave an order. Only the two of you come in. There was no need for him to explain which two people he was talking about. The chief of staff and the swordsman, the two people who directly aid the king, entered the room. Someone else took a step into the bedroom at that moment. It was Tasha, who had returned after contacting Rayan. Your Highness. She was looking at Albaru. It might seem improper of her to act like this with the king here, but she could not leave Albaru in here alone without any allies. Yes, you were here too. Tasha turned her gaze after hearing the king's voice. There was a small smile on the king's nonchalant face. I guess it would be good for you to come in as well. Why is he acting like this? Tasha was suspicious of the king, but entered the bedroom after Albaru nodded his head. Click. The bedroom closed at that moment. Tasha looked back in shock. Uwang blue mana was released from the chief of staff's body. The mana soon covered the entire bedroom with soundproof barrier magic. This is the highest grade mage level. Tasha thought that this mage was lacking in skill compared to Rosalind, but he was at least more skilled than Albaru. Furthermore, she had thought that the chief of staff was a regular person until now. She never expected him to have such skills. That swordsman too, Tasha observed the swordsman, who did not go to stand behind King Zed and went toward the window to observe the outside, with a sharp gaze. Choi Han had quietly whispered something to her as she walked past him to get here. That swordsman is strong. She could not hear any details as she did not have time, but a swordsman at a level that even Choi Han calls him strong must be at the sword master level. He doesn't seem at that level, though. She did not feel much from this swordsman, other than this dreary attitude he was giving off. There is a sword master in the Roan kingdom, and he is one of the king's close confidants. This information was difficult for Tasha to understand. However, she was certain about one thing: I can't let my guard down. King Zed Crossman. He had handed over all authority to Crown Prince Albaru already, but he was no pushover. Furthermore, he was still the king. More importantly, she could not trust the person who had neglected Albaru in the past. Tasha moved toward Albaru to a position where she could protect him at any moment. The moment her sharp gaze headed toward the king Albaru Crossman, the king called out Albarus' name. How about stepping up to this position now? Tasha's eyes opened wide. The king was telling Albaru to quickly become king. She looked at Albaru. Her pale nephew was not looking at King Zed, but out the window. He looked to be in a lot of pain sitting on this wheelchair. This king, this damn father of his, was talking about this extremely heavy responsibility while he was in a lot of pain. Tasha subconsciously bit down on her lips. Albaru did not look at anybody and commented, almost as if he was talking to himself. There should be nothing to cause you any headaches now. Don't you wish to stay there longer? His gaze then slowly turned toward the king. His gaze was sharp, unlike his pale complexion. Why? Albaru was curious. Why did he suddenly come to Puzzle City? Why did the king, who did not care much about any of the kingdom's affairs anymore, come to Puzzle City all of a sudden? Why had he looked around the battlefield? Why was he looking for Cal and revealing to people that he was in good health? It clearly looked as if he didn't want to let go of his power yet. What was the king planning? Albaru could not put his guard down around King Zed. King Zed started speaking with a peaceful look on his face. I will leave the palace. What? Albaru's eyes opened wide. It was rare for the next king to succeed the throne while the current king was alive. That was why Albaru was planning to use the achievements from this war to step into the king's throne. Part of him wanted to become king when things were peaceful, and the name of Roan was shining brightly throughout the western continent. But this plan was the best plan for any justification or legitimacy. Something is odd. Albaru thoroughly observed Zed. Usually, a king who relinquished the throne to the next king would leave the palace and go to one of the remote palaces or a palace in a foreign region owned by the kingdom. However, Zed did not seem to be talking about such a situation. Leave the palace. It sounded as if he was treating those remote palaces to be in that group as well. Do you mean that you will go to a remote palace, Your Majesty? I said that I was leaving the palace. That meant that he was indeed treating those remote palaces as a part of the palace as well. Zed Crossman was stating that he would leave anything with the name palace in it and distance himself. Zed sat down on a nearby chair and nonchalantly commented, "It doesn't do any good for the former king to remain in the palace anyway. What nonsense is this?" Albarus' eyebrows slightly rose before instantly coming back down. There was a reason that the former king was served in the palace, a remote palace, or even a palace in foreign region. It was not simply filial piety to the former king from his son. There was an extremely political reason having to do with power and authority. What Zed was talking about, the former king leave the palace, meant just one thing. The healthy former king would leave from under the new king's influence and roam around freely. Why? Albrew thought rationally and asked as the crown prince, "Royal father, why are you thinking about leaving the palace? This son must serve his far to keep an eye on me." Zed cut Albaru off. "Keep an eye on you." Albaru spoke as if that was absolutely not the reason, but the king was still smiling as he nonchalantly commented, "It is to keep an eye on me. You want to suppress me so that the former king doesn't have any stray thoughts about becoming king again. If that is not keeping an eye on me, what is it?" Albaru's eyes clouded over. He's never spoken this frankly before. King Zed had never openly talked about surveillance or stray thoughts and revealed his inner thoughts to Albaru like this. As the crown prince looked at him with an odd gaze, you should know about it as well. King Zed caressed the armrest and calmly continued, The guys protecting me. I will only take them with me. The people who protected Zed, as if they were his shadows, Albaru, had learned a bit about them once he became the crown prince. Zed nodded his head after seeing Albarus' gaze move to the chief of staff and the swordsman. These two are also people who protect me. The chief of staff slightly bowed his head with a light-hearted but snobbish look still on his face, while the swordsman continued to look outside the window. Albaru quietly observed the three of them before speaking. But shouldn't I still know where you are, royal father? PFFFD. Zed chuckled before nonchalantly responding. I will remain in the Roan kingdom. I will contact you at least once every half-year. How could I escape when the border is under your control? Everything except the southeast region is in your hands. The Duke's House of Henetus in the Roan Kingdom's northeast region. The northwest region's Marquis House of Stan. The Duke's House of Gyra in the southwest region. Albaru had close relationships with the other three areas of the Roan Kingdom, except for the Roan Kingdom's central faction with the capital and the southeast region. Even if I used magic to escape to a foreign kingdom, they would simply capture me and deliver me to you. Albaru showed his agreement through silence to Zed's comment. There was a big gap between Zed, who had led Roan Kingdom to be average, and Albaru, who had turned the Roan Kingdom into the central faction of the Western continent. Albaru kept his mouth shut for a bit before opening it back. Half a year is too long. You must contact me at least once every 3 months, royal father. Zed's face stiffened while quietly observing Albaru. Albarus' gaze did not only have the emotions of the future king thinking about his authority. There were emotions as a son as well. You Zed could not say the rest. Albaru saw the look in Zed's eyes before looking slightly away. The father and son were silent for a moment before looking at each other as the king and the crown prince once again. Zed was the first to speak. By the way, have your coronation in the spring. A smile appeared on Albarus' face. Didn't you just tell me to become king as quickly as possible, your majesty? It was still a long time until spring. Of course, it would probably be spring by the time they took care of everything involving the war that had taken place in Puzzle City, as well as the things that would happen afterward. Tap, tap. Zed tapped the arm rest with his finger as he spoke. There is one last thing I have to do. King Zed has something to do. Zed was a king who had not done much to guide the kingdom or make any achievements. What is it? Albaru was about to ask. This one last thing Zed had to do, what was it? It was at that moment. A damn rat. Albaru felt the mana of the chief of staff, who had cast the soundproof barrier magic, fluctuate the moment Zed spoke. The mana violently fluctuated as if it was reacting to anger, excitement, or other types of intense emotions. The swordsman who had been looking out the window turned his gaze to look at King Zed. The king spoke in a gentle voice. I'm trying to catch a damn rat. Albaru could see the sharp blade hidden underneath the gentleness. He opened his mouth to speak. He felt as if he needed to ask who that damn rat was referring to. Knock, 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 however. Someone knocked on the door at that moment. The king immediately stood up. The crown prince and the king were chatting right now. There were not many things that could interrupt that. I guess I can see his face now. Zed motioned to the chief of staff, who immediately removed the soundproof barrier magic and urgently opened the door. Did the commander wake up? Yes, sir. Ron bowed his head and responded respectfully to the chief of staff's question. We will head there. The king turned away from Albaru without any hesitation and left the bedroom. Albaru watched him leave before giving an order once Tasha was the only one left with him. Go investigate it. Tap, tap. There were some light tapping noises from the ceiling before some people showed their presence. Albaru looked at the ceiling and asked Tasha a question. Royal Father must have just pretended not to notice, right? That's right. The chief of staff and the swordsman should have noticed a long time ago. Zed had pretended not to know that there were dark elves stealthily hiding in the bedroom ceiling. This isn't good. Albaru mumbled to himself before looking in the direction in which Zed disappeared. He then thought about Cal. His father and Cal, what would the two of them discuss? You don't look very good. I wonder if I am bothering you with my visit. Not at all, Your Majesty. Cal tried to sit up and bow to the king, but the king stopped him. Don't get up. Stay in a comfortable position. I have at least that much tact. He then sat down on the chair right next to Cal's bed. They looked quite close to each other. He was treating Cal as if they had met multiple times before. So how is your body? It's bearable, Your Majesty. Cal smiled faintly and answered as pitifully as possible. Really? Zed looked at Cal with pity before speaking. Commander Cal Henitus, what is your dream? Why is this guy acting like this? Cal couldn't believe what the king said to him as soon as he left Eruhaben to come here, but he acted as weak as possible. I just... He answered without any hesitation. He spoke as if he was desperate. I just wish to have a house in a quiet place and relax there while taking care of a small field to pass my time. I just wish to quietly, truly quietly. Cal did not say anything else as his tone was getting firmer and closed his mouth. I see. Zed nodded his head as if he didn't think much of it. I had heard about it from Duke Deruth already. He said that you will be heading back home and resting in a villa. Cal flinched internally after hearing Duke Deruth's name, but did not let it show on his face. He was satisfied as the Duke mentioned that he would let Cal fool around and not be the patriarch. King Zed continued speaking. That is why Duke Deruth told me to take care of the things I have caused on my own. My, I've felt this from a long time ago, but the Duke becomes quite scary when it is something related to his people. What is he talking about right now, Commander? Do you know what my dream is? Cal looked at the king, who was asking if Cal knew what his dream was, and thought about the younger Alberu and King Zed he saw in the illusion. Yes, Duke Deruth is right. Zed continued speaking as if he didn't want an answer from Cal. I need to take care of my issues myself. He looked at Cal and smiled gently. Cal had this mysteriously sense of fear while looking at the king smiling like that just a step away from him. The Duke's house of Orsina. Yes. A series of incidents flashed through Cal's mind after hearing the name of the largest noble family in the Roan Kingdom's capital. Cal's biological mother, Drew Thames. Someone presumed to be from her family, the man who had been pretending to be Vice Captain Hilsman, had been captured by Cal. That man said that he was going to meet with Cal's father, Duke Deruth, and had told Cal a few things. The funds came from the Flynn Merchant Guild. That information is accurate. The Flynn Merchant Guild was suspected of sponsoring hunters. That bastard was pushed back. Billows Flynn, who had been one of the strongest Merchant Guild leader candidates, was currently missing after being placed in danger of death. The second child of the Flynn family, who has received young Lady Orsina's sponsorship, will soon become the Merchant Guild leader. The succession will happen as soon as things are settled here in Puzzle City. Then Billows Flynn will probably be executed. Cal had asked the fake Hilsman a question after hearing that information. The Flynn Merchant Guild's future Merchant Guild leader received sponsorship from the Duke's House of Orsina, and the funds sponsoring the hunters came from the Flynn Merchant Guild. Yes, do you see the picture now? The relationship between the Duke's House of Orsina, the Flynn Merchant Guild, and the hunters' organization that came up because of the fake Hilsman. Cal stopped pretending to be weak and asked with a stoic face, "What is the Duke's House of Orsina?" Zed started smiling. "Yes, I am sure you are curious about that." Zed was smiling brightly, but his eyes were not smiling at all. The Duke's House of Orsina is the hunting dog I have raised. Chapter 772, The Birth of a Hero. 6. Hunting Dog. Cal's eyes observed the smiling Zed Crossman's face. The Duke's House of Orsina. They were one of the chiefs of the Roan Kingdom's noble factions, located at the center of the Roan Kingdom. Cal had been surprised at the fact that such a household would be sponsoring hunters, but what Zed just said was even more shocking. Zed Crossman had led the kingdom forward without doing anything special. Such a person is treating a duke's house as a hunting dog. He raised them as hunting dogs. Cal had known that Zed Crossman was not an average king based on what he saw in the sealed guard's illusion test, but his mind was even more mysterious than Cal had expected. However, Cal's expression was calm unlike his shocked state, and Zed continued as if he expected it. Duke Deruth told me that you have heard some things about the Duke's House of Orsina and the hunters. Zed stopped talking for a moment before he resumed speaking. I also heard your interest in your maternal family has increased, the House of Thames. The family had suddenly disappeared as if the whole family had collapsed. Commander Cal, I understand why you would be curious about that. It is normal to have a longing and curiosity about your own bloodline. Cal slightly flinched. I don't really want to know, though. Cal had already learned too many things because of the hunters and did not want to learn any more. If I learned any more, he had this ominous feeling that he would be swept up in something big and incomparable to the White Star. But it wasn't as if he could pretend not to know about Drew Thames and the events of the past. He needed to be wary of them at least to a degree, especially because the hunters might aim for Choi Han since he was a single lifer. However, slowly finding things out and being wary of them and running into it head first were completely different things. Cal had no intentions of doing the latter. Cal Henitus. King Zed called out to Cal in a low voice. Zed was no longer smiling or frowning. He simply observed Cal without any emotions visible on his face. But that is where it stops. The king warned Cal in a stoic voice. The level in which you are allowed to be curious about is at the appropriate level right now. You cannot become any more curious or take a step forward. Cal thought about it for a moment. He's telling me to not think about the hunters. Right, Cal's eyes slowly filled with energy. It was vitality. Zed attentively observed it before nonchalantly commenting. You also need to know how to suppress your passion. Commander Cal, there are many times when it is not good to step forward. Excuse me, what are you saying all of a sudden? Cal, who had neither desire to step forward nor any passion to suppress, looked at the king with confusion. King Zed lightly sighed at the gaze that seemed to question what he just said and not agree. You are like Drew. Cal ended up hearing the words he had mumbled very quietly. What the hell? Why is the king calling Drew Thames' name so gently, as if they were friends or something? Cal thoroughly ignored Zed's mumblings. A mysterious chill roamed around the back of his neck. Zed contemplated something after seeing Cal calmly observing him before starting to speak again. I guess I need to resolve some of your questions. You are connected to a degree after all. You don't really need to do that. I'm sure I can just ask my father about the things I am curious about. Cal could tell that Duke Deruth had already gone around with the king based on the current situation. The king didn't know what Cal was thinking and continued to speak. I am personally chasing after hunters. There were no emotions visible on his face as he said that. The Duke's House of Orsina is helping me with my work. Young Lady Karin Orsina was looking for a way to get connected with the hunters under my order. That is about all I can tell you. Cal closed his eyes for a moment. This was not something he should do with the king in front of him, but he couldn't help but do so as a memory naturally popped up in his mind. The 15-year-old Albaru crossman he met in the sealed guards test, King Zed, was much younger than right now when the crown prince was that age. He had had anger and fear against the hunters, the ancient White Star. He had created some sort of relationship with the hunters to gain immense power and tried to become a god. However, he had failed, and the traces of the hunters did not remain in history. The House of Crossman carried down that bloodline. Zed Crossman did not loathe the hunters who used the ancient White Star and then threw him away. He said that they were both bad. That was why Cal had asked the illusion Zed why he loathed the hunters. Did they threaten your life? Or was someone close to you killed by the hunters? King Zed had simply peeked toward the unconscious Albaru Crossman. He did not respond in any way. Albaru's mother had died a suspicious death. It was weird thinking about it now. She was not a regular person. She was a half-blood dark elf, which meant that she had above-average physical abilities and was quite skilled in magic as well. Cal gulped. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of things to ask him. Illusion King Zed had known about the Red Bloods. The hunters were currently active through 5 households. However, they had been 7 in the past, and the Red Bloods and White Bloods were the 2 households that had disappeared. Commander Cal. Cal opened his eyes and snapped out of his thoughts. He then groaned for a different reason. I have no plans on sharing my prey with someone else. Zed's gaze was full of firmness and obsession. It seemed almost to the level of lunacy. Zed was old enough to be able to hide his emotions under a stoic expression, but his goal seemed as certain as his years of experience. I'll let you know once everything is over. I guess I shouldn't ask right now. Cal thought that there would be no benefits to poking Zed right now. Your Majesty. Then he had to ask at least one question. May I ask about the reason you came here? Weren't you acting like a lame duck king and chasing the hunters in the background? Such a person came to Puzzle City. There had to be a reason. Smile. A smile appeared on Zed's face. This was the first time Cal felt that Zed looked humane. Who knows, I guess the palace felt stuffy. Whether he was tired or relieved, this smile was hard to decipher. At least I was able to quickly chat with Duke Deruth thanks to coming here. I was able to chat with you as well. Zed's face had already returned to normal. Summer. Everything will be over before next summer, so I will tell you about it at that point. Cal's expression instantly turned stoic. Your Majesty will personally do it. Yes, I probably won't be the Majesty at that point anyway. Cal realized that Albaru would officially become king before the summer. You'll have to chat with me, even if you don't want to do so. Zed had a slightly relaxed smile on his face. I don't have many people to tell my story to. Everybody my age hates me. Zed's face looked quite bright as he said that. As you wish, Your Majesty. Cal contemplated it for a moment before nodding his head. Whatever, he says that he will take care of everything. Let's just sit back and watch since he is acting like he has prepared a lot of things for it. However, if something happens that may cause an issue to those around me, I will step in. If the hunters threatened Choi Han because he was a single lifer, if something happened to the Duke's house of Henitus because they were connected to the House of Thames, or if something happened to the Roan Kingdom's royal family or Albaru because of King Zed, Cal was planning on stepping in. The dominating aura inside his body burst out on its own, potentially because it was reacting to his resolve. This aura was heavier and stronger now after he stabbed the foundation of the world tree in his heart. Cal did not withdraw his aura as he spoke to the king. If I end up stepping in, nobody will be able to stop that. So please take care of it properly. It was a Cal's way of giving the king a warning. Whether this could seem disrespectful or rude toward the king, Cal did not care, as it meant nothing compared to the safety of the people around him. Zed stared at Cal for a moment before laughing. Ha ha ha, he laughed for a while before standing up and making a comment. So similar. Cal tried to get up, but Zed raised his hand to stop him and headed toward the door without saying any sort of goodbye. Click. The door opened. Deruth said the same thing. He walked out of Cal's bedroom after that last comment. Cal watched him leave for a moment before brushing his face with both hands. Did he just say Deruth? The king had not called him Duke Deruth, but simply Deruth. Is my father and the king in some kind of close Hyung dancing relationship? There's no way, right? Cal decided to just ignore this part. Young Masternim. Click. The bedroom door closed and Ran approached him. Are you okay, young Masternim? Huh. Ah, yeah, I'm fine. King Zed Crossman was going to take care of things. I can just ask my father or his highness if I have any questions. If it really got annoying and distracting, he could barge into wherever King Zed was and ask. Cal decided to slowly think about it. He slightly smiled and nodded his head. Choi Han clenched his fists while looking at Cal and lowered his head. However, if something happens that may cause an issue to those around me, I will step in. Cal's words echoed in his mind. Stronger, Choi Han firmed his resolve. I need to become stronger. No, I need to be able to protect him. Choi Han was ready to do whatever it took to make it happen. The world might have become more peaceful, but he needed to live an even fiercer life now. Tusk. Ran frowned while looking at Choi Han's condition. However, Cal was more important to him. Young Masternim, is there anything you wish to eat, me? Cal suddenly thought about apple pies. It's a delicacy, all right. The sweetness of an apple pie being shoved in his mouth when he had no strength had a way of making him think about it over and over. However, he could not say that he wanted an apple pie. Knock, knock, knock. There were some knocks on the door before he heard a familiar voice outside. Hyang Nim. It was his brother, Basin. There was a bit of urgency in Basin's voice. Cal motioned with his eyes, and Choi Han immediately opened the door. Hyang Nim, are you okay? Basin observed Cal with a concerned gaze before slightly smiling as Cal smiled cynically with a rosy complexion. Yes, I'm fine. His smile because thicker at Cal's response. That, however, Basin, who looked as if he wanted to say something, turned pale while approaching Cal. What? What is it? Cal had never seen Basin like this before. Awkwardness, anxiousness, and even a feeling of betrayal were on his face. That go on. Something happened at home. What happened? Cal's gaze turned sharp. Their younger sister Lily was still back at the Duke's estate. There were many loyal vassals with her at the Henitus territory, but there was no way that he wouldn't be worried about Lily. Father said that we should tell you about this. Father did. Yes, Hyang Nim. Father has urgently rushed back home. His father, who had threatened Cal to rest, had told Basin to deliver this message. This meant that something urgent, something big had happened. Cal's body tensed as soon as he realized this. That okay, tell me. Basin peeked warily at Cal as he spoke. The man pretending to be Hilsman was moved to the Duke's estate. So what? The fake Hilsman. The man who was suspected of being related to Cal's biological mother, Drew Thames. He seemed to have been moved to the Duke's estate after his chat with Duke Deruth. That's why I haven't seen him. Nothing much should have happened since the man was moved after chatting with Cal's father. So what? That man suddenly attacked Deputy Butler Hands, who was at the estate. Deputy Butler Hands. Why attack him? He was a decent guy who took care of all sorts of things very well. Why is he suddenly being mentioned? Did Hands get hurt? Basin urgently shook his head after suddenly feeling a heavy pressure around Cal. No, Hands is fine. It seemed as if he was simply suppressing him. And this incident was flowing differently from what Cal was imagining. The moment he had that thought, the fake Hillsman disappeared. But then he escaped. Yes, Hyung Nim. But he had somewhat expected the fake Hillsman to escape. But what? That man looted your room, which Deputy Butler Hands was cleaning at the time. What? Where at? Loot what? Basin clenched his eyes shut and responded as Cal asked, with a confused look on his face. The fake Hillsman looted everything in your room at the Duke's estate and disappeared. Apparently he took all of the expensive things. He supposedly left you a note. Blink, blink. Cal's eyes slowly blinked a few times. But after that short moment, that mother ducker, Cal jumped up from the bed. All of the expensive items were in Cal's spatial pocket bag. However, my retirement fund. Cal was always the looter. This was his first time being looted. Immediately. I need to immediately head to the Hennetus territory. I need to immediately head back home. Cal was adamant about what he needed to do. Basin cautiously started speaking again. By the way, Hyung Nim, the Western Continent Alliance wants to give you a hero's medal for your involvement. I don't need it. It was just a damn medal, and not even money. Cal pulled out his spatial pocket bag from his shirt he had taken off. He then put his hand into the bag to look for a red diary. Drew Thames. He might be able to get something if he asked her about the fake Hillsman. He seemed to be at least an extremely close relative. He could also use the Golden Top's whip to have the wind elementals look for him. Tap. However, Cal's hand touched a different item first. It was a black book. It was the Guard of Death's divine item. Cal had lightly touched that item. I'll deal with this later. Cal decided to ignore the item that was extremely sus now that the sealed guard was embraced in it. My voice can finally reach you. However, Cal heard the Guard of Death's voice in his mind the moment his hand touched the black book. Huffy grabbed his head with his other hand. Hyung Nim, young Master Nim, Cal Nim. He clenched his eyes shut. The Guard of Death spoke carefully, almost as if he was embarrassed. His voice sounded a bit full of anticipation. The Sintamani, it broke. I want to give you something to replace it. Do you want it? Don't you want to chat with the other side? Don't you? The Guard of Death offered in a friendlier voice. You might as well be the Guard of Death's saint as well. What do you think? Cal pulled the divine item out of the spatial pocket bag and gently chucked it to a corner of the room. Chapter 773. The Birth of a Hero. 7. Hyung Nim. Basin was shocked to see Cal suddenly throwing the book. However, he could only watch with bewilderment as Ran and Choi Han were calm and didn't even look at the book. No, Cal sat up and jumped off the bed. Whether it is the diary or the Top's whip or whatever, I need to see what is left of my room first. Cal was annoyed. No, he was in disbelief, for the first time in a long while. The fake Hillsman. That guy should be a part of my biological mother's family, yet he looted my room. Fire was burning in Cal's eyes. Ran, let's go to the Duke's estate. Cal was about to say that to Ran when he flinched. Ran was smiling benignly while caressing a small knife used for refreshments with his finger. Huo, he looted our young Masternim's room, you say? Did I hear that correctly, young Masternim? Ha! Yeah. Cal was scared for a moment. Ran looked as if he would chop the fake Hillsman's head off with this refreshment knife, while still having a benign smile on his face. Cal Nim, should I head there first? Ha! Cal looked at Choi Han on the other side, before he felt his heart shrivel up in fear for the first time in a long while. How angry must this innocent bastard be? Choi Han's face was as calm as usual. Clang! Clang! It was just that he was holding the hilt of his sword, and taking his sword in and out of his scabbard. Choi Han was focused on a random spot in the air, mumbling to himself. Our nest, our home. He even seemed angrier than when the unranked monsters were destroying Puzzle City. Cal's anger subsided while looking at Ran and Choi Han. Basin noticed that he had calmed down and came over to speak to him. Hyung Nim, father did not ask me to tell you so that you would come back right away. Duke Deruth just thought that it was something Cal should know as well. We are taking good care of the note left behind by the fake hillsman, so father said that it should be okay if you come check it out in a few days. Basin hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. You also need to receive the hero's medal they are discussing. He gulped after seeing Cal's gaze turning toward him, but continued speaking. If things go well, it might be the first time a combined Eastern and Western Continent Medal of Honor comes up. The representatives of the different kingdoms who were still in Puzzle City were discussing this battle right now. It will be the first of its kind on the continent, something nobody has ever received before. There may never be anybody else who receives such a medal either. It was not a medal of honor from one kingdom, but from both the eastern and western continents combined. It meant that it was a deed accepted by both continents, the highest honor that could be given to someone who had saved the world from danger. Of course, there are levels for medals of honor as well. Basin looked at Ran and Choi Han. The others will receive continental medals of honor as well. However, Hyangnim, Basin made eye contact with Cal again and calmly continued. Hyangnim, I believe you will receive the highest hero-level medal of honor. Choi Han saw that the siblings were looking at each other and moved his gaze to Basin, Cal Nim's younger brother. Basin was also the one who was most similar to Deruth. He looked nothing like Deruth, but Basin's actions made Choi Han think about Duke Deruth. He's also oddly similar to Kalnim. The siblings looked at each other for a long time. The older one was the first to speak. There is no need to be recorded in history. The corners of the younger brother's lips moved at that moment. The older brother looked at his smiling, dancing, and grumbled. Why are you saying this when you know that as well? Basin nodded his head at Cal's statement. Of course. Then I will take care of things so that you can head back to the territory, Hyangnim, Puzzle City City Hall. The building that had regained its energy was one of the busiest places on the western continent right now. Inside a large meeting room within City Hall, there were only a few people seated around a long oval table where numerous people could fit. They were the representatives of the different kingdoms who were still in Puzzle City, and their faces were quite bright. Then we will proceed with that as we originally discussed. That sounds great. I believe that everybody will be satisfied. Nobody seemed to have any hesitation at all. However, one person, Queen Latana, was looking around the table with an odd gaze. Caro, Whipper, Breck, Askasen, Margaru, the kingdoms of the western continent. There are some from the eastern continent as well. Some representatives of the eastern continent were here as well. How odd. Excuse me. What did you just say, Your Majesty? She waved her hand at the Askasen Kingdom's representative's question. It's nothing. Latana smiled, but she did not seem happy. Commander Tunka is not here, and Crown Prince Albaru is not here either. There aren't many true representatives here. Both the Caro Kingdom and Breck Kingdom had only sent delegates, and the real representative was not here. I can't tell whether the real representatives had some important reason they could not come, or if they chose not to come on purpose. Latana's face stiffened. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Askasen Kingdom, one of the three kingdoms up north, started speaking at that moment. Then we will divide the Medal of Honor levels like this. Sounds great. As the Prime Minister of Caro Kingdom, who had come in Crown Prince Valentino's place, happily responded Krieg. The door opened without any knocking. Latana's gaze headed to the door. There were quite a lot of guards outside the meeting room right now. The fact that someone was coming in without any issues meant that it was someone who were equal in level to the people here. Sir Clope. Latana stood up from her seat. Guardian Knight. The Crown Princess of the Norland Kingdom groaned. Clope looked around before walking over and sitting down on an empty chair. Hello, everyone. He was one of the heroes who had participated in the battle at Puzzle City that was called the White War, and the representative of the Perun Kingdom, the strongest of the three northern kingdoms. Clope Seca. He had an aloof smile on his face as he looked around at the people seated around the table. Aham. Is your body okay, Sir Clope? The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Askasen Kingdom asked Clope. You see, Clope continued speaking with a smile still on his face. I heard that I would be receiving a Medal of Honor for this battle. Ah, you've heard. The Askasen Minister of Foreign Affairs' face lit up. We are preparing them for you, Sir Clope, and the heroes who worked so hard in this battle. The Prime Minister of the Caro Kingdom added on. It will be an honor that will never be seen in history again as the first Medal of Honor given together by the Eastern and Western continents. It was at that moment Ha ha ha! Clope let out a refreshing laugh. Sir Clope, the people who spoke looked confused as he was smiling in such a refreshing manner. Hm. Only Latana and a few others were looking at them with odd gazes. Clope stopped laughing. Ah, how funny. However, there was still a smile on his face. You seem mistaken. Excuse me, what do you mean? Clope nonchalantly continued as the Askasan and Caro kingdoms' representatives' faces stiffened. It is not mere medals of honor that will determine an honor that will never be seen ever again in history. Clope knew. Legends, myths, medals of honor did not create those things. Medals of honor were simply extras. His hand pointed to a spear. History has already been made and is still being made right now. Not here, but through the world. Clope knew and believed that was the case. Sir Clope, the heir to the Norland kingdom's throne, started speaking. Is it that you do not like the Medal of Honor, Sir Clope? The Askassen's Minister of Foreign Affairs waved his hand. Oh, please, no way. Clope looked at the Norland heir and responded, that is correct. Excuse me. As the Askasen Minister of Foreign Affairs looked at him with shock, the Norland Crown Princess nodded her head as if she expected this. Sir Clope, what do you mean by that? Clope observed the Caro Kingdom's Prime Minister, who asked the question. Crown Prince Valentino is not here. The Caro Kingdom's plate is smaller than I expected. Crown Prince Valentino's as well. Clope nonchalantly commented with sunken eyes. You are not trying to brush this aside with mere medals of honor, are you? Mere medals of honor. Yes. Clope had come here as soon as he heard about the medals of honor. He had seen a great legend, something that would never be seen in the world again, with his own eyes. He had experienced it together. He had done such amazing things, but Prime Minister him. Clope was annoyed. No, he was angry. These shootheads who had quietly benefited were gathered here without people who had actually suffered to make it happen. These shootheads who had only blankly watched, they were going to bestow medals of honor and wanted them to think of it as glory. It would be one thing if the people who had fought together were making the decision. But these shootheads who had been hiding in the back are going to evaluate their deeds and decide on the levels. The hero, the legend, needed to be treated properly. Of course, the hero he knew was a true hero who would not care about trivial things like this. Clope looked at the Caro Kingdom's Prime Minister. His eyes were as cold as a snake's eyes. He looked aloof, but had an extremely cold gaze. Prime Minister Nim, you're fine. His gaze moved to the Askassen's Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. You're fine as well. I guess you simply watched during the White War. The calm tone that matched his aloof look was saying some quite sharp and pointed things. Fine. What are you? Bang. The Caro Kingdom's Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table and jumped up. However, Clope simply looked around. The Crown Princess of Norland, Breck Kingdom's Prime Minister, the representative of Margaru, one person after another. His eyes observed them without any emotions. It was as if he was confirming that they were not injured at all the moment. His eyes scanned all of them and landed on Latana, who was covered in dust, and the chief of the Whipper Kingdom, who looked exhausted. Okay. Tap, tap. His finger tapped on the table. We shall discuss the details again. Krieg. The door that had opened halfway when Clope came in opened all the way. That's right. We need to talk about it all over again. Most of the people who were seated jumped up. Crown Prince Albaru, are you okay, Your Highness? Litana urgently ran toward him. Yes, Your Majesty, I am fine. It was a pale Albaru crossman. He entered the meeting room on a wheelchair. Tasha was pushing the wheelchair for him. I see. Litana smiled sadly at Albaru, who was saying that he was fine despite not looking fine at all. Click. Tasha closed the door, and as soon as she did that, how very weird. Albaru had his trademark bright smile on his face as he looked around the meeting room. You are having a meeting in the Roan Kingdom, but there are no representatives from the Roan Kingdom. Oh my, how very weird. Ahem, ahem. Many people avoided Albarus' gaze. Yes, this is how it should be. Now that the danger that might throw both the eastern and western continents in despair was over, there would be some kingdoms that were out for their own benefits. Those kingdoms who claimed they were allies or cooperating with them and would help with everyone would start to find ways out one by one. They wouldn't be willing to help despite most of them not receiving much damage and being capable of helping. Maybe this was to be expected. Of course, there were some people who were able to look at Albaru without any embarrassment. It truly is weird. The Whipper Kingdom's chief Harald Kojang, who had been silent, started speaking. I agree with you, Your Highness. The smile on Alberus' pale face became even bigger as he nodded his head. We just need to fix any weird things. Tasha pushed Alberus' wheelchair to the head of the table. Alberu put his hand on the table and started speaking. Commander Cal Henitus has declined to receive a Medal of Honor. Excuse me, he declined it. Some people seemed shocked, while others silently nodded their heads. As expected, Clope's eyes sparkled. He had sort of expected Cal to decline the Medal of Honor. The Cal he knew was a true legend who didn't care about things like that. But still, this isn't it. Clope was planning on letting the legend, the hero, get the treatment he deserved. We should first take care of the most important thing. The smile disappeared from his face. The most important thing is to restore Puzzle City. Alberu pointed out the window. They could see that most of Puzzle City was breaking, if not completely destroyed. Furthermore, the Rhone Kingdom has been in a state of war during this time and had stopped everything else. We truly received a lot of damage. I'm not sure how the Rhone Kingdom can recover from all these damages alone. Alberu noted the representatives of certain kingdoms who were avoiding his gaze and not even looking out the window. Ahem. The Askassen's Minister of Foreign Affairs let out some fake coughs and put on a somber expression. Your Highness must have a lot of concern on his mind. I agree. We are able to help out on a reasonable level. One of the representatives of the Eastern continent added on to the Askassen Minister of Foreign Affairs comment. However, although they were speaking with sorrow, their eyes were clouding over. The Rhone Kingdom had gotten too strong. There was a need to suppress them. Plus, if you think about it, all of this happened on the Rhone Kingdom, not ours. It should be enough that we dispatched our Knights Brigade. There's no need for us to do anything else. It's better for us to find a way out as quickly as possible. If the Rhone Kingdom's finances take a hit, we may be able to swoop in and take their mages. The eyes that were thinking about these things were clouding over. The representatives of Norland and Breck Kingdom were silent and seemed to be deep in thought. The Caro Kingdom's representative was warily looking around. Alberu simply looked at them. The jungle's Queen Litana clenched the armrest as if she was not satisfied with this and started speaking. Our jungle knock. There were some knocks on the door at that moment, and Tasha, who had been at the door, opened it. Your Highness, I heard that you were here. The Knight Captain of the Rhone Kingdom's palace saluted and walked in before he stopped. What is it? That Alberu gently asked, and the Knight Captain hesitated for a moment. Alberu waved at him to tell him that it was okay, and the others silently nodded their heads. Some seemed happy that the Knight Captain's arrival changed the topic, while others seemed happy that there was a chance to lighten the mood that was getting heavy. They were all looking at the Knight Captain with different reasons, and the Knight Captain hesitated for a moment, but finally started speaking. Alberu had told him to look into it earlier and had told him to get him the answer immediately. The Knight Captain decided that there must be a reason Alberu told him to talk about it here and started speaking. I have checked on all of our forces, and here is the document about it. I received the information from the different troops. The Knight Captain handed the document in his hand to Tasha and asked Crown Prince about what to do. I will deliver your message to them once you look through the document and hand down the orders, Your Highness. Alberu didn't even open the document he received from Tasha and looked around. Most of the Rhone Kingdom's troops were focused on Puzzle City right now, except for the minimum required to defend each area. Furthermore, the heroes were here as well. These heroes and forces were people who had taken down a guard, even if it was a sealed guard. As the representatives here realized that smile, the corners of Alberus' lips went up. He gave an order to the Knight Captain. Have them all wait in Puzzle City for now. A chill descended upon the meeting room. Clope Secker and Harald Kojeng were smiling, while Litana and the representative of the Breck Kingdom sighed, with a hand on their foreheads. However, the rest of the people's faces stiffened. Alberu looked down at the people around the table with a cold smile that was far from his usual radiant smile. The war, Alberu asked in a gentle tone. The war is over, right? Cal, who was packing his bags without knowing about this chilly discussion, met up with Rayan at that moment. Human. Are we headed to the Duke's estate? Why are we suddenly heading there? Instead of resolving Rayan's confusion, Cal made a request to the clueless Rayan. I'll explain later, so please just cast the teleportation for now. I got it, human. That's as easy as drinking cool down soup. Rayan fluttered his wings and was about to cast the spell. He then flinched and pointed to a corner of the room with his chubby front paw. Human. Are you not taking that? Ah. Cal's face turned stoic while looking at the guard of death's divine item he had thrown over there. I guess I have to take it. I'll go pick it up for you. Rayan picked up the black book. Human, here, huh? CHHHHHHHH. The black book suddenly opened and the pages started moving on their own. Ah. Cal, who had urgently turned his head after hearing Rayan shout in shock, scowled. What the hell? What is up with that? He reached his hand out, wondering what was going on with the divine item. Give it to me. He thought that he should move the divine item away from Rayan just in case. Human. Rayan released his grip on the black book at that moment. Cal watched the black book move on its own. To be more specific, he saw it quickly fly through the air. He saw it fly toward him. CHHHHHH, the black book was wide open as it flew toward him. Calnim, as Choi Han rushed toward him in shock slap. The open black book smashed right into Cal's face. The pages of the black book wrapped around Cal's face, and as Cal frowned, feeling as if he was slapped despite it not hurting, it is so hard to chat with you. Let's chat. He could hear the guard of death's voice in his mind. Calnim, human, young masternim. Ron supported Cal, who was falling back while Cal's eyes slowly closed. This, and my fainting Cal was fainting after being slapped by a book. Chapter 774. I'm going to rest now. 1. He felt something chilly on his cheek. Cal slightly tossed and turned after feeling the cool thing on his cheek. Toss and turn. Cal's mind woke right up. The last thing he remembered, both of his cheeks were slapped by the guard of death's divine item. And then I fainted. He had fainted, but he was seated with his face down on a table. Duck, I'm dreaming. Cal realized that he was still unconscious and that this was either his dream or his subconscious. I guess you're finally up. Tap. Cal heard a familiar voice before he heard something being placed next to him. Ha! Cal let out a short sigh before opening his eyes. He slowly raised his body to see that his cheek had been on a glass tabletop. He raised his head to see a typical office setting. It was quite similar to an office Cal had seen in a drama when he was still Kim Raksu. There were cabinets and all sorts of office equipment you would normally see in a company office. However, there were only 2 desks here. The one Cal was seated at and the slightly bigger desk opposite Cal that seemed to be for a superior. I can't see outside. All of the windows had black curtains closed so that he could not look out. Cal looked down. He could smell a sweet fragrance coming from the mug. This was obviously hot cocoa. Cal looked up again and turned to the side. His mouth opened and a casual voice flowed out. God. The owner of the familiar voice, the god of death, gently shrugged his shoulders. You're talking so informally to me. He then nodded his head as if he understood. I guess you have no reason to speak nicely to me. Cal looked up at the person standing next to him and looking down at him before starting to speak. This is unexpected. His eyes slowly took in the guard of death's appearance. Is this your true appearance? What? The guard of death chuckled. He mischievously responded to Cal, who was looking at him as if this truly was unexpected. This is how I look when I work. Did you expect something extremely holy or whatnot? No. Cal seemed very shocked, as he was unable to hide his emotions as he responded. You look more normal than I expected. The guard of death looked at Cal as if he was at a loss for words. However, Cal didn't care about his gaze at all and openly observed the guard of death. The man in front of him was over 190 cm tall and was wearing a sweater and khakis that made Cal think of Earth. The guard of death's white hair, bronze skin, muscular body, and black eyes seemed oh so very your complexion is so good. Very healthy. The guard of death's complexion was so good that it looked as if he had gotten a basket of herbal medicine and drank it all himself. You look good. As Cal started to frown, and his gaze turned so sharp and vicious as he glared at the guard of death. Really? Haha, the guard of death started laughing. The flaky voice Cal had heard until now could be heard in that laugh. Cal blankly watched before nonchalantly commenting, Is that your real voice? His eyes headed toward the guard of death's neck. There was a black light that appeared around the neck area whenever the guard of death talked. Ah, right. The guard of death approached the empty desk and put his hand on a device on top of it. Click. The device made a noise as it turned off, and the guard of death reached for the chair. Clunk. The guard of death pulled the chair from the other desk and sat down near Cal. I called you for a moment since I wanted to chat. This is your real voice. The voice that had been a slightly high tone instantly became low. This voice was more cold than heavy, similar to his domain. The guard of death peeked at Cal and cautiously asked at that point, "So, what do you think? Any thoughts about being a saint?" Cal looked stupefied. "Like hell I would." "Oh, okay." The guard of death avoided Cal's gaze after. "Forget respectful." Cal spoke extremely disrespectfully to him. Cal didn't care and just said what he wanted to say. "But you never called me to this kind of place until now. Why did you call me here today? You always just said whatever the hell you wanted." The guard of death smiled awkwardly at Cal's tone that sounded vicious because he was so calm. "To be honest with you, I needed to use a lot of power to pull you here like this, Cal Henitus." He gently opened up his arms. "Furthermore, in order to bring you here to my workspace, in order for a guard to show their true self to someone, that is something that is beyond my powers and requires the consent of a few people." Consent? Cal wondered who would have the power to affect the actions of a guard. "Are you talking about other guards? Our Cal truly is smart. Don't talk like we are close." Ahem. Hem. The guard of death looked away after seeing Cal's calm but annoyed gaze. "I need consent from guards and some others. They are all pretty strict with the rules, but they gave their consent this time." The guard's calm eyes looked at Cal. "Because of your merits, the sealed guard." "Yes, we were able to seal the sealed guard properly thanks to you." The guard's eyes were completely black without any specks of light. Cal looked into the black eyes that suited the name of death before calmly asking, "Is the sealed guard unable to come out into the world anymore?" "Yes, thanks to you." Cal finally leaned back on the chair. Pat, pat. His hand patted the back of the chair. "A conversation. I guess I did want to chat with you at least once too." Cal's firm gaze was focused on the guard of death. "The hunters. What the hell are they trying to do? Do those shootheads have anything to do with me? No, the people around me." Cal thought that he might as well ask since he was meeting with a guard. "Do the people around me have to fight again?" The guard of death observed the sharp gaze on Cal's face that looked a bit tired. "Hoo." The guard of death let out a deep sigh before closing his mouth for a moment and then starting to speak. "That depends on what you it was at that moment." Crack. There was the sound of something breaking, and the light on the office ceiling turned off. "What the hell?" The office light turned back on just as Cal frowned. "Ah, this is awkward." The guard of death looked extremely awkward and pale, as if his face had never looked healthy. Cal's eyebrows slightly rose up at this instant change in complexion. The guard started speaking with a serious expression on his face, as if he had made up his mind about something. "To be completely honest with you, Cal Henitus, I want to help you. That is the truth. I think there is a lot I need to repay you for everything you have done. Of course, there are many others I feel the same about as well." Ha! The guard looked extremely tired as he let out that short sigh. However, there was a more intense emotion than fatigue visible in his eyes. Cal thought that it looked like obsession or lunacy. The guard must have noticed Cal's expression as he calmed down and continued speaking. "And to be even more specific, I hate the hunters." Crack, crack. There were some odd noises before the ceiling light flickered again. The guard of death stopped talking and took a breath. He then looked back at Cal and continued speaking. "That is why a part of me wants to drag you into this so that you can help me." Tap, tap. Cal tapped the armrest again and opened his mouth. "That's quite honest." PFFFD. Cal couldn't help but chuckle. The god of death had brought Kim Rock-Soo to this world and transmigrated him into Cal Henitus's body. As a result, Kim Rock-Soo was able to live a new life as Cal in this world. However, this guard had also transported Choi Han and Choi Young-gun to this world. He's not a good guy. However, he did not lie. He did hide some things, but he did not lie. That guard was turning even paler as he continued speaking. "However, there is one thing I can clearly tell you." Flash, flash. The flashing of the light was getting quicker. Crack, crack. The sound of something being swallowed was getting louder. "I have no thoughts about dragging you in from here on. I have no thoughts about doing anything to you." Cal finally understood what the guard of death was trying to say. "But you are saying that someone or something other than you may get involved with me or those around me to drag us in." The guard of death was giving Cal a warning. And he was about to say something else, but closed his mouth for a moment. Drip. A black liquid flowed out of the guard's mouth. Cal observed this before speaking. Even guards live such difficult lives. Why are there so many things you can't say? The world tree couldn't tell me everything either. I guess guards are similar. He was grumbling with annoyance. He waved his hand to the guard. "You can stop there." The guard of death hesitated before nodding his head, the sound echoing through the office, and the flickering lights all disappeared. The corners of Cal's lips curled up in the now peaceful office. "Don't you have something to give me?" "Ah, yes." The guard of death felt iffy at the fact that Cal was smirking without asking anything else, but he decided to answer Cal's question first. "An item that can replace the Sintamani will be delivered to you soon." "Really? Will it be delivered through excommunicated priestess cage?" Cal thought about how things were usually delivered to him before reaching his hand toward the desk. "It's been a while since I've seen a pen. This place is similar to Kim Rock-Soo's world. I prefer it like this." "Really?" Click, click. Cal clicked the pen a few times before scribbling on an open notepad before nonchalantly asking, "Is everybody well?" The guard of death smiled bitterly at the question Cal asked in an extremely brusque tone without even looking at him. His eyes were full of warmth as he looked at Cal. "Choi Young-gun is living well. I don't care about that guy. Choi Young-soo is living well too." Cal silently scribbled on the paper. He waited for the guard of death to keep talking. One person. There was still one person left to mention. "Okay, here is the reward I can give you for all your troubles." "What?" Cal looked at the guard of death. "This meeting and the item to replace the Sintamani weren't my rewards. The item to replace the Sintamani is an obvious reward since the Sintamani was destroyed." This meeting, the guard chuckled. "What kind of reward would it be for you to meet with me? You couldn't even get any proper information." Clap. He lightly clapped. "You can listen to the things I am about to say from here on because I received consent to tell you these things. Maybe it might be a reward to you and aham." The guard was unable to speak again and stuttered a few times before shaking his head and letting out a fake cough. What the hell is he doing? Cal blankly stared at the guard of death who looked like a guard on the outside, but was completely nuts in every other aspect. The guard of death let out a sigh. How strict. He then nonchalantly commented, "Lee Soo-hyuk has reincarnated into your world." "What? What did he just say? Why do you look so shocked?" The guard smirked at Cal's expression before continuing to speak. "Lee Soo-hyuk is not a tribulator. He is not a single lifer. That is why he needs a new life. Souls other than those of single lifers or immortals forget their past memories and are reborn into new bodies to make a new life and memories. Those who endlessly repeat lives without losing their memories, such as the White Star, are called reincarnators." However, Cal could not think about such information right now. The team leader is going to be born in the world I'm living in. A lot of unexplainable emotions and thoughts were filling Cal's mind. Lee Soo-hyuk was one of the few people he had considered his family other than his parents. I can see him again, and Lee Soo-hyuk has earned some merits regarding this sealed guard incident. Merits? Cal, who barely managed to snap back to his senses, asked the guard who calmly responded, "Yes, Lee Soo-hyuk has been helping me with things." Most importantly, a gentle smile appeared on the guard's face. "Lee Soo-hyuk was the one who gave you embrace. He gave his power to you. You were able to use that power to seal the sealed guard. That is Lee Soo-hyuk's greatest merit." Cal's mouth slightly opened, but he was unable to say anything. He recalled meeting Lee Soo-hyuk in his dream in the past when he had fainted. "We died when we were not fated to die." The god of death must have felt pity for us, as he gave each of us an opportunity. The god of death gave Lee Soo-hyuk an opportunity to give Cal a power, and Cal received embrace from him. That reward was being reborn in the world I'm in. No, he was fated to be born there this time. The reward is something else. The guard observed Cal's nonchalant face and his clenched fists before continuing to speak. As a reward for his merit, he is able to be reborn with his memories. Cal let out a gasp. He and the guard of death looked at each other. Smile. The guard of death smiled. It was a slightly mischievous smile, unlike before. "Finally, Soo-hyuk, don't you want to see him?" However, his eyes were serious. Cal realized it at that moment. "Ha!" He scoffed in disbelief. The guard of death had said the following just now. "Lee Soo-hyuk has been helping me with things." Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, who was going to be reborn with his memories, had helped the guard of death with things. There was a hidden meaning behind that. That means team leader Lee Soo-hyuk has information about the hunters and the things the guard of death has done. The guard of death lightly spoke to Cal, who had an odd expression on his face. "Erase the note." Cal looked down at the open notepad. Cal had not been affected at all earlier when the office had turned weird and the guard of death had coughed up the black liquid. That was why he had written questions for the guard of death on the notepad while making it look as if he was scribbling. He was hoping to get the answers at a later time, even if he could not get them now. Very fast. However, there were individuals who were one step ahead of him. Cal scratched out the things he had written on the notepad with the pen before hesitating for a moment and asking a question. Is it what the team leader wanted? Of course. Lee Hyuk was the one who said he wanted this as his reward first. The guard looked at Cal, who was silently drawing lines on the notepad, and asked, "So, do you like my reward?" Cal nodded his head without any hesitation. "I guess so, but what about the others?" The team leader and I are not the only ones with merits." The guard of death jumped up from his seat at that moment. "Shall we stop now? Looks like the time is up." "What?" Cal looked at the guard of death in disbelief, but the guard looked down at Cal and raised both of his hands. He then clapped. Clap. Cal then felt his whole body go weak. What can Daphne? He could not finish his sentence. The world turned into darkness, and he lost consciousness. Cal was shocked. He tried his best to move his mouth that wouldn't move. Shouldn't he at least tell me when and where the team leader was reborn? He should at least tell me that much. How the hell am I supposed to find him when I only know that he was reborn on the eastern or western continent? Cal was filling with rage as he lost consciousness when he heard a word by his ear. "Book." "Ah," Cal gasped, and then smiled. The Guard of Death's divine item was a black book. While that was going on, knock, knock, knock. Albaru Crossman turned his head after hearing urgent knocks on the door. Albaru had asked if the war was over. The meeting room that had frozen over after that question was busy rediscussing many things with Albaru at the center of the discussions. These knocks had stopped this meeting. Click. The door opened, and Tasha, who was in front of the door, flinched after hearing the information from the outside before immediately walking to Albaru. "What is it?" They were in a public setting, so Albaru asked Tasha informally as the Crown Prince and Tasha looked around before finally speaking. "A priest has arrived from the Temple of the Guard of Death." A priest? Albaru was confused when it became rowdy outside the door, and they heard a priest's voice through the open door. His voice was extremely excited and full of intense emotion. "His Highness, I must quickly see His Highness. Where is Commander Cal Henitus as well?" Albaru looked toward Tasha. Tasha whispered in his ear. "He said that a new divine item has been bestowed to the Temple of the Guard of Death in the Roan Kingdom's capital." What was going on now? As Albaru slowly scowled, it apparently came with a divine oracle. Tasha whispered quietly and quickly. "The owner of the divine item, the only person who can touch it, is someone who lived despite being stabbed in the heart. This is driving me nuts." Albaru held back those words he wanted to say, but couldn't say, and brushed his face with both hands. Chapter 775. I'm going to rest now. 2. What should we do, Your Highness? Albaru grabbed the armrest with his hands that had been brushing his face after hearing Tasha's question. The Prime Minister of Karo Kingdom, who had been peeking at Albaru, opened his mouth at that moment. "What is going on, Your Highness?" It sounds extremely urgent. His gaze looked as if he had figured out a number of issues. "Did something happen outside? I am suddenly concerned as they are looking for Commander Cal Henitus of all people." "I agree. Your Highness, could we, as your allied nations, hear what is going on?" "I wish to hear as well." The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Askasen and one of the representatives of a kingdom on the eastern continent chimed in as well. Albaru made eye contact with Tasha. "What should we do?" Albaru slowly looked around the meeting room after seeing the question in his aunt's gaze. Hiding it since the different representatives or their executives were here seems impossible. It was impossible to hide the fact that a divine item was bestowed to the Church of the Guard of Death. Furthermore, even without the information networks of the different kingdoms, the Church of the Guard of Death would not keep quiet about it. They wouldn't want to let go of such a big issue. There were no official records of the Church of the Guard of Death receiving a divine item. The current Church of the Guard of Death did not have any divine items, let alone a saint or holy maiden. Death. This was the guard who presided over the absolute concept of death. But the Church of the Guard of Death did not have much influence in either the eastern or western continents. They had temples all over the continent, but they were not very well off. A guard had bestowed a divine item to such a place. They would do everything they could to spread the news. This was especially true right now, since the Church of the Sun God, which had significant power in the Western continent with the Margoru Empire at the center, had lost its power and was aiming for a comeback. That comeback should take quite a while, even though they had Saint Jack. As a result, the chief executives of numerous churches would be trying their best to take the place of the Church of the Sun God. It can't be helped. The God of Death's divine item, the information about the divine oracle, finally, Cal Henitus. Information about these three things will end up spreading anyway. Then there was only one answer. Tell him to come in. He gave Tasha the order before addressing the people inside the meeting room. I don't know for sure either, so we can all hear together. I suppose it is information everybody should know. Latana's eyebrows rose slightly. He supposes it is information we should know. The Albaru she knew would not use such words of uncertainty. What could be going on? It didn't seem as if it was another dangerous incident. Rather than a sense urgency, the expression on Albaru's face was annoyance. He looked somewhat annoyed. This was something Latana could only make out since she had seen Albaru quite often. Slam, Your Highness. A priest rushed in as soon as Tasha opened the door. Clope's eyes clouded over. There were some commoner priests behind the priest who urgently rushed in. A church. The priest, who walked in with his extremely wide sleeves fluttering, was wearing a robe representing a church. There were many priests staying in Puzzle City right now as healers. There were some high-ranking priests, but none had been at the bishop level. It was obvious that he had teleported to urgently come to Puzzle City. That's weird. It's understandable that he teleported here, but nobody stopped this group of priests all the way to this meeting room. What could the information be? Clope was not the only one who found this to be odd. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Askasen subconsciously started speaking after the arrival of an unexpected individual. Why would a priest suddenly, Your Highness? The priest, who seemed to be a bishop, completely ignored the Askasen representative. He instead bowed toward Albaru and started speaking. I am someone who serves the god of death. Are you a bishop? Yes, Your Highness. I am the bishop in the Roan Kingdom's capital. Being the bishop of Huis City, the Roan Kingdom's capital, meant that he was the person in charge of the Church of the God of Death in the Roan Kingdom. Your Highness, have you heard? The bishop's eyes were sparkling once he raised his head. Albaru gulped instead of responding. He looks as if he has gone mad. The bishop's eyes were full of lunacy and greed. It's understandable, since a divine item was bestowed not to the temple with the pope, but a temple with a bishop. Using this in his favor could lead this bishop to become the next pope. Your Highness, I have rushed over because there was a message I must deliver to you. The priest didn't notice that his white hair was getting messy as he continued to shout. The God of Death has bestowed a divine item to the temple of the God of Death in the Roan Kingdom's capital. Silence filled the meeting room for a moment. What do you mean by that? A divine item. A divine item for the Church of the God of Death. Such a thing, however, it instantly became rowdy. Even the Breck Kingdom and Whipper Kingdom's representatives, who had mainly been quiet, said a few things as they could not hide their shock. That is correct. A smile appeared on the priest's mouth for a moment. Albaru had clearly seen it, despite it lasting only for a moment. The priest had no idea about Albaru's sharp gaze before shouting with a look of triumph on his face. He also bestowed a divine oracle with it. As a servant of the God of Death, I must fulfill this divine oracle. You know, Bishop Nim, were you the one to receive the divine oracle? Someone looked at the bishop with shock. I did not hear it, but it was written on a parchment that came with the divine item. The bishop slowly looked away. Albaru raised his hand and ordered the bishop to speak. Explain in detail. I understand, Your Highness. The bishop stood up straight and closed his eyes. He had a look on his face as if he was recalling something bursting inside him. Today is the day we have our weekly prayer. All of us gathered together earlier today to pray to the God of Death for all living beings of this world. And the bishop slightly frowned after the Askasen representative interrupted, but he responded without any issues. It was the moment I gave the final prayer for the well-being of the eastern and western continents. And, ahum, and the bishop didn't even look at the Askasen representative, who interrupted again and continued speaking. Darkness suddenly descended on the temple. Then a radiant light descended on the altar at the center of the temple. And then, ahum. The bishop ignored the Askasen representative and kept speaking. The divine item and the parchment with the divine oracle suddenly appeared on it. What was the divine item? The Prime Minister of Caro Kingdom asked, without being able to hide his anxiety, but the bishop shook his head. What do you mean by that? Albaru asked, and the bishop responded with a look of pity. I was unable to touch the divine item. What do you mean by that? A current crackled when we tried to touch the divine item on top of the altar. We thought that we would be put in a dangerous situation if we tried to touch it. Ho! The Breck Kingdom's representative gasped and started speaking. Then what can we do about the divine item? You just have to leave it there without knowing what it can do. The bishop shook his head again when that question, which sounded almost as if he was speaking to himself, came out with a sigh. The divine oracle dictated the owner of the divine item. His voice was calm, lofty, and clear. The priests looked at Albaru. The bishop continued speaking. The owner of this divine item is only the one who came back to life despite being stabbed in the heart. Only the one who saved the continent will be the owner of this item. Ah, someone gasped. The one who came back to life despite being stabbed in the heart. The one who saved the continent. There was only one person. Only he met the conditions. Litana subconsciously closed her eyes. She had chills all over her body. She could feel how amazing of a deed Cal had done. She heard Clope mumbling at that moment. Even a guard recognized him and bestowed a divine item. So why are the people who claimed they would be with him acting like this? Latana was at a loss for words at his comments made as he sighed. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Clope. She then flinched. His fists were tightly clenched. Clope Seca's fists were shaking as he glared at the people around the table. The bishop and the priests all bowed to Albaru at that moment and made a request. Your Highness, we must see Commander Cal Henitusnim. Everybody in the meeting room looked toward Albaru. He ignored their gazes and responded. Commander Cal is currently not in a state where he can meet people. The bishop had a grim look on his face, as if he knew about this. He had already tried to go to the annex to see Cal before coming to find Albaru because the Royal Knights Brigade turned him away. Your Highness, it just needs to be for a short moment. This is the first time in hundreds of years that the Guard of Death know that any guard has bestowed a divine item. The bishop was desperately pleading his case. That is how precious a divine item is. Commander Cal Henitusnim is the only person who can figure out the identity of this divine item. Please, we beg you, Your Highness. The priests bowed once again. Albaru responded with a firm gaze. This is not an issue for me to decide. Commander Cal, we must follow his will. It's not my decision to make. It's not something I can order Commander Cal to do, so don't ask me about it. Albaru was drawing the line as he continued speaking. However, there is something I am curious about. Please ask, Your Highness. Is the divine item something that Commander Cal can receive right away if he goes to the Temple of the God of Death? Albaru was asking, because he was worried the church might do something to not give Cal the divine item or try to make a deal with him to get something for the divine item. Of course, there was no need to worry about Cal being dragged around by the church. He was just asking because he was worried Cal might get in a fight with the church. The bishop responded without any hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. We will give it to him right away. The item from our guard would be going to its one and only rightful owner. We just wish to know what kind of divine item it is. Albaru slightly nodded his head. At least it won't be cumbersome for Cal. As Albaru had that thought, everybody in Rhone and the entire continent will watch the sight and be delighted. Albaru looked at the bishop after suddenly hearing his energetic voice. The bishop must have been thinking about something great as he smiled brightly as he spoke. The glorious moment that a divine item is received by its owner. It is a sight for everybody to enjoy and celebrate. The bishop was imagining such a sight. He was imagining that glory happening at his temple, taking him closer to the Pope position. For the past few months now, the citizens of the Western continent have been struggling for the past few years because of multiple wars. They've constantly lived in fear. I'm sure it was the same on the Eastern continent. The bishop spoke with vigor toward all of the chief executives in the meeting room. That sight would symbolize the start of peace for all those people. He showed his strong passion for power as desperation for a noble cause. Please trust us and leave it to us. I and the church will swear on our life that we will treat the commandernim as the utmost VIP and inform people that peace has arrived. No, that's not good. A slightly anxious Albaru turned his head. He made eye contact with Tasha. She shook her head with an expression that seemed to be asking what they were going to do. Everything the priest was saying must absolutely not happen. That was what her gaze was saying. Albaru agreed with her. They were certain that Cal would stealthily infiltrate the temple to loot the divine item and divine oracle if the bishop tried to do those things. We should hear from Commander Cal and see what he wishes to do it was at that moment. Boom, there was a strong rumbling. Albaru immediately looked out the window. Someone in the meeting room shouted. The temple, the sealed guard's temple, had still been floating in the air. It was destroyed here and there, but the temple that still gave off a sense of holiness was slightly shaking. Cal, who lost consciousness again while meeting with the guard of death, slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but gasp as soon as he opened his eyes. "Are you awake, young Masternim? Calnim, human." Cal urgently opened his mouth as Ran, Choi Han, and Rayan showed their delight about him waking up in their own ways. "Ah, Rayan, you. Rayan tilted his head before speaking excitedly. "Human, isn't this item that slapped you unconscious a divine item? I'm going to make sure the guard of death pays for that." Rayan was right about to throw the black book to a floating ball of fire. Cal spoke sternly but quickly. "Don't do that. That's precious. Is the divine item expensive?" The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Ran and Choi Han's eyes clouded over as they watched. It was rare to see such a gentle smile on Cal's face. "Yes, it's very expensive to me. I didn't know that, human. I was just trying to scare the guard of death. That was a good move." Cal praised the shocked Rayan before receiving the black book from him. He then carefully opened it. The guard of death had given Cal a hint to look in the book as it would be written in here. CHH, CHH. His hand stopped at a spot while flipping through the pages. Found it. In Dable it was the now empty city that had once been a kingdom raised by the White Star before it was destroyed by the summoning ritual for the unranked monsters. However, the Endable kingdom had slowly started to be restored with the vampire duke at the center, while Cal's group was stuck inside the sealed guard's temple, and the races that were still shunned by the continents had returned to live there. It was no longer called a kingdom, but just Endable. They didn't have a clear direction as for how to move on from here. This land underneath the sinkhole, the word Endable written in Korean on a black page that was where Lee Soo Hyuk had been reborn. Cal, it was at that moment. The super rock urgently called out to Cal. "Boom, the sealed guard's temple, no, the place is your temple now." Cal looked out the window as soon as he heard the super rock's voice. He could see the temple in the air shaking. He felt an odd sensation in his body at the same time. He could feel the temple's silent scream and pain. "It looks like you need to quickly lower that to the ground." Cal clenched his eyes shut. He wanted to head to Endable, but he sure had a lot of things to do. Chapter 776. I'm going to rest now. 3. Cal let out a deep sigh. "Human, what should we do about that?" Rayan pointed at the shaking temple in the sky and looked at Cal. Ran and Choi Han didn't say anything, but were asking what Cal wanted with their gazes. Cal didn't care and simply looked out the window to the extremely clear sky and mumbled to himself. "It's not like I can destroy it. Destroy it. Do you know how much that is worth?" The super rock shouted with urgency, and the fire of destruction mumbled in shock. How did this guy who used to gather everything without any materialistic greed end up so greedy he seems even worse than you these days? "Ah, that's a bit damaging to my pride." The sound of the wind's comment made the fire of destruction cheapskate annoyed. Cal and the super rock simply ignored their conversation. "It looks like I need to go outside." "Human, you can't. You can't use your powers again in your current condition. Your complexion is good, but you must rest since I can't trust that." "Calnim, we will take care of it." Rayan and Choi Han urgently protested, but Cal responded with a slightly grumbling face. "That's mine. Did I not tell you guys?" Choi Han flinched while Rayan's already wide-open eyes opened even wider. Cal could immediately tell the condition of that floating temple in the distance. It was the same for the super rock. The remaining traces of the guard are completely gone, and only your powers can maintain that temple in the air. However, you need to supply it non-stop with the power of Boulder to do that. There's no reason to do that. It was a useless temple to him. Even if I destroy it, it will probably better to destroy it on the ground than in the air. He could carve the temple up into pieces and use the material elsewhere. He'll ask His Highness to take care of that problem. Cal had no desires whatsoever to pay any attention to the annoying process that followed. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han grabbed the doorknob with a look that seemed as if he had made his mind up about something. What are you doing? Excuse me. Open the window. The window, not the door. Yes, the window. Cal just threw a jacket over himself and asked Rayan for help. Can you take me over there? Cal's hand was pointing toward the roof of City Hall. Everybody move away for now. Move back. The people who were working on restoring Puzzle City's plaza urgently started to move away. Uung, they could hear the temple in the sky rumbling. Boss, have we not heard anything from the superiors? Ha, hold on. Did everybody move back? Yes, sir. We've informed the mages as well. The person in charge of restoring the plaza area looked up at the sky without being able to hide his concern. The rumbling is getting worse. The temple's rumbling was getting worse so that he could see it shaking with his eyes. He had sent a message to City Hall earlier, but it looked as if something might happen at any time. The temple won't fall or explode, would it? The white temple and a black castle were in the sky above Puzzle City right now. Both buildings looked extremely dignified that even thinking about one of them exploding gave the person in charge chills. What's going on? What is going on with the temple is something else about to happen. The sounds of people whispering were getting louder. Click, click. Windows started opening as people looked out to see what was going on. The chaos was largest in administrative buildings, such as the City Hall. Oh no, I was just thinking that our restoration was finally starting to get quicker. This is bad. We can't have anything else happen. I know, right? The people of Puzzle City won't have anywhere to go if the restoration slows down. There's a limit to how long other territories can take care of them. The residents of Puzzle City had yet to return, but people in administration had returned. They had been devastated after seeing the destroyed Puzzle City, but they were able to cheer up. Don't worry. His Highness has said that he would provide all of the funds necessary for the restoration. Your taxes will be reduced, and there will be additional support as well. Really? Is it really possible? The administrators could not believe the message the Crown Prince's confidant delivered to them. The Rhone Kingdom had focused and consumed significant resources at Puzzle City for this white battle. Yes, don't worry about that. His Highness will receive it all. Receive it. What does that ahem? You don't need to know about that. Anyway, don't worry about it and do your best so that the residents of Puzzle City can quickly return. It had not been long since he had that conversation, but the sealed guard's temple was now rumbling. He couldn't help but be anxious. Ha, boss. The person in charge turned his gaze after hearing his employee's voice. On the roof of City Hall isn't that the commander nim? The person in charge rubbed his eyes without hearing his employee's voice properly. It was currently winter, and there were cold gusts of wind blowing. Although the sky was clear, the vicious wind made it so that they had to layer up. But there was a man standing on top of the roof with light clothing and a simple jacket. It was Cal Henitus. Sir Choi Han was standing next to him as well. Commander Cal slowly extended his hand in the air. It was at that moment. Boom! The temple stopped rumbling. I'm starting now. Cal heard the scary giant cobblestone's voice as he slowly moved his hand down. The temple. The temple slowly started to fall to the ground. Please move back. A voice amplified with magic echoed through the plaza. People turned toward the direction of the voice to find an old man who was wearing what seemed to be a butler outfit, talking to them with the knight captain standing next to him. The temple will be moved down soon, so please move back. You do not need to hurry, though. That man was Ron. He walked to the person in charge with the knight captain and started talking. The temple will be moved to the plaza without any issues, so please focus on having people withdraw. Yes, sir. The person in charge urgently nodded his head and motioned to the employees who slowly started moving away from the plaza. The person in charge confirmed that they were moving before looking up at the sky. The temple that was damaged but still looked holy was slowly coming down to the ground. This. He could not hold back his curiosity and asked, is the commander Nim controlling this right now? Ran had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at the temple. He's using his powers immediately after waking up from fainting. Unlike his smile, his gaze was slowly turning cold, making the person in charge ask more cautiously than before. Won't it be difficult for him? Excuse me. Ran looked at the person in charge, who was observing the distant Cal with concern. I heard that he was not well. I'm always apologetic to the commandernim and grateful. Are you the commandernim's attendant? Yes, I am. Then could you please let him know that I am grateful and that I am praying for his healthy recovery? The person in charge hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. This is my hometown. His eyes were focused on Cal. It hurts to see it destroyed like this, but it is such a relief that I was able to return here. Please, please let him know that I am truly grateful. Ran's gaze became firmer and the smile on his face became thicker. The person in charge flinched for a moment. The attendant's gentle smile suddenly seemed twisted. The person in charge, who didn't know about Ran's true smile, blinked thinking that he had seen it wrong. I see. Ran saw the person in charge flinch and hid his true smile and put up his benign smile. Ah, I saw wrong. The person in charge could see Ran speaking with a gentle look on his face. I will make sure to deliver your message to the young masternim. Thank you very much. I am thankful to you as well. Ran gave a short response back before looking at the temple that was descending to the center of the plaza. The corners of his lips were stealthily twitching. However, that smile quickly disappeared. A puppy young masternim seems to have forgotten to rest. Then I must teach him. As Ran's gaze turned cold, people gasped. Boom! Once everybody moved away, down into the desolate plaza where everything was destroyed, the temple was placed down on it. A part of it was broken, but the temple that still maintained its holy look was no longer shaking or rumbling as it showed off its dignity. Ah, over there. Someone pointed to the sky at that moment. Others raised their heads. Between the sky and the roof of City Hall, people's gazes were divided between the two places. Human, I'm ready. Cal raised the hand that had moved down with the temple. He then lightly clapped. Clap. The light clap was a signal. Ooh-ooh-ong black light started to wrap around the Black Castle. A teleportation magic circle was created on the platform supporting the Black Castle, and it started glowing. Cal raised his hand, as if he was saying goodbye. Okay, human, I'll be back soon. Bye, see you in a bit. Pat. The Black Castle reacted to Rayon's teleportation magic circle and instantly disappeared from the sky. Wow, seriously, the people who watched the two buildings in the sky move couldn't hide their awe. Cal was in awe as well. Wow. He looked down at Puzzle City and mumbled to himself. Are all the urgent issues taken care of now? He heard a voice behind his back at that moment. Did you send the Black Castle back to the Forest of Darkness? Cal looked at the robed individual stepping onto the roof and nodded his head. Yes, I did, Your Highness. Albaru, who was supposed to be in a wheelchair, approached Cal while wearing this robe. It would have been bad if I didn't hear about it from Ran. The reason Ran was able to have the Knight Captain with him was because he had gone to find Albaru to inform him about the temple and the Black Castle moving in advance. It allowed Albaru to temporarily leave the meeting room to hide himself while finding Cal. Albaru was silent for a moment before he asked, Is everybody okay? Yes, Your Highness. The dragons were thankfully fine. Iruhaben was even young again. Did everybody teleport away? No. Some of them remained here as they are going to move with me. Hang and Rosalind had left the Black Castle and should be heading for Cal's bedroom right now. Rayan was planning on returning to Cal after moving the Black Castle and saying goodbye to the other dragons. Albaru nodded his head and started speaking. I don't know the details because I only heard a few things through his whispering, but based on what Ran told me that the corners of Albarus' lips were slightly twitching underneath the robe. Please just speak comfortably, Your Highness. Ahum, I heard that your room in the Duke's estate was looted. Ha. Cal sighed while Choi Han touched the hilt of his sword. Albaru held back his laughter as he sternly asked, Then are you heading to the Forest of Darkness as well? I'm sure he is. I don't know who it was, but that punk who looted Cal's room is going to have a difficult life. Albaru was certain that Cal would immediately head to the Forest of Darkness or the Henitus Duke's estate. No, Your Highness. Yes, you should Jiha. I'm going to Endable. Where? Endable. That place is chaos right now, though. Endable was worse off and in a more serious situation than Puzzle City. Albarus' face stiffened while thinking about the conversation he had with the Vampire Duke. He subconsciously spoke his inner thoughts. You should just rest. What the hell are you going to do? Cal's face instantly stiffened. Your Highness, I'm going to rest. You, when? The Crown Prince spoke his mind once again. That Cal was at a loss for words for a moment. Choi Han looked at Cal with pity and tightened his grip on his scabbard. Ha! Albaru sighed. This punk doesn't even know how they are planning for him to receive the divine item. The Church of the God of Death seemed to be willing to put their lives on the line to plan an extravagant ceremony. In addition, there was probably a need for a year-end celebration, a festival, and even an official Medal of Honor presentation ceremony. Furthermore, Duke Deruth seemed to be thinking about forcing Cal to stay at the territory in the name of getting some rest. He's heading to Endable without knowing about any of this. Albaru was frustrated thinking about which of these many things he should start with to smack Cal back to reality. No matter what, Cal opened his mouth again. Once he checked on Lee Su Hyuk's reincarnation and confirmed information on the hunters, no matter what he wanted to rest, no matter what. Cal got chills on his back the moment he was about to say that. Meow. He heard an urgent cat's meow and saw a young red kitten jumping onto the roof. It was Hong. He had a bad feeling about this. An ominous feeling he could not figure out started to rise up from underneath Cal's feet. Tat-a-tap. Hung quickly walked over and pulled on Cal's leg with his front paw as he spoke. Billows is here, Naya. What? Who is here? He came with a giant black eye, Naya. He looks homeless, Naya. Hung was urgent. He seems to be poisoned, Naya. It's serious, Naya. It really, really looks serious, Naya. The bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild. The person who had been a strong candidate for the future Merchant Guild leader but had fallen and was on the run. Billows Flynn. He was someone connected to Cal. Let's go. Cal quickly headed for the bedroom. They were able to get there pretty quickly as they rushed. Slam. The bedroom door opened, and he could see someone lying down on his bed as soon as he walked in. Young Master Nim. Billows must have been poisoned as his body was covered in red dots. His clothes were ripped and dirty, and his hair was a mess as his eyes focused on Cal. He reached his shaking hand out to Cal. However, it stopped in the air without being able to grab Cal. His fingertips were shaking, as if he couldn't tell what was going on and was seeing an illusion. The Billows, who had a face like a piggy bank, the clean and confident merchant who had full faith in his own abilities, was not here. There was only an unsightly man on the run who had lost a lot of weight. Cal's face stiffened. The first time he met Billows at the tea shop was clearly recorded in his mind. Young Master Nim Billows's voice was extremely quiet and weak, as if it could stop at any moment, but his eyes were burning with passion. Cal made eye contact with Billows. The Merchant Guild, the House of Flynn, please destroy them. Cal looked into Billows's eyes and grabbed the hand moving in the air. He then asked, "Is it the hunters?" Cal's face turned cold, and the corners of his lips twisted up once he saw Billows's eyes open wide. I guess I have no choice. He needed to push back, resting for a moment. Part 1, The Birth of a Hero, completed. The story will continue with Part 2, The Laws of the Hunt. Side story 1, New Employee Kim Raksu 1. Side story 1, New Employee Kim Raksu 1. This place was just called Company. Of course, it had the grand name of Disaster Prevention and Protection of Civilization, but nobody, in or out of the company, called it that. Disasters were never ending, and it didn't do anything big enough to really say that it was protecting civilization. Nonetheless, as a third organization separate from guilds and the government, the company mediated any issues between the two other organizations, in addition to taking care of monster invasions, guild inspections, and government audits, among many other things. And today was orientation day for all new employees of the company who joined this year. Are they our field side people from this group? Yes, Director Nim. The man called the director nodded his head at his subordinate's confirmation and looked at the new employees, who were separated into two groups. There was a line in the middle of this, quite large hall, and chairs were placed on both sides of the line. Right side body, left side head. Those were the titles for the two parts. The body side had the new employees for the departments that use their bodies, such as going into battle. Is that team 1 over there? Yes, sir. Tusk. The corners of the director's lips went up for some odd reason. He looked as if he was about to sneer. Hand me the files. Right here, sir. The secretary handed 2 files over without even needing an explanation. PFFFD. The director chuckled. The people for team leader Lee Su Hyuk's side are quite weird. Tap, tap. The director observed the names of the 2 new employees assigned to Team 1. Kim Rak-soo, Choi Young-soo. The director shook his head after going through the 2 of their personnel records and interview notes. Egu, it's going to be hard for team leader Lee. The corners of his lips were curled up contrary to his comments. The secretary peeked at the director before looking away and starting to think. Funny bastard. You were the one who said to put all the good newbies with your damn lackeys. Why are you pretending that you don't know? You greedy son of a beach. This was his superior, but the director truly was an idiot. Do you really think trying to keep Lee Soo-hyuk in check will work? Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Although he was only a team leader because he chose to remain one in order to go out in the field, everybody inside and outside of the company knew the truth. Lee Soo-hyuk was the symbol of this company. But it really will be difficult for the team leader Nim this time. After looking at the personnel records, the secretary agreed that the lowest-ranking newbies were assigned to Lee Soo-hyuk's team. One is focused on martial arts and sword arts, while the other is for rear support. Each team was assigned 2 to 4 newbies. This was a temporary placement, and they were moved or could request to change teams based on a team's flair or style of doing things. Team leader Lei should have been assigned a minimum of 4 newbies. Even clueless newbies were necessary based on the amount of work that team did. However, they were assigned the minimum amount of 2 employees, and those 2 were quite terrible as well. He is skilled in sword arts, but he doesn't have any exceptional abilities he can use right now. Exceptional abilities were talking about strong attacks that could be used against enemies or monsters. Employee Choi Young-soo doesn't have something like that. That was the reason he was determined to be a grade 10 ability user. However, his physical abilities were great, and he showed significant potential for growth. The other one the problem was the other person, Kim Rak-soo. I think he chose the wrong team. The rear support that the body side needed were supports that could be helpful for battle. However, this newbie, Kim Rak-soo's ability focused on records. He would be well received if he went to guild inspections or government audits teams. Kim Rak-soo, who was close to the type of talent that the head side desperately needed, was not as useful on the body side. That was the reason the company suggested he chooses a department on the head side, but Kim Rak-soo was firm on requesting a body side department. Hoo-hoo. The secretary, who had been deep in thought, heard the director laugh. I'm not sure if the punks in team leader Lee's team will be able to survive today's training. Sir, are you talking about the hazing ritual? It was tradition in the company to haze the new employees during orientation. Yes. What if they get last place? It'll be terrible for team leader Lee's face. You stupid idiot. Do you really think that team leader Lee will care about something like that? Then he would have already moved up to become the chairman of this company and fired your sorry ass. The secretary was grumbling internally, but responded with a calm expression on his face. I hope everybody safely completes the hazing ritual without getting hurt. That is true. The director agreed with that. However, he clicked his tongue while looking at the 2 newbies on Lee Soo-hyuk's team. Tusk. One looks like a country bumpkin, while the other looks completely out of it. The secretary agreed with that. His eyes headed toward the person who was wearing a suit that was too large for him. Choi Young-soo was looking around while touching the sleeves of his clothes. Ahem. The suit he bought in the thrift store did not look good. He looked around and noticed that the others' gazes were headed toward him and the person next to him. The gazes were not good. Their gazes were either wary of them as newbies to that Lee Soo-hyuk's team or curiosity. Screech. Choi Young-soo moved his chair a bit to the side and started speaking. Ahem. He was looking at the pale and skinny man who looked less undersized and more like a sharp blade. Choi Young-soo's gaze headed toward the man's name tag. His name is Kim Rak-soo. Kim Rak-soo was the fellow newbie assigned to Team 1. Choi Young-soo flashed his unique smile that made him seem like a good person. It was a bright smile that usually reminded people of a golden retriever. He looked quite harmless, especially because of the loose second-hand suit he had to buy to fit his tall height and wide shoulders. Choi Young-soo flinched after making eye contact with Kim Rak-soo. They're like swords. Kim Rak-soo was no longer blanking out and was observing Choi Young-soo with a sharp gaze. Choi Young-soo gulped and said whatever came to his mind after seeing that gaze. Oh, are you my one and only fellow newbie on this team? I'm Choi Young-soo. Nice to meet you. Kim Rak-soo. Kim Rak-soo continued speaking after a very long time. Nice to meet you. He then added on. Are you the type who speaks informally despite meeting someone for the first time? Ha 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 ha. Choi Young-soo's pupils started to shake. He then continued speaking as if it was no big deal. Excuse me, Mr. Kim Rak-soo, are we both newbies on the same team? I think that we are the only two newbies for Team 1. So, my one and only fellow newbie. Ah, however, his voice cracked in the process. Kim Rok-soo just stared at him before slightly nodding his head. Choi Young-soo held back a sigh after seeing that response. Ah, it seems like it'll be hard to get close to this guy. He subconsciously touched the scabbard of the sword around his waist out of habit. It's different, Mr. Choi Young-soo. He heard Kim Rok-soo's voice at that moment. The voice that was neither loud nor quiet was indifferent. He could not feel any interest toward someone else in that tone. Excuse me, what is different your clothes? Kim Rok-soo's dark brown eyes completely recorded Choi Young-soo. Your outfit seems different from what you wore during the interview, Mr. Choi Young-soo. Kim Rok-soo's memory had recorded Choi Young-soo differently from this slightly old-fashioned formal attire. The nice-looking outfit, short and cleanly cut hair that was all back potentially for the interview, made his innocent and bright personality seem a bit mature. However, the thick dark brown hair was longer than during the interview, and it was naturally scattered, making him look much younger. Furthermore, the clothes were old-fashioned and loose, making his physique not look so good. Ah, that Choi Young-soo was surprised that Kim Rok-soo remembered what he looked like during the interview, but he awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. I saw a building crumbling on my way back from the interview. I went there to help out, and my clothes ended up a mess. Ah, I'm so upset about all that money going to waste. Cities were recreated after the cataclysm, but some buildings would crumble every so often for all sorts of reasons. Kim Rok-soo observed Choi Young-soo with an odd gaze before slightly nodding his head. You did well, Mr. Choi Young-soo. Choi Young-soo's expression turned odd after hearing that nonchalant comment. He doesn't seem to be mocking me. Is it a compliment? Kim Rok-soo had said it too nonchalantly for it to be a compliment. Choi Young-soo's eyes opened wide for a moment before he smiled. He looked at Kim Rok-soo, who had similar hair to his own, and started speaking. Excuse me, Mr. Rok-soo. May I ask how old you are? Now that we are on the same team, we should get along HMPH. Same team, my ass. He heard someone speak in a mocking tone from the back. Choi Young-soo looked behind him. He made eye contact with a man. He doesn't have a name tag. The company had told them to put name tags on, but this person was not wearing one. The man was touching the tip of a short spear while looking extremely arrogant. What are you looking at? No, that Choi Young-soo opened his mouth before closing it. He wanted to say something, but it was awkward to say anything. HMPH. The man scoffed. Let me give you a word of advice. The man looked at Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo from head to toe before continuing to speak. Today's teams are temporary. The hazing ritual will soon happen. It is highly likely that we will be assigned to new teams based on the results. He then scoffed again. If you have no skills, you'll be sent to a terrible team. Then you should go to a good team if you have skills, right? Kim Rok-soo peeked to his side. Choi Young-soo's gaze was slowly getting sharper. At least he's not extremely dense. The man holding the short spear continued speaking as Kim Rok-soo had that thought. Team 1 is the figurehead of this company. I'm curious to see how the teams will change based on the results of the hazing ritual. Choi Young-soo subconsciously tightened his grip in the hand that was touching his sleeves. This man was clearly looking down at Choi Young-soo's skills. What do you mean by that? Choi Young-soo was about to talk back. At that moment, Mr. Park Kyung-ho, Kim Rok-soo turned around. Are you not going to put your name tag on? The eyebrow of the man holding the short spear slightly rose. Kim Rok-soo's nonchalant gaze observed Park Kyung-ho. You were holding a long spear during the interview, but you have a short spear with you today. You know who I am. Kim Rok-soo, who had been looking at the newbie for Team 2, who had not been wearing his name tag on purpose, tilted his head to the side. I only know your name and face. You saw me before. I saw you at the interview when you went in after they called your name. Kim Rok-soo tilted his head to the other side. Is there a problem? There were no problems. However, Park Kyung-ho had a weird feeling. Those oddly emotionless-looking eyes, this gaze that seemed sharp but completely uninterested, was it a coincidence that he memorized my name? All departments had interviews on the same day, so there were hundreds of people waiting there. It was because the company needed manpower for some things, even if people did not have abilities. He wouldn't even have been in the same interview group as me if he was in rear support. Park Kyung-ho was feeling oddly iffy and opened his mouth to say something else. This was a situation where the other person knew who he was, but he didn't know anything about that person. Everybody, please quiet down. An employee who looked like the moderator appeared, and the orientation started. Oh, it's Lee Su Hayek. The esteemed healer of Earth is here too. Isn't that the director, Nim? The new employee started whispering. The team leaders of each department and the CEO were walking into the auditorium, prepared for the orientation. That, sir, is Lee Su Hayek, Nim. The new employees who were holding swords were looking at Lee Su Hayek with respect and aspiration. Lee Su Hayek, who slowly walked into the auditorium looking drowsy, seemed bored. No, he seemed tired. The man who can slash through anything. The man who had survived multiple life-or-death situations since the early days of the cataclysm and saved many lives. Lee Su Hayek, whom they had all expected to have a high position in the government, was still working in the field as a team leader for the company. It might be because he was young, but there were many people who were drawn to him because of it. Team leader Lee, your newbies seem to be over there, I see. Lee Su-hyuk's gaze headed to the two new employees for Team 1. PFFFD. Why are you suddenly laughing, Team leader Lee? No, it's nothing. They were the two new employees who were staring at him with gazes that seemed almost nonchalant amidst the field of new employees looking at him with aspiration, respect, or even envy. It was true. Lee Su-hyuk, who had not been one of the interviewers, quietly observed Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo. Kim Rok-soo, the punk he had rescued in the early days of the cataclysm. Choi Young-soo, who he had a short interaction with while facing an unranked monster in Siamyun. For the two of them to grow this much and come here as new employees smile. Lee Su-hyuk smiled at the two of them. Look at these punks. However, the two of them, in sync, had turned away from him and looked forward. Ha, 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 how entertaining. Lee Su-hyuk couldn't help but laugh after seeing two people who were polar opposites, reacting the same way. Team leader Lee, will it be okay? What are you talking about? You know, Director Park messed with things. Lee Su-hyuk just shrugged his shoulders as another team leader whispered to him. I guess he'll find out after observing what happens today. The MC shouted, and the eyes of the new employees opened wide, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Okay then, we will have a short test before the official orientation starts. Side story, one new employee, Kim Rok-soo, 2, excuse me. What do you mean? Most of the new employees who didn't know about the hazing ritual opened their eyes wide, looked around, and started talking. Choi Young-soo thought about the hazing ritual, something he wouldn't have known about if he had not heard about it from Park Kyung-ho just now, and opened his mouth. What do you think the hazing ritual is, Mr. Rok-soo? I'm not sure, Mr. Young-soo. Oh, come on, you seem like you know all about it, Mr. Rok-soo. I don't know, Mr. Young-soo. Choi Young-soo frowned at the stoic Kim Rok-soo's response. Kim Rok-soo sighed after taking a look and was about to open his mouth when the MC started speaking. You all know where this is, right? He couldn't help but gasp. The auditorium that the orientation was taking place, this place was quite far from the company. Is it possible? Choi Young-soo looked at Kim Rok-soo, who calmly opened his mouth to speak after noticing the gaze. If it is a hazing ritual, it is probably a search. He looked at the auditorium entrance and added on. This is one of the destroyed lands. Destroyed land. That was the term given to an area where civilization had not been restored properly after monsters had rampaged through it. There were quite a lot of places like that within Korea. As you all know, this is one of the destroyed lands. The MC gently addressed the talkative new employees. I'm sure you all saw it on your way here, but an auditorium has been built and a few new buildings are being built outside. There was only one thing that could mean. Thankfully, this is an area that has returned to human territory. Monsters lived in the destroyed lands. The humans who lived in new central cities based around the shelters were slowly recovering the destroyed lands around the city. This land with the auditorium was one of those places where humans had pushed the monsters out and were reconstructing a city. The ones on the head side will be tasked to go through documents related to the reconstructions. The MC then looked toward the body side. As for all of you here, you will be doing a treasure hunt. The mission given to the new employees, a treasure hunt. Choi Young-soo looked confused while Kim Rok-soo's eyes clouded over. Everybody here is talented and has all sorts of abilities, but we cannot send you to complete missions right away. That meant that they could not be placed in battle right away. That was why they were going to give them a different sort of mission to check out their abilities. The MC sternly but gently continued speaking. There used to be many important public institutions around this auditorium. The traces of a city and its records were important for a city reconstruction. Since we have already pushed monsters out of this area, you will move based on your teams to find something that might be helpful to the city reconstruction. Choi Yung-soo heard a mumbling voice. They want us to search. How boring. The person who was saying that it was boring was a familiar voice. Was his name Park Kyung-ho? A bitter smile appeared on Choi Yung-soo's face. I personally didn't want a fight starting the first day. A search was much better. He did not want to see blood from the first day, regardless of whether it was human or monster blood. The MC continued speaking. We will rank you all in the treasure hunt based on the value of the item you bring back. The judging will be by the team leader names of the different teams who have gathered here. The new employees turned to look at their team leaders. Boom. The MC stomped his foot and gathered their gazes again. And Choi Yung-soo flinched after seeing the stiff look on the MC's face. He finally saw that the MC's hands that were covered in scars. This person also seemed to be part of a battle squad. The most important thing is safety. The MC sternly spoke to the new employees of the body side. You cannot go into any buildings that look as if it may crumble. You will be removed from the ranking if you get hurt. Basically, it means that you are disqualified. Her emphasized and emphasized it again. You can return empty-handed, so please keep safety as the number one priority. Safety. Kim Rok-soo reaffirmed that word in his mind as he slightly nodded his head. Safety is important. Of course, he had no idea what that clueless-looking guy next to him, the person he would be moving as a pair with today, was thinking. The time limit is until 2 p.m. today. It was currently 10 a.m. Then please safely work hard. See you all at 2 p.m. safe and sound. The MC raised his hand. And go. Beep, they heard a buzzer go off somewhere. We're starting right away. Then do we need to go to our department? I thought we needed to look at documents, search and office work. The new employees who had received their respective duties were basically all talking, causing chaos inside the auditorium. Choi Yung-soo slowly got up. The person who is the quickest is going to win. Let's go. Yes, let's hurry. Many of the new employees had gathered with their teams and were headed out of the auditorium. The moment Choi Yung-soo wondered what he should do and turned toward Kim Rok-soo. Stupid fools. Can't they tell? Park Kyung-ho chuckled and spoke to the other newbie on his team. Shall we go? Just trust me. You seem to have a plan. It is obvious what you should do in such a test. SHH. Park Kyung-ho turned to look at Choi Yung-soo. Well, I guess there are some people who are completely clueless. Okay. Let's go. A woman in the rear support squad who had a name tag that said that her name was Choi Soo-in apologized to Choi Yung-soo with her gaze before pulling Park Kyung-ho out of the auditorium. Choi Yung-soo looked to the side. What should we do, Mr. Rok-soo? He turned his head to see Kim Rok-soo quietly sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. Tap. His index finger was tapping on his knee. Excuse me, Mr. Rok-soo. Kim Rok-soo finally slowly opened his eyes. Let's go, Mr. Yung-soo. He then stood up. He's taller than I expected. Choi Yung-soo's eyes opened wide at the taller than expected but feeble Kim Rok-soo. His clear and dark black eyes looked into Kim Rok-soo's dark brown eyes. Mr. Rok-soo, where are we going? Choi Yung-soo shrugged his shoulders. We can't just go out without thinking it through. I think we need to set a target before we start searching. He slowly pointed to Kim Rok-soo's watch. 4 hours is pretty short for searching. I wonder if we should narrow our search radius and focus on a specific area, Mr. Rok-soo. Kim Rok-soo's eyes clouded over. Unlike this guy's good guy appearance that made him seem as if he would be happy about everything, his suggestion was quite smart. Your suggestion is true too, Mr. Choi Yung-soo. 4 hours. It might seem like a long time, but it was an extremely short period of time to search the remains of a destroyed city rampaged through by monsters. This was especially true because it was a place that was barely starting its reconstruction. It was extremely likely that all of the new employees had visited this area for the first time since it was destroyed. A place they were visiting for the first time. A city that was completely destroyed, where they could not tell what they were supposed to simply find some unspecified important items in such a combination. It was highly likely that they would return empty-handed. Mr. Rok-soo. Choi Yung-soo immediately continued speaking once it sounded as if Kim Rok-soo agreed with him. Then how about we pick a direction? No, Mr. Yung-soo, excuse me. We will do a large area search. No, that's difficult. Choi Young-soo scowled. Kim Rok-soo had just agreed with his suggestion, but said the opposite and wanted to do a large area search. It was highly like to amount to nothing. Excuse me, Mr. Rok-soo. I remember it all, Mr. Young-soo. Excuse me? Kim Rok-soo closed his eyes again. Numerous images flashed through his mind. These records of incidents were things he needed in order to participate as rear support for a battle squad, as he didn't have any proper battle abilities. He recorded as many things as possible. I know the map of this area prior to its destruction. Kim Rok-soo and Choi Young-soo made eye contact. The subway routes, government offices, local businesses, and residential areas, I know them all. Excuse me, Choi Young-soo blankly asked back. Did you live here in the past, Mr. Rok-soo? PFFFD. Kim Rok-soo chuckled at Young-soo's clueless face and shook his head. My ability is called record. It is related to memories. Pat. Kim Rok-soo gently patted Choi Young-soo's shoulder before heading toward the auditorium door. Kim Rok-soo and Choi Young-soo were the only ones left in the auditorium now. I memorized the area nearby since they said that there was a company auditorium out here. Kim Rok-soo motioned with his head to Choi Young-soo, who was not moving. Shall we go? Wow. Choi Young-soo gasped in awe. Wow. That's amazing, Mr. Rook-soo. You just happened to see them all in advance. Kim Rok-soo responded nonchalantly as if it was nothing. I need to do this till he stopped talking at that moment. I need to do this to survive. He then continued speaking. I must do it like this. I see. Choi Young-soo could see Kim Rok-soo looking around once he exited the auditorium. There was just a bunch of wreckage outside the auditorium. Kim Rok-soo then spoke in a casual tone. City Hall is 3 km away in the 3 o'clock direction. It is quite far, but why don't we start there and walk in an oval shape back to the auditorium? Yes, that sounds good, huh? Kim Rok-soo walked to the back of the auditorium and came back with something. You have a lot of luggage, Mr. Rok-soo. That something was a backpack. Kim Rok-soo, who was carrying this backpack that had quite a lot of things dangling from it as if it was nothing, calmly spoke. I am weak, so I need a lot of things in order to survive. The corners of Choi Young-soo's lips oddly curled up after hearing that. Is that sword all you have, Mr. Young-soo? Yes, Mr. Rok-soo. Then let's go. I like this. Choi Young-soo quietly mumbled to himself and quickly followed behind Kim Rok-soo. There were people watching them as well. On top of a building, barely maintaining its shape, not too far from the auditorium, the people there were looking down. Wow, Team 1's newbies seem a bit special, don't they? Look at that bag and how they are starting last. Team 3 leader looked at Lee Soo-hyuk and laughed mischievously. Lee Soo-hyuk shrugged his shoulders while Team 3 leader sighed and started walking. I will be heading out first then. Ha, why do we even do this hazing ritual? The team leaders suffer more than the newbies. I agree. But it's nice to see many sides of the newbies, don't you think? Team 4 leader followed behind him while responding. Half of my team's newbies just recently awakened their abilities. I am worried. They might make a fool of themselves. Ha, I'll be heading out too then. Team 5 leader left as well. Then me too. The other team leaders followed one by one as well. Each team leader was headed in the direction that their newbies headed in. The team leaders would follow the newbies today to figure out their disposition and chances of cohesion while guaranteeing their safety. But Team 2 leader Nim. Yes, Team Leader Lei. Team 2 leader and Lee Soo-hyuk, the Team 1 leader, had not left yet. Are you sure that all monsters have left this area? Yes, Team 2 leader Nim. They have not noticed any monsters in the past week. Really? Yes. Sharara, there was a gust of wind. Lee Soo-hyuk pushed back his hair that was fluttering in the wind and closed his eyes. There's a lot of wind right now. There sure is. I wonder if it is going to rain. Team 2 leader watched the grey clouds in the distance getting closer and scratched her cheeks as if it was going to be annoying. We should stop the search immediately if it rains. I agree. Shall we go together, Team Leader Lee? She looked at Lee Soo-hyuk, whom she had no idea what he was thinking, and asked. It looks like both the newbies of Team 1 and Team 2 are headed in the same direction. They must be heading for City Hall, right? Yes, it seems that way. Our team's newbie, Mr. Park Kyung-ho, is originally from here. He said that his father used to work in City Hall. He probably headed that way. Team 2 leader smiled brightly, but her face was full of concern. Mr. Park Kyung-ho did decide on a good direction, but City Hall was the first place in this city where they had pushed the monsters out. That was why it was okay to relax. However, both of the newbies on my team have good abilities but basically have no real experience. I'm worried. Then we should go. Lee Soo-hyuk started moving, and Team 2 leader set aside her concerns and followed behind him. I don't think anybody would think that this is City Hall. Choi Young-soo was following behind Kim Rok-soo while gasping about the building he was slowly starting to see. This City Hall was pretty large with the main building and multiple annexes. The annexes were either all destroyed or had disappeared without any traces, while the main building was about half destroyed, making it difficult to tell that this was City Hall. Ah, this was a large building. That was about the most anybody would think about it, and it looks like there is someone else who knows that this is City Hall. Choi Young-soo walked in front of Kim Rok-soo with an awkward look on his face. Kim Rok-soo watched Choi Young-soo walking forward with a hand on his scabbard before slightly frowning. Side story, one new employee, Kim Rok-soo. 3. What the hell? How did they know about this place? Park Kyung-ho grumbled in such a loud voice that it was hard to think that he was talking to himself. He then walked over to Choi Young-soo. We are going to search here, so why don't you go somewhere else? Ah, Mr. Kyung-ho. His companion, Choi Soo-in, tried to stop him, but Park Kyung-ho was still looking at Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo with a disapproving gaze. I wanted to learn under team leader Lee Soo-hyuk-nim. Park Kyung-ho had become an ability user half a year ago. His ability was given quite high marks, and he was immediately designated as a grade 4 user. This was quite a good start. After that, he trained and practiced quite a bit to come into this company, and his efforts paid off when he was hired on the first try. That was why he had been pretty certain that he would be in Lee Soo-hyuk's team. Lee Soo-hyuk was one of the first multiple ability users. Only the warriors among warriors were said to be in his team. That was why it only made sense for that position to be his. But these two are going to be under him. He especially did not like Choi Young-soo, who was clearly not a rear support member and would be in the battle squad. We were planning on starting our search here as well. Choi Young-soo scratched his head. The main building is quite large, so why don't we split it in half and half to search? Why should we do that? We were here first, so the respectful thing to do would be for you to go somewhere else. Ah, that Choi Young-soo could not hide the awkwardness he was feeling in this situation. The supporter in Team 2 was feeling the same way. She knew it would be great if Team 1 left, but Park Kyung-ho's attitude was quite shameful to watch. I understand. Kim Rok-soo moved next to Choi Young-soo at that moment. We will look through the annex before going somewhere else. Park Kyung-ho scowled at the stoic response, but did not say anything else. He quickly turned around and headed for the City Hall building. Let's go, Miss Soo-in. Oh, okay. She bowed toward Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo. I'm sorry, but this is a competition, so I trust that you will understand. It is true that we got here first. Ho! Choi Young-soo gasped before turning his head. Will it be okay, Mr. Rok-soo? Who knows, Mr. Young-soo? Kim Rok-soo responded as if he didn't care much for it and looked around. To be honest with you, I was not expecting to find anything in City Hall. Excuse me. The government or a guild would have gone through City Hall first. Then, there was a famous architect's office around here. I heard that he was preparing the model for a new City Hall. Excuse me. The judicial scrivener and tax accountant office buildings seem to have maintained their form as well, so we can look around it. Choi Young-soo looked at Kim Rok-soo, who seemed to be in his early to mid-20s like himself, and blankly asked, How do you know such things? There will always be records somewhere. Kim Rok-soo didn't even look at City Hall or the annex before walking around it. Wow. Choi Young-soo gasped in admiration before following behind him. Wow. Seriously, he gasped in admiration a few more times before quietly mumbling to himself so that Kim Rok-soo could not hear. I should be good friends with this guy. Kim Rok-soo suddenly stopped walking at that moment. Choi Young-soo flinched, wondering if Kim Rok-soo had heard his mumbling. He slowly walked over to Kim Rok-soo, who was standing stiff while looking down. Mr. Rok-soo, what I said was let's go to City Hall, Mr. Young-soo. Excuse me. Choi Young-soo found this comment to be odd and stood next to Kim Rok-soo. He then flinched for a different reason from earlier. Kim Rok-soo's gaze was even sharper than before. He was cowling while looking down. Choi Young-soo looked down as well. Ha! The bugs. Ants and other bugs were moving in a long line. He had seen ants do this before, but it was his first time seeing all sorts of bugs doing this. Kim Rok-soo's gaze slowly moved, and Choi Young-soo's gaze followed. That is, the bugs were all leaving from around City Hall in this long line. The bugs were running away. What the heck? Choi Young-soo felt an unexplainable sensation. His back became cold. This was anxiety. He was anxious because he felt as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Rok-soo, why are all of the bugs running away from City Hall? It's not all bugs, Mr. Young-soo. Excuse me. Kim Rok-soo's eyes thoroughly scanned the area around City Hall. He recorded everything. He recorded what was here and what was not. He used the records as the foundation to figure it out. Spiders. Excuse me. The spiders are heading toward City Hall. Choi Young-soo's jaws dropped. What is about to happen here? Didn't they say that there were no monsters in this direction? Kim Rok-soo felt as if he might know what was going on, but he did not respond as he was not certain. Instead, he lowered the backpack he was carrying. Boom! The backpack was placed on the ground with a thud, and he opened the zipper. Ho! The anxious Choi Young-soo looked at Kim Rok-soo in disbelief after seeing what was inside the backpack, but Kim Rok-soo took a few things out before putting the backpack back on his back. We are heading to City Hall, Mr. Young-soo. I suppose so, Mr. Rok-soo. Team 2 had 2 new employees just like Team 1, Park Kyung-ho and Choi Soo-in. Of the two, Choi Soo-in seemed to be someone with a healing ability. I can't tell whether a monster has appeared or not, but I need to go look. Choi Young-soo tightened his grip around his scabbard. Let's go, Mr. Rok-soo, hurry. He immediately started walking toward City Hall. One moment, please. CHHHH. Choi Young-soo turned his head after hearing Kim Rok-soo's voice and a noise. The two of us might not be enough. The item in Kim Rok-soo's hand was burning. Is that really a signal flare, Mr. Rok-soo? Yes, Mr. Young-soo. Kim Rok-soo responded calmly before shooting the signal flare into the air. Parat. A flame shot up into the air and created a ray of light. The light was extremely visible under the grey clouds that were now in the sky. Choi Young-soo looked toward Kim Rok-soo, who spoke as he walked past him. I'm certain that there must be company employees watching us from a distance, Mr. Young-soo. Watching us? Why would the team leaders who have so much work on their plate show up for orientation? Kim Rok-soo was looking around even as he ran toward City Hall. I can't see them with my current abilities. He could not feel whether there were other presences around them. However, he was certain. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk is nearby. Kim Rok-soo did not put much meaning to the hazing ritual. The reason behind it was simple. Judging just on the item they brought back, would team leader Lee Soo-hyuk accept that? The Lee Soo-hyuk that Kim Rok-soo knew was not that kind of person. Then why were the team leaders here? Safety. And the process. They came to see the process the newbies used to get things done and to keep them safe. That was the reason Kim Rok-soo had immediately fired the signal flare. Wow. Choi Young-soo gasped in admiration while looking at Kim Rok-soo, but Kim Rok-soo did not have time to pay attention to something like that. He had a bad feeling about this. But Mr. Rok-soo, you seem to have no hesitation at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Young-soo? No, it's just that you're immediately trying to head to City Hall. It might be dangerous. Then why are you going, Mr. Young-soo? Choi Young-soo was able to respond to Kim Rok-soo's question right away. What reason could he have? I just have to go. He was going because he thought that he needed to go. It is the same with me, Mr. Young-soo. Choi Young-soo chuckled at Rok-soo's response before looking at his back and asking another question. Mr. Rok-soo, may I ask how old you are? There was no response. He was completely ignored. However, Choi Young-soo still smiled. Unfortunately, that smile quickly disappeared. Bang! They heard a loud noise from the east side of City Hall. Wow, shoot! What is this? Park Kyung-ho frowned while opening a crushed drawer. Why is there nothing here? They had started from the center of City Hall's main building and moved east. The inside of the building was in better condition than they had expected. Of course, it was not bright since the electricity had gone out, but they were at least able to see enough. If it wasn't so cloudy and it was a bright day today, they might have been able to search better. Anyway, Park Kyung-ho's face had been bright when they started their search in this still-standing building. It's all empty. However, every drawer was empty as Choi Soo-in mentioned. Why is it like this? Do you think that someone else already went by? We were the first. Park Kyung-ho gasped and then frowned. Choi Soo-in's face did not look good either. She sighed. We were the first of the new employees to come here, but it is highly likely that other organizations have already been here. I guess it is hopeless. Park Kyung-ho ruffled through his hair before standing up. Damn it! Bang! He kicked a drawer before walking over to Choi Soo-in on the other side. Let's go somewhere else. Yes, let's do that. Choi Soo-in slowly spoke to Park Kyung-ho, who was touching his short spear with a disappointed look on his face. I guess we shouldn't have been so mean to Mr. Choi Young-soo and Mr. Kim Rak-soo if it was going to be like this. Park Kyung-ho did not say anything else. He changed the topic instead. I think that other organizations would have already searched all government offices. Right. This treasure hunt was apparently harder than we expected. She smiled and then added on. I think Mr. Young-soo should still be outside searching through the annex. I should tell them about it. Do whatever you want. Park Kyung-ho grumbled before starting to walk toward the door at the center of the first floor. Let's quickly get out of here. Okay. Choi Soo-in lowered her head at that moment. Why are there so many spiders? Park Kyung-ho also looked at where she was looking. What the? There were all sorts of large and small spiders in multiple lines moving toward them. No, they were moving past them. Why are there spiders? All of a sudden it was at that moment. Shhhhhhhh. Park Kyung-ho heard an eerie noise behind him. Miss Choi Soo-in. He immediately moved toward Choi Soo-in and hit her behind his back. Crack, crack. That is on the east side of the first floor. Something was approaching them from this end that they had yet to visit. Choi Soo-in subconsciously shouted. Why is there a monster? Something close to 2 meters tall was coming toward them. They could see red eyes in the darkness. There were 8 eyes. Park Kyung-ho realized it as soon as he saw those 8 eyes. This is a spider, and that bastard has seen us as well. Huff! The monster spider's red eyes flashed, and it approached them just as he gasped. Crack, crack, crack. It was moving very quickly. The monster was large enough to fill the wide hallway. The monster was not flustered. A hunter never becomes flustered because of the prey. Run! Park Kyung-ho could not continue speaking. The monster was already close to them. The spider extended a leg as if it was a spear. Park Kyung-ho hugged Choi Soo-in and rolled on the ground. Barang. The ground broke with a loud noise. Park Kyung-ho, who barely managed to dodge the attack, could see the ground that was destroyed by the spider's legs stabbing through it. His pupils were shaking. Mr. Kyung-ho, what should we do? That Choi Soo-in subconsciously asked after seeing the look in Park Kyung-ho's eyes. Do you not have much real battle experience? That Park Kyung-ho had repeatedly trained his ability and his physical body since awakening half a year ago. He only had a few real battle experiences through the Mountains and Streams Guild's academy. He was lucky and had many situations where he was protected during the initial stages of the cataclysm that he had not seen monsters very much. Well, he had many instances of running away after seeing monsters in the distance. The monsters he had faced were all monsters that were under control. I had some real battle experience in the academy. Park Kyung-ho had thought that those few times were enough. He had even gone up against a grade 3 monster. I've never seen such a moan. That was why he knew. That bastard is a 4, no, a grade 3 monster. Monsters became stronger the closer they got to grade 1. Park Kyung-ho had faced a grade 3 monster before. However, that was tens of trainees fighting against one grade 3 monster under the guidance of an instructor. There was no need to feel any pressure or fear for his life, as he learned how to safely deal with a monster in a safe situation. He had never faced a monster with just one other person, no, honestly speaking, just himself, since he was the only battle team member. The academy is not real experience. That's training too. Choi Soo-in shouted in a sharp voice before dragging Park Kyung-ho's body up. Barang! The spider's leg was attacking again. Run! We can't deal with it. She peeked behind her to escape. She then frowned. Duck! The spiders were filling up the whole pathway. Choi Soo-in and Park Kyung-ho would have to get past this wall of spiders if they wanted to run away. That wasn't all. Spiders were filling the cracked windows as well. They were making the room darker. Will it be possible? They could just walk past if they were regular spiders. However, the spiders' eyes were red. They were all like that monster spider's eyes. He had a bad feeling about it. Let's go. Park Kyung-ho shouted toward Choi Soo-in. The spider wall. Do you have any other suggestions? They had no other choice. I'll hold them back for now, so go first. Excuse me. Choi Soo-in could see Park Kyung-ho turn toward the monster spider while holding his short spear. Go out and send a rescue signal. I got it. Choi Suin started moving toward a window that was not completely covered by spiders yet. She was a healing-type supporter and didn't have any practical buffs. That was why the first thing she needed to do was to secure a path out. Bang! However, it was not easy. The monster spider moved quickly. Its target was Choi Suin. No, Park Kyung-ho charged at the spider with his short spear. Crack, crack. Currents slowly started flowing out of his spear. Tap. Park Kyung-ho kicked off the ground before sending the short spear flying toward the spider's leg. Bang! However, the spider's leg was firm. Shoot. The current-filled short spear was easily parried away. The currents didn't seem to work on this spider. Miss Suin, the monster spider, was already in front of Choi Suin. Shhhhhhh, the mouth underneath the monster spider's eyes opened. It looked as if it would swallow Choi Suin. Duck! Park Kyung-ho quickly stood up and charged toward the spider. He seemed ready to body slam it if his spear wouldn't work. Crack! He heard a different noise at that moment. Screech! The monster turned its head. The large spider's red eyes were all looking in the same direction. It was a different window covered in spiders. About half of the glass in the window was broken and the frame was crushed. Crack! That window was destroyed. Spiders blasted off of it. Fog! Choi Suin's eyes opened wide. No, this was not fog. White smoke squeezed through the window. Bang! The window was destroyed completely and someone jumped in. Mr. C. Choi Young-soo. The person who jumped in was Choi Young-soo with his sword in his hand. 4. Side story 1. New employee Kim Rok-soo. 4. Shoot. It's so damn big. Choi Young-soo was shocked at the larger-than-expected monster that his satire burst out. How did you come here? Choi Suin tried to talk to Choi Young-soo out of shock and delight, but she didn't have time to look at him. Shhhhhhhh. The monster revealed its teeth toward Choi Suin again. Its attack had less hesitation and was moving faster. No, Park Kyung-ho was shocked at Choi Young-soo's appearance, but moved toward Choi Suin again. Park Kyung-ho could see someone else climbing through the window at that moment. Ha! That person then charged toward the spider. Bang! Ugh! Mr. Rock-soo. Choi Suin gasped before looking at the back of the person in front of her. Rock-soo was groaning. Choi Suin could see the large iron board in Rock-soo's hand. It was a bit lacking to be called a shield, but it was enough to temporarily block the monster spider's attack. Are you okay? No, Mr. Rock-soo, how did you come, Miss Choi Suin? Yes. Are you a healing-type supporter? Ah, yes, yes. Then please support right away. Excuse me. Choi Suin was still unable to think straight and asked instinctively, while Park Kyung-ho was just blankly staring at Kim Rok-soo. However, there was a voice that called out to him. Mr. Kyung-ho, it was Choi Young-soo. Park Kyung turned his gaze. He could see Choi Young-soo, who was charging toward the spider with a sword in his hand. Choi Young-soo wasn't moving as hastily as he had done earlier, but rather was looking extremely calm and skilled. Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo both looked younger than Park Kyung-ho, but the expressions on their faces made it seem as if they were used to such situations. Choi Young-soo shouted toward Park Kyung-ho. He remembered the core component of what Kim Rok-soo had told him outside the window that was being covered by spiders. The body. Park Kyung-ho then heard Kim Rok-soo's calm voice. That monster's name is the red-eye spider, and its weakness is the lower part of its body. Why, you know about this monster? Choi Suin asked, and Kim Rok-soo calmly responded. This monster usually appears in South America. It might actually be the first time this monster has appeared in Korea. Excuse me. Choi Suin wondered how Kim Rok-soo would know about something like that, but his firm gaze made her quickly gather her ability to support Choi Young-soo and Park Kyung-ho. She needed to immediately use her ability if someone got seriously injured. Mr. Rok-soo, won't it cast a web if it is a spider? Kim Rok-soo kept his eye on the monster as he responded to Choi Suin's question. I don't believe that it is fully grown yet, Miss Suin. An adult would be close to 5 meters tall, and its rank would be divided between Grade 2 and Grade 3 based on the limits of its abilities. Choi Suin's eyes opened wide after hearing about its rank. She felt fear. No wonder the pressure was no joke. But why are the two of them so calm? Mr. Park Kyung-ho and I are still so scared. Choi Suin hid her shaking hand. Furthermore, this red-eye spider can only cast a web once it becomes an adult. It can only control spiders or use its legs to attack until then. But why would a South American monster be here? I don't know the reason, but I presume that the egg must have been here. This monster's egg is said to be small. That must be why the first search squad did not find it. It is probably also the reason they determined that there were no monsters. Barang, bang, barang. Kim Rok-soo closed his mouth after hearing loud explosions. He then looked forward. He could just barely see enough thanks to the light coming in from the broken window. He's doing well. Kim Rok-soo's eyes clouded over while looking at Choi Young-soo. Ah, Choi Young-soo must have been struggling against the monster as he was groaning, but he was still dealing with the spider's attacks quite well. Mr. Rok-soo, please look for an opening and give me a sign. Then I will attack at full force. Please take everybody and run at that point. The corners of Kim Rok-soo's lips slowly curled up. I'm certain now. Excuse me. Choi Soo-in blankly asked back, but Kim Rok-soo did not hear and just mumbled to himself. That spider is a beginner. It didn't know anything about how to fight, which attacks to launch, nor even what powers it had. It's like Park Kyung-ho. The current roaming around Park Kyung-ho's short spear, Kim Rok-soo's calculations were now complete. Now, Choi Young-soo heard Kim Rok-soo's shout. He immediately changed the direction of his sword. A white aura started to gather around his body. It wasn't complete yet, but this power was something that held his and his family's everything. It wasn't even an emugi yet, but the aura that would one day become a white yang slowly appeared. Choi Young-soo picked up the sword with the white aura infused in it. He then took a step. Attack it. Attack that monster. Hold it back. Make time for them to run. That was the goal of this battle. Ha! Choi Young-soo's eyes opened wide at that moment. He could see someone charging toward the monster. Kim Rok-soo. He was running toward the monster while holding the iron board in his hands. He then smashed it into the monster's face with everything he had. Choi Young-soo saw Kim Rok-soo's eyes at that moment. Kim Rok-soo shouted, "Both of you, attack." The direction of the sword changed. Choi Young-soo shouted toward Park Kyung-ho, "Throw your spear." Once Park Kyung-ho saw the charging Kim Rok-soo and the white aura-infused sword wielding Choi Young-soo, the moment the two of their voices and gazes stabbed into his mind, he realized what he had to do. Crack, crackle. As much current as he could gather was forced into the small spear. The moment Kim Rok-soo smashed the spider's face with the iron board, Choi Young-soo parried the spider's legs that were trying to attack Kim Rok-soo and let them flow by as if they were streams of water. Screech! It made the monster's two front legs and its body slightly lift up. Choi Young-soo's sword started to move again. The white aura followed the sword and created a long diagonal line. From the bottom to the top, the path of the sword that rose up slashed the spider's body. Slash. Unlike the sturdy legs that even the currents couldn't damage, the body was weak. A gap appeared on that body. Park Kyung-ho. Park Kyung-ho was already running with the short spear in his hand when Kim Rok-soo shouted. "Ah!" he screamed before throwing the short spear. Crackle, crack. The current-infused short spear flew toward the spider. Screech. The spider screeched and did whatever it could to move its legs. Tang, nuo. The short spear was struck by the spider's leg and changed directions. Choi Soo-in shouted almost in a scream. However, her eyes soon opened wide. Tang. Choi Young-soo's sword was not finished yet. The sword slightly touched the short spear that was about to change trajectory. The white aura gently wrapped around the short spear and changed its direction. It was directed back to its original target. The white aura and the current-infused short spear reached their original target. Pook! The short spear was stabbed into the spot that Choi Young-soo's sword had slashed. Crackle! Roo-woo-woo! The current pulsed through the monster spider's body and the monster screamed. We got it. We took down the monster. That subconscious thought made Park Kyung-ho turn his head to look for Kim Rok-soo. We need to quickly run away. Kim Rok-soo was helping Choi Soo-in up and trying to run. Why do we need to run when we took down the monster? How can you be sure that there was only one egg? Park Kyung-ho flinched at Kim Rok-soo's retort. He got chills on his back. If there was another, no, if there were a lot more monsters. His mind was becoming chaotic. And Choi Young-soo groaned and pulled out his sword at that moment. Park Kyung-ho was shocked and turned his body in the same direction. Shhhhhhhhh. The spiders were scattering after losing their master, revealing the hallway. Two people appeared through the opening. Park Kyung-ho subconsciously started talking in shock. Team leader Lee Soo Hyuk Nim Ego. I guess my team member sees team leader Lee before he sees his own team leader. Park Kyung-ho flinched. after noticing Team 2 leader, while Team 2 leader checked on the condition of her team members before nodding her head. You somehow managed to survive. She pointed to the door down the hallway behind her back. We will take care of the rest, so go back to the auditorium. Choi Soo-in and Park Kyung-ho slowly and awkwardly started walking in the direction Team 2 leader pointed toward. Their footsteps slowly quickened before they stopped and turned around. The two of their gazes stopped on Kim Rak-soo and Choi Young-soo. Kim Rak-soo and Choi Young-soo started heading toward the door after receiving their gazes. Why Young-soo? The two of them turned their heads. Rak-soo. Lee Soo-hyuk put on his unique, relaxed smile while looking at the two of them. You both grew up so well. Choi Young-soo put on a mischievous smirk, while Kim Rak-soo scoffed and made a comment. We would have caught it faster if you helped us out in the end. His comment made Team 2 leader flinch, while Lee Soo-hyuk walked up to the two of them. Once you get there, wait for me. Pat, pat. He patted the two of them on the shoulder before walking past them. I'll buy you some food. He said that single sentence before walking toward the east side of the building where the monster spider had appeared. He was holding his sword that could slash through anything at any time in one hand. Then me too. Team 2 leader smiled awkwardly and was about to follow behind Lee Soo-hyuk when she stopped and addressed the two of them. Sorry. I told him that we should watch for a little longer, but we would have intervened if any of you were in danger. Plus, team leader Lee is someone who would let himself get hurt before he lets any of his team members get hurt. I know that, Mom. Huh, I know he is like that, Mom. Kim Rak-soo responded, and Choi Young-soo commented as well. I know that very well, too. Team 2 leader looked at the two of them as if they were odd before following behind Lee Soo-hyuk. Kim Rak-soo was being supported by Choi Young-soo as they walked toward where the new employees of Team 2 were waiting for them. Choi Young-soo nonchalantly asked a question. You know team leader Lee Nim, Mr. Rak-soo. What about you, Mr. Young-soo? I guess both of us know him. Choi Young-soo supported Kim Rak-soo, who was walking forward despite his shaky legs, and made another comment. By the way, Mr. Rak-soo, don't you think we can speak informally to each other now? Sure. Oh, then I'm going to speak informally now. Ha ha ha. Choi Soo-in was watching the two of them before poking Park Kyung-ho in the side to ask him a question. I heard that only warriors gather in Team 1. Doesn't that seem true? Not the elite, but warriors. Ha. Park Kyung-ho bowed toward the approaching Choi Young-soo and Kim Rak-soo instead of responding. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. We really only survived thanks to the two of you. It was a sign of gratitude. Well, it was nothing. Choi Young-soo flailed his hand as if it was nothing while Kim Rak-soo stared at Park Kyung-ho for a moment before walking past him as he made a comment. It's fine as long as you survived, Mr. Kyung-ho. Kim Rak-soo could see that Choi Young-soo was staring at him. He was about to scowl, wondering why Choi Young-soo was doing this, when Choi Young-soo looked away and quietly made a comment. That's right, it's fine as long as they survived. Kim Rak-soo stopped scowling, and he silently walked next to Choi Young-soo while being supported. I am hungry. Choi Young-soo commented, and Kim Rak-soo responded. Tell the team leader to buy you something expensive. Should I? Do whatever you want. Okay, I will. The two of their footsteps were neither heavy nor light as they headed toward the auditorium. It was simply the same as usual. Surviving in this destroyed world and surviving these monsters was something they had already been doing for a long time. Although it was hard to tell whether this had happened naturally or if someone had put them here purposefully, this area was full of numerous insect-type monster eggs. Lee Soo-hyuk was slashing through the things in here. Team 2, Leda, who was burning up everything while standing next to him, commented in her usual tone. Team leader Lee Nim, the newbies in Team 1 seem to be quite talented. I think that they will survive a long time. Survive a long time. These words were the greatest words of blessing and praise of talent in this company. I'm not sure. Lee Soo-hyuk had a bitter smile on his face. Kim Rak-soo and Choi Young-soo Team 2 leader was probably praising them after seeing their calmness and boldness. However, Lee Soo-hyuk's viewpoint was different. Although they were calm during the battle, the fact that they were punks who charged in to save people immediately after seeing the situation had not changed. They need to survive a long time. He would make it that way. Lee Soo-hyuk firmed his resolve. He hoped that it would be that way. He truly hoped for it. Side story 2. Our team leader Nim became trash. 1. This place that is simply called the company Team 1. which is said to be the most militant even in this place, Jang Sejang. The new employee, and therefore the newest to this team, was walking past the employee break room with a lot of files in his hands. He could hear some whispers through the slightly opened break room door. Don't you think that team leader Kim Rok-soo has become a bit weird? Flinch. He stopped walking. Although the voice was so quiet that regular ability users would not be able to hear, this newbie, Jang Sejang, could hear it because he had a sensory-related ability. Seriously, don't you think that is the case? It looks like he might be burnt out, but it also looks like he might have gone crazy drinking at work. You talk like this is the first time that bastard Kim Rok-soo has been weird. He's always been a crazy bastard. The brusque voice was Park Kyung-ho's voice. He had joined the company at the same time as team leader Kim Rok-soo and was the Team 2 leader right now. However, he was said to be promoted soon. No, he is a crazy bastard, but he's never been a crazy bastard in this way. Something seems weird. I thought you were busy. Stop being nosy and focus on your own work. Screech. Park Kyung-ho stopped talking, and the break room door opened immediately. Jang Sejang flinched after making eye contact with Park Kyung-ho. Team 2 leader Park Kyung-ho, who was called the Spearman of Thunder, scowled after looking at Jang Sejang. Flick. However, he simply motioned with his head for Jang Sejang to move along, and Jang Sejang bowed while curled up in fear and quickly walked past the break room to his office. Ha! Jang Sejang let out a light sigh. He could not brush aside what he had heard in the break room. Somewhat. As the person talking to Park Kyung-ho had said, team leader Kim Rok-soo, he really has somewhat become weird. Jang Sejang thought about Kim Rok-soo's odd changes that the whole company was talking about, and then recalled the moment 2 weeks ago when it had started. 2 weeks ago was the first time that Kim Rok-soo missed work at the company without notice. What? Team leader Nim is not here yet. Assistant leader Kim Min-ah, who had been dispatched in the morning, frowned while looking at Jang Sejang. Jang Sejang looked a bit scared as he nodded his head. Yes, Mom. The team leader Nim has not come yet. Wasn't his time off until yesterday? A support agent, Jung So-hoon, chimed in as well. Yes, Mom. It was until yesterday, and he should have been back at work today. Something is weird. Agent Jung So-hoon immediately picked up his coat. Assistant leader Kim Min-ah quickly scribbled something and handed it to Jang Sejang. Hand this to Agent Cha. I'm going to go see the team leader Nim. Jung So-hoon and Kim Min-ah, the looks on their faces were quite serious. Jang Sejang could clearly hear their extremely quiet whisper as they left the office. Do you think the team leader Nim fainted after pushing himself too much these days? Agent Jung, have you ever seen the team leader Nim faint? He's the type of person who would call first even if he was going to faint. This something must have happened. Do you think one of the illegal guilds attacked the team leader Nim's house? Agent Jung So-hoon's voice was slightly shaking from anxiety. Or maybe an assassin dispatched from overseas abducted the team leader Nim. Ah, I have a bad feeling about this. Doesn't the team leader Nim live in the outskirts of the city? I'm sure the security there isn't good either. Should I contact the Team 2 leader? Calm down. We will decide after going to the team leader Nim's house. Hara. Okay. But why does someone like the team leader Nim, who makes a ton of money living in the outskirts of the city? Who knows? He said he needs a lot of money to become a farmer later. Jang Sejang looked around after watching two of his company's seniors leaving. There was nobody in the office. Jang Sejang was the only newcomer this year. He looked at team leader Kim Rok-soo's seat with an anxious look on his face. There weren't even many office supplies in that empty spot. Kim Rok-soo. Jang Sejang had not really known that name prior to coming here. In fact, Team 2 leader Park Kyung-ho was the famous one, while the name Kim Rok-soo was unfamiliar. However, gathering information about the company after deciding to come here, he was able to learn that Kim Rok-soo was quite famous not just in the company, but also throughout the industry and with the government and guilds. Although he had not known the name because this person doesn't show himself in the media, he was the leader of Team 1, the greatest force in the company, as well as implicitly the leader of the company's battle agents in the body. Furthermore, even the people in charge of the head were said to be unable to hold in their admiration at Kim Rok-soo's abilities. One of the nicknames they had for Kim Rok-soo was cold-blooded. Jang Sejang had thought that this was a negative nickname for him. However, he couldn't help but gasp after learning the reason for this nickname. Team 1's mortality rate was 0 since Kim Rok-soo became team leader. They had also not failed any of the missions they were assigned. Kim Rok-soo was said to come up with a thorough plan and complete the mission under any and all circumstances, even if he was lacking the resources to do so. Furthermore, many people's abilities developed even further when they were in his team. That was why he was said to have received this evaluation. Kim Rok-soo truly is the person to follow after Lee Soo-hyuk. That was what they were saying. Jang Sejong could feel Kim Rok-soo's amazingness after hearing the name Lee Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk. That was a name that was brought up every time the history of Korea after the cataclysm was mentioned. Furthermore, that person was the foundation of this company and the source of its creation. Of course, he has passed away now. Team leader Kim Rok-soo was said to be the person who survived the battle where Lee Soo-hyuk passed away. Jang Sejong recalled that moment when he heard that Kim Rok-soo truly is the person to follow after Lee Soo-hyuk. Team 2, leader Park Kyung-ho had said something when he heard that. He had been mumbling as if he was discontent about something. Jang Sejong had been the only one to hear it. There were two people who were supposed to follow after Lee Soo-hyuk. Jang Sejong wondered if Park Kyung-ho was talking about himself, but it did not sound that way. It sounded more like there was someone else in addition to Kim Rok-soo. Anyway, I hope it is nothing serious. Jang Sejong tried to suppress the worry in his heart. When he was assigned to the cold-blooded Kim Rok-soo's team, Jang Sejong had been quite nervous. However, Kim Rok-soo had been a bit different from what he had expected when he met him in person. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jang Sejong. Hello, team leader Nim. Please speak informally. Okay then. Kim Rok-soo had called him by name and greeted him as soon as he saw him, even though Jang Sejong had not introduced himself. He had a cold look on his face and had a mysterious aura about him. He gave off the aura of a leader who had gone through many life-or-death situations and successfully completed missions. A somewhat relaxed yet sharp aura was surrounding him. Let's survive here a long time, make a lot of money, and retire. However, there was at least a little bit of warmth in the words he nonchalantly said to this new employee. What about food? You must make sure to eat. Go home. Newbies can slowly learn. You're living on your own. What about your meals? You just eat whatever. In his cold and nonchalant face with his stoic voice, Kim Rok-soo looked after Jang Sejong, completely unlike his cold-blooded nickname. Jang Sejong was still in his probationary period and could not be a part of the strategy meetings or go out to mission, making him not work with the team leader yet. However, Kim Rok-soo had said the following to Jang Sejong after stopping by the office a few days ago, completely covered in blood after a mission. There's a side dish shop not too far from here. I paid for a few side dishes there. Make sure to take them when you go home. You need to eat properly. I heard you were a support but wanted to be in the field. Fitness is a basic requirement for that. Kim Rok-soo seemed like a good leader. That must be why all of Team 1 follows Kim Rok-soo. Jang Sejong prayed that there weren't any issues with the team leader, Assistant Leader Nim. However, Assistant Leader Kim Rok-soo's face looked quite weird after returning from going to see Kim Rok-soo. She had a serious look on her face, but also seemed to kind of be blanking out while also having an oddly iffy look. Jang Sejong called out to her again. Assistant Leader Nim. What is it? Is the team leader Nim okay? Kim Min smiled awkwardly. Yes, he's fine. I think he was just tired from pushing himself too much. Really? Yes, really. Then will he be coming to work tomorrow? Kim Min had an odd look on her face after hearing that question before shaking her head. No, I think he will be resting for about a week. She then left the office, saying that she needed to check how much PTO the team leader Nim had left. Jang Sejong heard about it later, but this was the first time Kim Rok-soo ever used over a week's worth of PTO at once. Jang Sejong was able to hear the things Kim Min was mumbling extremely quietly as she left the office. My goodness, it makes no sense. She did not say anything else after that. However, Jang Sejong was certain that although Kim Min was saying the team leader was fine, something more serious than he had expected must have happened to Kim Rok-soo. That had to be the case. 1 week. Something was different about team leader Kim Rok-soo when he came back after his time off. Team leader Nim. Welcome, sir. Jang Sejong unexpectedly jumped up and greeted Kim Rok-soo because he was happy to see Kim Rok-soo. At that moment, smile. Kim Rok-soo smiled at him. Jang Sejong couldn't help but flinch. He had seen Kim Rok-soo smile coldly a few times, but he had never seen him smile like this before. He had a hard-to-approach aura just like before, but something seemed different. He was cold and rational before, but now he seemed a bit different. He seems elegant. Jang Sejong's mind blanked out after having that thought about Kim Rok-soo's smile. No, rather than elegant class, it seemed full of class. Kim Rok-soo's smile seemed extremely noble. Long time no see. Although it was definitely Kim Rok-soo's voice, and he was greeting him the same way as usual, the tone was a bit different. It was still cynical but somewhat elegant. What the hell? Jang Sejong's pupils were shaking. He looked around. Team leader Kim Rok-soo, who had returned to work after a week off, the reactions from the team members were the same as Jang Sejong's, if not worse. All of their pupils were shaking. Team leader Kim Rok-soo sat down on his chair. Screech, ho! Someone gasped. Kim Rok-soo leaned back on the chair almost as if he was lying down. It was different from how he usually sat up straight because he needed to take care of documents as soon as he got to work. SHHHHH. The way Kim Rok-soo slowly reached his hand out to grab a payment document oddly caught people's attention. Kim Rok-soo looked around the office at that moment. He frowned. What are you all looking at? Jang Sejong wondered if this expression was right, but the way he slightly frowned seemed a bit trashy, unlike team leader Kim Rok-soo's usual stoic and cold expression. Are you not going to work? However, his slightly annoyed tone of voice, the movement of his hands, and his gestures all seemed full of class. This was the only way to describe it. What the hell? Jang Sejong subconsciously turned toward the two people who came to work with Kim Rok-soo, assistant leader Kim Min-ah and agent Jung So-hoon. The two of them smiled awkwardly as Jang Sejong and the other team members turned to look at them. That was the beginning. Delicious. Excuse me. Jang Sejong blankly watched as Kim Rok-soo sliced a piece of tonkatsu. Everybody else had left for work, and only Jang Sejong and team leader Kim Rok-soo were in the office. That was why the two of them ended up eating lunch together. This is new, excuse me. I won't have to worry about it suiting my taste. Excuse me, slice, slice. Kim Rok-soo looked extremely relaxed and experienced as he sliced through the tonkatsu as if it was steak. The way he wiped his mouth with the napkin was so overflowing with class that it seemed too much. Side story 2-2. Our team leader Nim became trash. However, a desolate-looking person acting like this as if it was normal made it seem quite fitting. It would be great if I had some wine with it. Excuse me. Jang Sejong blankly asked, but Kim Rok-soo commented as if he wasn't interested at all. I should drink. Excuse me. Jang Sejong looked at Kim Rok-soo in shock. He wasn't the only one. This was quite a popular tonkatsu shop in front of the company, which meant that there were a lot of people from other departments as well. They were all looking at Kim Rok-soo in shock as well. The cold-blooded Kim Rok-soo had taken a week off. Many people were curious about that. Why, you're going to drink right now, team leader Nim. Ah, Kim Rok-soo sighed so beautifully that it looked like a scene straight out of a painting and brushed his hair back. He had been brushing his hair back like this since coming to work this morning, despite his hair being short and not having anything to brush back. Tusk. Kim Rok-soo clicked his tongue. I want to drink, but I guess I can't do that at work. I guess this aspect is uncomfortable. What is uncomfortable? Jang Sejong wanted to ask but could not do so. Instead, they ran into Team 2 leader Park Kyung-ho and Director Ma on their way back to the office. Huo, how are you feeling, Team leader Kim? Director Ma. Although Jang Sejong didn't know very well as he was a new employee, this person supposedly clashed against Team 1 quite often. This person, who was one of the permanent directors, was famous for being more interested in politics than what happened in the company. Wow, team leader Kim resting for a week. How amazing. Director Ma smiled slyly, but his gaze showed no signs of goodwill. Director Ma made another comment as Jang Sejong became tense. You didn't even take a break when team leader Lee passed away. I guess you want to rest while working now. Jang Sejong saw Team 2 leader Park Kyung-ho scowl at that moment. Park Kyung-ho was cautiously peeking at Kim Rok-soo at the same time. Park Kyung-ho knew that talking about Lee Soo-hyuk and his team members was one of the things you should never bring up in front of Kim Rok-soo. This was the first time Jang Sejong ever saw Park Kyung-ho being so cautious around someone. It didn't seem like the same Park Kyung-ho who was always grumbling to Kim Rok-soo. He immediately opened his mouth. Director Ma, what you said just now seems a bit much. Why is it too much? I simply told the truth. Isn't that right, team leader Kim? It was at that moment, PFFFD, they heard a scoff. Jang Sejong looked to his side. Kim Rak-soo was standing there quite crooked with his arms crossed. He was slowly looking at Director Ma from head to toe. And then PFFFD. He laughed. It was a scoff similar to before. Anybody would be able to tell that he was sneering. If not sneering, it would make it seem as if he thought nothing of Director Ma. However, it was only for an instant. Eek! Team leader Kim Rak-soo smiled brightly. A smile appearing on his cold face seemed awkward, but they couldn't help but look at this extremely radiant smile. Team leader Kim Rak-soo calmly spoke with the smile on his face. Ha, makes me want to quit. Jang Sejong and Park Kyung-ho looked at Kim Rak-soo in shock. What? Director Ma subconsciously stuttered. Quit. Kim Rak-soo, the cold-blooded Kim Rak-soo wants to quit. Kim Rak-soo, the person who had done the most work in this company and had been the most passionate talking about quitting. This was unbelievable. However, Kim Rak-soo stared at Director Ma with a piercing gaze before mumbling with the smile still on his face. Or should I flip everything over? Director Ma's shoulders flinched. He wanted to say something about how rude this punk was being to him. But he could not do so because Kim Rak-soo was someone who would flip things over if he wanted to do so. Furthermore, although Kim Rak-soo's smile was radiant, the elegance was gone and he looked like a neighborhood thug. Of course, this was all just Jang Sejong's observation. Kim Rak-soo walked up to Director Ma and put a hand on his stiff shoulder. Pat, pat. Kim Rak-soo patted his shoulder and gently spoke. Director Manim. Team 2 leader realized that Kim Rak-soo's gaze was different from usual. He could feel more years of experience behind those eyes than the original Kim Rak-soo. It was a weird feeling. Kim Rak-soo whispered to Director Ma peacefully. Let's live peacefully. He then removed his hand from Director Ma's shoulder. He pulled out a handkerchief from his inner pocket and wiped his palm. They wondered why he had a handkerchief, but Kim Rak-soo's next comment made both Director Ma and Park Kyung-ho slightly tense. Director Manim, there is nobody here who knows more about my position in this company than me. What are you going to do if I quit? Director Ma's mouth closed shut, while Park Kyung-ho's jaw dropped a bit. For Kim Rak-soo to say such things, Kim Rak-soo was similar to Lee Soo-hyuk. In this company, there was nobody to lead Team 1 if Kim Rak-soo was to quit right now. Furthermore, there was nobody to be the leader of the body side either. This was not an issue of promotion. There was nobody who could compare to Kim Rak-soo both in the field and in the office. Director Ma. Kim Rak-soo was worth much more than this old-ass snake trying to maintain his position. However, Kim Rak-soo had never stated this fact out loud before. Park Kyung-ho could tell that Kim Rak-soo had changed a bit. It wasn't his appearance or abilities or things like that, but more so his thoughts and values. PFFFD. Kim Rak-soo chuckled and walked past Director Ma. Please enjoy your lunch, Director Ma. You as well, Team Leader Park. Everything he did looked relaxed. He seemed quite used to things like this. Quite a lot of people had seen what just happened outside the company. Included in that group were not just company employees, but also numerous people from the guilds and the government. Everybody was looking at Kim Rak-soo with shock. But Kim Rak-soo brushed this kind of attention as normal before leisurely walking into the company. His walking looked oddly lazy, yet elegant. Jang Sejong could see assistant leader Kim Min-ah, who had been on her way back, covering her face with both hands. What was going on right now? Hold on. Excuse me. Someone I know is here, so I'm going to chat with them for a bit before going back. Of course, team leader Nim. Kim Rak-soo headed to a side alley by the company. Jang Sejong saw a person wearing a black hat and a leather jacket standing in the alley before turning away. Newbie, it was because Kim Min-ah pulled Jang Sejong's arm. Assistant leader Nim. I guess I have no choice. You should know about it as well. Excuse me. Kim Min-ah pulled Jang Sejong to their office before confirming that nobody was around and then finally speaking. There's a bit of an issue with the team leader Nim. Excuse me, why? His memory, Kim Min-ah looked uncertain even though she was the one speaking. He said that there are things he doesn't remember. Excuse me. Jang Sejong subconsciously made a comment. He was very good with his work despite this so-called memory loss. It seems more like his personality than his memory shh. Kim Min-ah quickly covered Jang Sejong's mouth. Anyway, that is what the team leader told me, so let's just go along with it for now. Yes, Mom. I understand. Newbie, this is information we can't let anybody else find out, right? There is an issue with Team 1 leaders' memories. People finding out about this would lead not just Kim Rock-soo, but Team 1 and even the entire company to danger. A leader's weakness could bring forth hostility from their enemies. Anyway, I'm telling you because you seem to have many reasons to be with the team leader, Nim. Yes, Mom. I understand. I will keep my mouth shut. Kim Min-ah smiled while looking at the solemn look on their smart newbie's face. 20 years old. Jang Sejong, the youngest applicant, had been close to being cut. However, Kim Rok-soo had looked at his resume and selected him at the last minute. His abilities are on the sensory and brain side, but he wants to be in the vanguard and not be a supporter. Kim Rok-soo then watched Jang Sejong's interview and test footage before choosing him for Team 1. He said that this applicant showed a lot of potential. There was a reason that Jang Sejong was going around to a lot of places with the team leader. Of course, Jang Sejong did not seem to know about this at all. Anyway, don't make it obvious when the team leader Nim comes back. I'll tell him that you know about it, but you know how it'll seem if you make it obvious, don't you? Definitely. Okay, so who did the team leader Nim say he was meeting? I don't know either. Assistant leader Nim. I didn't see the person's face. Really? Kim Min-ah wondered if Kim Min-ah had anybody to meet with like that, but chose to stop thinking about it. Kim Rok-soo was in the back alley by the company at that moment. He was meeting someone in a place without much foot traffic. I was waiting for you. Kim Rok-soo was observing the person with a more relaxed position than he had shown inside the company, but an extremely slanted position that showed his years of experience. You're the punk that the guard sent, right? The man wearing the black hat and black leather jacket slowly nodded his head. Yes, the guard of death sent me. His dark brown hair appeared under the black hat. He then asked a question. You're Cal Henitus, right? Team leader Kim Rok-soo. No, Cal Henitus started to smile. Yes, that's right. Are you the guard's lackey? Haha, the man who laughed out loud after being called a lackey slightly raised his hat. The man with dark brown and black eyes was looking at Cal Henitus with an odd gaze. A lackey? Yes, I guess it could seem that way. I am working for the guard of death right now after all. He approached Cal Henitus, who looked like Kim Rok-soo right now. Are you not having any issues adjusting? I'm having quite a lot. Cal Henitus grumbled without being able to hide his annoyance. Foundational information about friends at work, the work itself, and daily life are all in my head, so there's no issues there. But he then pointed to himself. Even if I see this Kim Rok-soo guy working through information, I can't help but be inconsistent because I haven't received all of his memories. He then shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I wouldn't have been able to complain much even if I came to this world without any information. That wasn't the important part of my deal with the guard of death. Of course, it had been chaotic when Cal Henitus opened his eyes in Kim Rok-soo's body. However, all of those things were minor issues. Going back to the first time, he met Choi Han to change the fate of the world while he entered into the body of someone named Kim Rok-soo in a different world. Those were the conditions of the deal. Furthermore, other conditions included finding out the truth about his mother's death and saving his territory and his family. Those were the important contents of this deal, and it was enough if those conditions were met. Instead, Cal Henitus was waiting for important information. He was certain that the guard of death would give him information. Where is she? He walked toward the man as he asked, Where is my mother? In this place, somewhere in this world, somewhere in this dangerous world, where monsters resided, his mother was alive. Her reincarnation was here. There is a child. The man in the black hat responded. There was an incident a few years ago where quite a lot of people died because of an attack by an unranked monster. A child lost her parents during that time and was left alone. She was sent to an orphanage and is currently growing up there. The now Kim Rok-soo Cal Henitus had basic information about Korean life in his mind. The guard of death had provided that information to Cal Henitus out of consideration for opening his eyes in a new world. And the location, here. The man handed Cal Henitus a piece of paper. Cal immediately opened it. His hands were slightly shaking. The address of a certain orphanage was written there. Cal's eyes were scrunching as he read those words. The man continued to speak. The child watched her parents pass away. It caused her quite a lot of shock mentally, and she is yet to recover from it. She is suffering from serious trauma. The man looked at Cal Henitus as he continued. so don't rush it. Cal looked away from the paper and at the man. Side story 2-3, our team leadernim became trash. 3. Side story 2, our team leadernim became trash. 3. The innocent-looking man calmly commented. Slowly, it will be best to approach her slowly. Her wariness will only increase if you rush it. Cal's dark brown eyes looked into the man's black eyes. The man smiled weakly at his gaze and continued speaking. Also, her dream seemed to be becoming an ability user. Kim Rok-soo, the guy whose body you are in right now, is someone with quite the abilities. I'm aware of that. Really? You're already finished analyzing the condition of that body? No. I know what powers he possesses despite not finishing the analysis. I guess Kim Rok-soo's powers are not something you can figure out at once. That punk has multiple abilities. The man was about to say something, but closed his mouth for a moment. He then eventually resumed speaking. His voice was even calmer, as if the emotions had disappeared. Anyway, Kim Rok-soo's abilities should be able to help her a lot, since that child wants to become an ability user. I see. Cal nodded his head and asked the man in front of him a question. But why are you being so nice to tell me all of these things? You could have just told me where she was and left. He asked the silent man a question. Did you know this Kim Rok-soo person? Aye. The man who looked much younger than Kim Rok-soo, who was currently in his mid-30s, continued with a calm look on his face. I am temporarily in charge of you. Does that mean that you will be the one to show up if I run into any problems or there are messages to be delivered to me? Something like that. Cal nodded his head and nonchalantly asked, What is your name? Why do you care about my name? You know my name and the truth about who I am. I should at least know who you are. It's obvious you know this Kim Rok-soo guy. Cal, who was asking the question while standing crooked, did not hide his wariness while in Kim Rok-soo's body. Ha! The man let out a short sigh before responding. Choi Young-soo. My name is Choi Young-soo. He lowered his hat again. He spoke to his friend, who was now in his mid-30s. No, the random person who was now in his friend's body. It is the name of someone who has already died here. Cal's pupils shook slightly. Choi Young-soo pretended not to notice as he continued speaking. Furthermore, I am the dead friend of Kim Rok-soo, the guy whose body you are in. They were both silent for a moment. Cal pointed to his body and asked, Is this guy living well? Choi Young-soo shook his head. Even I don't know yet. And Cal groaned before nonchalantly commenting, I think that I will live well. He smiled at Choi Young-soo, who was looking at him. He clenched the paper in his hand. I think that I will live very well in this body. I have a hunch that that will be the case. The corners of Choi Young-soo's lips curled up. That's a response I like. Right. Cal put the piece of paper in his pocket as he spoke. Anyway, I think I'm going to make a move right away. Okay, go ahead. See you again next time. KRS Cal quickly exited the alley. TL. She keeps writing Cal Henitus in Kim Rok-soo's appearance. It's repetitive and annoying, so KRS Cal it is. The elegance was gone, and he looked a bit excited and anxious. Choi Young-soo watched him for a moment before quietly mumbling, It'll be better if you don't see me. A black shadow started to cover Choi Young-soo in the alley. CHHHHHHHHH. A half-transparent parchment opened in front of Choi Young-soo. Choi Young-soo read what was written on it before disappearing into the shadows. There's so much to do. SHHHH. A breeze brushed past the alley. There was nobody there. Slam, the office door slammed over. Assistant leader Kim Min-ah. Yes, team leader Nim. Kim Min-ah's eyes opened wide while looking at the anxious Kim Rok-soo walking toward her. Kim Rok-soo gave a single comment to the confused woman. I'm leaving early today. Excuse me. Kim Min-ah looked at him in shock, but Kim Min-ah grabbed his coat and quickly got ready to leave. Leaving early all of a sudden. Yes. The company was currently rowdy talking about how Kim Rok-soo mentioned quitting or flipping things over in front of Director Ma. However, the person who said those things didn't seem to care about that at all. I already did all of my work for the day. Did you know that? Kim Rok-soo asked Agent Jung So-hoon once they made eye contact, and Jung So-hoon evaded his gaze as he responded. You did do everything, team leader Nim, but to suddenly leave early like this KRS let out a short sigh. He wanted to get to where his mother was as quickly as possible. The team leader position has so many uncomfortable things. Should I just become the CEO to do as I please? This Cal Henitus had lived as a noble and had even battled in the War of the Western Continent and gone up against the White Star. Based on what he had observed, the person in this body, Kim Rok-soo could easily take the CEO position if he wanted to do so. Cal Henitus, no, team leader Kim Rok-soo, headed toward the door as if he had not said anything while all of Team 1 was looking at him in shock. He stopped for a moment and patted the newbie Jang Sejong's shoulder before walking past him. I put in an order with the side dish store, so make sure to take it. Ah, Jang Sejong blankly watched Kim Rok-soo's sudden action before realizing something after hearing those words. He's the same. Although his actions and tone had changed, the things about him that made Jang Sejong listen to the team leader, whom he had only known for 2 weeks, had not changed. He was stoic but cared about the people around him and worried about his team members. That had not changed. Are you going somewhere, team leader Nim? Young So-hoon snapped out of him and asked Kim Rok-soo, who stopped moving for a moment. Then an odd smile appeared on his face. Excitement, joy, some concern, and tension were visible in that smile. He spoke in a calm yet slightly shaking voice. I may end up getting a new family. Kim Rok-soo then walked out of the office. Silence filled the office. Ha! Agent Jung So-hoon looked at the air and laughed. Jang Sejong suddenly felt the mood in the office get brighter. Now I won't need to worry about him dying. His seniors showed their agreement at Agent Cha's comments, and smiles appeared on their faces. Now back to the present Jang Sejong, who was walking with a pile of documents, watched as Team 1's office door burst open. That trash-like bastard. Ha! Director Ma and General Manager Kim came out of the office angry or sighing. Hello, sirs. Jang Sejong looked extremely scared as he greeted the two of them, but they just walked past while ignoring him. The employees from the secretary's office greeted him with their eyes as they followed behind the two men. Jang Sejong, who had a pretty good idea as to what might have happened, walked through the open office door. Team leader Kim Rok-soo was seated at a table he presumed a meeting must have been taking place until just now and waving at him. He looked extremely relaxed and free while sitting crooked on the chair. Of course, the hand that was holding the cup of green tea was extremely elegant. How about ramen for lunch today, team leader Nim? Did you argue with them again? What? I didn't say anything. All I said was that I wanted to quit. Kim Rok-soo shrugged his shoulders as if he had no idea. Cold-blooded Kim Rok-soo was starting to get a new nickname. I want to quit Kim Rok-soo. That was his new nickname. If Director Ma, the guilds, or foreign organizations tried to pull any kind of funny business, he would talk about quitting and put the whole company in uproar. His superiors were saying that he was arrogant and unprincipled, and they were even cursing him out and calling him trash. What should I buy? Hey newbie, do you know what kind of books kids read these days? I'm not sure, team leader Nim. Jang Sejong thought that Kim Rok-soo seemed the same as usual. Of course, his posture and the atmosphere around him did change, but team leader Nim, is it really okay to keep angering Director Ma like this? Kim Rok-soo slowly responded to Agent Cha's question. We should get rid of people who don't take care of their responsibilities properly. The atmosphere around him was sharp, as if he had not been lazing around. They could feel the sharpness and years of experience of a person who had been through numerous life or death situations. Of course, these were not based on Kim Rok-soo's experiences. Cal Henitus, who was currently using this body, had also been through many battles and wars, giving him a sharp aura. The two of their auras were similar. Maybe this was an aura only those who had lost loved ones and continued to fight could have. Kim Rok-soo was different, but still their same team leader to the team members who had no way of knowing about that. Hara, I want a drink. Should I ditch work? Other than when he acted like this, that is. And KRS Cal opened his eyes. How amazing. He looked around. He could see the office where he had been working late until just now. When did I fall asleep? He had fallen asleep without realizing it and had met the real Kim Rok-soo in his dream. That person was the true owner of this body, and the person who was in Cal Henitus's body in another world. It was quite unconventional to meet him. He turned his head. It was dark outside as it was night time. He could see his reflection on the window. Yeah, I'm Kim Rok-soo now. He decided not to think of himself as Cal Henitus anymore. He was now Kim Rok-soo. He recalled the words he had said to the other world's Cal Henitus. I plan on living the rest of my life in this body. That's why I plan on throwing away the name of Cal Henitus and living as Kim Rok-soo. I'm going to make sure to save this world I'm living in right now. I'll make it so that the people around me can live in peace. Ding. Kim Rak-soo unlocked his phone after hearing it go off. "Uncle, when are you coming tomorrow?" A smile appeared on Kim Rak-soo's face after checking the text message. Tomorrow was when he was going to the orphanage to see his reincarnated mother, no, his niece. The child who had been full of wariness and fear was now listening to him and calling him uncle. He was planning on going through the procedures to truly become family with this niece in the near future. Even without thinking about the fact that this girl was his reincarnated mother, she was a precious member of his family now. He looked at the text and opened his mouth. Choi Young-soo, what is it? Choi Young-soo, who was still wearing the black hat and black leather jacket, was standing in a corner of the office looking at Kim Rak-soo. Choi Young-soo had entered without making any noise, but Kim Rak-soo did not find this to be odd. Choi Young-soo always appeared out of nowhere. "Do you have no thoughts about going to see Cal Henitus?" A relaxed smile appeared on Kim Rak-soo's face. "You should live a more peaceful life too. I don't think you should be saying that while working late. I guess that's true." Kim Rak-soo watched as Choi Young-soo slowly disappeared into the shadow and asked again, "When are you planning on going to meet him? In the near future?" A smile slowly appeared on Choi Young-soo's face. "I plan on seeing him in the near future." The way you phrased it sounds a bit odd. Are you saying that you are going to go see him, but that he might not know that you are there? Who knows? Choi Young-soo let out a low laugh before disappearing into the shadow. Kim Rak-soo watched the darkness that remained before picking up his pen again. He needed to quickly finish this late day of work and prepare to go see his niece tomorrow. Busy, busy. The smile on Kim Rak-soo's face did not disappear despite his grumbling. Side story 2. Our team leadernim became trash. And the next side story is Don't Mess with the Crown Prince. Side story 3. Don't Mess with the Crown Prince 1. It was before the Northern Indomitable Alliance declared war on the South. It was a time when the thought of war was not in the minds of the majority of the Roan Kingdom's citizens. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, his attendant wet his lips with his tongue without making it visible. The inside of his mouth was completely dry. Peek. The record keeper's eyes moved. Shoot. Crown Prince Alberu was leisurely walking with an extremely radiant smile on his face. We can't mess with him. This was a time when they could not mess with Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, but this is a big incident. The lowest-ranking record keeper recalled what Alberu had just said to the king and a few administrators. The Perun Kingdom's forces have moved to Norland and Askasen. It meant that the day when the alliance of the three northern kingdoms would invade was near. A real war. The crown prince needed a record keeper by his side, as he was taking care of a lot of business in place of the king. The record keeper was especially necessary when he went into meetings. He was one of the record keepers assigned to the Crown Prince Palace to be by Alberu's side. And it's not far off. Unlike the shocked record keeper, the Crown Prince had thrown another bomb in front of the chief executives just now. The military command of the Northeast region will go to Cal Henitus of the Count's House of Henitus. He will be the Northeast region military commander. It was not a question about whether it was okay to give Cal Henitus the position of Northeast region military commander. It was a statement. "What are you doing?" He heard a warm voice. The lowest-ranking record keeper urgently raised his head. The Crown Prince, who had stopped walking, was quietly looking at him and smiling. Crown Prince Alberu was quite nice to the people working in the palace. He didn't work them excessively, nor did he want them by his side at all times. Furthermore, he praised them for the smallest of things and rarely punished them. He even gave a lot of presents to the people in his palace. The Crown Prince quietly commented with a radiant smile on his face. "It's bad if your mind is in chaos." The Crown Prince, at some point, had started bringing him, the lowest-ranking record keeper, whenever he needed something recorded. The record keeper heard his gentle voice. "Open your ears, move your hands, and keep your mouth shut. You know what to do, right?" The record keeper tilted his head. "What are you saying, Your Highness? I'm not sure what you are talking about." "Yes, this is why I try having you by my side." The record keeper slightly lowered his head without saying anything else. The Crown Prince did not look at the record keeper any longer and started walking again. However, he soon stopped walking. The record keeper slightly frowned after noticing the reason. "I have a bad feeling about this." They had arrived at the front of the Crown Prince's palace. Someone who was part of Crown Prince Alberus' faction was waiting for him. You can't mess with him today." Unlike the anxious record keeper, the Crown Prince started leisurely walking again. General Wetton, what brings you here, Your Highness? General Wetton. The man who was wearing spotless formal attire bowed toward the Crown Prince. Everything he did was completely respectful and by the book. I have something I must tell you, Your Highness. However, he seemed to almost be glaring at the Crown Prince when he raised his head. How funny. The Crown Prince held back a laugh and nodded his head with a gentle look on his face. I see. Let's go to my office. Alberu leisurely headed toward his office. General Wetton leisurely followed behind him. This guy is so good at putting on a mask. However, Alberu knew that General Wetton was feeling quite anxious right now. Your Highness. He raised his hand toward the attendant who was walking toward him instead of waiting in front of his office. I will be chatting with General Wetton, so don't let anybody in. I understand, Your Highness. Alberu slightly nodded his head at the disguised dark elf attendant and entered his office. General Wetton quietly followed behind him. Click. The door closed. Alberu and General Wetton were the only ones in the room. Your Highness. General Wetton was the first to speak. Alberu sat down on the couch and looked up at General Wetton. Yes, you may speak. I heard something weird from Tews just now, Your Highness. Tews. He was basically Alberu's hands and feet. He was the person in charge of delivering important messages to the nobles and administrators who follow Alberu. Your Highness, Tews stated that you were going to give the military command of the Northeast region to young Master Cal Henitus and give him the position of the military commander of the Northeast region. General Wetton could not sit still after hearing that. Is that the truth, Your Highness? Alberu rubbed his chin with his hand. He looked into General Wetton's glaring gaze and gently responded. Yes, it is true, Your Highness. General Wetton raised his voice before lowering it after seeing how Alberu was looking up at him with a gentle expression. It does not make sense, Your Highness. What doesn't? All of it. General Wetton wanted to say that all of it did not make sense. He wants to give the position of military commander of the Northeast region of all positions to that young punk. He could not accept it, even though I am from the Northeast region. He wants to give that position to Cal Henitus when I am here, to that little punk. I know that you treasure young Master Cal Henitus quite a bit, Your Highness. He had even included Cal in the envoy to the Empire. However, this was not right. Young Master Cal is someone with a bright future. He has a big heart and will probably become a light to brighten the future of the kingdom. However, General Wetton looked right at Alberu as he continued. He is still lacking. He is someone who has no experience when it comes to troops. Even if Your Highness thinks highly of him, that position should be determined by ability. Although he was packaging it nicely, he was basically saying that you can't give a punk like that such an important position just because you cherish him. He was saying, don't let your emotions determine personnel matters. It's okay to say these things to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince Alberu that General Wetton knew was someone who liked people who called him out when he did something wrong. Anybody who participated in meetings with the Crown Prince would have seen even more straightforward statements causing fierce battles. I pray that you reconsider your decision, Your Highness. Then General. Yes, Your Highness. General Wetton could see Alberu smiling. Alberu seemed to have such great smiles for him quite often. That fact put some strength into Wetton's shoulders. Then who do you think is appropriate to hold that position instead of Cal Henitus? Is he really asking me that question? Wetton held back the things he really wanted to say and said something else. Your Highness, I am from the Northeast region as well. He then spoke honestly. The Crown Prince liked people who were honest about their abilities and appealed to him via merit. Furthermore, of the generals from the Northeast region, I have the highest rank and have the most experience. In addition, am I not the person you can trust the most, Your Highness? Alberu had that gentle smile on his face as he mumbled. The person I can trust the most, yes, Your Highness. Would it not be me, who has been by your side since you were young? Alberu Crossman had grown up lonely without any maternal relatives. When he started to make a move to be the Crown Prince, basically nobody came under his umbrella. Most of them lined up to serve the second prince or third prince. I have served you. I have remained by your side since the beginning. There were many generals who didn't care about politics, but also many who were heavily involved. The generals with interest in politics had been unable to understand General Wetton's decision back then. However, all of them approved of General Wetton's decision and were envious of him now. The first prince, who had nothing, had ended up the strongest candidate for the throne. Your Highness, please consider the time I have devoted to you until now. So, you're saying Albaru stood up from his seat. He walked over to the standing General Whetten. I should put you, who knows the Northeast region well, has experience leading soldiers, and has my trust after being by my side for a long time in that position. Yes, Your Highness. I will do a good job. Wetten's voice was energetic. On the other hand, Alberus' voice was slowly getting quieter. General Whetten, do you think that you are qualified to say such things? Qualified? Of course I'm qualified. Whetten answered the Crown Prince's obvious question without any hesitation. In fact, he was about to get upset at the fact that the Crown Prince was asking such a question. Yes, Your Highness. I believe that I am the most qualified. It was at that moment. Ha ha ha, the Crown Prince laughed out loud. How entertaining. He nodded his head a few times without being able to hide his laughter. Very entertaining. General Whetten almost frowned in response. However, he kept a straight face after seeing Albaru open his mouth again. General Whetten. His gentle voice filled the office. You were one of the first generals to support me when I decided to step into politics. No, you were the only general at the time to do so. That's right, Your Highness. I trusted my discerning eye and no. Albaru shook his head. That's not it. He spoke with a warm expression still on his face. Didn't you come to me after being urged to do so by the third prince's side? Excuse me. Albaru stood in front of General Whetten. He was still smiling. Did you really think that I wouldn't know anything? Albaru's hand headed toward General Wetten's shoulder. Pat, pat. Albaru brushed General Wetten's shoulder as if there was dust on it. You seem to think that I wouldn't know how much dust you were carrying with you. Albaru's gaze focused on Whetten. Whetten could see the cold gaze covered by Albaru's smiling face. I know it all. The quiet voice that was almost a whisper rang like thunder in Wetten's ear. He knew about it, all of it. Whetten got chills on his back. He knows that I approached him after being urged to do so by the third prince's side. Since when? Wetten's pupils were shaking. He heard a response at that moment that made it seem as if Albaru was reading his mind. From the beginning, the Crown Prince was smiling as if he found this extremely entertaining. Did you think that I stepped into politics without knowing anything from the beginning? Would the first prince, who had nothing but this fard, really do that? General Whetten found the Crown Prince's hand that was on his shoulder to be extremely heavy. If I have no maternal relatives, then I at least needed information. Don't you think so? The Crown Prince was smiling. Whetten was getting cold sweats every time he looked at that smile. Albaru didn't care and calmly continued to speak. More importantly, who are you saying doesn't look at ability? The voice that sounded exaggerated sounded mischievous as well. However, what Albaru said next made Whetten flinch. I would have put you in that position, even if you were someone on the third prince's side, if you had the ability to do it well. A bit of anger appeared on Wetten's face. I'm not as good as young Master Cal Henitus. How long had he been working as a general? The little punk with that childish moniker of young Master Silver Shield, and he had quite the difference in rank. But I am lacking in abilities. That makes no sense. He would prefer that the Crown Prince had said that he was not being considered for such an important position because he was on the third prince's side. Whetten could not accept the Crown Prince's words at all. The Crown Prince then said the following, Wyvern Knights Brigade. General Whetten looked confused. Do you think that you can take on a Wyvern Knights Brigade? Side story 3-2. Don't mess with the Crown Prince 2. Side story 3. Don't mess with the Crown Prince 2. Excuse me. What? Did he say Wyvern Knights Brigade? That legendary Knights Brigade of the North? Wetten's pupils were shaking. PFFFD. Albaru scoffed. Someone who made it up to General by latching onto the third prince's side talking about ability. How laughable. General Whetten stuttered as he spoke. Were they not coming by ships? Whetten. The truth is harsher than you imagine. Funny bastard. Albaru sneered internally. However, the smile disappeared from his face. I like people who are honest. Yes, I tend to cherish those who are being true about what they want. Albaru headed toward the window. The sky was cloudy now. No light was coming into the room. Albaru looked out the window as he asked, Whetten, are you truly focused on this war? The Crown Prince was smiling brightly, unlike the cloudy sky. Isn't your true focus the commander position and not the war? The inside of Wetten's mouth was going dry. The Crown Prince with the radiant smile, whom people had a positive image of, looked completely different from his usual self. It felt as if a cold blade was right in front of Wetten's neck. The Crown Prince's gaze was as sharp as blades as he spoke. Cal Henitus has put his everything on the line. Although Cal Henitus was extremely impudent and treated the Crown Prince as if he was a neighborhood friend, it allowed Alberu to know something. Cal Henitus was putting everything he had gathered on the line for this war. He could feel it even without Cal talking about it. Cal Henitus was going to fight to protect his home, his life, and his family. Alberu was also fighting to protect the Rhone kingdom. People who were focused on the same thing, there would be no arguments when you work with people who want the same thing. Young Master Cal has shown his abilities and has shown that he is focused on saving this land more than anybody else. Cal Henitus had not shown these things to Alberu because he wanted to do so. Alberu could simply tell based on everything Cal had done until now. Furthermore, whether it is power or fame, he doesn't care nor want any of those things. He simply wants peace. That was why he was a funny bastard, but one he could trust. I am simply raising the hand of someone who is focused on the right thing and has the ability to do so. Alberu looked at Wetten, who had shown his greed as soon as he heard the information from Tews, and thought about the person behind this guy. The Rhone kingdom is currently standing in a fork of destruction or survival. He then clenched his eyes shut. The Wyvern Knights Brigade. Now that the enemies could do aerial warfare, they were capable of stealthier, quicker, and more destructive attacks than by ship. Go inform the third prince's side. Wetten felt as if his heart would sink. He didn't dare to open his eyes. There is no king if the kingdom disappears. Alberu walked over to his office desk and sat down. He then smiled brightly. Shouldn't you hurry? Wetten opened his eyes and flinched before heading toward the office door. There was no strength in his steps. Wetten's face was completely pale. Wetten, it would have been great if you had not crossed the line. Who? Wetten subconsciously took a deep breath in. Alberu said one more thing to him. Deliver those words to the third prince's side as well. It'll be even better if you tell the second prince's side too. Don't cross the line. It was a warning and an order to the people who had supported the third prince and the second prince. Click. Wetten's hand was shaking as he opened the door. Alberu simply watched Wetten. He knew that something like this would happen at least once. The Northwest region's Marquis House of Stan and the Southwest region's Duke's House of Jaira had removed themselves from the factions of the princes they had originally supported. Furthermore, the second and third princes seemed to give up their greed for the throne once the crown prince gathered powers such as the Mage Brigade. However, the forces supporting them were unable to throw away their greed. They were very foolish. This is not the time for that. Of course, he understood why they were doing it. They wanted something to show for the time, effort, and money they had spent to support their respective princes until now. The throne room was a place full of bastards who would rip you to shreds if you put your guard down even a little. Hell be an example. What happened to General Wetten today would be an example to deliver Alberus' will to the respective factions. I guess it was worth working hard. Honestly speaking, he had purposely made it so that General Wetten would hear about this from Tews. Alberu picked up a document. SHHHH, SHHHH. The sound of paper flipping filled the silent office. Plop, plop. The Crown Prince stopped moving after hearing a different noise and looked toward the calendar. It was now early February. It was one of the coldest times of the year, and gusts of wind as sharp as blades should be blowing. But it was raining instead of snowing. I guess the rain is starting. It always rained for a few days, instead of snowing when the anniversary of his mother's death was near. Amazingly, Ure here. Yes, Your Highness. The lowest-ranking record keeper was here to follow Alberu to his morning meeting. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Alberu smiled brightly at the record keeper, who seemed to be warily looking at him. The weather is great, Your Highness. Alberu flinched for a moment before looking at the record keeper. The record keeper slightly lowered his head as he continued talking. I heard that the weather will be good for a few days, Your Highness. It is different from past years. Alberus' eyes opened wide. The record keeper curled up before continuing to speak. The weather is always left behind as a record, Your Highness. It is similar to statistics. This sharp punk. This was the reason Alberu thought highly of this timid-looking, yet bold-seeming lowest-ranking record keeper by his side. I see. The weather is good today. PFFFD. Alberu chuckled with a slightly stoic face. The rain from yesterday had stopped, and the bright sun was shining down on the ground. It should still be cold outside, but it did not seem cold because of the sun. Phew, that's a relief. The record keeper finally sighed in relief. It was because he realized that Albaru's mood had gotten a bit better. He had heard rumors about the incident with General Wetton yesterday. The attendants and record keepers were always the first to hear the rumors about things that happened in the palace. They truly are foolish people. The nobles who followed, the second and third princes, he thought that the people who were still trying to maintain their power were foolish. Looking past the war and power, there is a right time to mess with him, a right time. It was soon the anniversary of the death of the crown prince's mother. The crown prince's birthday was coming up in early spring after that. The imperial family did not do anything for the crown prince's mother on the anniversary of her death. Even the king seemed to be ignoring the anniversary of her death. He seemed to be doing it on purpose. Crown Prince was said to go to where his mother was buried and spend a few hours alone on the anniversary of her death. Furthermore, he took no record keepers nor attendants with him when he went there. As for the Crown Prince's birthday, the king's palace sent presents and cake, but the day passed by quietly without any celebrations nor events. According to what I heard, the second and third prince's sides prepared the nobles. Neither the second prince nor the third prince messed with Albaru around this time. Although they didn't like each other, the siblings knew where to draw the line. The problems were the nobles and administrators who couldn't see anything because they were worried about their shrinking power and future. I feel a bit better thanks to you. The record keeper was slightly shocked and looked at Albaru. The crown prince, whose expression seemed dry yet relaxed instead of radiant, looked around. Only the crown prince and his true subordinates were in this domain right now. Well, other than this record keeper, that is, should I tell you one of my secrets? Excuse me, a secret. The record keeper's eyes opened wide at Albaru's sudden comment. It is information a record keeper would like a lot. The record keeper clenched the parchments on his side, since the crown prince was not one to say things he did not mean. Gulp. He couldn't help but gulp. Albrew chuckled and quietly whispered, because he knew that record keepers were second to none when it came to liking rumors and information. I plan on looking after the anniversary of my mother's death and my birthday when I become king. The record keeper's shoulders sank. That timid-looking appearance made Albaru chuckle again. The eyes of the record keeper with an extremely small physique were shaking. What do you think? Albaru mischievously spoke. Isn't it kind of immature for the crown prince to do this? You can put it in the unofficial history. I heard that record keepers used unofficial things and secret things to make some money. Your Highness, the record keeper bowed deeply at that moment. He calmly bowed before raising his head and looking straight at Albaru. I will record it in the records when you become king, Your Highness. An odd smile appeared on Albaru's face. I like what you just said. It was at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Albarus' confident Hughes's voice could be heard after the urgent knocks. Your Highness, it is me. Albarus' video communication device started shining at the same time to let him know that it was an emergency situation. Click. The attendant urgently opened the door after receiving a look from Albaru, and the administrator, Hughes, shouted as soon as he entered the room. The North is about to make their declaration of war, Your Highness. Already, the record keeper's heart sank. The war really was starting. The time of peace had continued for so long that war only felt like distant history. An indescribable chaos filled the office. Anxiety and uncertainty started to rise. These emotions were caused by the word war. They heard a gentle voice at that moment. There is no need to be shocked. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman was famous for his radiant smile and an appearance that suited it. Yet he was not smiling. However, his gaze was that of a determined person. He spoke to his subordinates. Just do as we have prepared. The record keeper blankly looked at Albaru, who was surrounded by the sunlight that was coming in through the window. The sun will shine down on Rhone. The record keeper was certain of it at that moment. This moment would definitely be recorded as the starting point of change in history. He was also certain that the history of Rhone would continue without stopping. None of them could say anything. The Indomitable Alliance had declared war against the Rhone Kingdom, and the Rhone Kingdom had also made their declaration on the Western continent. The Rhone Kingdom is the kingdom with the longest history in the Western continent. We will show them the strength of the survivors. It would not be weird if the war started at any moment. Nervousness was suppressing the entire meeting room. Waiting sure is difficult. Someone spoke as they could not handle the silence. He peeked toward the head of the table. Alberu Crossman was silently seated there. The palace located at the center of the royal palace, that palace was completely emptied. It was filled only with things for wartime. At the center of it was Alberu Crossman, who had received full authority from King Zed Crossman during the Roan Kingdom's proclamation not too long ago. Your Highness, will it really be okay not to send any troops to the Hennetus territory? Alberu looked forward after hearing the person in charge of information ask that question. Finance, military, capital defense, border defense, diplomacy, and administration. The best individuals of each category were all gathered in this meeting room. Alberu was looking at the video communication device in front of him, the silver shield surrounding the skies of Western City where the Lord's castle was located not yet. The Hennetus territory has not requested anything yet. The Minister of Finance, the eldest of the people here, started to speak. The House of Hennetus is probably extremely wealthy. They had been building their wealth for generations. Something amazing might happen if the Hennetus territory used that money to prepare for war. However, they did not have enough time to use that wealth to prepare for war. She looked concerned as she said that. It was more anxiety than concern. I'm sure that they have prepared in advance, as young Master Cal Hennetus gave them information about it, but for a territory to handle everything alone, stop. Albera's stern voice descended on the meeting room. Side story 3-3. Don't mess with the Crown Prince 3. Side story 3. Don't mess with the Crown Prince 3. The Crown Prince did not smile with the war ahead of him. He calmly spoke while looking at the silver shield glowing through the video communication device. The House of Hennetus was originally the barrier to protect the Forest of Darkness, and the family laid their roots in that spot to be the vanguard against the North. Although the family was famous for their money, their start was as a martial arts family. The start of this household was based on protecting and persisting. Your Highness, still it was at that moment. Weeing, weeing. They could hear the alarms going off in the Hennetus territory through the video communication device. Your Highness, the enemies have started their invasion. Basin Hennetus, who had been looking outside, urgently came over to report. Alberu clenched his fists. Numerous black darts were quickly approaching from beyond the silver shield that was covering the sky. Those darts slowly started to reveal their figures. They were wyverns. The Wyvern Knights Brigade of Legends had revealed itself. Alberu immediately started speaking. Open the door, screech bang. The meeting room doors opened with loud noises. There were multiple doors to this room. Bang, bang, bang. In this octagon-shaped meeting room, a total of 8 doors opened. A lot of people were silently observing the Crown Prince from beyond the doors. Strategy, finance, diplomacy, administration, capital defense, etc. Mid-level administrators for each field were focused and waiting for their orders. I will head out now, Your Highness. I as well, Your Highness. A few of the top-level administrators immediately stood up. They each had a video communication device connected to the Hennetus territory in their hand. They all headed for different doors. Scribble, scribble. The lowest-ranking record keeper was seated next to Alberu as he quickly started recording. He couldn't help but gulp. He was not the only one. The top-level administrators for finance, administration, diplomacy, etc., who were still by Alberu's side, could not close their dropped jaws. Ah! The pen almost slipped out of the lowest-ranking record keeper's hand. He looked down at his hand. It was full of sweat. Barang, bang, barang, barang. The wyverns that were visible on the video communication device screen were launching attacks after attacks to destroy the shield protecting the Hennetus territory, the Bear tribe. The Minister of Foreign Affairs shouted those words before getting up and running toward an exit. He was headed toward the communication mage in charge of video communication devices connected to different parts of the Western continent, along with some diplomats. Damn it, duck! The Minister of Finance, the oldest person in the room, subconsciously swore, and the lowest-ranking record keeper was working hard to record everything, but his hands started shaking even more. It was at that moment. Not yet. Alberu Crossman finally started speaking. Excuse me, somebody asked in confusion. However, Alberu spoke to himself instead of responding. This is not the end yet. Yes, I'm sure that Cal Hennetus has prepared something. I know this bastard, and he has yet to reveal his weapons. Albaru suppressed his anxiety and waited. He soon got a response to respond to his waiting. Ha ha ha, my goodness. A bone dragon and numerous skeleton monsters. This was the start to the Henitus territory's counterattack against the Perun Kingdom's Wyvern Knights Brigade. Necromancer, were receiving calls from the temples, whether they were covering their mouth or shouting in shock, whether they were frantic from the calls coming from all over. Albaru looked around him. He had made a promise to Cal. Your Highness, the Henitus territory will ignore all communication from the temple starting this moment. I will take responsibility for it. The promise made regarding the necromancer, I guess I have no choice but to take responsibility. One of the vassals urgently spoke to the calm Albaru. Your Highness, it is a necromancer. This, what about it? Excuse me, what is the problem? The vassal, who had been raising his voice, could not say anything and simply opened and closed his mouth a few times after seeing Albarus' now cold and sunken demeanor. Your Highness. Albaru nodded his head after seeing the Minister of Foreign Affairs gaze. As we prepared. Albaru had made preparations in advance as he said that he would take responsibility. Yes, Your Highness. The Minister of Foreign Affairs knew about it as well. One of the vassals who had been watching opened his mouth as if he could not hold it in any longer. Your Highness, even if this is war, a necromancer. Albaru cut him off and asked, do you want to die? Excuse me. Or do you need to see our people die? Excuse me. The vassal could finally see that Albarus' eyes were now bloodshot. The face that had been radiant and gentle was no longer smiling and colder than anything he had seen. No, he looked vicious. This is not the time for the Roan kingdom to be cautious about what other people think. This is the time to do anything and everything in order to survive. That is the same for the Henitus territory. He sternly spoke to the people looking at him. The necromancer currently participating in the battle at the Henitus territory is a precious individual. That power is being used to protect us. That is enough. But the other nations and temples, none of that is useful if the kingdom is destroyed. It is only a problem if we lose the war and the kingdom loses power. You should know more about world affairs than me, don't you? The vassal who had spoken up closed his mouth. As the crown prince stated, nothing was useful if the kingdom was destroyed. Albaru looked at the vassal before recalling what Cal Henitus had told him. The entire kingdom will become heroes. Yes, the Henitus territory will not simply resist. They will be victorious. Albaru had hope as he immediately gave orders to the people in charge of the different fields. Deliver information to the northeast region without any delays. Ignore all contact from the temples except from the Temple of the Sun God. Have the northwest region and southeast region increase the urgency level for the troops on standby by one. Scribble, scribble. The record keeper's hand started moving faster. He needed to hurry to record the endless flow of information and could not rest despite using a magic device to help him. The record keeper could see that Albaru was extremely determined. However, the meeting room, no, the entire palace soon had a moment of silence. Hyangnim. Albaru could hear Basin Henitus's scream-like shout through the video communication device screen. Everybody had seen it. Barang. They heard a loud explosion and saw the aftershock of the explosion cover the video communication device screen. Then they saw Cal Henitus barely standing after stopping the enemy's intense attack. This is not a battle between humans. The record keeper next to Albaru felt suffocated. The enemy's immense strength, Cal Henitus, who had stopped it, this is beyond the scale of war I had imagined. The record keeper was certain that he was not the only one who was having this thought. This moment of silence was proof of it. Will they be able to protect the Henitus territory, and will they be able to protect the Roan kingdom? Will they be able to hold on? Young Master Cal had persisted through the enemy's attack, but the war was not over. Furthermore, more enemies would come in the future. Will the Roan kingdom be able to survive? The record keeper's body was getting stiff, and he had even stopped recording. It was at that moment, Basin Henitus. He heard a calm voice breaking the silence. The voice was dry but calm. It was Albaru Crossman. What did your Hyung Nim order you to do? He was speaking to Basin Henitus. However, everybody heard him clearly. If you do not want to be embarrassed, no, if you do not want to regret this in the future, do not forget your task. The record keeper's shoulders flinched. He subconsciously turned to look at Albaru. Red bloodshot eyes, dry expression, stiff face, however, his eyes were still alive. The record keeper subconsciously clenched the hand holding the pen. The 1st Brigade of the Royal Knights and the 1st Mage Brigade are to head to the Henitus territory. Of the 8 open doors at the only door leading outside, a commander was standing beyond that door. "As you command, Your Highness." The commander bowed despite Alberu not directly giving him an order or even looking at him. The 1st Brigade of Royal Knights and 1st Mage Brigade will soon move efficiently to the Henitus territory. Accurately relay how we win this battle. Bason's voice came through the video communication device, and everybody turned toward Alberu. Alberu nodded his head and shared his will. "Don't stop. Everybody do the things we have prepared." The record keeper's hand moved faster, and people started to quickly move. And finally, the shield did not break. The moment Cal Henitus's single comment echoed through the meeting room, "We did it. The Roan Kingdom has won." The lowest-ranking record keeper couldn't hide his emotions and stopped recording to look at Alberu. However, those rising emotions sank as soon as he saw the look on Alberu's face. This is just the beginning. They had just received news that enemy ships had passed through the first boundary of the northeast region. There would be another battle in the waters outside the Ubar territory. Everybody looked at the Crown Prince. As we prepared, the Crown Prince made that single comment. He then spoke again a few moments later. "Then we will be victorious. It will be just as Cal Henitus just proved to us." Alberu held the video communication device and headed toward the only spot with just one individual. It was the area currently being used as the Crown Prince's office. The lowest-ranking record keeper had to follow behind the Crown Prince as his dedicated record keeper, but he picked up his pen first. He added one more sentence to everything he had recorded so far. "Crown Prince Alberu Crossman will also prove it." Once a moment of peace finally seemed to arrive, after numerous large and small battles, the coronation Alberu looked out the window after even Tasha left the room, and he was alone. Puzzle City was a mess from the aftershock of the large battle. However, the footsteps of the people around the city seemed to be light, potentially because they had taken care of both the White Star and the Sealed Guard. Alberu closed his eyes. "Alberu Crossman, how about stepping up to this position now? By the way, have your coronation in the spring. Spring PFFFD." Alberu scoffed. "Knock, knock, knock, Your Highness. It is me." Alberu opened his mouth. "Come in." Click. The door opened, and Alberu could see the lowest-ranking record keeper standing behind his attendant. "Chester." "Yes, Your Highness." The lowest-ranking record keeper approached Alberu with a magic pen in his hand. Chester, the lowest-ranking record keeper, could see Alberu smiling as if he was a bit happy but a bit flabbergasted. "Chester, it looks like I will ascend the throne come spring." The attendant and Chester flinched on their way in and stopped walking. Chester soon resumed walking and bowed once he was in front of Alberu. "May I record that moment?" "You may." Alberu then smiled brightly once more. "Now then, shall I take care of my next task?" The eyes that were looking forward once again toward the future were brimming with energy. Chester heard what the attendant cautiously said at that moment. "I know it is early in the spring, but what do you think about preparing for the coronation to be before your birthday, Your Highness?" Alberu stared at the attendant and then mischievously responded, "Well, that sounds childish, but I like it." He had a cynical yet mischievous smile. Chester and the attendant smiled gently. It only happened once every so often, but the Crown Prince now showed his true smile to the people around him instead of that fake radiant smile. The record keeper picked up his pen. He thought about a decent phrase to put as the starting line for the book he was personally recording, which was not an official document. The Roan Kingdom survived, and Alberu Crossman, who was one of the main characters who made it happen, will become the true son of the Roan Kingdom come spring. No, the record keeper wrote a new statement. Alberu Crossman is already the son of the Roan Kingdom. Everybody is looking forward to the moment when the sun will rise. Side story 3, don't mess with the Crown Prince. And the next side story is it's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. Side story 4-1, it's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. 1 side story 4, it's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. 1. Malice was the first thing Rayan learned about humans. Evil was a natural existence in humans, as Rayan noticed for a few years after that. However, the reason Rayan was able to get out of that small and dark cave was because of a human's goodwill, or perhaps goodness. That was the moment when Rayan slowly started to realize that humans couldn't be so easily defined. Rayan had seen the following information while reading a fairy tale called The First Snow is Soft, as the kind Rosalind taught him how to read. The little bear looked happy while rolling down the hill, which was covered in very soft snow. The little bear's friend, Tiggy, had told him that the large snowflakes that fall from the sky are cold when they touch your skin, but that looking at them makes you feel soft and fluffy. The world that Rayan saw until he was 4 years old was completely dark. Of course, there was food and people who were covered in numerous colors, but the world that Rayan saw when he was left alone was dark and black. The little bear's eyes opened wide after seeing the completely white world. A completely white world. The little bear in the fairy tale had a big smile on his face while looking at the world covered in white snow. Rosalind, can I have this? Of course, Rayan Nim. You can have it. Rayan really liked this book for some reason. Of course, books like The Great History of Dragons, The Hero and His Dragon Friend, The History of War, War and Peace, Skills for Fighting, Warrior, His Great Name were fun and interesting as well. But Rayan was oddly drawn to this white picture. Some time had passed since then, and it was now early December. Rayan, who was staying at the residence in one corner of Harris Village, slammed on the table with both front paws. Bang, bang, that's what the little bear said. To be more specific, the author of this fairy tale said that about snow. Hung looked at the white picture in the open. The first snow is soft, and slowly lowered his tail. Hung peeked at Rayan, whose eyes were sparkling from excitement, and mumbled with an expression that seemed to be saying that he could not understand why Rayan was like this. I don't like snow because it is cold. He then peeked at his sister On. On must not have heard him because he mumbled extremely quietly as she was still focused on the white picture in the fairy tale. Hung looked at the focused On and pouted. The sky is cloudy. The snow that he had seen a few times while staying in the cat tribe village had been similar to rain that came down from the ash-colored sky. The snow did not pile up like this picture here. In fact, the ground was stickier than when it rained, and the snow quickly became dirty and black. But I did see something similar to this picture before. The winter he experienced after running away from the village with his sister, but before they arrived at the Henitus territory, that was the one time Hung had seen a completely white world similar to what was drawn in this fairy tale. The snow he saw at that time was different from rain as it came down in large and formed snowflakes, but the sky was still just as cloudy. However, Hung could not keep his eyes open to look at the view because of the cold gusts of wind blowing with the snow. It was too cold. He might have frozen to death if his sister had not been there. Hung subconsciously mumbled, "Winter is cold, and it is hard to find food, so I don't really like it." It was at that moment. Tang. Hung heard something fall down. The black dragon and two kittens quickly moved to where they heard the noise. "Beecrox, are you okay? You need to be careful with knives, Naya." Tap. The kitten form On gently jumped down from the table and walked over to Beecrox. "Are you okay?" Beecrox was frowning. He looked at his palm in disbelief before looking at On for a moment after hearing her question and stoically responding, "Pay no attention." Hung then shouted with a bright expression on his face, "He seems to be fine, Naya. That's a relief, Beecrox. Make sure to get some rest if you are tired." On nodded her head as well and returned to the top of the table where Hung and Rayan made their comments. She then spoke to Rayan and Hung. "I don't think we should keep talking here, Naya. Let's go up." "Sounds great. Okay." Rayan tightly clenched the fairy tail with both front paws and flew up, while Hung's tail was wagging side to side as he followed behind On. "Let's go to our room." Beecrox knew that the our room Rayan was shouting was not their respective rooms, but Cal's room, but he did not correct them. "Ha!" He simply let out a sigh-like scoff before bending over to pick up the fallen kitchen knife. He could see his face reflected on the sleek and sparkling cold blade. He had a terrible scowl on his face. The extremely weak and grumbling, yet oddly sad voice echoed in his ears. "Winter is cold, and it is hard to find food, so I don't really like it." Beecrox just placed the kitchen knife on top of the chopping board and took off his glove. "Duck!" He touched his ear. He heard a nonchalant voice at that moment. "Are you okay?" In this villa kitchen, aside from On, Hung, and Rayan, there were two more people in addition to Beecrox. "Yes, sir, I am fine," Beecrox casually responded. "Well, then that's good." Cal nodded his head with an extremely stoic face. Cal had been sitting on the chair right in front of the table On, Hung, and Rayan had been at until just a moment ago. Should I get you some more honey lemon tea, young Masternim? Behind Cal was Ran, who was looking at him with an extremely gentle smile. Not, ah, please, drink more. Okay. Cal received a teacup from Ran. He then looked at the empty table once again with an extremely iffy look on his face. He then turned his head. Cal could see the extremely clear and blue sky that did not seem proper for early winter past the kitchen window. Similar to Crown Prince Alberus' face, when Cal was smiling extremely brightly, the look on Cal's face was just about as stoic and iffy. Cal groaned and Ran watched him with a benign smile on his face. He slightly turned his gaze. His son Beacrox had stopped what he was doing and was now making some dough with flour. He seemed to be thinking about making some cookies. Snow. Ran's eyes that had been looking at Cal and Beacrox sunk low. He could see the blue sky as well. Oh, Cal gasped at that moment. A few of Mary's skeleton monsters were showing off their white bones as they flew around. Crunch, crunch. Cal ate some cookies that were baked yesterday while blankly looking at the blue sky and the skeleton monsters. Cal, who had been lying back on the chair as if it was a bed, opened his mouth. Ran. Yes, young Masternim. Does the Lord's Castle have an annual record of the weather? It does. Tell Hans to get the weather information for the past 10 years. Cal looked toward Ran for a moment while giving that order. He then flinched. An extremely benign smile was on Ran's face. Cal looked away after feeling as if he saw something he should not see and frowned even more. Young Masternim. He heard a loud shout from behind the window. The wolf children and Lark had their arms high in the air to greet Cal. Cal, who was frowning while looking at the wolf children, who were wearing short sleeves despite it being early winter, and gasped. Ah! Choi Han, who did not have the slightest amount of dust on him, was walking toward him from beyond where the wolf children were standing. The statistic is right there. Harris Village. The person who knew the most about the weather around the Forest of Darkness was walking right in front of him. Ha! So annoying. Cal slowly got up and headed toward the door. This was the first time he was heading out in 5 days. Ron silently came over and put a blanket over him. Scary old man. Cal got chills at his stealthiness, but chose not to look at Ron before heading toward the door. My goodness, the young Masternim is finally outside. Cal completely ignored Deputy Butler Han's comment and walked toward Choi Han, whose eyes were wide open. Calnim. Choi Han soon greeted Cal with a solemn look on his face. Did something happen? Ha! Cal let out a deep sigh. Choi Han had not seen Cal sighing like this, with a serious look on his face for a while. The deep wrinkles on Cal's face from frowning reminded Choi Han of that time. When Ran had lost his arm because of arm and was poisoned with mermaid poison, it was just like that time. Choi Han's gaze sank some more. Choi Han saw Beacrox peeking his head out of the door past Cal's shoulder. He had also never seen that guy acting like this. Something's odd. Choi Han quickly checked Ran and Cal's conditions. Both were fine. So why is that bastard Beacrox acting like this? Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han's mouth was going dry. Lark and the wolf children were anxiously looking at Cal as well. Cal didn't care and looked at Mary, who was headed his way with her flying skeleton brigade, and nonchalantly asked, When does it usually snow for the first time in the Forest of Darkness? Excuse me. Ha! Cal brushed his face with both hands as Choi Han blankly asked back, My goodness, I have to do all sorts of things as I live. Cal could not say anything and just turned stoic. Choi Han blinked a few times before seeing the fishy smile on Ran's face and realized that it must be something good. That was why he responded. It is early December right now. Based on what I experienced, the Forest of Darkness. No human had lived in this area longer than Choi Han. It wouldn't be weird if it snowed at any moment. It could snow right now. It might not snow until a month later. It might even snow overnight while we are sleeping. Really? Yes, Calnim. It was at that moment. Plop. Choi Han heard something fall. He turned his head to see that Rayan had dropped a small book from his paws. On quickly picked it up, but Rayan spoke to Choi Han with an extremely urgent look on his face. Smart Choi Han, it can snow while we are sleeping. Yes. I think that the first snow for the past few years always came during night time, or at least after the sunset. That's right. Of course it could do that. Rayan flew back into the building with an extremely serious look on his face. Ah, my head. Cal shook his head as if this was giving him a headache. Calnim. Choi Han looked at Cal with confusion as he didn't know why Cal was acting like this. but Cal walked extremely slowly to the kitchen instead of responding. Choi Han looked at him for a bit before receiving a cold glare from Beecrox. What's up with him? Who knows? Ran smiled gently and walked past Choi Han to keep up with Cal. Choi Han still did not know what was going on after seeing Ran's mood turn sour so quickly. Everybody had just considered this to be a small issue until this moment. Nobody seemed to have noticed Rayan's intense desire. Rayan's chubby cheeks were puffed up as he thought about the contents of the fairy tale. The little bear walked up to his mommy and daddy. Mommy, daddy, the first snow is here. Let's go make some snowmen of our family. Sure, let's do that. Sounds good. Should we make a snowman looking like our little bear first? The bear family made 3 snowmen, and the happy snow bear family, standing on top of the white world, maintained their form without melting away all winter long. Rayan was in his room that Cal had given him, but he had never used, and turned on the video communication device. Rayan Nim, nice to see you, little Rosalind. He was talking to the good and smart Rosalind. Good and smart Rosalind, there is something I am curious about. Rosalind, who was currently in the Breck Kingdom, negotiating an alliance between the Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom right now, was a bit tired but smiled brightly. She had never received a call like this from Rayan. Rosalind couldn't help but smile as the round, dark blue eyes looked at her. Yes, Rayan Nim, what are you curious about? I only know how to destroy things. I know how to do things that can cause a lot of damage, but soft things are hard. Excuse me. How do you make soft snow? Excuse me. Rosalind, who was tired from her official duties, subconsciously got chills on her back while looking at the young dragon's gaze that was burning hot with passion. Side story 4-2. It's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. 2. Side story 4. It's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. 2. It was at that time that Cal realized that he did not see Rayan inside. He seems to be more serious about this than I thought. Cal looked at the first snow is soft. He had finished and looked forward. On, who had brought the fairy tale to him, was looking up at him. On avoided Cal's gaze and slowly mumbled. Well, she mumbled loud enough so that he could hear everything she said. I wish Hung would like snow, Naya. PFFFD. Cal chuckled. On, in her kitten form, gently hit Cal's calf a few times. Nuna. They heard Hung's voice outside the room at that moment. On looked at Cal's face once and started heading toward the door with elegance, as if she was relieved. I think it would be fun, Naya. She walked out after leaving that comment. What is fun about it? Cal looked at the spot On had left with a baffled and irritated expression on his face, but there was nobody to respond to him. Cal leaned into the soft couch back and leisurely mumbled, well, I will just think about it when it snows. Honestly speaking, On was having a similar thought as well. That was why she couldn't help but flinch after following Hung to find their youngest, Rayan. Mary, I'm sorry. Rayan was apologizing to Mary. It's okay, Rayan Nim. I can go alone. I promised to go tour the forest with you today, but there is something I have to do. I understand, Rayan Nim. But may I ask what it is you have to do? Mary, as well as On and Hung, who were coming toward Rayan, looked at him with confusion. Wasn't it Rayan's hobby to roam through the forest of darkness with Mary and pick up interesting things? It was the first time he declined his favorite pastime. Heh! Rayan let out a short laugh. I am great and mighty. Rayan added one more comment. You can look forward to it. He then headed toward the basement of the building alone, without saying anything else to Mary, On, or Hung. I'm curious, Naya. I'm curious as well. Hung and Mary looked at Rayan's back with curiosity, but could not follow him. It seemed as if Rayan didn't want to tell them about it. That's the laboratory. Only On watched Rayan's fluttering wings with a mysterious gaze, as Rayan headed toward Rosalind's laboratory in the basement. Hung, now in his human form, walked up to Mary and pulled at her sleeve. You can go with me. Naya, that sounds great. Mary responded without hesitation and looked at On. On shook her head to decline. Nuna, then the 2 of us are going to go. Hung headed toward the forest of darkness with Mary. On, who was left alone, debated for a moment before moving toward where she expected Ran to be. Rayan knew that he was very smart and crafty. There was no way he wouldn't know that. He had almost instantly learned reading and writing when Rosalind taught it to him, and information about what magic was, and what he could do came naturally to him once the mana-restricting chains disappeared. The snow that Rayanim is talking about, that's a bit difficult. Rosalind had smiled awkwardly when Rayan explained the first snow he wanted. It needs to be cold, but warm. It needs to disappear instantly, but be soft, but it also needs to be firm. Rayan mumbled to himself as he moved the mana around him. Rosalind, tell me even if it is difficult. I am a great and mighty dragon. I will learn everything well and know how to do it. Rayan then saw Rosalind smiling the same way Choi Han and Ran sometimes smiled at him. On had smiled in a similar fashion while rubbing Rayan's smooth head. Of course, Cal did something else instead of smiling like that. You truly are a great and mighty 4-year-old dragon. Cal would comment like that with a stoic look on his face. Rayan couldn't help but open up his shoulders proudly each time Cal did that. That's right. I am a great and mighty 4-year-old. Rayan snickered and recalled what Rosalind told him after contemplating for a long time. Rayanim, I think that no matter what you make, it will end up the first snow that you want. She then smiled brightly at him. As expected, the smart Rosalind knows something. Hee hee. Rayan laughed before writing something in large letters on a parchment, sticking it in front of the laboratory door and tightly locking it. The great and mighty Rayan Muro is currently using the lab. Don't come in. He then started experimenting. Swoowoosh, an extremely gentle breeze filled with mana, started to roam around Rayan because he knew he shouldn't destroy Rosalind's study location. Rayan closed his eyes. It was dark, but not dark at all. It was like the stars he saw once he came out of the cave. Snow sparkling like the stars was coming down in the darkness Rayan was imagining. Shara, small white pebbles slowly started appearing from within the mana breeze and swirled. Rayan opened his eyes. His dark blue eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Heh! Rayan had an identical smile to Cal's as he delicately and elaborately controlled his mana. Drops of sweat started to fill Rayan's forehead. Soft things are harder. Unlike large hail, swirling snowstorms or whirlwinds, these extremely small pebbles, the gently falling snow, and the wind that isn't cold, it was harder to make things weak. But it is easy. It was a lot of work, but not enough to call it difficult. Rayan thought about the size of the first snow that he wanted. Snow that falls over the Forest of Darkness, Harris Village, and the Henitus territory. Gently controlling mana in such a vast range was an issue that, even as a dragon, the 4-year-old Rayan had to consider a lot of things. It was even more complicated because he was not trying to destroy his enemies or an island. He also wanted to do it perfectly. He wanted it exactly as he had seen in the fairy tale. He wanted to perfectly recreate it. Half. Rayan continued to chuckle, but he did not realize it. The black dragon was enjoying this moment. This is nothing. The time he spent imprisoned in the cave, he had been unable to do anything himself during that terrible time that he didn't even want to remember. There were barely any chances to learn, feel, or even think. He had many opportunities to think about how to escape from these people who imprisoned him or how to defeat these terrible bastards, but he didn't know what joy or happiness was to think about that. However, the problem now was that there were too many things for him to think about and look forward to doing. Growl. Rayan, who had been practicing his delicate control of mana in a large area, opened his eyes wide. Rayan pulled back his mana and placed both of his front paws on his chubby belly. Even my tummy is great and mighty. It is extremely accurate. Rayan looked at the clock. It was snack time. The human said that you must always remember to eat. Rayan checked to make sure nothing in Rosalind's lab was scattered or messy and quickly headed toward the kitchen. He then tilted his head in confusion. Delicious food-making Beecrocs, where is everybody? Tap. Beecrocs didn't say anything and simply placed a basket full of cookies on the table in front of Rayan. Beecrocs did give them desserts during snack time despite talking about maintaining a healthy diet, but he had never given so many to Rayan at once. Rayan found this to be odd, but quickly hugged the basket with his two short front paws and tilted his head in confusion. This is weird. On and Hung were not here. A large basket of cookies for On and Hung was placed on the table. Huu, Beecroc sighed and gave a short response as if he was talking to himself. Hung with Mary. On with my father. Oh, thanks. Growl. A thunder-like noise flowed out of Rayan's stomach again, and Beecrox placed a cup of warm, sweet honey tea next to Rayan's basket with a cold look on his face. Do you know what the human is doing right now? I don't know. All right, I'll stop making you talk. Go cook. Huu. Rayan debated whether to go eat with Cal since On and Hung were with Ran and Mary, but shook his head and started to eat the cookies and drink the tea alone. I'll eat quickly and go to the basement. Rayan's wings subconsciously fluttered. Beecrox was staring at him, but Rayan did not notice. While that was going on, Hung was looking at the sky that was slowly getting cloudier and opened his mouth. I want to know if Mary Nunar has ever seen snow, Naya. The tone of his voice was high, but the kitten form Hung's ears were slouching down. His eyes were doing the same. Mary looked at Hung and calmly responded, I have never seen snow. I see. Mary did not have the memories of her childhood, and the underground city beneath the desert where she lived had rain caused by elementals, but not snow. It was because there was a lot of farming down there. However, I have seen it in books. She had read many books about the outside world in addition to necromancer-related texts after becoming a necromancer. Of course, she had read the fairy tale, The First Snow is Soft, that Rayan showed her as well. Huwu. Hung let out a deep sigh. Something seemed to be frustrating him as he pushed down on the ground with his small paws. Mary stopped walking and crouched down next to Hung. Hung peeked at Mary. Hung saw Mary as someone who was easier to be around than the other adults. She was definitely older than him, but there were times when she oddly felt like a friend. She was the friend who didn't speak much, but carefully listened to what he had to say. Hung mumbled in a quiet voice that was hard to understand. I don't really like snow, Naya. Why do you feel that way? I just do. Could you tell me more? Hung moved over to Mary and leaned his body against the crouched Mary. We struggled so much during winter when I was on the run with my Nuna, Naya. It was much harder whenever it snowed. It was hard to find food, and it was so cold when we would go to bed, Naya. The thing that was the most difficult. Hung closed his eyes. He recalled how they could not stay in any spot for a long time and had to keep moving while hiding away to not get caught, even during raging snowstorms. At that time, at that moment in that world, it was just Nunar and me. On and Hung. Only the two of them existed. Of course, there were a lot of people and animals. However, it was hard to see anything through the snow storm, and his sister On was the only one by Hung's side. I don't like snow, Naya. Hung finally shared his honest feelings. Hung did not like snow very much. If asked whether he liked or hated it, he hated it. However, he found it hard to say that to other people, especially Rayan and his sister On. It's fine to hate it. Hung raised his head. He could see a face with black lines all around it underneath the low hide smiling at him. There are many things I hate as well. To be honest with you, I don't like the night. Actually, I used to hate the night. Hung's eyes opened wide. That's not true, Naya. Something is weird, Naya. Mary went to enjoy the nighttime view of the forest of darkness with On, Hung, and Rayan whenever she had time. Beecrox even stared at them some nights, because the four of them spent so much time outside, looking up at the night sky on nights, where the stars shone so brightly that it felt as if they would fall down. Mary reached her hand out and petted Hong's head. I used to hate night time in the past. Mary did not know that she hated night time at the time. In fact, she only learned that she had hated something once she started to like the night. However, I like it quite a lot now. Mary petted the soft red fur as she continued speaking. That was why I thought long and hard about why that was the case. And Naya, Hung urged Mary to continue as if he was curious. Mary quietly chuckled before speaking in a stiff but warm voice. Then I learned that the problem was not the night itself. Hung tilted his head from side to side, as if that was hard to understand. The snow might not be the issue for you either, Hung. The snow might not be the issue. Hung rubbed against Mary as if he found it even more difficult to understand. And you may continue to hate snow. However, he stopped rubbing against Mary after hearing her voice again and looked up at her. And that is okay. Is it really? What do you think that the young Master Nim would say if you said that you don't like snow, Hung? Hung blinked a few times as he thought about it. It was obvious what Cal would say, so Hung knew what to say. Really? Okay then. Hung felt some strength in his shoulders after saying what he thought Cal would say. Mary stopped petting Hung and responded. She shared her thoughts to Hung, who was like a younger brother or a nephew to her. However, if there is one thing I personally slightly wish for from you would be for you to keep your head awake and keep an open mind even if you like or hate something. Keep my head awake and keep an open mind. Hung looked up at Mary with teary eyes, as if those words were difficult to understand, before nodding his head after seeing Mary's warm smile. He then shouted energetically, I don't know what that means, but I will at least remember it, Naya. That is enough. There is no need to feel tied down by my words. But I want to remember it, Naya. Hung responded energetically and raised both paws while looking at Mary. Mary opened up her arms and picked Hung up. She then stood up. Hung looked up at the sky. The sky was slowly turning into ash-like color starting from the north. He slightly frowned while looking at the sky, but his heart was not anxious. Instead, he wondered what his sister and Rayan were doing right now. In another part of the area, Ran was wiping the blade of a dagger the length of his finger as he opened his mouth to speak. It looks like you have something to say. Are you just going to keep drinking your tea? On the other side of the table at the seat facing Ran, who was seated on the couch, was blowing at her tea to cool it as she drank it. It was honey lemon tea that Ran had boiled for her. On had been asking for lemonade and honey lemon tea since some point in the past. Of course, Ran had a pretty good idea as to why she started doing that. I came to see you because I just wanted some tea. On calmly responded and blew at her tea again before taking another sip. She seemed so focused that drinking tea seemed to be the most important thing right now, but Tusk. Ran quietly clicked his tongue and reached toward the small table next to his chair. Clunk. A drawer opened and Ran pulled a small box out of there. He then placed it on top of the table. Click. On opened the box without saying anything. There were some dry fruits in there. The small red fruit had a nice shine to it despite being dried. It was On's favorite fruit. This fruit was everywhere in this house, fresh when it was in season and either dried, jammed, or pressed as a drink during other times. On ate the fruit while nonchalantly saying something. Getting hopes up too much is concerning, and hating something too much is also concerning. Naya. A little kid like you worrying too much is also not good. On heard Ran respond immediately without any hesitation. On flinched and looked at Ran. Ran didn't even look at On as he wiped a fifth dagger so much that it glowed. On looked at him and opened and closed her mouth without saying anything. She did that for a while before finally ending her hesitation to ask a question. Do I seem not childish enough? Ran finally looked away from the dagger and looked at On. On was similar to the childhood of someone else Ran knew. Cal Henitus. Cal was like this after his mother passed away, before he became trash. Of course, this grey cat punk in front of him was more mature and knew more about the ways of the world. Ran looked back at his dagger. On picked up another fruit after seeing his reaction. She then heard Ran's nonchalant voice. You're a better than the trash. Trash. On knew the person Ran was calling trash. She was certain that he was talking about Cal. Cal was someone Ran cherished as much as Beecrox. Ran saw Cal as his own child. Of course, Ran would never admit to that, but On was sharp enough to know that. How could she not know? And Ran was saying that On was better than Cal. But I didn't think the trash was bad either. Ran then quickly added that he didn't think that the trash was bad either. On quickly closed her mouth to stop her subconscious laughter. Ran's hand stopped wiping the dagger for a moment before it resumed. Ran did not look at On at all. However, On knew that Ran was like this because he was embarrassed. The grandpa in front of her always got so shy whenever he told the truth. Of course, he was never like this in front of Cal. Ran looked up at On, not like a child. On was drinking her honey tea and eating dry fruits again. She probably doesn't notice it, but her legs were moving front and back unlike when she was sitting there earlier. Anybody would think she's a child, so to say that she is not PFFFD. Ran laughed extremely quietly so that On would not hear and focused on his dagger. The people at this house knew. They knew that On was a child as well. They knew that she came to look for them whenever she had a concern, felt lonely, or needed someone to lean on. That was the reason that everybody in this house had one or two of the food On liked in their rooms at all times. May I take this too? I don't have anything to give On if she comes. Even Lark, who was now a teenager, had a box of these dried fruits in his room. Lark had come a few days ago and hesitantly asked Ran for a box of this dried fruit. That timid kid seemed to find Ran difficult to talk to, but came to look for Ran because it was related to On. Lark became quite brave when it was something related to the wolf children, On, Hang, or Rayan. Of course, Lark himself did not seem to recognize that. What is it? Ran bluntly commented to On, who was staring at him. The tea and the fruit are delicious. He slowly looked away after hearing that. Looks like I need to get some more. Ran looked inside the now half-empty box and added dried fruit to the list of things he was going to request Deputy Butler Hands to procure. He watched On looking relaxed as she was humming while eating fruit and looked back at his dagger. He did not notice. He did not notice that his movement seemed quite cheerful as he wiped the dagger. Side story 4-3. It's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. 3. Rayan rubbed his eyes with his paws. He then scrunched his eyes. However, his eyes kept closing. Rayan raised his head. The single magic light seemed like it had turned into two. Eek! Rayan became shocked and rubbed his mouth. He was drooling. Swish, swish. Rayan looked around in shock. He knew that nobody else was in this basement laboratory, but it would have been embarrassing if someone had seen him drooling and dozing off. Ahem. Hem. Rayan let out some fake coughs and slightly shook his head. I just need to do a little more. Rayan recalled how Cal had told him he needed to eat and sleep well in a rare, serious tone, but he chose to push that thought aside for now. Swoosh, Rayan caused a small breeze with his mana. White snowflakes started appearing inside the breeze one after another. A smile appeared on Rayan's face. Pretty, this snowy breeze felt much softer and fluffier than earlier. Rayan subconsciously gasped in awe. Blink, blink. However, his eyelids were not listening to him. Rayan had gone to sleep at his bedtime pretty much every night since Cal started his slacker life vacation at this residence, other than when he was out looking at the stars. Maybe that was the reason, but even this great and mighty dragon could not keep his eyelids from closing down. "N, no," Rayan shouted no, but his round head kept nodding off and lowering. Swoosh, the snow breeze slowly disappeared as well. Rayan, who was seated on Rosalind's chair, scrunched his eyes. Flash, flash. The magic light was oddly flashing. Was it about to turn off? That blinking light felt oddly distant to Rayan. "I need to do it." Rayan closed his eyes as he mumbled. "Only for a little bit. I'm only going to close my eyes for a little bit." He then sunk into the cozy darkness. It was only for an instant. Rayan was certain that it had not been long since he closed his eyes. Eek! However, he couldn't help but open his eyes in shock. Honestly speaking, his eyes didn't open very easily. His eyelids didn't move very well and felt as if they were swollen. His vision was blurry. Eek! However, Rayan realized that something was weird. He felt his body slightly shaking as it swayed gently as if he was on a ship. No, it felt like he was being held. Rayan's eyes finally opened and he raised his head. Eek! He was shocked once again. Human, don't make me talk. Rayan realized that the shaking was from Cal's arms shaking, while the swaying was from Cal climbing the stairs. Rayan couldn't hide his shock after waking up not in the laboratory, but on the stairs. This was the staircase heading from the basement to above ground. "Human, I said not to be, bother me. Human, I was not sleeping. I was only closing my eyes for a moment, but you lifted me up and started moving me. Human, I know that you can't talk because this is difficult for you, so let me down." "Ha!" Cal let out a deep sigh. "I told you not to make me talk," he mumbled with a stoic gaze before looking down at Rayan. Rayan's round eyes were focused on him. "Human, I'm going back to the laboratory, PFFFD." Cal chuckled and stepped off the last step. He then turned his body. "Look outside." Rayan turned his head from Cal and toward where Cal was pointing. He heard voices from the second floor at that moment. "I need to sleep, Naya. Oh." Hung was grumbling before gasping in shock, while On let out a low gasp. Once Rayan saw where Cal was pointing toward go outside. He heard Cal's nonchalant voice, and Rayan subconsciously left Cal's arms. Snow in the dark night. Something white was falling from the sky. The door was wide open. Rayan subconsciously headed out the door while watching the view outside. Hung saw the snow as well. Hung subconsciously dug into Ran's arms. He saw Mary at that moment. Mary was standing outside the door in her black robe while waving at him. Hung also saw Rayan looking at him. Rayan was a dragon but was younger than him. Rayan's eyes were sparkling so brightly. His round face was full of joy. Rayan had a bright smile on his face as he spoke to Hung. "It's snowing. It's the first snow." Rayan then stopped right before the door, turned around, and flew over to Hung and On. Hung lowered his head. On was in her human form looking at Hung. Hung looked at his sister's gaze, then at the approaching Rayan, then at the waving Mary, and then jump. Hung jumped out of Ran's arms. He then headed toward the door step by step. Rayan flew out the door only after seeing Hung move. "It's snowing. It's the first snow. Snow." Extremely large, clear white snowflakes were falling from the sky. Stars were not visible in the sky, making Rayan feel as if these snowflakes were stars. They were not sparkling like stars, and they disappeared quickly once they melted in his paws, but so pretty. They were still pretty. Rayan turned his head and looked around. The lights were on in the building, and Choi Han, the deputy butler, the wolf children, and even the vice captain were out near the door smiling at Rayan. Rayan. Cal was standing near the door as he spoke to Rayan. Cast some light around. Then everybody will be able to see it better. Ah, Rayan created some orbs of light instead of the spell he had been practicing all day. He then spread them out throughout the darkness. Woo woo woo, it was beautiful. The large snowflakes falling through the silent night were cold, but oddly felt warm. Ah, that's right. Rayan quickly used another spell. Cal looked at Rayan after feeling warmth surrounding him. It was the same for the others. Rayan chuckled and shouted brightly, "You cannot catch a cold. Everybody has to be warm." Cal laughed and commented back, "I'll get to be warm while experiencing the first snow thanks to you." Rayan's smile became even bigger. Mary was looking at Hung with an awkward expression at that moment. "I prepared this because I thought you might get cold, but I think that it will be okay." Mary had a small cape in her hands. The red cape was obviously Hung's size. Hung silently looked up at Mary, who turned away to look at the now visible snow coming down as she spoke. "Snow is something like this as well." Ah, Hung quietly gasped. He then nodded his head. "That's right, Naya. Snow is something like this as well, Naya." Today, Hung saw snow different from the snow he had seen until now. The red kitten looked around. Mary, who prepared a cape for him, Ran, who had carried him despite his grumbling, Beacrox, who was busy inside preparing some cookies and warm tea, all of his family members who were now awake and standing outside their home should we go, and looked at Hung and Rayan and asked, "Sounds great." Rayan quickly flew down and stood next to On. Hung slowly moved next to On as well. The snow had piled a bit. However, there were no footsteps outside the house. Everybody was just standing by the door. The children knew why they were doing this. The three moved in unison as they stepped onto the yard. Squish! The three of their footsteps appeared on the snow for the first time. Rayan subconsciously shouted with excitement, "It's soft." The snow was soft. It was really soft. The snow was cold, but he was not cold at all because of the temperature management spell. "Human." Rayan moved over to Cal and asked, "Human, did you not sleep because you were waiting for the first snow?" He had peeked at the clock to see that it was 11 p.m. It was amazing that the human, who lately started nodding off as soon as the sun went down, was still awake. Cal brusquely responded, "Was I the only one who didn't sleep?" Rayan, On, and Hung looked around. Everybody was awake. They had been waiting for the first snow. The wolf children looked as if they had been sleeping, but they mischievously smiled at Rayan, On, and Hung as well. The three children could feel in their hearts as to why everybody had not been sleeping. Hung and Rayan still didn't know how to properly explain that feeling, but they knew everything they needed to know. Hung raised his head. A snowflake fell on his face. "The snow might not be the issue for you either, Hung." He recalled what Mary had told him. Hung walked over to Mary. "I want to see it together, Naya." He still didn't have the confidence to jump around the snow with joy. However, he wanted to walk on the snow with Mary. Of course. Mary walked over to the children. Rayan shouted at that moment, "Let's all make some snowmen together." He had a look of urgency on his face that looked as if it would overflow with excitement and anticipation. "We need to make a snowman family." "Ha!" Cal sighed and grumbled as he walked over to Rayan. The wolf children jumped into the snow with excitement. Locke and the vice captain seemed stiff for a bit before they seemed to also get excited and joined in. Choi Han and the deputy butler were smiling brightly as they joined the group. On smiled while watching all of them. She observed the adults nearby. Choi Han was a strong and sometimes cold-hearted swordsman. Ran was an assassin and a scary person. She didn't know too much about Beacrox, but he was a scary and cold person. Cal was a stoic person. However, they were all extremely warm people to On and to her younger siblings. On looked at the excited Rayan and her brother Hang, who slowly walked over to him and started to smile, and started to walk over to them as well. On was smiling, and it didn't look as if the corners of her lips would ever come down. "Make sure to put some gloves on first." On's smile became even bigger after seeing the 3 pairs of gloves Ran nonchalantly handed her. The next day, "I'm not this small, I'm bigger than this. The human's arms shake when he carries me. That means I am big." "I don't think that's the reason," Naya Rayan strongly objected while looking at the snow dragon that resembled him while Hung looked at Rayan, then at Cal's arms and shook his head with an iffy look on his face. "What's up with him?" Cal seemed baffled at Hung, who was sighing while looking at him, but he was too far to know what Hung and Rayan were talking about. It's nothing much, Naya. An had a pretty good idea what Hung and Rayan were talking about, but she feigned ignorance. Instead, she placed a dry fruit Ran handed her into her mouth. The windows of the terrace next to the door that had been closed because it was winter were half open today. They were made so well, weren't they, young Masternham? Cal flinched after hearing a voice right next to him. He turned his head to see Ran looking at him with his fake benign smile. Cal subconsciously responded out of reflex after seeing Ran's gaze. Well, sort of, I guess. Cal then turned toward what Ran was talking about. There were as many snowmen as there were people living in this house in the villa's yard. Cal looked at the snow people standing around Snow Cal at the center for a while before turning his head away with a stoic gaze. However, Anne was certain she saw the corners of Cal's lips curl slightly up. Human. Rayan waved his front paw toward Cal and called out to him. What is it? Will all of this snow melt when it gets warmer? Yeah. Rayan's fluttering wings drooped low after Cal responded without any hesitation. Should I put a preservation spell on it? The snowmen they made last night seemed even whiter and brighter than Harris Village, which was completely covered in snow. Thinking about them melting made him feel some discomfort. No, it made him disappointed. At that moment, Hung and Rayan made eye contact. Rayan realized that Hung had the same thought as him and slightly motioned with his eyes. Hung slightly nodded his head in response. Rayan nodded his head as well, and Mana slowly started gathering around Rayan. It was at that moment. They heard a stiff and nonchalant voice. But spring will come once it gets warm. Rayan and Hung turned their heads. Cal had a teacup in his hand while looking at some cookies. Rayan asked Cal a question. Human, will the flowers bloom in spring? Cal reached his hand out and grabbed a cookie as he mumbled. Although different flowers bloomed at different times, I'm sure they'll bloom in spring. There were bound to be flowers that bloomed in spring. Rayan and Hung looked at each other. The two of them exchanged glances for a while before deciding not to do the preservation spell and headed toward the terrace. I'm going to eat this too. Rayan's chubby front paw moved efficiently toward the cookie basket in front of Cal, as if it was a hawk's talon, while Hung slowly reached his hand toward his sister On's tin of dried fruit. Cal and On pushed their respective basket and tin toward Rayan and Hung, while Ran filled 2 cups with drinks for them. Wow, it's raining again, Naya. Rayan turned his gaze after Hung shouted, Crunch, crunch. Rayan watched the snow fall as he ate some cookies. The little bear's friend, Tiggy, had told him that the large snowflakes that fall from the sky are cold when they touch your skin, but that looking at them makes you feel soft and fluffy. Rayan thought about it. The snow was cold when it touched his skin, as the book mentioned. However, looking at it like this really made him feel soft and fluffy. Human, I'm fluffy now. Sure, whatever. Rayan ate a cookie Cal handed him and held back a laugh. For some odd reason, he couldn't help but laugh. Once some time passed since then, wow. Rayan gasped in admiration. Flowers are growing where the snowman melted. The snow had melted, but simple yet pretty wildflowers filled their spots to announce the arrival of spring. They're a pretty, Naya. You're a right. They are pretty, Naya. Hung and On watched the flowers by Rayan's side. The tiny wildflowers shook and danced with the warm spring breeze. Side story 4. It's snowing. That's right. The flowers are also blooming. And there will be a special side story. I want to know why a birthday is a special day, Naya. On April 9th. TL. July 8th, side story 5 to be released on April 30th. TL. July 11th will be, why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? Side story. I want to know why a birthday is a special day, Naya. Special side story. I want to know why a birthday is a special day, Naya. The baby kitten with red fur kicked the floor. Tatap, huff, huff. The breath was lacking in his chest despite taking deep breaths. His whole body was hurting as if he was being pricked by needles. That was why he stopped walking. It was too hard. Those damn street cats. The red kitten curled his body up at that moment. He felt warmth embrace his body. He then heard a scary noise. Pow! The kitten opened his clenched eyes. A big rock slammed into the ground not too far from him. His legs were shaking. He was scared. Hung. However, the red kitten put some strength into all 4 of his legs. The warmth he could feel behind his back that was his sister On. Hung quickly kicked off the ground and ran forward after hearing his sister's calm but shaky voice. On followed behind him as if she was protecting him. They heard an angry voice behind them. Mio. On ran past Hung and charged into the dark alley first. Hung followed behind her after hearing her meow. These damn petty thieves. Pow! Hung heard a rock hitting the ground behind them again, but he did not turn around. No, he couldn't do that. He could only do whatever he could to continue breathing and push forward. No, he could only run away. Huff, huff. He ran and ran until they finally made it to a quiet place. It was an alley with regular-looking houses. Hung stopped in front of a small house with the lowest fence and tried to catch his breath. Mia On came over and looked to see where Hung was injured. She did not let her guard down even as she did that. Hung quietly whispered so that nobody else could hear. I'm sorry, Nuna. Even On and Hung, who were used to all sorts of situations, found it difficult to find food whenever they came into a city and hunting became tough. Jay just Hung recalled what just happened in front of the bakery. I subconsciously touched it because the bread looked so warm. He wasn't planning on eating it. He was roaming around the shop to see if there was any food that someone threw away, but the bread on the stand looked so delicious that he subconsciously walked over and touched it. That was the reason he had to be chased by that bakery shop owner. It's okay. Hung had to curl his body even after hearing On's calm response. I'm hungry. He was hungry. However, he could not complain. His sister roamed around even more than he did every day. She should be even hungrier than he was. What the? They heard an unfamiliar voice at that moment, and Hung curled his body even more. The man looked at On and hung for a bit before looking away and walking through the door of the gate within the fence. I guess that's the person who lives here. Hung slowly hid in the shade underneath the fence. The sun was setting. They might have to sleep underneath this fence tonight. That was why he didn't want to do anything to anger the person who seemed to live in this house. Slam! The door to the small house opened at that moment. Daddy. The door opened and a young child ran out. Sophia, were you waiting for Daddy? The man smiled brightly and opened his arms toward the approaching child. The child jumped into the man's arms. She then asked with a smile on her face, Daddy, my present. Oh, you care more about your present than your daddy. The man was smiling despite sounding disappointed. A woman appeared at the door. She shook her head at the child before talking to the man. She's been singing about presents left and right. She was just waiting for you to get home, honey. Really? The man handed the present in his hand to the child. Both parents talked to the child. Sophia, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sophia. I said happy birthday in the morning, but you like me saying it once more after giving you a present, right? Yes, I do. The parents and the child walked into the house. Hung quietly watched them before turning his head. Nuna, what is a birthday? The day you were born. Then is the day you were born a day you get celebrated? Hung wanted to ask that question. However, Hung asked a different question after looking at On's eyes. Nuna, when is my birthday? And when is your birthday? On looked at her younger brother. Birthday, it was faint. There was a time when her birthday was celebrated like this girl named Sophia. However, it was when she was so little that she didn't know the exact date. It was some point after the rainy season when the weather officially started getting hot. All she remembered was that it was during the summer. She also faintly remembered that her brother was born in early fall. We were young. They were still young, but Hang and On were too young to accurately remember something like their birthday when they ended up alone. To be more specific, it was too much. It was just today is On's birthday. That phrase just roamed in her memories like an illusion. There was nobody to tell On and Hung about their birthdays or to celebrate it by the time they learned some numbers and could count the days. They were simply neglected and ignored while being called mutants and dirty. How persistent. They were simply looked down at such young things persisting through it all. On knew the emotions behind Hung's pure eyes but looked away and stoically responded. I don't know about our birthdays. I don't remember anything about them at all. On and Hung did not say anything about birthdays to each other after that. However, birthday became a topic for the siblings again because of a new individual. I don't understand it. The child who was younger than them that the siblings rescued from the dark cave with Cal and Choi Han the black dragon. It was at a time when the dragon and the cat siblings were aware of each other but not close. What is a king? Hung's eyes opened wide and he looked at On after hearing that question. On groaned, while the black dragon observed the night view of the capital that was visible through the terrace window in Cal's room as he spoke. Dragons are great and mighty. He then tilted his head to one side. I don't understand it. The black dragon said the same thing once more before continuing to speak. I don't understand why they are doing so much, because it is the king's birthday. The night view of the Roan kingdom's capital was slowly getting more beautiful as they prepared for the celebration of the king's 50th birthday. Is the day you are born important? Hung peeked at On before slowly walking over to the black dragon's side. The black dragon slightly flinched, but Hung ignored it and slowly sat down next to him. He then peeked toward a dark spot in the room away from the terrace window and opened his mouth. I want to know why a birthday is a special day, Naya. Hung could see the pair of dark brown eyes that were visible because of the magic light that was on. Cal, who was pretty much lying on the bed looking at the map of the capital, observed the black dragon and the cat siblings with a stoic gaze. Birthday Kim Rok-soo did not find his birthday to be very important. He didn't know whether he felt differently about it when he was young, but it was just another day with a different name as he got older. However, there had been a time when it was important. That Cal was thinking about the past for a bit when he heard a cold voice. I don't have a birthday. The black dragon was looking at the lights rising from the darkness on the ground that were different from the stars in the night sky. I don't know the day I was born. It was obvious for the black dragon. There was no way to know anything in that dark cave. The flow of time, the changes in the world, the only way for him to get information was from the things the humans said whenever they showed up. Duck, he grew this big after 2 years. Should we give him less food? Shoot, the cost to make the restraining device is going to be so high. This mother-ducking bastard. Isn't 4 years enough for you to stop glaring so much? He wouldn't even have known how old he was if the bastards guarding the cell didn't shout at him with disgust. I don't know my birthday. As a result, I don't have a birthday. Hung quietly observed the black dragon's dark blue eyes. He then subconsciously spoke almost in a shout. I don't have one either, Naya. The black dragon turned toward Hung. Hung placed his small front paw on the black dragon's smooth body and continued speaking. It's okay even if you don't have one. Of course. Hung recalled the memory of a family he had seen at one point, but smiled. The black dragon's eyes that were looking outside seemed empty. Hung smiled even brighter after seeing that his reflection was filling up those empty eyes. He heard a voice that was so monotone that no emotion seemed to be behind them at all. That's not wrong. It's fine if you don't have a birthday. It was also fine to forget it. That was what Cal thought. However, he recalled a memory from his past. Kim Rok-soo did not find his birthday to be important. He just remembered that it was the day he got seaweed soup at the orphanage, and also the day that he received the suffocating hardship of becoming an adult and having to figure out his life outside the orphanage. Rok-soo, what is it? We're alive this year too. So, you dreary bastard. Are you going to act this cold toward me even on my birthday? But there was also a time when it had been special. But that was not because it was his birthday, but because of the memories associated with it. If you ask me for a reason as to why a birthday is a special day, the cat siblings and the black dragon looked at Cal. It is because we are alive now. Cal closed his eyes. It can be special because we realize that we are still alive. Rayan and Hung tilted their heads slightly. On slightly smiled while looking at the two of them tilt their heads in the same direction. Cal opened his eyes. He then looked at the night view outside the window as he spoke. And it doesn't have to be your birthday to have those days. Who cared if these vicious and scary 3 children didn't have birthdays or didn't know their birthdays? Then just make it. Make it. Hung's ears twitched. Yeah, Hung slowly approached Cal. The black dragon did not approach Cal but peeked at Cal. Hung hesitated for a moment before speaking. He recalled the child who received a present under the sunset. I am curious to know if I can really choose a random day as my birthday, Naya. The black dragon asked as well. Is that really okay? They heard Cal's response immediately. Why wouldn't it be? It was a world where the king was celebrating turning 50. It was also a world where some bastards were going to terrorize the people using magic bombs on the same day. It was just them choosing an anniversary for themselves. Why would that be an issue? Cal looked at the children as if to ask what the issue with it was before flinching. The black dragon suddenly jerked his head up in an extremely odd manner. However, his neck was short and his face was round, making him look really funny. Then this dragon will think about it. The black dragon did not choose a date right away. There were many dates he had not experienced yet. Of course, there was a day he wanted to choose. It was the day he first saw the night sky. However, an even better day might appear in the future. He wanted to think about it a little longer. I am going to make my own anniversary because I am great and mighty. He was a great, mighty, and cautious dragon. I want to do the same, Naya. Hung trotted over to his sister On and rubbed against her body as he spoke. You should do it too, Nuna. As On stood there without being able to answer her, Cal let out a deep sigh. By the way, are you all not going to sleep? I'm going to sleep now, Naya. I am hungry. Ha! On watched Hung jump into the soft and warm bed, and then Rayan proudly raised his head while demanding some food before looking away. She looked at Cal's hair, which was sparkling like the sunset underneath the magic light, and then slightly lowered her head. She recalled a memory she had forgotten about for a long time. On, you were born after the rainy season as the summer arrived. The hot sun signaled the day you were born. Why did she suddenly recall this faint piece of memory from her extremely young days that she had not been able to remember until now? Was it because she was no longer on the run and didn't have to look away from such a harmonious sight? On, your brother was born. His name is Hung. Hung was born after the summer as the morning dew appeared on the leaves. I think that it will be good if our On sticks to Hung when he is cold and our Hung sticks to you when you are hot. Of course, she didn't recall the exact dates. She just remembered the warmth of those moments. On started to think. Even if it wasn't their birthdays, she thought that coming up with an anniversary to celebrate Hung and her being alive wouldn't be bad. I'm curious, Naya. Hung rubbed his head against Cal's leg as he spoke. I'm curious about everybody's birthdays, Naya. I want to celebrate them, Naya. On's eyes lightly sparkled. On was curious about everybody's birthdays as well. She wanted to celebrate them. She wanted to celebrate them because they were alive together right now. Cal looked at Hung, who was stuck to his leg, with a stoic gaze before nonchalantly commenting, Ask if you are curious. Now that I think about it, Cal frowned after suddenly thinking about something. Does the House of Henitus do something for birthdays? Do they not do it for Cal because he is trash? More importantly, when is this Cal Henitus's birthday? Isn't that going to seem odd if I don't know that? Cal frowned as if this was going to be a headache. I guess I'll look into it later. It would be bad if he asked about his birthday to someone and they treated him as something even worse than trash because the Capitol bomb terror incident was coming up. He would take care of everything he needed to take care of before stealthily asking Deputy Butler Hands or Vice Captain Hilsman. He picked up a bell from the bedside table. Ring. Rayan added on in a low voice as the bell chimed to summon Ron. Give me an extremely large steak. Ha! It was a night where he couldn't help but sigh. Then we're going to pick that day. That's great, Naya. Sounds great. The children, averaging 9 years old, nodded their heads with serious expressions on their faces. The human is a bit busy because of that mother ducking White Star, so let's tell him a bit later. That's great, Naya. We will celebrate it really big. That's very good, Naya. The children, averaging 9 years old, who were now family, who were now part of this extremely large family, were finally able to choose an important day for them. It was very hard. It was an extremely big concern even for someone great and mighty like me. I had too many days I wanted to celebrate. Me too, Naya. But it's still fun, Naya. Hang, where is the list? Here. We're missing a few people, including the Crown Prince. We will soon fill them out. Hang handed the list to On. There were dates listed next to many people's names starting with Cal. Lark, October 1st. Rosalind, April 5th. Becrux, December 17th. Ron, February 19th. Mary said we will choose together, Naya. Special side story end. Side story 5-1. Why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? 1. Side story 5. Why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? 1. At the time when King Zed's birthday celebration changed to a nightmare. Because of the magic bomb terror incident in the Roan Kingdom, something big had happened in the Breck Kingdom as well. You couldn't find traces of Rosalind. That is the case, Your Majesty. The king clenched the hand that was holding the throne as the head of the intelligence agency lowered his head with a stiff expression. Only the king and a few of his vassals were in the meeting room right now. The king did not hide his emotions. How could this be? Princess Rosalind had left from the Breck Kingdom and was headed toward the Magic Tower in the Whipper Kingdom. She contacted the royal family at least once a day. However, that had stopped at some point. The last thing they got from her was an emergency rescue signal. Roan, that is the case, Your Majesty. The coordinates from where they received her last signal was in the Roan Kingdom. In order to go from the Brek Kingdom to the Whipper Kingdom, going through the Roan Kingdom was the quickest path, unless they went through the Empire. Did the Roan Kingdom? The king wondered for a moment if the Roan Kingdom had attacked Rosalind, but he soon realized it was a useless thought. The Roan Kingdom has no reason to mess with a neighboring kingdom. That is a place that seeks peace, unless somebody attacks them first. He was aware of the nature of the oldest kingdom on the continent. It was a kingdom that lived quietly if nobody attacked them, but it was an extremely disgustingly persistent kingdom that would survive through everything and go after anybody who attacked them. The Brek Kingdom was extremely aware of this, as it was the oldest kingdom after the Roan Kingdom and the jungle. Then what happened? No, most importantly, only a few people knew that Rosalind was headed toward the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower. There was no way for a foreign kingdom to figure it out when only a few people within the Brek Kingdom knew about it. But that doesn't mean that there are no ways for them to figure it out. If one of those extremely few people from the inside leaked that information to a foreign kingdom, or if there are no connections to a foreign kingdom furthermore, the fact that Rosalind stopped contacting them, someone on the inside is responsible. Someone in the Brek Kingdom, or maybe some faction in the kingdom, must have attacked Rosalind. Your Majesty. The head of the intelligence agency noticed the king's face darken and cautiously started speaking. It is possible that only her magic video communication device was destroyed by a monster or a sudden unexpected situation. Do you really mean that? My apologies, Your Majesty. Unlike the other vassals who were in here, the head of the intelligence agency was decently aware of Rosalind's abilities. Furthermore, the people who left with Rosalind were from the kingdom's Shadow Brigade and were skilled enough to even protect the king. Those people were taken down by a monster or couldn't contact them because of an unexpected situation. The chances of that were extremely low. The king sat on the throne and looked down at his vassals, who did not dare to look at him, and eventually spoke in a low voice. Send an official request for assistance to the Roan Kingdom. Your Majesty, that. The vassal from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently responded. The entire continent might find out about this if something goes wrong. If that happens, the dignity of the kingdom enough. Bang! The king slammed his hand down on the throne. Do you think that I would say something like this without knowing that the dignity of the kingdom might fall, or that it might open up some other issue with diplomacy? A kingdom's most likely candidate for the throne, who was almost at the point of being officially confirmed, had disappeared. They were uncertain as to whether she was alive or dead, and the kingdom didn't even know where she was. The dignity of the kingdom would definitely fall if others found out about this. And if things went wrong, some kingdoms may send forces to find this potential future queen in order to negotiate or threaten the kingdom. It could even lead to even worse diplomatic situations for the kingdom. However, it had been a long time since they had been unable to contact her. Any longer, the king could not leave this fact alone any longer. Am I doing this just to find my child? The vassal urgently lowered his head after seeing the king's cold gaze. The king looked at the vassals who were his hands and feet and asked, "Who is Rosalind?" The chief of staff bowed and responded, "She is the future of the Brek Kingdom, Your Majesty." That is correct. Nobody here spoke up to oppose what the chief of staff said. The king was looking at Rosalind not as his daughter, but as the future of the Brek Kingdom. This king, the former king, and the former queen before that, no. Even if we go up a few more generations, there is no heir to the throne with Rosalind's level of abilities. The king was well aware of his own plate. He also knew about the former king, his father, and the queen before him, his grandmother. The royal family had not had anybody who had an especially talented brain or special ability. They had all had decent intelligence and average talents. Of course, they had been sincere people who had worked their hardest to maintain the kingdom well within their limits. However, they had been unable to raise the Brek kingdom to an even higher level. However, Rosalind, that child, is a talented child. I'm certain that she can raise the Brek kingdom to new heights. The Rosalind that the king had observed had shown talent in disciplines of kingship and administration, but that child's talents did not stop there. Military science, tactics, and magic. The king thought about the areas in which Rosalind's talents shone bright, as well as the Western continent that had maintained peace for too long. A long period of peace is bound to bring forth something ominous. Of course, it was fine if something ominous like a war did not happen. In fact, it was even better if those kinds of situations did not appear. The king felt this way because he knew. As a father, he knew that Rosalind was a warm person. That child would be able to add warmth to her wisdom to use it for maintaining the peace even longer. The king organized his thoughts and opened his mouth. Are you all scared of the Breck Kingdom's dignity falling? Dignity falling temporarily was nothing. I am scared that the future of the Breck Kingdom would disappear. The king was afraid of the future disappearing. Your Majesty, the head of administration, calmly responded. However, the citizens of the kingdom will fall into chaos if they learn that Her Highness is missing. I believe we need to deeply consider that aspect, Your Majesty. Yes, I understand. The citizens of the Breck Kingdom called Rosalind the Rose of the Sun and affectionately praised her talents and beauty. There was a moment of silence before the king gave his vassals an order. One day. We will look for her one more day and look for a new direction if there are no changes. With that, another meeting without any progress came to an end. Screech. The king, who had been in his study alone, opened his mouth after hearing the door open. I said not to let anybody in, royal father. Oh, it's you, John. First Princess Rosalind's younger brother, first Prince John. The king straightened his shoulders and raised his head, but his shoulders slumped a bit again after seeing the concerned look in his child's eyes. Are you okay, royal father? The king weakly smiled at his son's gaze that was full of warmth like his mother's. He then shared a bit of his honest sentiments. It is a bit difficult, but I guess I can't let it show, right, royal father? If Rosalind was like the sun, John was like the moon. He was someone who made you feel at peace when he was with you and someone you felt as if you could lean on. I'm sorry. I know you must be anxious as well and that I should not be showing this side to you. It's okay, royal father. Prince John understood why the king was like this right now. Maybe he was the only one for his father to lean on right now, since his sister Rosalind was not here. He would usually show this weak side to his mother and seek out her opinion for the typical issues, but he only showed his resolute self in front of her for this issue. John felt as if he could understand him a bit. But, royal father, yes, you may speak. I have a slightly different thought. John closed his eyes. His struggling parents and his anxious younger siblings, the chief executives who were at a loss for words, the palace that was falling into chaos as the news about Rosalind's disappearance slowly spread. Despite their best efforts to contain it, his thoughts ended with his sister Rosalind's face. Royal father, I'm certain that my sister is alive and well. John, we would have heard something about her in some shape or form by now if something had happened to her. If it was his sister Rosalind, no news is good news. You know what sister is like, royal father. It was possible that John was more aware of his older sister's personality than his royal father. That was why John spoke honestly despite it potentially sounding a bit cold. Sister's corpse has not been found. John, corpse. How could you use such a word? That means that she is alive, royal father. John, royal father. Sister is definitely alive. She is probably looking for it. A gentle smile appeared on John's face. He then continued speaking to the king. Sister should be looking into the reason or the evil person responsible for putting her in this missing status. And once she finds it, he heard about how the citizens of the kingdom called his sister the Rose of the Sun. She will definitely return. However, John did not agree with that. She is that kind of person. She was fire. His sister was like fire. Fire symbolized warmth to some but brought fear to others. She was that kind of person. She was more like the sun itself than the rose of the sun. Royal father. So please don't worry. Yes, thank you. John simply smiled despite noticing that the king seemed to take his words just as hopeful words to console him. John, please take good care of things while I am gone. Please be safe, Noonim. Oh, come on. Do you really think that something would happen to me? John recalled the moment he said goodbye to Rosalind before she left for the Whipper Kingdom. I'm sure there won't be. Of course, it's a different story if we are talking about you causing some issues, John. You know me so well. It's amazing. How could he not know? He was probably the person who looked at Rosalind's back the most and followed behind her. Noonim. That was why John knew what his sister was thinking and what she wanted. Hoo-woo. He let out a deep breath to calm himself. He walked out of the king's study and headed toward his palace as he thought to himself, no matter what happened, please come back soon, Noonan. Please come back before a seed of doubt inside me sprouts. He had shown a look of certainty in front of his royal father, but doubt was also roaming around a person's heart, looking for an opening to sprout. Squeeze. John pushed down on his chest with his hand before taking out his video communication device. He was waiting for Rosalind's call. That night, the night that the news about the Roan Kingdom's magic bomb terror incident reached the Breck Kingdom and all of the western continent, John stealthily went to visit his mother and father in the middle of the night. Royal father, royal mother. It was rare to hear John's usually calm voice sound so urgent or excited. John. John pulled out a video communication device from his pocket as even the Queen looked at him in shock. The video communication device was already off, but it was still warm as if it had been in use until just moments ago. Noonan called me. What? Ah, really? John motioned to the chief of staff as the king and queen asked in shock. The king quickly snapped back to his senses and sent a signal to someone. CHHH, a thorough barrier was created around the area. John grabbed the king and queen's hands as he spoke. Noonan called from the Roan Kingdom. Did she really? What about her health? Did she seem okay? John gently clenched his hands to calm the king and queen who were throwing question after question at him. I thought that she looked healthy, royal mother. She said that she met a good friend and is in a safe place right now. However, the king's heart sank at John's last word while the queen's heart sank at John's now stiff face. John looked at his parents and calmly continued speaking. However, she asked me to keep her status a secret. Why would she? She also said that she would be here soon, but she is going to travel in secret. John stopped talking for a moment before continuing. She also asked if the Archduke was doing fine. The king and the queen looked at John's eyes at that moment. They realized the emotions behind each other's gazes. Quietly, extremely stealthily, the king's guards left the palace and started moving. This was the first time something like this had happened since the current king became king. Clunk. The carriage gently rocked. The impact was faint, probably because this was a highest-grade carriage. Rosalind. Rosalind looked up from the document toward the person seated across from her. Choi Han was looking at the dark night sky as he spoke. I agreed to come because you said you needed help, but I haven't heard any details about our plan. I guess that's true. Rosalind nodded her head and smiled after noticing Locke timidly looking at her. Choi Han and Locke. She was thankful that the two of them agreed to go with her to the Breck Kingdom without any hesitation. Rosalind organized her thoughts and resumed speaking. First, the Breck Kingdom has one Archduke's household. It was given the title about 200 years ago. We're going to destroy it. And I'm also going to abdicate my position as princess. Side story 5-2. Why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? 2. Gasp. Lark covered his mouth with both hands. Ha! Choi Han sighed deeply before speaking. I'm pretty sure the vague plan you gave before is exactly what you just told us. That's it. Rosalind responded refreshingly, and Choi Han looked at her for a bit before nodding his head. I see. That's right. Lark watched the calm Choi Han and the smiling Rosalind and quietly lowered his head. He then nodded his head as well after a bit. I see. I guess that's it if Hyung and Nuna says it is. Lark decided not to think deeply about it. He looked down at his hands instead. I need to get stronger. He thought about someone. He fixed his thoughts while recalling that person's back. No, it's not getting stronger. That person did not seem strong at all. He did not have some exceptional powers. But looking at that person's back oddly made his anxiety disappear. I need to become like that too. He needed to do that so that somebody, such as his young siblings, could look at his back and have the same thoughts. Lark closed his eyes as he firmed his resolve. Although he didn't know what was going to happen in the Breck Kingdom, he knew that it would go well because he was with his Hyung and Nuna. Furthermore, it should help him grow stronger as well. The Breck Kingdom had many secret passages for potential emergency situations. One of those secret passages was in an isolated house in a part of the forest that doesn't get much traffic. The door to the basement of that house opened. Noonim, John, long time no see. John stopped walking out of the basement for a moment to look at Rosalind. She really is alive. John's heart was finally at peace. He had trusted that she was alive, but it was different from being able to confirm his sister's health with his own eyes. However, his face did not show that relief. Who is it? The kitchen was connected to the basement. There was a 4-person dining table in the kitchen. Rosalind was sitting down at the table, pointing to the seat across from her for John. And behind her hello, there was a feeble but quite tall guy. The face that was visible, thanks to the magic light on top of the dining table, and the voice he heard let John know that this guy was a young boy. However, there was someone who was more eye-catching than that young boy. It was the person who was seated on the kitchen window ledge looking outside. He bowed his head when he and John made eye contact. He then looked outside again. Something is odd. This person seemed a bit older than the other tall young boy, but he also seemed too young to be called a young man. However, the person's expression that was visible thanks to the moonlight shining into the window was bleak, unlike his oddly innocent-looking face. Was it because John kept looking at him? My name is Choi Han. Ah, I see. The person introduced himself as Choi Han, and this is Lark. They are both my important friends. Ah, hello, Prince John. Rosalind introduced Lark, and Lark awkwardly greeted John with the Breck Kingdom style of respectful greeting. John finally smiled and sat across from his sister. Please sit down as well, Larknim. Lark rapidly waved his hand as John pointed to an empty seat. Ah, I am okay, Your Highness. And there is no need to be so respectful to me. That is not true, Larknim. You are my Noonam's friend. Thank you very much. Lark shyly smiled before moving to Choi Han's side. John watched him with a smile on his face before turning his head to look at Rosalind. This was his sister, whose red hair was even more splendid than the light from this magic light. Newnham, was it the Archduke? Yeah. A twisted smile appeared on Rosalind's face. The Archduke did something quite daring. The House of Richardson, the only Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom. That house's history could be traced back about 200 years. The king at the time had 2 children. The second child, who had shown special talent, was made king, while the first child was given the title of Archduke Richardson. It was said that the first child accepted that situation at the time. However, the situation changed as the generations passed. The current Archduke's House of Richardson was the leader of the noble faction and was always in political conflict with the king. Newnham, it seems as if the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leaked your travel path to the Archduke. Really? Royal father must have been disappointed. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was one of the king's close confidants. Rosalind looked down at the table that was lit by the magic light and opened her mouth. The current Archduke must really desire the king's position. However, it is not a position he could get because I die. He must trust his child and the future. Rosalind looked at John. John looked at the magic light as he continued to speak. The Archduke's first child is said to be a genius who is only second to you, Newnham, at least when it comes to administration and finance. Because of that, Rosalind finished the sentence, as John could not do so. Because of that, if nobody knows that it was the Archduke who was responsible for my death in a foreign kingdom, even if the current Archduke cannot become king, his son or maybe his son's descendants could achieve that dream. That's right. The Archduke must have determined that it would be much more difficult to find an opening to take the throne if Rosalind became queen. He must have done this because he believed that if Rosalind was not there, then there were only average candidates for the throne, making a better future possible. However, the Archduke failed because he wasn't fully aware of your magic abilities. He's probably extremely anxious right now. The Archduke is probably uncertain as to whether I am dead or alive. John looked at Rosalind's eyes after hearing her cold voice. The people who were with me either died or were seriously injured. Locke groaned, but John only looked at Rosalind. Newnham, his sister, was angry right now. She was also sad. One of the people who were with me was a traitor. Was it the diplomat? John, you truly are smart. Not at all. John knew that he was not smart. However, he simply guessed that someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be the traitor since the head of that ministry was serving the Archduke. There were only a few people accompanying Rosalind to the Whipper Kingdom. The king's shadows, a diplomat, an attendant, and a few knights were with her so that they could move stealthily and efficiently. Naturally, Rosalind and the king felt that they were all confidants they could trust. A paralyzing poison was put into my food and the food of some of the shadows. It wasn't too strong, but we were unable to properly react to the sudden attack. Rosalind recalled the moment when she was attacked. She had recalled this memory hundreds of times. Hundreds of people suddenly surrounded their carriage and group. Then the attack started. Rosalind thought about the people who protected her until the end. All of the bastards the Archduke sent are dead. She did not leave even one bastard alive. The few who started running away to inform the Archduke about Rosalind's magic abilities all died as well. It had been a dark night. Rosalind, who was thinking about that time when she thoroughly searched through the forest, opened her mouth. The Archduke's household broke the fundamental rule. John thought about the ironclad rule that had been in place since the birth of the Archduke's household. The Archduke's household, the royal family, could deny the existence of the Archduke's household if they broke this rule. The Archduke's household is not allowed to have troops. The king from 200 years ago prohibited the Archduke's household from having troops because he was worried that it might hinder or threaten the second child. Surprisingly, it was the older son who asked for that first. The Archduke's household was a good partner and rival to the royal family at that time. The Archduke gathered the opinions of the nobles and scholars to make suggestions or confront the royal family in politics and administration. That was why the Breck kingdom was able to be maintained so well until now. However, that confrontation slowly changed. Rosalind calmly commented, "The Archduke's household broke the fundamental rule." John recalled what the king had said. There was a reason the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want us to reveal that Rosalind was missing. The Archduke's side wanted to find Rosalind first. They wanted to find her first, and he couldn't finish the sentence as he couldn't forget the wrath on the king's face nor the queen's pale face. "John, I'm going to take down the Archduke's household. Newnham." John called out to Rosalind in a low voice after hearing what he thought she might say. However, Rosalind's gaze was that of someone who had made up their mind. There will be internal conflict in the Breck kingdom if we leave the Archduke's household as is. But this is not the time to let something like that happen. The plaza in the Rhone kingdom's capital, the attack and magic bomb terror incident that happened in the middle of the day, the enemy behind it was an unknown being. The peace was long. Rosalind thought that the peace on the Western continent had been too long and that battles might happen to go against this peace. Actually, she was almost certain about it. An internal conflict in such a situation would only be cutting away at the kingdom's lifeline. Rosalind wanted to protect her kingdom, her home, but I am lacking when it comes to doing that. There was something she wanted to do, something she treasured as much as the kingdom. "My friends and I will soon deal with the Archduke's house. Newnham, the nobles will riot if you do that." John thought that Rosalind would have proof that the Archduke was responsible for the attack. However, even the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was in the Archduke's hands. The noble faction followed the Archduke. Taking care of the Archduke's household quickly, without even talking to the nobles about it, in such a situation was likely to cause the noble faction to riot in some form or fashion. And that riot, Newnham, you know how it would be. If the nobles riot, my position might be in danger. You're trying to say that they might make me their enemy because they can't turn the royal family into their enemy. That's right. It doesn't matter. Rosalind looked at John. "I'm not going to become queen." Newnham, John jumped up from the chair. Rosalind gently smiled. "John, I love this kingdom. I love this land and its citizens. They are important to me. I treasure them." She closed her eyes. She recalled the sight of the capital as she looked down from the highest spot in the palace. However, yes, even while looking at the sight, it is not my dream. I want to do magic that will let me fly in the sky. Can you understand the difference? Rosalind looked into Rosalind's eyes before sitting back down. He then sighed as he responded, "Of course I do." John spoke freely to his sister as he used to do when he was younger. "I understand it very well." During that time in the past, when Rosalind was thinking about doing magic that would let her fly in the sky, John had been next to her, taking in the view of the Breck kingdom from the capital to the horizon. He couldn't forget the sight of the yellow wheat from the good harvest and the citizens working on the farms in the distance. "John, your dream is the kingdom, right?" Rosalind knew about her brother's dream. While she finished everything she needed to learn as a member of the royal family and studied magic deep into the night, the light in the study in John's palace was always lit. "John, you are most like me among all of our siblings, because I too only look toward my dreams as I live." "Yeah." The two of them were silent for a moment. Lark was observing Rosalind, who seemed oddly different from her usual self, before turning away. Choi Han was looking out the window with an odd smile on his face. "I will somehow convince royal father and royal mother." "Hoo-woo." John let out a short sigh at Rosalind's comment. Rosalind smiled before continuing to speak. "First, I'm going to be very loud while taking care of the Archduke's household." It won't take very long. She was planning on making it such a big deal that the whole kingdom would be talking about it. While I do that, John, you take care of the palace. Yes, that's right. Rosalind couldn't hide her pleasure at John, who understood what she wanted right away. John looked away after seeing Rosalind's gaze and added on, I'm not going to get rid of everybody who followed the Archduke. I will only capture the ones who lied to the royal family and tried to trick us, the ones who show potential signs of causing internal conflict. You already have a list. I don't have an accurate list yet. It looks like you'll have to help me a bit. Okay, let's do it together. Rosalind extended her hand, and John grabbed it. Side story 5-3. Why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? 3. Rosalind looked at how the hands that had been smaller than hers had now grown larger. Her young brother's hands had so many scars. John had gone to the border military training a few years ago, and she heard that he was still dutiful to his sword arts training. You have to become the next king. Ha! Rosalind chuckled while watching John sigh. She knew that although her brother was sighing like this, he would be better than anybody at being king. People said that she had a lot of talents. She did not deny that. She thankfully had quite a lot of talent. However, she could not agree with them, saying that she should take the throne and not her brother. Rosalind could not forget how, when they were looking out the window at a high spot in the palace, her brother's eyes had sparkled not because he was looking at the sky, but because he was looking at the Breck Kingdom. He looked as if he was shining. I will take care of the Archduke's household and denounce my position as a candidate for the throne. They shouldn't say much about it if I leave the kingdom right after that. People will make their own judgments if I leave as quietly and quickly as possible. Nuna, that's not good. Why not? Rosalind could feel her brother's hands tighten around hers. Nuna, you have to denounce it while looking cool. Something dishonorable doesn't suit you. Rosalind casually responded. Then it might put your position in peril. People might keep looking for me. A smile appeared on John's face. Rosalind truly felt as if her younger brother had grown up. Nuna, John continued in a low voice. Things like that are for me to take care of as well. Knowing that I have a sister I can be proud of is enough to give me strength. Rosalind clenched her eyes shut. This kingdom, this land, the citizens, and my family, I really love them. It really is right for you to become king. Rosalind opened her eyes again, and they were sparkling brightly, as if a weight had been lifted off of them. However, those eyes soon sank down with an odd glow. It was the moment John asked this question. Nuna, but is it okay for just the three of you to go to the Archduke? You don't need any of the royal knights. We also have the royal magnum. Rosalind seemed to debate for a bit before looking toward her friends and responding, I think we should be enough. Isn't that right? Ha! That lark hesitated while Choi Han stood up and calmly responded. It is. That was Choi Han's answer after already having visited the Archduke's estate earlier in the day. This is crazy. I can't deny that. But who do you think is the crazy one? The person peeking out the window stopped talking for a moment after hearing his friend's comment. His friend continued to speak. Is it the Archduke who messed with a throne candidate who was traveling to another kingdom? Or is it Princess Rosalind who said that the Archduke's family name will disappear from the list of nobles if they do not seal their doors for 500 years? Seriously, why the hell did something like this happen in the Breck Kingdom? The man and the woman, the two reporters, were in a residence near the Archduke's estate looking out the window to see what was going on. Princess Rosalind is amazing. I heard she sent the message to the Archduke's estate regarding sealing its door yesterday evening. It was more of a declaration of war than a message. And the royal family, they're calm. The palace was completely silent. However, all sorts of things were being said throughout the Breck Kingdom, starting from the capital. Most people were not even aware of Princess Rosalind being missing. That was why all sorts of theories were being created about her mysterious disappearance and the Archduke who attacked her. The Archduke's household gathered troops. The proof the princess brought with her was thorough. The Archduke's seal was on the document ordering the troops to attack the princess. It's a clear violation of the fundamental rule. The missing Rosalind suddenly appeared in the kingdom and attacked the Archduke's estate while revealing the fact that the Archduke had gathered troops. Anybody who had even the slightest interest in the royal family knew that the Archduke's household was not allowed to gather troops. The nobles are quiet as well, right? Who knows? The royal family and the nobles both look quiet on the outside, but I'm sure it is quite vicious there right now. There might be a huge political strife between the throne faction and the noble faction if something goes wrong. It'd be a blessing if it ended in just political strife. One of the reporters could not hide their anxiety. There was only one reason for it. It might go beyond political strife to a bloody battle. If that happens, the peace in the Breck Kingdom will break. Groan. It was at that moment. Screech, the large iron gate that blocked the entrance to the Archduke's estate, slowly opened. Clack, clack, clack. They could hear the sound of hooves getting louder. Son of A, looks like there is no going back now. A knight's brigade arrived in front of the wide open gate. They were all riding horses and gave off a vicious aura that showed that they had not only been training for a day or two. They could see soldiers behind the knight's brigade as well. They too looked as if they had been trained for a long time. I'm sure that is not all of the troops that the Archduke has been hiding, right? Of course not. The woman looked at the clock. It's soon. Princess Rosalind will be here soon. Will she come with the Royal Knights Brigade? But there was no news about the Knights Brigade leaving the palace. I don't know. I'm sure she'll do some. The reporter who was speaking could not finish the sentence and could only blankly look at something with his jaws dropped. The path to the Archduke's household. There were some people walking toward it from a distance. What is that? Just 3 people. The knight couldn't take his eyes off of the person in front of the trio. That is the princess, right? His friend did not respond. She was also looking at one place with shock. It was red. The sky was grey and cloudy, as if the spring rain would soon come. It was a day when the freshness of spring was not visible at all. People were mumbling about how the weather was fitting for a day with a vicious incident. Through the grey sky and the similarly drab colors of the city, a red fog was rising up. No, it was heading toward the Archduke's estate. That's mana, right? Yeah, it looked like a fire burning up. Not only was Rosalind's red mana wrapped around her body, she was releasing it all around her as she leisurely headed toward the Archduke's estate. She then looked around with a smile on her face. There are quite a lot of hidden spectators. She peeked at her wrist. There was a bracelet on it. Take it. Royal father, doesn't this belong to the royal mage? He said for you to have it. It was a bracelet made of middle-grade magic stones. Rosalind, yes, royal father. If you're going to go down that path anyway, it is okay if you do not become the best. I just hope you grow enough to achieve your dreams. But Rosalind, your health must be your top priority. Do you understand? Thank you very much, royal father, royal mother. Rosalind's mother was touching Rosalind's clothes and asked a question. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Yes, royal mother, I do. She spoke to the concerned queen and king. I have great friends. I have a lot to learn from them in many ways. Of course, she also had non-human friends, such as the dragon who was her friend in magic. Rosalind thought about her parents who had finally smiled in relief after hearing that comment before stopping in front of the gates of the Archduke's estate. Clack! The Knights' Brigade split down the middle, and a person appeared. It was a man who seemed to be similar in age to the king. It was the Archduke. Your magic abilities are much greater than I imagined. You are quite the skilled mage. Rosalind lightly responded back. That's why I didn't die. PFFFD. The Archduke chuckled, but the mood of the Knights' Brigade behind him sank even lower. Rosalind looked at the Knights' Brigade, the soldiers, and the estate before commenting. It looks like you have no plans on sealing your doors. The Archduke shook his head. Seal our doors for 500 years. Isn't that basically telling us to be destroyed? I won't deny that. However, one corner of the Archduke's lips curled up. What are you planning on doing with just 3 people? Will the Royal Knights Brigade be here soon? The Royal Knights Brigade has things to do. Rosalind and the Archduke's conversation was not heavy and continued peacefully. However, the Knights' Brigade still had their hands on their scabbards, and Rosalind released even more red mana than before and did not decrease it. I wonder what the Royal Knights Brigade has to do. I'm pretty sure you have an idea. Who knows? The Royal Knights Brigade was probably moving to find the nobles who plotted with the Archduke, find the Archduke's hidden troops, or take them down after having found them. Then, Princess, you plan on destroying my family with just the 3 of you? Rosalind put on a smile instead of responding. The Archduke smiled as well. How arrogant. No matter how skilled you are as a mage, my troops are not chumps who were gathered overnight. It looks like you made some friends while moving alone in a foreign kingdom, but playing house is very different from the realities of battle. My goodness, he talks so much. Rosalind simply raised a hand instead of saying the rest of that sentence. As the Knight's Brigade flinched and tensed up thinking that she was about to cast a spell, Choi Han walked up next to Rosalind. Clang, he pulled out his sword. Black aura appeared at the tip of his sword. Sword Master. The Archduke frowned once someone was unable to hold back and shouted. The knights' faces stiffened. Lark hesitated a bit before slowly moving to Rosalind's other side. Rosalind stretched her hand toward the sky at that moment. Red mana shot out of her fingertips and headed toward the ash-like sky. It looked as if a small sun was rising. However, it was not the sun. A breeze blew by them. The red mana gathered together and Rosalind smiled. The Archduke retreated back while motioning to the Knights' Brigade. Get them. The Knights' Brigade started moving. Rosalind looked at the red mana floating in the sky for a moment. My country, my kingdom. Princess Rosalind would withdraw from this land starting today. Royal father. Here's the thing: she recalled what the king had said to her. He said that he wanted her to grow enough to achieve her dreams. But her dreams were quite vast. I want to become the greatest mage. She wanted to be a mage who was not lacking even when up against a dragon. Although Princess Rosalind of the Breck Kingdom would disappear starting today, Rosalind, the mage from the Breck Kingdom, was just getting started. Rosalind, Nuna, Choi Han and Lark. Her friends were calling her. Rosalind thought about how she was simply Mage Rosalind to them and opened her mouth. Let's go. The red mana shot forward toward the Archduke's estate. A power that was beyond human limits destroyed the Archduke's estate, and a black aura swept through the Archduke's estate. At the end, the Archduke's family was no longer a noble family, and the people who followed the Archduke and delivered information about the Breck Kingdom to them either silently lost their positions or titles. Let's go back. Lark, you come too. Okay, Hyang. Yes, let's go back. Rosalind then left the Breck Kingdom for her new home. However, she would return to the Breck Kingdom in a little bit. She would come back to help the Breck Kingdom from the war that would spread throughout the western continent. Of course, she was a mage when she returned to her hometown for the first time in a while. It would be just like the dream she had in the corner of her heart since she was a young girl. Side Story 5. Why did the Archduke's household in the Breck Kingdom crumble? In the next side story is the Guard of Death's observation journal. Author's note: hello, it is. I plan on providing information about the paperback via a message with my publisher in May. I hope you have a nice day. Thank you very much. Side Story 6-1. The Guard of Death's Observation Journal 1. Journal Entry 1. I became a guard. Specifically, I became the Guard of Death. This is crazy. Someone like me is a guard. The Guard of Death was climbing a mountain. This place is desolate every time I come here. Crunch. He stepped on a black bundle of sticks, which turned into ash and scattered into the air. The guard stopped walking for a moment and looked around. Black ground. The ground was cracked as if there had been a drought, and only a red liquid was flowing where a river used to be. Only the black boulders were maintaining their shapes. The only things here are rocks. The dried trees were all black regardless of their heights, and there were no grass nor wildflowers around them. Furthermore, the sky was the color of ash and did not even allow the tiniest amount of sunlight to reach the ground. Tesk, the Guard of Death, clicked his tongue and continued walking to the top of the mountain to meet the owner of this land. Hey, he shouted toward the small temple on top of the mountain. Actually, it was just a shabby little hut rather than a temple. Hey, shield dude. One of the two people on a bench in the yard outside the hut turned his head and scowled after seeing the Guard of Death. That stupid bastard. I told him not to call you like that. Why are you getting angry? Are you the shield dude? The person he is talking about is calm, so why are you throwing a fit? Are you petty as well since you're a cheapskate? And how dare you call a guard a stupid bastard? Look at this punk constantly crossing the line. Ow. The person shouting at the Guard of Death could not hold back his anger and clenched his hair with both hands. His long rose-gold hair fluttered like burning fire in the air. The Guard of Death snorted at this and sat down on one side of the bench. You're here. The other person of the two greeted the Guard of Death with a gruff expression on his face. He then turned his gaze and silently wiped a rock shield that was so old that it was cracked. Hey, shield dude. What? Your disciple crossed over another mountain. Ahem, you smiled right now, didn't you? Didn't you? The corners of the gruff man's mouth slightly twitched, and the Guard of Death did not miss it. The corners of the man with the long rose-gold hair's lips also twitched, but the Guard of Death paid him no attention. He seemed to be teasing the man wiping the rock shield as he asked, Does it make you happy? But it seems like you already knew about it. Were you watching everything despite pretending not to care? Hmm. The guard of death became entertained seeing the extremely gruff man show a reaction as he continued talking. Oh, guard of death. The man put the shield down at that moment. The guard of death flinched and stopped talking. Did I tease you a bit too much? He warily peeked at the man as he asked. It was because it would cause quite the headache if this man in front of him became angry. However, the man did not answer the guard of death's question. He said something else instead. Oh, guard of death, please take good care of Young Gun. The expression disappeared from the guard of death's face. Cage as well. The guard of death then sighed after hearing the second name. He then shrugged his shoulders in an exaggerated manner. I told you that there is nothing I can do about that punk Young Gun. They don't look like it, but the kiddos from the Choi family are all super stubborn. As stubborn as you, though. Of course, the guard of death admitted it. Of course they are not as stubborn as me. He grumbled with an unhappy expression on his face. And I don't know why that punk Cage's personality is getting worse and worse. I mean, I know it was terrible even when she was young. What kind of 7-year-old tells a guard to shut up? So are you going to turn away from everyone? The guard of death's exaggerated shrug stopped, and his shoulders slumped down to normal. There was a short moment of silence before the guard of death looked at the desolate ground and broke the silence. O guard of protection, he spoke again to the man wiping the old shield. Turn away. You know very well that I cannot do that. The man wiping the shield did not respond at all. However, the guard of death chuckled after seeing him slowly smile. Shara, a breeze brushed past the guard of death's face. He spoke almost in a sigh. Why was it determined that guards were not born but made? Is it hard? Do you think it wouldn't be hard? My goodness, he stopped for a moment before continuing. I tried to become desensitized, but it's not going well. What isn't? I really hate sacrificing a few for the greater good. Isn't that why you brought that child over, Kim Rok-soo? Yes, I can't deny that. He stood up from the bench. Are you leaving? Yes. Goodbye. The man wiping the shield said goodbye to the guard of death without even looking at him. The guard of death did not look at him as he walked out of the hut. Why are you following me? Hey, idiot. The guard of death looked at the man with the rose-gold-colored hair who called him an idiot. What? The man scratched at his rose-gold-colored hair and walked up to the guard of death to speak in a quiet voice after hearing that uninterested response. Cheer up. We have booze here, so come if you get frustrated. I can at least give that much to an idiot like you. The guard of death shook his head as he started walking again. Ow, that son of a beach. He's always like this even when I'm trying to be nice to him. He heard an extremely annoyed voice behind his back, but he ignored it. However, he then heard a voice he could not ignore, the guard of protection. He heard his voice. It was not in his ear, but in his mind. Single lifers are born with large plates. However, plates can always get even bigger, and they earn a qualification when their plates get bigger. However, there is only one way for the plate to get bigger: sacrifice. Forcing countless sacrifices or committing countless sacrifices, either taking away numerous lives or protecting numerous lives. When the person's body breaks multiple times in the name of protection, their plate will get bigger. The guard of death chuckled and quietly mumbled, like you. The guard of protection's voice was still speaking in his mind. He heard a voice as sturdy as a boulder in his mind. Like you, PFFFT. The guard of death started walking. He then mumbled quietly but loud enough for the owner of this land to hear, don't cross the line. Shield dude, you too. Do not get involved anymore. Okay, okay. The guard of death almost stomped away with annoyance. I don't plan on messing with Kim Rok-soo anymore, other than maybe to help him. You care about him so damn much. He let out a short sigh. Let's just go home. In a dark house without any light, he looked at the bookshelves filling his house and reached toward it. A book landed on his palm. SHHH. I decided to start including Kim Rok-soo from Earth 2 to my list of observation candidates, starting today. The guard of death sat on his couch and started reading through his observation journal. Journal entry XXXX. I decided to start including Kim Rok-soo from Earth 2 to my list of observation candidates starting today. Basically, Kim Rok-soo was born today. This guy has quite a terrible fate in store for him. It is probably because he is affected by that reincarnator who calls himself the second white star. Tusk. Kim Rok-soo's parents were lonely people as well. However, two lonely people manage to find each other and create a family to earn their own little happiness. But it looks like Kim Rock Sue will be even lonelier than they were. I'm going to have to barge into the house of those fortune-telling punks to look into Kim Rock Sue's future at some point. Being alone in the world is extremely sad. Man, what a poor little guy. I should tell Choi Young-gun to inspect this kid's surroundings every so often, but it is highly likely that that bastard won't listen to me. That rotten bastard. The guard of death waved his hand in the air. A few books from the mountain of books filling the bookshelves floated up and opened on their own. These were journals he had personally written. The words floated up from the books and showed the records in the air. Journal entry XXXX, Choi Han is still idling away in the forest of darkness. Why does this kid not think about leaving the forest? Yes, I guess that is understandable. Choi Han is not strong yet, but why doesn't he search the nearby area? Can't you inherit the power of the guard of protection that is there? Then that'll be good for you. I can't help but recall something the shield dude said. What was it again? Was it something about how his plate isn't the issue, but that he doesn't have the character to take that power? Where else is there going to be a good and innocent punk like Choi Han? He's just a bit strange, that's all. Of course, the shield dude always talks about how that power is for a bad but good guy. But in my opinion, the shield dude and Choi Han are two peas in a pod. Hee hee. Anyway, whether it is Choi Han or the shield dude, what can I do about these two young little punks? Seriously, Ha. They're both so frustrating. The guard of death waved his hand in the air again. There was now a glass full of wine in his hand. Journal entry XXXX Ha. That white star son of a beach, if I was still human, I would have smacked his ducking face at least 2,000 times. Should I just go beat him up? No, I can't do that. That world would hate me if I personally stepped in. It's so annoying. It's annoying even to write these entries. The White Star found a new ancient power today. The end. I should just go drink all of the shield dude's booze. Tusk. Ah, but Cage is growing well. What a cute kiddo. I hope that she at least doesn't starve nor eat weird things and grows up eating everything she wants to eat, but I really want her to stop ignoring me. It makes me a bit sad. That punk White Star is done for now. The guard of death took a sip of wine. The White Star wasn't the only one who was gone. The sealed guard won't be able to get out into the world ever again either. And the reason that was possible, should I say, it is all thanks to Kim Raksu. No, there were others who were responsible as well. All things had many people who could be said to be responsible for it. The guard of death's eyes headed toward an entry floating in the corner. Journal entry XXX, a single lifer was born after tens of years, generation after generation, in the Choi family of Earth 2. However, nobody from that family has ever risen to become a god. Why is that the case? Is it because they were born with personalities that were better suited as extremely stubborn subordinates than leaders? I'm not talking about Choi Young-gun. That punk isn't even a subordinate. He's just someone I made a deal with. It is the truth. There is no way that I would think that that bastard, that extremely rude bastard, is a precious subordinate of mine. I mean it. Anyway, it is quite a peculiar household. Screech, the guard of death, heard the door to his house open behind him, but didn't look back. He started speaking instead. You're here? Yes. The guard of death summoned a couch and offered the couch and a cup of wine to the individual who walked up next to him. Here, have a drink. It's fine. Are you reading your journals again? Yes. I need to go through them at least once. Because your mistakes are written in them. That's right. I am not omnipotent. HMPH. The guard of death turned toward the individual who snorted. He could not see the individual. This individual definitely existed, but was not visible in the darkness. The guard of death opened his mouth. So, what brings the sun guard here? You're not a guard who would show up for no reason. Side story 6-2. The guard of death's observation journal 2. An existence that could not be seen in the darkness. The sun guard always hid her appearance in the darkness as she moved. The existence that once moved around while releasing a bright, hot, and radiant light, as if she wanted to cast aside all darkness from this world, started not revealing herself since some moment in the past. The sun guard had said it was a form of atonement. There is something I wish to know. Oh, really? Ask away. I'm in quite the good mood, so I'll answer any one question you may have, sun guard. They were both silent for a moment. Oh, guard of death. Yeah, is there really no existence that could bestow death to a guard? Crack. The wine glass in the guard of death's hand cracked and disappeared into the darkness. I was in a good mood, but not anymore. A smile appeared on the guard of death's face. So it looks like I won't be able to answer your question more than anybody else. The sun guard asked in a calm voice. Weren't you the guard who wanted death more than anybody else and sought out that method? Who? The guard of death let out a deep sigh and responded in an emotionless voice. I did not manage to find such a method. The guard of death's eyes slowly sank low and held no emotions. The voice flowing out of his mouth was heavy, but held no emotions either. Oh, sun god, you are not looking for eternal death, but death. And the beings who are allowed to experience that death are only ones who can be reborn to live new lives. Is it that you want to be reborn as a human again? The guard of death did not wait for the silent sun god's response and continued to speak. I don't know what you are hoping for with those thoughts, but let go of useless dreams. His voice was quite firm. Don't both you and I have the burdens of mistakes to carry? The sun god finally responded after a long time. Yes. There was a moment of silence between the two gods again. The god of death didn't put much deep thoughts into it and simply seeped into this stillness as if he was water flowing through. He heard the sun god's voice at that moment, and it pulled his mind out of the surface of the stillness. Is it Lee Su Hayek? A deep wrinkle appeared on the guard of death's forehead. The human you have with you. Plop, plop. A few of the observation journals floating in the air fell to the ground. The guard of death spoke in a low voice. Hey, you damn bundle of light. This sun guard beach has no tact at all, no tact. Hey, you damn bundle of light, that kid used to work for me. Don't mess with him. I'm not saying it because I want to mess with him. Then, this damn bundle of light, the sun god, was the lunatic who did all sorts of things in the past because she hated the dark attribute so much. The guard of death did not trust this woman. The sun guard must have realized this as she let out a short sigh and mumbled, I couldn't help but be envious of Lee Su Hayek. I was envious of the fact that he could live a new life, a life that is not eternal. The guard of death snorted. Oh, damn bundle of light. Don't get the wrong idea. He corrected the sun guard's delusion. Guards do not have lives. We simply have a duration of existence. That was the way of life for individuals who were imprinted with eternal life. Is that your answer, O God of death? It is not my answer, but my belief. Belief was something that could overcome existence. I'll be heading back now. All right, hurry up and go. The guard of death could finally be alone in his place. He slowly took a few steps and bent down. He picked up a few of the observation journals that had fallen to the floor. As he bent down once more to pick up the last remaining journal, he could see an entry from a certain day. Journal entry XXXXX, Choi Young-soo rejected my offer. Kim Rok-soo remained alive. I thought that I would understand humans and their inner thoughts very well once I became a god. But although I can faintly see the end of humans, I still cannot understand their inner thoughts. That was why gods who had more abilities and powers could not be heroes, but humans, who are lacking quite a bit in those aspects, could become heroes. This Lee Su Hayek bastard isn't much, but he's a bit special. I think that he is special every time I see him. I should bring both of them with me. But I'm a bit scared of Choi Young-gun. What if he comes and destroys everything in my office again? I should go hide in the shield dude's house. No, that bastard has a weak spot for Choi Young-gun, so he will probably capture me and hand me over to Choi Young-gun. Then, the sun guard, I should stealthily go hide in the sun guard's warehouse. That was the first time I was beaten by a broom since I became a guard. That broom was naturally in the sun guard's warehouse, and something used by those who served the sun guard. Dead. Today, you, but guards cannot die. I'll make you think that dying would have been better. Choi Young-gun had commented in a low voice before swinging the broom with his sword arts, and the guard of death couldn't help but get the chills any time he thought about that moment. I like the fact that you cannot die. You're not going to die no matter how much I beat you up or cut you down. This was the day I learned that the Choi family was filled with normal-looking bastards who were completely out of their minds the farther you go up the family tree. Was this when it started? Changes had happened to the guard of death's observation journals. Number XXXXX people at the company were calling Kim Rok-soo cold-blooded. It was understandable. He had never had work piled up even after his friends died. He ate all 3 meals a day properly, and his clothes were tidy. He showed no issues whatsoever. He did not turn down working late and seemed obsessed with work. However, this punk hasn't been able to sleep properly since he survived. Who cares if he is eating well when he can't sleep well? Of course, he himself does not seem to feel the problematic issue of his sleep, an existence that survived when he was supposed to die. My interest in him couldn't disappear, at least not until he died. Journal entry XXXXX Kim Rok-soo looks lonely. No, he doesn't even seem to know what loneliness is. CHH, CHHH. The journal entries continued. Observation of the white star and the world. Information about other dimensions and worlds. There were a lot of worlds for the god of death to observe. There really is a lot. Despite that, observations of Kim Rok-soo were recorded in each day's journal entry. He got another large scar fighting in the vanguard. Lee Soo-hyuk, who was watching this next to me, laughed in a low voice, and I couldn't help but be scared despite being a god. Is he really human? I can't help but question it every so often. This guy is definitely an average bastard, but he doesn't seem like an average bastard. Kim Rok-soo is sleeping well today. Cage is sleeping well too. Both Cage and Kim Rok-soo are growing well. Of course, both of them are adults already, but they are continuing to get fitter. Cage is a priestess, but is she planning on taking the path of a fighter? I'm already busy enough with all the dimensions I need to maintain, but this white star son of a beach keeps annoying me. I'm already heated up because those hunter bastards keep causing issues everywhere. Either white star, I really want to punch him. I started observing Cage to get some healing and watched as she downed a giant jug of booze. Yeah, I guess it's good to consume a large amount no matter what it is. But shouldn't Kim Rok-soo eat something while working? Ah, Choi Young-soo is coming. I should stop writing now. I know that he will respectfully ask me what I was plotting while looking at me with a vicious gaze if he notices me observing Kim Rok-soo. Of course, I am indeed plotting something. The god of death reached out his hand. Another book floated up and revealed the words inside in the air. Journal entry XXXXX Kim Rok-soo and Cal Henitu switched bodies in the end. This is the last move I had remaining. Kim Rok-soo was a variable and a mutant, and that last move it was the best. It was the best move the god of death had available. What do you think? You knew I was here, of course. A small wolf appeared from the darkness. Single lifers were not only for humans. Any living creature in the world could be a single lifer. This wolf had blue fur that seemed to sparkle in silver. Death, your move was not a good move. Was it really not? But this child turned that move into a good one. The small wolf used his front paw to lightly tap the words Kim Rok-soo floating above the journal. And the existences around that child also created good results. The small wolf's dark blue eyes were full of wisdom. It is because everybody gave it their best. Your child gave it his best as well. The wolf smiled bitterly at the god of death's comment. The god of death looked at him with pity before opening his mouth. Why did you come to my house? I just stopped by while passing through. The wolf turned around without any hesitation. Then I will be on my way now. It'll be bad if others see me. Do you want a drink? The wolf shook his head without looking back. You may be disowned if you drink with an existence that has been disowned by the gods. Your descendant might help you regain your status. I, the wolf, looked at the god of death. The god of death subconsciously flinched at the eyes that had a thick aura like the gods who had kept their positions since before ancient times. The wolf muttered on. I simply wish for my children to have peace. The wolf then disappeared into the darkness. Ha! Once the aura that seemed to bind his body disappeared and he was left alone, the god of death ruffled through his hair and plopped down on the ground. He is an existence that has existed since before ancient times. He might be in the top 5 if we don't consider the status. Although he was not welcomed by anybody in this world right now, and his descendants were creatures that had their existence questioned him. Was that child named like the candidate for the Wolf King? It would be good if that child could decipher the secret. That someone who has no place of his own and can only roam would have a place to return to. Ah, but seriously, anybody comes into my house as they please. Should I just lock the door? The god of death had purposely made it so that anybody could come into his territory as they pleased, but he couldn't help but be annoyed more and more as multiple existences popped in randomly like this. Yo, he heard a new voice at that moment, and the emotion disappeared from the god of death's face. You finally captured the sealed guard in your hand. Oh, god of hope, what brings you here, sir? existences that were here before ancient times, the few guards who had too much status to retire and have not stepped down from their positions, because nobody with enough abilities to replace them has appeared. One of those guards, the guard of hope, had come to see the guard of death. The guard of death's heart sank down at the fact that someone who was known for rarely getting his butt out of his place came to see him. I'm sure you are well aware as to why I am here. The guard of hope only moved during special times. The guard of death mumbled those times where hope appears, and before hope disappears, and finally before an existence with hope falls in danger. The guard of hope smiled and nodded his head. Yes, you are well aware. The guard of death looked toward the small light flickering in the darkness. That was the guard of hope. He was a small, faint light that could not be seen under light, one that was clearly visible in the darkness, but something that looked as if it could go out at any moment. However, that light had never gone out since the dawn of time, and nothing existed in this divine world that could destroy this light. Even the law could not destroy this light. The God of Hope never showed his appearance and always traveled looking like this. He claimed that even among his fellow guards, only those with the qualification could see him. Child. The God of Hope, always called the God of Death, child. This God probably saw all existence as children. I want you to protect the seed of qualification. The God of Death's eyes clouded over. The small blinking light disappeared at the same time. Side story 6-3. The God of Death's observation journal 3, qualification. There's a seed with the qualification to see the God of Hope's true appearance. He wants me to protect that seed. Who is that seed? The God of Death gulped. It's obvious. It was obvious who would have that qualification. The God of Death had attentively watched over existences from multiple dimensions. One of them must be the seed. There were a few people who came to his mind immediately as potential candidates. Cal Henitus, Choi Han, Onro Man, Shatton Wilson. Why say there were quite a few now that he counted through them. Ha! His mind started to turn into a complicated mess. There were still quite a few elements of danger remaining. To be more specific, they were elements that could cause chaos rather than danger. In that aspect, the God of Chaos was someone who had kept his position a long time, similar to the God of Hope. The God of Death buried his body into the couch and started to think about the elements of danger. He then subconsciously said one word out loud. Hunters, an emotion as intense as a wildfire burst in his mind at that moment. Ooh, the area started to rumble. The God of Death scowled and closed his eyes. He needed to calm the wildfire in his heart. It was at that moment. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The area around him started to move on its own without his orders. This was the God of Death's house. The house was moving items on his behalf. The God of Death opened his eyes in response. Ha! He scoffed after looking at the page of the book that was in front of him. Of the numerous journal entries he had, the entries for some specific days had been opened. Journal entry XXXXX Kim Rock Soo. No. I should call him something else now. Cal Henitus used his indestructible shield at the Capitol today to save the lives of many people. Choi Young-soo smiled with such satisfaction at that. Although he said he was suited for outside work and kept telling me he hated assisting with office work, seeing Cal's performance today made him say that he will focus on office work for a while and ask me for documents to handle. He's a funny bastard. It would have been good if Lee Soo-hyuk was here today too. That punk seems to be pretty busy right now trying to take care of all of his relationships here while working hard to get used to the other world. It makes sense since there are a lot of things to prepare and persist through in order to reincarnate in that world with all of his memories. I should tease him about how he missed a good show when he shows up again. Hee. Anyway, we decided to eat out to celebrate what Choi Young-soo called watching Cal Henitus, who threw himself into the fire as he always does. I should steal the booze for our meal from the Sun Guard's warehouse. Will Cage potentially listen to me if I give her a taste of the Sun Guard's handmade booze? It tastes wonderful. Anyway, that punk Cal Henitus has so much affection for others. The God of Death remembered a moment when he had been happy. He calmed himself down at this house, this domain consoling him, and grabbed a journal floating in the air. SHHHH. Rayan, that child's fate has completely changed now that he has a name. Isn't this marvelous? Fate is something that feels like it cannot be changed, but a small act of goodwill, something as trivial as a heart that would not let him avoid such a thing could change it. Even the god of fate should not be able to ascertain their lives now that two beings with changed fates are together. The god of death thought about Cal Henitus, the human he had spent the most time observing lately. Although he was simply observing one punk, it allowed him to also watch as Cal changed the lives of the individuals around him. Cal Henitus, the original Kim Rok-Su, was the last card the god of death had up his sleeve, but he never expected that card to do things so well. It's probably because he didn't try to do well. The reason Cal Henitus had been able to do everything until now was not because he had a desire to do well, but because he was trying to protect things no matter what it took. That was the reason even that Shield Dude started observing Cal Henitus at some point and is preparing to stealthily help him. A line in the journal caught the guard of death's attention. It looks like Cal Henitus has a family now. What would not being lonely mean for Cal Henitus as someone who spent most of his life being lonely? Arrant are the bastard who used him knowing that was the case. He had not put that punk Kim Rok-Su in Cal Henitus's body after only seeing his situation as Kim Rok-Su. If Kim Rok-Su were to become Cal Henitus based on his personality, if he had information to get stronger, wouldn't he manage to achieve something? That was the reason he was the last card the God of Death could use. In the end, Cal Henitus did even better than he had expected and was creating a place for himself in that world. It's such a relief, plop. Plop. The journal fell to the ground. Crack, crack. He heard his domain breaking. This domain that was placed within the darkness, this domain that was so familiar to the god of death for that reason, was starting to feel unfamiliar. A breeze blew by him. That breeze was cold but dry. The being who cast this kind of breeze as he moved the god of death jumped up from his seat. Motherfucker. However, his body soon fell forward. Boom. His body hit the ground. He tried to raise his body, but an intangible force pushing down from all directions made it impossible to move. He barely managed to turn his head. His cheek touched the ground. There were beads of sweat on his face despite it being on the cold ground. It's been a while. Click, click. The guard of death heard the sound of leather shoes before he saw some grey shoes stop in front of him. He rolled his eyes to look up. However, once he got past the body of the individual in front of him and just reached that individual's neck, you have a rebellious gaze every time I see you. Cough. Ah. The guard of death had to curl his body because of a pain that made it feel as if his body was being twisted. His gaze could not see the face above the neck. However, he was very well aware of the individual who came to find him, the guard of balance, someone who, like Hope and Chaos, had maintained his position as a guard since a long time ago as there was nobody to replace him. Hoof, hoof. The guard of death could not breathe properly from the pain that twisted his whole body and his inner organs. However, his mind was calmer than expected even through all of that. He must have been watching and come to see me now that one thing has been resolved. The guard of hope and guard of balance, who had only been observing until now, made their move now that the guard of death's second problem of the white star and the sealed guard was decently resolved. He couldn't tell why the guard of hope had made his move, but he could understand why the guard of balance had moved. That was why I was avoiding him. Duck. The guard of death's whole body was in pain. It felt as if he would be ripped to shreds. He heard the guard of balance's condescending but stoic voice. You acted too cheeky. Balance. That was an existence distant from good and evil. It was not a matter of judgment. It was to not lean in favor of either direction. You need to limit how much you twist things. Do you know how difficult it has been for the children who look at fate? Ah. The guard of death did everything he could to raise his head and look at this individual. However, his body would only shake and not move as he wanted it to move. The former guard of death was not like this. He felt a cold breeze. Plop, plop, plop. A few of the journals from the bookshelf in the corner of the room fell to the ground. A rolled-up piece of paper was hidden behind those journals. Duck! The guard of death realized what the guard of balance was taking out and scowled. Plop! The rolled-up paper opened before it fell right in front of the guard of death. This paper was a book of the dead. Albaru Crossman Deruth Henitus Rosalyn Lakran Marlan. It was the Book of the Dead, with a list of names of people who should have died. They were individuals who were fated to die if the real Henitus, who was born with the life of a transmigrator, did not get the ability to regress back in time. Click, click. The grey shoes arrived in front of the guard of death's face. The guard of death could hear the voice that was echoing above his head, as if it would strike down at him. How can you, as the guard of death, be so lost in saving lives? Ah! The pain in his body became even worse. The stoic voice continued speaking as the guard of death did everything he could to resist the pain. You saved too many lives. The balance will be destroyed if you do that. The corners of the guard of death's lips slightly curled up even through the pain. It meant that what he did saved so many lives to the point that this guy was worried about the balance. Tusk, the guard of balance, clicked his tongue as if he could tell the guard of death was smiling despite being unable to see death's face. He spoke as if he was making an announcement. I simply let it be as I found the sealed guard to be unacceptable. I closed my eyes to what you did only because you did not move to resolve your grudges. There will be no next time. The pain disappeared a bit. The guard of death raised his head. Yellow eyes were glowing in the darkness. I don't want to see that rebellious gaze of yours. Ah! The guard of death's entire body was filled with intense pain again, and he could only roll on the ground in an unsightly manner. Understand your place properly. Click, click. The steps became distant. The guard of death was able to escape from the pain once he could not hear them anymore. Huff, huff. He caught his breath, put some strength into his shaking hands, and barely managed to lift himself up. His whole body was covered in sweat. Hoo-woo. He let out a deep breath and thought about the sudden appearance of the guard of balance. I guess he came to warn me. All sorts of things such as dimension travel, transmigration, and regression had happened in order to deal with the sealed guard and the white star. The guard of balance had let enough things go as is. But the fact that he appeared now, does that mean there's another reason for me to move? Of course, even the guard of death was basically certain that things will happen that will annoy him quite a bit. That was why he could understand what the guard of balance was worried about. However, the guard of balance did not know that just warning him was useless. It looks like the shield dude and bundle of light are going to move too. Furthermore, even with the guard of balance's warning, he should be able to feign ignorance and make a couple moves. The guard of hope. That existence told him to protect the seed. Even the guard of balance could not defeat the guard of hope. Hope, from time to time, has a strong enough power that could overcome anything. Ha! Damn it! Who the duck said that it was good to become a guard? The guard of death pushed his complicated head and his body that had finally overcome the pain to stand up and walk. He was planning on resting a bit first, but he had no choice. The guard of balance's voice echoed in his ears. You saved too many lives. The balance will be destroyed if you do that. That meant that many people would soon die to fix the destroyed balance. I need to get consent first. The guard of death mumbled about what he needed to do as he walked out of the house. He completely forgot about having to write a journal entry for today. This was the third time he had forgotten to write a journal entry. After some time, I guess you're finally up. God. The guard of death smiled at Cal Henitus, who was looking at him with quite the insolent expression. This was the day when the guard of death invited Cal Henitus into his domain to chat for the first time. It was also the day that Cal learned that Lee Soo Hyuk had reincarnated into his world. Furthermore, it was the day that the guard of death was able to inform Cal that something that even he, as a guard, could not easily discuss was about to happen. Hoo-woo, the guard of death plopped down on a chair after finishing that short meeting with Cal. He picked up a pen. Journal entry XXXXX. I met face to face with Cal Henitus for the first time. He seems to hate me quite a bit. I understand. Even I can tell that I did so many things that would get him to hate me. But it does make me a bit sad. I've been watching over Cage and that punk since they were little. I'm concerned. I'm probably going to have to do things like that a few more times. Am I going to get beaten up by Cal Henitus at this rate? That'll probably hurt a lot. Click, click. He heard the clicking of shoes outside the office door. He was certain that the guard of balance had arrived. Duck! The guard of death quickly finished his journal entry. Anyway, good luck, Cal Henitus. It'll help you a lot. Maybe doing nothing will be helping him. Anyway, good luck. Side Story 6. The Guard of Death's Observation Journal. The End. The final Side Story 7 to be released on June 27th is the day of rest for the one who dreams of being a slacker. Side Story 7-1. The days of rest for the one who dreams of being a slacker. 1. He didn't know at first, But that person's days of rest that Choi Han saw was more of a period of recovery than days of rest. Of course, the person himself thought that he was playing around, but it did not seem like that to Choi Han at all. That was why his people, who at some point realized the meaning of this rest day, tried their best not to bother his recovery. December 31st, the eve of the new year. Choi Han, who was spending the last day of the year in a residence located on one side of Harris Village, brushed the snow off his shoulder. Plop, plop. His gaze headed toward the yard. We need to make a snowman family. Quite a few snowmen were made at Rayon's excited shout. The snowmen who were made with the first snow were still maintaining their form after multiple repairs. Based on what he had heard, Rayan checked on the snowman first thing in the morning as soon as he opened his eyes. Choi Han confirmed that his snowman was among the snowman family before walking into the building. It's calm. The inside of the building was warm and calm. It was quiet. No, it was calm but not quiet. It wasn't loud, but voices as clear and bouncy as the sound of a xylophone could faintly be heard from the kitchen. Hey, Beecrox, hey, Beecrox. I'm bored too, Naya. Ha, I want to help make the cookies. I can knead dough very well, Naya. Ha, ra, ra. The corners of Choi Han's lips oddly curled up. It was because he was not too familiar with this kind of calmness. The forest of darkness becomes calm in the winter. It was to the point that it could seem peaceful at a glance. However, that was just like looking at the surface of a lake without being able to see beneath it. The weak animals in the forest of darkness moved extremely cautiously in the winter, to the point that they didn't dare to make any noises. Making any noise would catch the attention of a predator, who would be roaming for food as their source of food had decreased. It was calm, but blood was shed. Screams were heard, and the hidden Choi Han could hear the sound of the predators eating despite not wanting to hear it. Whenever he heard that noise, Choi Han had to clench his stomach that wanted to growl from hunger but could not go out to look for food because he was worried that he would die. Choi Han thought that his extremely weak self of the past was pitiful. Of course, he figured out how to survive the winter in the forest of darkness at some point, and his sword arts improved to the point that he could make it through the winters. However, he still had to hear the things within that calmness year after year. Hey, Beecrox, hey, Beecrox. Can I really not try kneading the dough? I want to, though. Nigh this calmness and the calmness of that time were fundamentally different. Both periods of time were more peaceful and quieter than other seasons, but the things within them were completely different. Me, yo. Choi Han smiled while watching the grey kitten come down from the second floor. Ran was coming down the stairs with On. Where's Kalnim? On smacked the top of Choi Han's foot for no reason after hearing that question and commented almost in a sigh. He's sleeping, Naya. Choi Han looked at Ran. Ran had an empty plate in his hand as he nodded his head with a cold gaze. The smile was gone from Choi Han's face as he nodded back. The two of them didn't need to talk to understand each other. He's sleeping so much, Naya. Choi Han opened his arms toward On to show his agreement to her shocked mumbling. On jumped into Choi Han's arms and shook her head side to side. He really does sleep a lot. Choi Han had not put much thought into it when Cal said that he was going to rest in this villa. He thought it was normal for Cal to rest, since he went through so much. That was why at first he watched Cal and wondered how someone could move so little while just sleeping and eating all day. However, he thought that Cal would not be like this after a few days. But Calnim was different, as expected. Cal was like this past a few days all the way until the last day of the year. In some ways, he was truly unchanging and shocking. But he has at least gained a little bit of weight now. Choi Han gently smiled as On looked at him while making that comment. Cal's pale complexion had gotten a bit better. He also seemed to be eating well as he gained some weight. However, he was still skinnier than when Choi Han first met him, but at least he looked better. Cal especially looked at peace when he was basically lying down on a chair and eating fruit. Choi Han walked toward the kitchen with Ran and On. And the wolves. Choi Han slightly shrugged his shoulders at Beecrox's comment with a stoic gaze. They're going to train a bit more first. Beecrox slightly nodded his head. Choi Han quietly chuckled after noticing that Beecrox's movements, as he kneaded the dough for the snack bread, had become a bit faster. What? Beecrox scowled at Choi Han, but Choi Han simply snorted, as if that vicious gaze was not scary at all. Ha, hey Beecrox, is it hard to knead the dough? I'm right here. My front paws are strong. Ha. Rayan shoved his chubby front paws toward Beecrox, but Beecrox did his best to ignore him. Ran was watching this with interest. Ran then started washing the empty dishes, and On jumped out of Choi Han's arms to walk to Ran with a dry cloth. Many different noises could be heard, but none of them were loud, and everybody was speaking quieter than usual for some reason. It's probably because Kalnim is sleeping. Choi Han liked this calmness. I'm thinking about having a feast tonight for dinner. Wow, Beacrox, you're amazing. You're the best, Naya. I want to help, Naya. Choi Han listened to the warm conversation and thought that it was the first time he spent the last day of the year like this. He was sure he had a time like this in the past, but it was so long ago that his memories were faint. It almost made him a bit sad thinking about it, but he was subconsciously smiling because he liked this warmth. Choi Han turned his head. He looked toward the stairs leading up to the second floor. Maybe it was because it was the last day of the year, but he couldn't help but be thankful toward the person who created such a moment, the central figure who allowed them to all be together. And the person at the center of that gratitude opened his closed eyes. Ha! He could hear energetic shouts through the window at the end of the room that was slightly open for ventilation. How disgusting. The wolf children were still training despite it being the last day of the year. Scary little punks. How much stronger are they planning on getting? Are they trying to get strong enough to break boulders or something? Actually, they might already be able to break boulders. Cal got chills on his back thinking about that fearful thought that came into his mind. Ha! He rolled his body over and extended his body all over the bed. Man, they're so loud. Whether it was inside or outside, one side was loud whenever the other side was quiet. If one side seemed chaotic, the other side calmed down a bit. This repeated over and over. Everybody in the villa must have gone to the first floor, as it seemed bustling but quiet. But in return, the outside of the villa was chaotic with fierce sounds of training, as if they were celebrating the last day of the year by training even harder. It's different. Cal slowly closed his eyes. Although he didn't want to remember it, memories of his past came above the surface and flashed through his mind like scenes out of a movie whenever he was calm like this. Cal couldn't help but recall a certain day of rest. That day was the day that after not taking a single day off for a whole year, Kim Rok-soo said that he was going to take a day off. Team leader Kim, didn't you just come in with authorization documents? That is correct. You know that this is an important issue, right? Director Ma, who had been a director at the company for a long time, shook the document in his hand while looking at Kim Rok-soo. I'm not sure, Director Ma. What do you mean you're not sure? Team leader Kim, do you know how many benefits we will gain if this agreement with the guilds is concluded? You want to take a day off with such a task in front of you. Do you think that that makes any sense? Director Ma spoke with annoyance and anger in his voice. Team 2 and Team 3 leaders who came with Team Leader Kim scowled at Director Ma's annoyance, but did not say anything against it. The issue of the agreement with the guilds in that document in Director Ma's hand was something that would bring a lot of benefits to the company, and it would be disappointing if Team Leader Kim Rok-soo, the leader of one of the 3 teams at the core of that agreement, was not going to be there with the conclusion of the agreement right in front of them. Do the two of you think it makes any sense? Director Ma asked the 2 other team leaders for their thoughts. However, the 2 team leaders did not say anything to take Director Ma's side. They simply kept their mouths shut. Then they exchanged glances with each other. Director Ma doesn't seem to know, huh? Yeah, I don't think he knows. They understood Director Ma's thoughts, but also understood why Kim Rok-soo was doing this. Team 2 leader finished exchanging glances with Team 3 leader and started speaking. I think that it will be fine even without team leader Kim directing him. All that is left is to sign the agreement, and that is for you to do. Isn't the day we sign it the most important day? Team 2 leader held back a sigh. Team leader Kim Rok-soo had done everything he needed to do regarding this task. Of course, the day where they signed the agreement was important, as Director Ma mentioned. It was the final button to be closed. However, it was fine if Kim Rok-soo was not present when Director Ma and the guild leaders signed the document and shook hands. It is definitely something that someone like Director Ma, who cares a lot about formality, would throw a fuss about. That was the reason he didn't call the department head or any other high-ranking officials and called the 3 team leaders who were lower-level employees. Team 2 leader saw that Director Ma's arrow of anger headed back toward Kim Rok-soo as he did not say anything. He subconsciously opened his mouth after hearing what Director Ma said next. Team leader Kim, I thought that you were a talented person with a strong sense of responsibility. You are making me have some doubts. I wonder if it is okay to leave a team in your care. This idiot director Ma sounds like he's about to say something that crosses the line. He can't say something like that today of all days. Team 2 leader looked at Team 3 leader, and both of them opened their mouths at the same time. However, someone spoke before the two of them could say anything. Kim Rak-soo, who had quietly been sitting there without any expression visible on his face, was talking. He was currently the youngest of the team leaders. I know that the agreement is an important task, but it is not a matter of life and death. What? Just as Director Ma frowned, and he was about to raise his voice direct on him, Team 3 leader opened his mouth. Team leader Kim Rak-soo hasn't worked for the past 1 year, even coming in on the weekend without resting. He's been doing that for the past 1 year. Who said that wasn't the case? But why does he need to take a day off now of all the available days? I know that he's worked hard for the past. Yeah, Director Ma stopped for a moment. 1 year. It had been 1 year since Kim Rak-soo had become a team leader. He observed Kim Rak-soo's face as soon as he realized that. He then resumed speaking. Even I am well aware that he has worked hard. However, his voice was definitely not as strong as it had been before. Side story 7-2. The days of rest for the one who dreams of being a slacker, too. He seems to have figured it out right. I think so. The two team leaders were finally relieved as they exchanged glances. Director Ma was a bit of a terrible person, but he wasn't the type of person who would do something like this if he knew what day it was. Ahem. Director Ma let out some fake coughs while peeking at Kim Rak-soo, who was silently sitting there. Team 2 leader held back a sigh and started speaking. Director Nim, I know that you must be disappointed to not have team leader Kim at the ceremony, but didn't he do a very good job with getting everything done? Team 3 leader and I are enough for the ceremony. You know we are reliable, don't you? Ahem. I'm very well aware of your abilities, Team 2 and Team 3 leaders. The two of you will be enough for the ceremony to proceed smoothly. Ahem. He continued to peek at Kim Rak-soo's face. I was just saying that it would be great if Team 1, the pride of our company, and the team leader of that team would participate in the ceremony. Team 3 leader smiled awkwardly and nodded his head. As they had expected, Director Ma was acting like this because the team leader of Team 1 was not going to participate in the ceremony. He probably would have said a thing or two if he, as the team leader of Team 3, had said that he couldn't show up, but he would not have called all of them here like this. He probably wouldn't have cared much about it. Well, for the past year, you've worked very hard, so I guess it would be good for you to get a good rest. Director Ma said that and looked at Team 2 leader, who held back another sigh and responded, Yes, sir, I agree with you. Ha ha ha, right. Ahem, I know you must all be busy as well, so you can go. Yes, Director Nim. Team 2 and Team 3 leaders immediately stood up, and Kim Rak-soo followed them. The three of them bowed and left the director's office. Director Ma confirmed that the door was closed before immediately checking the calendar. Tusk, it's already that time. He didn't like Kim Rak-soo very much. However, he accepted that Kim Rak-soo was skilled. Yes, nobody other than team leader Kim would have been able to do so much in almost a year. Director Ma thought about last year. Kim Rak-soo was the only survivor on Team 1. He had carried on Lee Soo-hyuk's desires and became the team leader. Team 1 was in ruins at the time. Everybody thought that its reputation would crumble. Both people inside the company and outside thought that Team 1 without Lee Soo-hyuk and his subordinates would be nothing much. However, those speculations were completely crushed. In just 1 year, Kim Rak-soo did not make Team 1, but it was at least basically back to normal. That was why people were saying that they truly were Team 1, and based on Team 1's pace, they were once again saying that they would be the company's ace team again, unlike last year. He didn't even take a break when team leader Lee passed away. Tusk. Director Ma had not liked Lee Soo-hyuk either. However, he was disappointed at Lee Soo-hyuk's death. To be more honest, it was a feeling of loss. Most people who knew the guy probably felt this way. They also probably had another thought. They all probably thought that it would be difficult to fill the giant hole from that loss. Lee Soo-hyuk was a true leader. Director Ma thought about Kim Rak-soo's face. He was still young for being a team leader, but his expression had changed to that of a true leader in 1 year. They call you cold-blooded, but I guess you are human too. Director Ma let out a short sigh. Is he only taking 1 day off? He clicked his tongue at the feeling of bitterness. His gaze did not move from the calendar. Tomorrow. Nothing was marked on that date, but Director Ma could not forget what happened last year on that day. It's been 1 year. Tomorrow would mark 1 year since team leader Lee Soo-hyuk and his team members died. The members of Team 1 were the people who were most aware of it. Team 1 had a lot of newbies, or individuals, with not too much experience compared to the other teams. Of course, there were some team members who had a lot of years of experience outside of the company. Regardless of their years of experience, all members of Team 1 were quietly doing their work and peeking at the door connected to the hallway over and over. This was different from their usual demeanor. At that time, Screech, the door opened and Kim Rock-soo walked in. They all quickly looked at their desks. Assistant Leader Ha. Yes, Team Leader Nim. Will you please come here for a moment? Yes, sir. The middle-aged man, Kim Rock-soo, addressed. As Assistant Leader, Ha responded quite energetically and quickly, unlike his usual self, and walked over to Kim Rock-soo's desk. Kim Rock-soo needed people to support him in order to restore Team 1 after the incident last year made him the team leader. Assistant Leader Ha was the person who came when they recruited experienced workers. He was one of the rescue team members who had worked under Lee Soo-hyuk in the past at the Siamyun Busan shelter. Assistant Leader Ha was the best person to support Team Leader Kim Rock-soo, as he had interacted with Kim Rock-soo a couple times in the past as well. But maybe because of those past interactions, Assistant Leader Ha usually acted cheeky and relaxed. Did you need something, Team Leader Nim? However, he was quite quick right now. Some of the team members shook their heads, mumbling about how Assistant Leader Ha's actions made it even more obvious, but he had no choice but to act like this. Lee Soo-hyuk. He was an extremely important person to Assistant Leader Ha. Although Lee Soo-hyuk was much younger than him, he was the one and only person Assistant Leader Ha had recognized as his boss. That was why, although he was staying in the Busan shelter with retirement on his mind, he immediately dropped everything and came here after hearing that Team 1 was struggling because of Lee Soo-hyuk's death. Boss, are the newbies that good? Yes, they're really good. The two of them will surpass me someday. Oh, come on. No way. You are one for the history books, boss. You are historic. Historic my ass. Cut the crap. Anyway, I need to properly raise the two of them. Assistant Leader Ha suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Lee Soo-hyuk a few years ago. Assistant Leader Nim, please just check these things tomorrow. Ah, yes, sir. Assistant Leader Ha took the documents from Kim Rock-soo and observed him. Boss, Kim Rock-soo is an amazing person, as you mentioned. I am certain that he will become even more amazing than you. There had been no deaths nor serious injuries on Team 1 since Kim Rock-soo became team leader. Although there were people who received minor injuries, nobody ever had to be hospitalized for longer than a few days because of a serious injury. Instead, the number of scars on Kim Rock-soo's body continued to increase. I will not be here tomorrow, so thank you for taking care of everything in my place. Please don't worry, sir. I will take care of everything properly. However, if there are any urgent situations or you receive an emergency order to mobilize, you must contact me right away. Assistant Leader Ha was planning on not contacting Kim Rock-soo and taking care of things on his own if possible, at least for tomorrow. However, Kim Rock-soo emphasized this part as if he realized that, you must contact me. Ha! Assistant Leader Ha sighed. He then somewhat nodded his head. Yes, sir, I will think about it and contact you. It was his usual cheeky response. But Kim Rock-soo knew that Assistant Leader Ha saying something like this meant that it was a promise to contact him during any emergency situations. He sent Assistant Leader Ha back to his seat and looked at the clock. It was time to leave. Kim Rock-soo thought about Director Ma, who called them just as it was getting time to leave work, and slightly frowned. He stood up and peeked at the calendar. He would go see his friends for the first time in a long while tomorrow. I will see you all in 2 days. Please call me if you need anything. Kim Rock-soo said goodbye to his team members and walked out of the office. He chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator down to the first-floor lobby. He didn't want to run into anyone while leaving work today. He was certain that they would all act awkwardly around him, similar to how his team members, the other team leaders, and Director Ma had acted. What the? He heard an extremely annoyed voice at that moment. Kim Rock-soo looked toward the bottom of the stairs. Why are you coming down this way? The grumbling person was Team Two's Park Kyung-ho. He was the electric spear user who had joined the company at the same time as Kim Rak-soo and Choi Young-soo. Then why are you coming up this way? Kim Rak-soo threw the same question back to Park Kyung-ho, who scowled immediately. I always use the stairs. Do you know how much health benefits you can get by climbing the stairs? PFFFD. Kim Rak-soo subconsciously chuckled at this extremely un-Park Kyung-ho-like response. Park Kyung-ho snorted while looking at Kim Rak-soo. HMPH. It's obvious why you're coming down the stairs. He grumbled as if he really didn't like something. You care so damn much about what other people might say. Park Kyung-ho basically stomped up the stairs. Hey, Kim Rak-soo. Spearman Park Kyung-ho did not call Kim Rak-soo by his title, but rather spoke even more freely than when they were same-level colleagues. Team 2 leader had said something about it, but Park Kyung-ho refused to listen and said the following to Kim Rak-soo. I will be the second fastest person to become a team leader. You just wait. You got that. Kim Rak-soo did not get angry at Park Kyung-ho. He knew what the guy was thinking on the inside despite all the grumbling. I can't go tomorrow. Kim Rak-soo chuckled at Park Kyung-ho's grumbling voice and responded. Is that why you went today? Team 2 leader had told him that Park Kyung-ho had taken a half-day today. He probably came back to the company at the end of the work-day despite taking the half-day because he had things to take care of. Damn it! Park Kyung-ho glared at Kim Rak-soo. He then walked past him and climbed higher up. Call me if you need a drink tomorrow. Of course, he left a leaving remark in place of a goodbye. Kim Rak-soo also did the same thing. Who knows? Park Kyung-ho stomped even more in annoyance as he climbed the stairs, but Kim Rak-soo did not care as he walked down. It was time to go home. It would also soon be time to go meet his friends. There was something people started saying once monsters appeared and the world started to change. We'll be lucky if we can at least find the corpses. Kim Rak-soo had this thought right now. Was it really lucky? Yes, it might be considered that way. If nothing was left, then the people left behind could only long for them with their memories. However, Kim Rak-soo's memories were too clear. That was why he could not even think about coming here. Memorial Park. The ashes or some possessions belonging to those who left this world while working for the company were placed or stored in this park. Of course, it was not a requirement. The families could choose not to keep them here. Long time no see. Kim Rak-soo, who entered one of the many ossuaries in the park, looked toward the direction with quite a lot of flowers and gave a short greeting. Lee Soo-hyuk Choi Young-soo, the names of his lost friends, caught Kim Rak-soo's gaze and wouldn't let him go. Kim Rak-soo stared for a long time before finally managing to close his eyes. Duck. Closing his eyes made the memories pop up. That was why he could not get complacent, stop, nor rest. There was something he had to do. Anyway, Team 1 is rolling along well. This phrase was representative of everything Kim Rak-soo had to do to prepare to come to this place. That was why that was all he could say. Kim Rak-soo stood there for a long time. In the silent area, he could not hear any sounds. It was so quiet that he couldn't even breathe in peace. However, Kim Rak-soo's mind was full of numerous memories more than any other time. The weight of the memories reaching out at him through the silence was too heavy to handle. Huo. Kim Rak-soo let out a short sigh before standing up straight. I will go now. That was his goodbye to his team members before he turned around. He then had a thought that made him turn back to look at Choi Young-soo's spot. You'll be able to go where your family is located soon. The village, where most of Choi Young-soo's family lost their lives, a small hill from where he could see that place. Kim Rak-soo thought about a memory from the past before leaving after making that single comment. He walked out and looked up at the sky. The sun was high up in the sky. It was noon. There was still so much time left until this day was over. Kim Rak-soo ended up walking back home. Click, he turned the light on. It was quiet here too. Kim Rak-soo silently sighed before lying down on the floor. He needed to change and clean the house, but it was too annoying. All he did was slowly breathe in and out. He focused on his breathing. That made his chaotic mind slowly calm down. Kim Rak-soo sat up after hearing a noise. Emergency mobilization. He immediately stood up after seeing the message from Assistant Leader Ha. This is actually better. Although his day off would be over if he went to the company and out into the field, Kim Rak-soo thought that this was better for him. He opened the door and walked out of the area that was only filled with silence. Human, human. Cal realized that he had fallen asleep and slowly opened his eyes. Human, open your eyes. He's opening them now, Naya. That's right. He is opening them now, Naya. We were ready to break the bed if you didn't wake up. That doesn't seem like a good idea, Naya. Rayan on, and Hang's conversation slammed against Cal's ears nonstop. Their voices were so distinct, and their conversation so hopping that it would be considered loud if he chose to think of it that way. Side story 7-3. The days of rest for the one who dreams of being a slacker. 3. Huo. Cal ended up letting out a deep sigh, but the children, averaging 7 years old, did not care. They simply thought Cal was being himself. Ha! Cal subconsciously scoffed at that fact. Cal couldn't help but laugh at his current situation, which was extremely different from the silence he experienced in his dreams because he recalled the memories of his past. I was still young back then. Yes, Kim Rok-soo was inexperienced and young for the first year when he became a team leader. At least it felt that way now that he was thinking back on it. Team leader Kim Rok-soo started to have more days off as he got older, didn't find it difficult to honor his fallen friends, and even became a bit closer and friendlier with his team members. Kim Rok-soo grew naturally because each and every day was full of all sorts of incidents and work. Of course, it wasn't as chaotic as here. Human, where is it chaotic? I want to go see it. Me too, Naya. I'm curious, Naya. I don't think we need to go anywhere to see that, Naya. Rayan, Hang, and On commented one after another at Cal's comment. Cal shook his head. Someone offered him a warm cup of tea as he did that. Young Master Nim. It was Ron. Cal subconsciously sat up as soon as he saw Ron smiling in the most benign way he had seen in months. Ron handed him some honey lemon tea as if it was normal, and Cal chose to drink it for now. Why is he smiling like that all of a sudden? This was when Cal still got scared every so often whenever he saw Ron smiling benignly like this. Ron didn't care as he observed Cal with a cold, sunken gaze that was different from his benign smile. He's weirder than usual today. Cal's complexion was worse than usual despite just waking up. He looked like a puppy that was completely drenched from the rain. Of course, Crown Prince Albaru would just say that he looked like he was sleeping and just woke up, but it was different to Ron. He subconsciously thoroughly inspected Cal's face as Cal avoided his gaze. What's up with him? Cal suddenly got the chills. We are considering having a feast for dinner as it is the last day of the year. What do you think, young Master Nim? Cal could see the eyes of the children, averaging 7 years old, sparkling. Cal slowly turned his gaze away from the sparkling eyes that were full of anticipation and looked at Ron. Do whatever you want. Smile. Ron had an exaggerated smile on his face. Cal had an ominous feeling for some reason. I will do whatever I want, as you indicated, young Master Nim. Why did this sound so much as if he was going to go assassinate someone? Cal touched the back of his neck despite knowing that it wouldn't happen. Knock, knock. There were some knocks on the door at that moment, and they heard Choi Han's voice. Cal Nim. Ron headed toward the door. Then I will go down and finish preparing for the feast, young Master Nim. Sure, whatever. Ron opened the door once Cal nonchalantly commented. Click. Choi Han's eyebrow raised slightly while looking at Ron come out. He doesn't seem too happy. Ron's expression was not good. Choi Han quickly looked at Cal. Ron didn't care and walked past Choi Han and down the stairs. I'm going too. A feast. I'm very happy. I'm going to help Naya. Rayan and Hung followed behind Ron. Only Choi Han on and Cal were left. It's cold. Ah, yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han immediately closed the open door at Cal's comment, but he thought of something that made his face stiffen. Even the hallway is heated by magic right now. He's cold. Is Cal Nim's condition very bad? Why is he suddenly like this? His complexion was slowly getting better. Choi Han had all sorts of questions. He then heard Cal lie back down on the bed while mumbling, I want to keep living as a slacker. Those words sounded a bit differently to Choi Han today. Of course, the words themselves were things that Cal always said. Cal naturally had no care about what Choi Han was thinking. Should I close that window? The sun would be setting soon. The temperature was falling quickly because the sun went down much faster in the winter. The fact that they were right next to a forest probably played a part as well. However, Cal could not close the open window at the other end of the room. Let's work hard a little longer. Ah, the wolf children seem to still be training outside. Nowhere around here seemed to be quiet. CHH. Cal didn't even turn his head despite the rustling next to him and continued to look out the window. That's ticklish. He simply gave a comment to the kitten who was leaning against his side. Cal found it a bit odd that it was On and not Rayan or Hung who was doing this, but he didn't put much attention on it. Everything was annoying, potentially because of the time spent either sleeping or wandering through his memories. He closed his eyes. It's never quiet. Will the new year be different? Will it? Cal had those thoughts as he turned 19 in this world. TL. Guess this world still uses the Korean system of turning older with the new year. The now 19 years old Cal stayed in Harris Village until early spring before starting another busy year by going to the Ten-Finger Mountains and saving the elf village. He faced all sorts of incidents and returned to the territory after finishing his business in the Empire with a Medal of Honor from the Emperor for his heroics in the Imperial Palace bomb terror incident. Will you rest now, Calnim? Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's question. Yes, time to rest. He looked toward the Henitu's territory that was slowly getting closer outside the carriage window and mumbled almost in a sigh. Slacker life is best. Choi Han held back a sigh while looking at Cal, who had become paler and skinnier since last year. Cal had come here to rest to keep his promise of spending the new year in the territory. It would be a short break. There were more things he needed to do. Calnim, are we pushing back the thing with young Master Antonio until February? We will. We ended up staying too long in the Empire. Cal spoke as if he had no choice. I have no choice. It's the new year soon. Wouldn't it be good to spend the new year at home with family? Family. Choi Han repeated that word in his mind as he gently smiled while looking at the individuals inside the carriage. Choi Han saw Cal frown at that moment. As they passed through the territory gate, young Master Nim, I was in complete awe after hearing about your Medal of Honor from the Empire. You are the treasure of the Roan Kingdom and the future of the Henitus territory, young Master Nim. A knight who seemed pretty new at the job looked inside the carriage before glancing at Cal with a sparkling gaze that was full of awe. Cal gently closed his eyes again and then opened them. Can we pass? Yes, young Master Nim. I'm sure that there is nothing dangerous in your carriage, but I ask for your understanding as this is the formal procedure. You shouldn't make any exceptions. It is the right thing to do. I knew it. You truly are amazing, young Master Nim. Choi Han could see Cal's face turning stoic by the second. SHH. Choi Han peeked at the announcements on a board by the territory gate. Of the many announcements, he could see a kingdom-wide announcement talking about Cal's Medal of Honor from the Empire and the Crown Prince's visit to the Empire. An announcement from the Henitus territory had the story of Cal's Medal of Honor from the Empire in a much larger font than the Crown Prince's visit. Choi Han hoped that Cal did not see them as he slowly turned away. The knight inspecting the carriage bowed to Cal. You may proceed, young Master Nim. Okay, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. The knight responded energetically, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled brightly as he said the following. Welcome home, young Master Nim. I hope you have a peaceful stay. Choi Han could see a small smile appearing on Cal's face. I hope you have a lovely end of the year as well. Yes, sir. It is an honor to hear something like that from you, young Master Nim. I will remember those words for the rest of my life. Okay. Cal's face turned stoic again, but he didn't seem annoyed. The carriage slowly moved through the gate, and Choi Han reached over to close the open carriage window. It was at that moment. Wow, Mommy, that's young Master Silver Shield, right? Daddy said that the young Master Nim was coming. He heard a child's voice. Yes, yes, it is that carriage. The young master of our territory who received a Medal of Honor from the Empire is in there. The Sword Master Nim is probably in there too. I want to see the young Master Nim's face. It started with a mother and daughter's conversation, and then the young Master Nim is here. Ahem, you heard it as well. They said that the young Master Nim would be in the territory soon. That's right. An old couple who came out for a walk to get some sun, despite the cold winter weather peaked at the carriage. Our young Master Silver Shield Nim just arrived at the territory. Really, they heard some voices, and the residents of the territory, who had not been very visible because of the winter weather, slowly started to become visible. Choi Han subconsciously watched the people as the bright looks of joy on their faces took him by shock. He heard an extremely stoic voice at that moment. Choi Han, close it. Cal was wiping his face with both hands. Choi Han chuckled before closing the window. He then made a comment. All of them want to see your face, Cal Nim. Mio, human, let's show them your face. I'm fine remaining invisible. Cal groaned while the children, averaging 8 years old, seemed excited. Cal waved his hand to say no. Let's hurry home. Home. The carriage headed toward the Hennetus estate as he said that word. Human were here. On and Hang, who had been falling asleep, looked out the window at Rayan's shout. Human, it's your younger brother. Basin was looking at the carriage and waving his hand while standing outside the Hennetus estate. Long time no see, Basin. Yes, Hyangnim, it has been a while. Basin responded to Cal in a gruff but slightly high tone. Orabuni. Cal turned his head. Lily had a wooden sword in her hand as she walked over from the training ground. Cal waved at her before speaking to Basin. I got you a present, so come get it later. Did you buy it at the Empire? Yeah. Cal responded with indifference before heading into the building. Basin slightly smiled while looking at Cal. He then followed behind Cal. Basin's shoulders were slightly raised for some reason. I heard that you were very busy in the Empire, Hyang Nim, but you still managed to buy us presents. What does being busy have to do with buying presents? A lot. That was what Basin wanted to say, but he kept his mouth shut. A small smile appeared on Choi Han's face as he realized that although Cal and Basin had their usual stoic faces, both of them seemed oddly happy. Yes, this kind of peace is what Cal Nim and everybody wants. That was why he needed to get stronger to protect everyone. Choi Han's eyes clouded over as he stood there with an innocent smile on his face. What's up with him? Cal had turned his head without giving it much thought before seeing Choi Han's face and flinching. It was because Choi Han suddenly started smiling innocently as his eyes were burning up with passion. The innocent smile was fine, but that gaze made Cal get the chills for some reason. Calnim, what is it? At least you should be able to rest properly during the end of this year and the approaching new year. Probably. Why is he saying something like that with such a look on his face? Cal looked stupefied. Choi-Han didn't care and clenched his fists. I hope the end of this year and the approaching new year will be peaceful. Choi-Han truly hoped that would be the case. As for Cal, he saw Choi-Han's clenched fists and contemplated whether he recently did anything wrong to Choi-Han despite knowing there was nothing like that. He was feeling guilty, although there was no reason to feel guilty. Mio, Mio. However, Cal looked away from Choi-Han after hearing On and Hung's meows and started walking. Choi-Han walked slowly behind them. The group walked peacefully into the building without any signs of awkwardness. Choi-Han, I'm going to the room first. The invisible Rayan's energetic voice was full of warmth. Ha! Choi-Han let out a quiet sigh. He now had many places he could return to peacefully without feeling awkward. And those places were truly important to Choi-Han. Similar to last year, Choi-Han spent the end of the year and welcomed the new year without any loneliness or coldness. So many things happened in the new year. Whether it was the White Star or the Sealed Guard, all sorts of suffocating things that made it impossible for them to stop kept happening one after another. But winter still came. Time continued to flow, and it was now winter. Choi Han heard a familiar voice in his ear. The eldest son of the House of Hennetus, who was known as Trash, it started there, but that guy was now his liege, the friend of his nephew, the core of his new family, and possibly the person who understood him the most. It was the voice of someone who had many different titles to Choi Han. Cal was mumbling, "Ha, it'd be great to be a slacker." Choi Han knew the meaning of those words. I want to rest. I need to heal. That should be the meaning. However, he now knew what Cal would say after that. Did Billows wake up yet? Not yet, Calnim. Jacknim has finished healing him and is watching his progress. Billows had come to find Cal. The bastard of the Flynn Merchant Guild came looking for Cal while severely injured and looking like a mess, asking Cal to stop the Flynn Merchant Guild. Hunters. Choi Han's eyes were about to sink low when he saw the look in Cal's eyes and slightly flinched. Really, Cal's eyes showed no signs of resting just yet. Cal's gaze was cold but burning up. There was also a twisted smile on his face that didn't look gentle at all. Choi Han thought that he knew what Cal would say next. We'll talk to Billows when he wakes up, but for now, yes, Calnim. Choi Han, I think you should know this. Know what, Calnim? The team leader is in Indable. Choi Han subconsciously said the name that came to his mind. Lee Su Hyuk. Yeah. Cal looked toward the east and calmly commented. There are too many things to do, so I can't rest. Side Story 7, The Day of Rest for the One Who Dreams of Being a Slacker End.